c'est que le début. Il y a déjà des gens qui sont très chauds là. Oh là là, quelle émotion. Bienvenue à Lyon pour ce pré-show de SpeeDons 6. Incroyable mais vrai. Nous avons un sponsor cette année, qui l'eût cru. Formidable. On va, dans ce pré-show, découvrir un jeu que je vous ai déjà montré sur ma chaîne, notamment lors de Jeux Made in France. C'est du jeu indé français, fait avec des petites mimines. On adore ça, bien entendu. Et ça régale. C'est Fading Echo, du studio Emeteria, distribué par New Tales, entre autres. Et je suis accompagné de Sylvain, du studio.
Tout à fait, tu as raison, c'est rouler sous les aisselles.
Voilà, exactement. Fait avec passion. Alors toi, au niveau du studio, tu es ?
Moi, je suis co-directeur créatif et je gère le studio.
Très bien. Eh bien, bienvenue. Merci, merci d'être partenaire. Et vous allez voir, c'est du régal. Comment tu le définirais ? Moi, je dirais que c'est du action Metroidvania avec une DA très léchée. Hein.
Oh, c'est pas mal. On s'est beaucoup pinaillé pour savoir comment on allait le définir. Au début, on était parti sur action RPG. Et petit à petit, le jeu a un peu évolué. Aujourd'hui, on dit adventure, action, RPG, dans un univers visuel avec une DA comics.
C'est difficile à faire rentrer dans une conférence de Jeff Kinney, mais je comprends. Très bien, très bien. Oui, le jeu est magnifique. Normalement, si ce n'est pas encore fait, ils vont le faire en régie, mais vous avez des infos dans le chat pour jouer à cette démo, la démo à laquelle on va jouer, enfin laquelle Jordi, qu'on va présenter dans quelques secondes, va jouer et jouable sur Steam. Et évidemment, sur Steam, vous avez possibilité, vous le savez maintenant, c'est le nerf de la guerre, on vous l'a dit 6000 fois pendant Jeux Made in France, d'ajouter le jeu à votre liste de souhaits, wishlister le jeu, ce qui permet évidemment d'être mieux référencé à l'approche de sa sortie, qui sera un jour.
Un jour, mais soon.
Ah, when it's done, soon.
Là, ça se réchauffe, là.
Très bien.
Là, on est en fin de cuisson.
Ça régale. Oui, on en avait parlé. Ouais, ça y est, ça commence à polish. Le jeu, le scope est fait, on va dire.
On va dire qu'on est très bien avancé. On est sur la toute fin des certifications console. Et on est en train de vraiment mettre les dernières touches grâce au retour de la démo. Notamment, on a eu pas mal de retours sur la démo. Et donc, on en profite pour, jusqu'au dernier jour, de toute façon, ça va pinailler et on va pousser la qualité.
Eh, d'accord, donc du PC et toute console ?
Ouais, alors Xbox, PlayStation. Et peut-être une autre plateforme.
El Famoso, peut-être, bien entendu. Ça prend toujours un peu plus de temps. Nous avons de l'équipe du studio Emeteria aussi, Jordi. Jordi, est-ce que tu m'entends ? Est-ce qu'on t'entend ? Parle-nous dans le micro.
Bravo.
Salutations. Parle-nous dans le micro pour voir. Ah, c'était presque historique. Attends, est-ce que tu as la lumière verte ?
Pas en retour.
Ah. Vas-y, parle-nous.
Essaye encore.
Allô, allô.
Ah.
Voilà.
Mais oui.
Bonjour à tous.
Attends, la salta, mais pas nous. Oh, c'est bon, c'est le début, c'est les lancements d'event. Hein, calmez-vous. Tout sera rodé dans quelques instants. Est-ce qu'on t'entend ? Moi, parle-nous.
Allô, allô.
La salle
on a un début de retour, moi j'ai l'impression.
On a un début de retour de salle. Bon, ça va être réglé. Hein. Faut touiller les mixeurs. C'est en cours, c'est en cours. Jordi, donc, qui est
gameplay programmeur chez nous, qui nous a rejoint sur le projet depuis plus d'1 an maintenant, et qui travaille sur tous les systèmes de jeu globalement, principalement sur les gameplays, les systèmes. Il a beaucoup travaillé sur la partie RPG du jeu, donc toute la sélection des skills, l'arbre des skills que tu peux découvrir à la fin de la démo et qui permet de customiser.
All right, everyone, hello. Welcome to SpeeDons 6.
Très bien, très bien. Alors que je vois qu'il y a déjà le duel des...
A weekend full of French speedruns here. We're going to be getting started shortly.
Si vous faites n'importe quoi, on peut à n'importe quel moment désactiver le mur des modes, bien sûr. Très bien. Eh bien, on va peut-être voir un petit peu en action le jeu déjà. Mon cher Jordi, tu peux game. Et alors, en sachant que oui, on va d'abord voir les
For everyone wondering in chat, yes, the badges start today. I'm going to put the drops command in chat for you. We're going to be getting started with control in about half an hour here. But this first introduction to the event is going to be from one of the sponsors, Fading Echo. I believe I've been told that is actually available due to some of the devs that are actually in the same city that SpeeDons is in. I believe it is in Lyon.
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
So be sure to check that game out.
On voit l'intro ici, hein, c'est vous qui définissez ce qu'on skippera ou pas. C'est justement, enfin, nouvelle IP, etc. C'est votre premier gros projet. C'est quoi votre expérience de studio avant celui-là?
Ouais, tout à fait. C'est vraiment le premier projet du studio.
Ah oui.
Le studio s'est lancé il y a quasiment 4 ans maintenant. On est parti avec l'intention de faire un jeu assumé gamer. Pas de crypto, pas de battle pass.
As we get started with this run, everyone, I do want to talk about a little bit of the schedule that we have going on this weekend. and you can check that out in the pinned chat message if you want to. And we are going to be opening up this event with Control very shortly. Once we get to the top of the hour, be sure to check out Control.
On va le montrer un peu plus tard dans la démo avec tous les effets de fluide. On a beaucoup travaillé sur les fluides dans le jeu. C'était un des thèmes principaux quand on a lancé l'aventure. Et l'univers dans lequel on a développé le jeu, c'est un nouvel univers, une nouvelle IP. Pareil, grosse prise de risque, c'est pas évident les nouvelles IP. En ce moment, les gens aiment bien Spider-Man, Superman et compagnie. Et on adore ça aussi. Et on avait envie d'essayer d'apporter notre pierre à l'édifice. Et on a travaillé à créer un nouvel univers qu'on a choisi de limiter dans le premier jeu à juste ce monde-là qu'on appelle Corel, que le joueur découvre avec toutes ces créatures toutes plus loufoques les unes que les autres, et qui permet d'avoir une première prise en main du jeu et une première découverte de notre univers de manière assez contenue.
To give everyone a little bit of a rundown of what we're going to be seeing today on the schedule, we're going to be starting off with Control, and then we're going to have some tonal whiplash with Kirby, Nightmare, and Dreamland. Be sure to check those out. This event is benefiting Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. Again, you can see the donate link in the bottom of the stream there, or in the pinned message in chat. And to give you a little info on MDM, they're an international medical non-government organization, and they've been around for over 40 years.
On a choisi d'avoir peu de fluide dans le jeu. On a la lave qu'on voit ici, l'eau qui va être un élément important qu'on va découvrir par la suite, et d'autres fluides tels que la waste, on découvrir la nitro, et en cumulant les fluides, on peut créer des nouveaux fluides. Et l'idée, c'est d'exploiter ces fluides au mieux en tant que joueur, au bénéfice du joueur. Donc, typiquement, la pousser un ennemi organique dans la lave, ça va le mettre en feu, mais ça va aussi mettre en feu le joueur. Et quand on aura des ennemis d'eau, ça va les faire partir en vapeur. Et quand on aura des ennemis de waste, ça les fera partir en nitro. Donc voilà, il y a plein de fluides qui se cumulent les uns les autres. Le jeu est assez exigeant, dans les contrôles, c'est vraiment du jeu gamer. Et ces interactions systémiques permettent de vraiment passer au niveau supérieur. Si tu le joues en mode beat'em up, à la Hades, je mets des quiches et je tape juste avec les combos, ça va être très dur, on va pas se cacher. Par contre, dès que tu vas commencer à accélérer et à jouer avec les fluides, interagir avec les fluides, là on voit ici l'arrivée de la mécanique d'eau. Donc on a des petits monstres de lave, tu les pousses dans l'eau, bam.
Ils peuvent se faire défoncer en 3 hits derrière, assez jouissif, mais surtout ça va prendre beaucoup plus de sens quand on aura la deuxième forme, on va dire, de l'héroïne. Et là, ouais, le gameplay, ça va pas mal se diversifier encore plus.
As we get this showcase underway of Fading Echo, something that I want to mention about Médecins du Monde also is some of the funds raised last year. SpeeDons made over 2.3 million euros last year. It's about 2.5 million USD last year, and they helped with healthcare programs internationally, including helping women and children through armed conflicts, supporting Central American migrants, supporting teams in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, and advocating to protect France's state medical aid, allowing open access to healthcare. So please be sure to support this great organization. This year, some of the projects can help towards providing care in Lebanon, responding to crisis in the Middle East and Africa, and ensuring healthcare access in Madagascar as well. They had a harsh cyclone earlier this year. So be sure to support this great organization. Also, I'm looking at the first run that we have coming up again. That is going to be coming up in about half an hour when we get to the top of the hour. It's going to be Control. So that's going to be run by Huki, but the English commentary is actually going to be done by the world record holder, Ashley93. So be sure to check that out. We've got great English commentary coming on this weekend, all weekend long.
L'eau est aussi la mana. Et dès qu'on va passer sur de l'eau, on va aspirer l'eau de manière naturelle, de manière passive. Il suffit juste de marcher dessus, on va le voir dans la séquence suivante. Et on aspire l'eau et on regagne sa mana, ce qui permet de relancer des sorts. Et donc les combats, sont une sorte de gymnastique, d'utiliser de l'eau pour balancer des sorts qui laissent de l'eau au sol forcément, et d'aller la recycler pour rebalancer des sorts, ou d'aller dans des bassins comme on le voit ici, pour recycler de l'eau. Et évidemment, le joueur One a aussi, tu l'as vu, cette possibilité de se transformer en petite goutte d'eau.
Ça ne rappelle absolument rien, cette petite transformation en
You know,
boule.
something interesting that I've noticed about this game actually is it has English voiceovers. So
Des réactions élémentaires comme ici. Ça régale. Et donc, ouais, ce sort-là qu'on voit sur la gauche, utilisé avec LT, qui permet de faire une power bomb, entre guillemets.
Ouais, c'est ça. Là, on est un peu dans l'esprit de je me jette dans la piscine en faisant la bombe. Hein. On a fait simple.
Ah, et interaction, voilà, Olaf, par exemple.
Et Olaf, voilà, typiquement, là, c'est vapeur. Le perso se transforme en forme de vapeur, ce qui permet de glider et donc d'atteindre des zones auxquelles tu n'aurais pas accès. Mais aussi potentiellement, oui, désolé pour le
to give you a little bit of a description about Fading Echo,
de faire des power moves,
according to the Steam description, you rise as a young legend to confront the paradox before it consumes your world. Dive into the fast-paced action-adventure where you'll travel across realities, battle fierce enemies, transform into a living water ball, and unleash devastating combos.
Comment dire, réceptifs aux gros combos, on les stun beaucoup plus facilement. Très
This does look quite actiony, so I do like it.
L'affaiblissement, c'est la seule mécanique qui permet d'interrompre les ennemis quand on les tape, ce qui permet de partir sur des enchaînements de combos hyper brutaux et très fun en termes de game feel. Contrairement à l'eau qui, elle, va plus permettre de faire du crowd control, de la gestion de masse ou des dégâts de zone. Et le feu qui, lui, va plus être sur les dégâts, les dégâts overtime ou le contest.
Et là, donc, ouais, on voit beaucoup d'applications en combat, mais on a commencé à voir que, évidemment, ça a une implication sur le platforming, notamment avec la vapeur qui permet de flotter, ou ici, voilà, l'acide absorbé qui nous a permis de faire ce saut-là. Là, la vapeur qui va nous permettre de flotter sur le vide. Mais voilà, oui, ça a aussi une implication sur les puzzles, parce que notamment, je crois que c'est bientôt qu'on va le voir, on peut, voilà, c'est le cas. On peut trouver des petites orbes à absorber, à utiliser quand on veut pour switcher d'éléments. Et donc, pour les puzzles, ouais, c'est un régal, entre guillemets.
Ouais, ces petites orbes, c'est quelque chose qu'on a rajouté un peu plus tard dans le développement, qui est venu par notre lead LD qui a proposé cette idée, de se dire plutôt que d'avoir que des masses de fluide au sol, le classique, hein, quand même la chute d'eau, s'il n'y a rien derrière, c'est pas fun. Des flaques de fluide au sol, on s'est dit on va donner cette possibilité d'absorber ces petites orbes qu'on peut craquer pour consommer soi-même, et qu'on peut aussi exploiter en combat. Je sais pas si Jordi, si tu pourras nous montrer un petit comment on peut aussi les utiliser en combat tout à l'heure. Pour asperger des ennemis et déclencher des interactions fluides instantanées. Et forcément, ces orbes sont sans limite de distance ni de durée. Donc on peut littéralement prendre une orbe de feu, une orbe de lave ou une orbe de poison et la transporter à l'autre bout du jeu, l'autre bout du monde. Le monde est ouvert.
For those of you wondering in chat, I'm sorry I can't adjust the audio perfectly right now. Rest assured, once the main event starts, I'll be focusing on the audio. We don't have commentators for the intro here. We only have commentators for all of the runs. So I am on tech, but I also want to keep you aware of what we have going on this weekend so that you're not just listening to the French stream. So thank you for that heads up in chat. I'll tell you right now, this setup is not ideal to go back and forth talking and then monitoring the audio. But don't worry, I'll be focused on getting other commentators in for the rest of the event.
Mais on est assez content du résultat et en tout cas sur la démo on a des très bons retours pour l'instant. On est content de ce que ça apporte.
And as a heads up in chat, for the SpeeDons badges, you might see some people have the badge from last year. It's pretty cool. But I don't believe all of the SpeeDons events had badges on Twitch. So get the exclusive SpeeDons 6-1 for this event, because I believe it is the second year that they are doing an emote and badge. I believe the emote is limited time, and then the badge, I had my badge on for many months, and it's still available for the last SpeeDons event, so be sure to get that in.
créé par notre DA et
I see Dread has it in chat. Hotfix Regular also has the last year's SpeeDons badge. But if you want it, you know, you can go support speedrunning events and show your love across all of Twitch by watching for an hour at some point over the next 90 hours. So be sure to stick around for a little bit of it. Also, Dread, if I'm not mistaken, you've had this badge on, and this is your like go-to badge, if I recall correctly. I kind of like switching up my badges on Twitch every so often. If I find something cool, I'll use it for a little bit. And then now that this event's coming up, I swap back to the SpeeDons one.
Qui est représenté par un personnage qu'on appelle Velom, qui est joué par Laura Bailey dans le jeu, et qui va t'accompagner tout au long de l'aventure. On est à mi-chemin entre une IA et un dieu. Elle a le pouvoir de modifier le monde. Et elle s'est fait avoir, je développe un tout petit peu ce petit bout d'histoire, elle s'est fait avoir dans l'histoire de la création de cet univers, et elle a perdu une partie de ses pouvoirs, et maintenant elle accompagne notre jeune légende, One, en lui donnant des pouvoirs particuliers. Et on va découvrir toute l'histoire.
As we get prepared here, also going through this intro game, to talk a little bit about the schedule, a couple of the games that I'm excited about. I'm excited for Kingdom Hearts, Birth by Sleep. That's going to be fun. I have a lot of fun with the Kingdom Hearts series, so it'll be fun to see how that one ends up. That's going to be the third run of the marathon. Personal run that I'm also excited about is Crypt of the Necrodancer. That's going to be next tomorrow, and that's going to be run by one of my fellow Ori runners, Luster. And I have a big Ori bias, Ori and the Blind Forest bias, so I'm excited to see Luster run that.
Ce qu'on appelle, on appelle le Mid-Shadow, qui est une version un peu futuristique, corrompue du monde. Alors que tout à l'heure, dans la zone, on voyait aquatique sous-marine, on était une version beaucoup plus marine et submergée du monde.
Ouais, là c'est sympa, ouais, on voit, ça me permet de voir un peu les bios, mais les beaux décors, notamment ouais, c'est ce qui introduit le Bastion, et ce qui nous montre aussi que justement on peut aller prendre une pièce d'un puzzle quelque part pour l'amener dans un autre monde derrière et résoudre.
Yeah, I'm curious what everyone else is excited for. Control, Freedom Planet, Portal 2. Is this live? Yes, this is live. This is live in Lyon, France right now, and we are doing the English restream here on Games Done Quick. We are just doing the introduction right now, but we will be getting started with the first run shortly. Well, it looks like we're almost already at 1,000 euros raised for Médecins du Monde. Very generous people out there supporting a great charity.
C'est un fluide supplémentaire qui arrive plus tard dans le jeu, qui permet qui corrompt le joueur, qui permet de corrompre le joueur et les ennemis, et qui rajoute toute une couche supplémentaire avec un gameplay où tu peux te mettre en danger au profit d'un plus grand pouvoir. Forcément, c'est une mécanique classique qu'on aime bien dans les jeux vidéo, tu surfes avec la limite. Et c'est quelque chose qu'on découvre un petit peu plus loin.
Voilà, on est allé chercher la clé dans ce biome-là, ce qui nous permet... Alléluia.
Something I also see on the schedule, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, Nanomachine Sun. That's the only thing I know about that game, but that's the only thing I need to know about that game.
Sur le tracker, mesdames, messieurs, il y a plein d'incentives aujourd'hui, dès le jeudi, donc va falloir envoyer du très lourd. Vous arrivez au Bastion, il nous reste 10 minutes, donc on est tranquille. Est-ce qu'on monte peut-être le skill tree à 2 secondes et on part en run, hein? Ouais, on va montrer ça.
Tout à fait.
Est-ce que tu nous entends, Jordi?
Jordi nous entend pas.
For that peak speedrun that you're mentioning in chat, there's also a bid war for save versus kill at the end of the run for your character that you play. Do you eat yourself off the mountain, or do you reach the peak? So, you know, be sure to check out all the bid wars. Again, as you're donating, you can check out some of the different incentives and bid wars that you can bid towards throughout the course of this weekend. And save kill, obviously a very famous bid war in many different kinds of speedruns, notably Super Metroid, but obviously applicable in any game where there is saving or killing involved.
Mais oui, bah, du coup, tout ce qu'on attend un petit peu dans le genre de Metroidvania entre guillemets, mais ouais, des skills ou bien de combat, de déplacement, de combos élémentaires, toutes les mécaniques du jeu.
Exactement. Avec l'idée de pouvoir quand même créer ton propre build. On a pas mal travaillé sur le skill tree, justement, sur les perks, en ayant un peu l'idée d'avoir 3 classes principales que tu peux débloquer au travers du jeu, mais en laissant la possibilité aux joueurs complètement librement de customiser entièrement son skill tree. Et donc si tu veux faire un build original avec 3 skills de cette classe, 3 skills de cette classe, 3 skills de cette classe, c'est complètement possible. Tu as d'ailleurs des combos assez fun, assez craqués que tu peux découvrir en expérimentant. Toujours avec cette idée pour nous de laisser aux joueurs expérimenter, d'avoir un jeu systémique où le joueur peut s'éclater et découvrir le jeu.
Ah oui, très très stylé cette zone, mais je crois que si on veut montrer le speedrun, il va falloir y aller.
Ok, et ben on n'est pas là pour enfiler des perles. Jordi, tu nous entends?
Jordi Ah oui, il a fait le thumbs up. C'est bon, il est prêt.
Go.
Jordi is ready. Alors attends, il faut faire un timer. Là, c'est les vraies infos.
Alors vas-y, tu peux restart en speedrun, Jordi, et on va quitter, on va relancer, on va voir un petit peu avec la pression du public, est-ce qu'il va être capable de...
That character's name is Leroy Jenkins.
Et là, on commence à s'amuser.
Ah, on s'entend. Alors attends, tu nous fais le décompte?
3, 2, 1.
At least this character's got chicken.
Notre timer marche. Ah mais on a le contrôle même du timer. Je sais pas si c'est déjà en place, ça, le béboule timer devant nous. On verra.
Sorry, I drank the last of the water.
And it looks like we're actually going into the run portion right now. I guess that was a initial tutorial.
Sur la démo qui est déjà disponible sur Steam gratuitement depuis un moment déjà, donc n'hésitez pas. Mais donc, visiblement... Ah oui, donc c'est ce que je te demandais, mais en mode, oui, j'ai vu...
I wasn't sure if that 10-minute estimate was actually for the game itself or what, but let's see how this run goes. This is, I guess, technically the first run of SpeeDons 6 here. We have Fading Echo again with the devs based in the city that they are in right now, Lyon, in the southeast of France, I believe. I don't want to be like an ignorant American here, but...
sans perturber l'expérience principale. Et donc, je pense qu'on a été assez radical sur les bugs et les exploits.
It's like near the start of the Alps is what I would say that is in, you know, roughly GeoGuessr terms. I'm not very good at GeoGuessr, I'm only in gold, but yes, be sure to check out this game, Fading Echo. Support French indie developers, support any indie developers. Let me look at some of the indie games that we have on our schedule this weekend, see if there's anything cool. Oh, Mini Shoot Adventures? Oh, I'm excited about that game. That game's good. The Messenger, also a good game. Yeah, be sure to check out all the indie games that we got going on this weekend as well.
Le joueur principal, normalement, n'est pas embêté par ça, mais un joueur qui a un peu envie de s'éclater, qui a envie de faire de la perf et d'aller vite, et même en combat, ça peut être exploité aussi dans certains combats. Permet de speedrunner, de power runner le jeu, et c'est comme ça que nous on aime jouer. Et on est des joueurs en fait avant tout. On est des développeurs de jeux vidéo, mais on est aussi des humains. Et on s'est dit, on va aller essayer des petites features comme ça qui permettent de s'éclater. Il est bon là, Jordi, il est chaud là.
Il est lancé.
Donc ouais, en tout cas, voilà, c'était un grand débat de savoir est-ce qu'on laisse ces glitches, est-ce qu'on les laisse pas, et au final, on est content de les avoir laissés.
Du coup, ouais, ça va créer Je pense que la catégorie où tout sera permis sera très très drôle à regarder, ouais, du coup.
Ouais, là, je sais pas s'il va le faire, mais il a quelques exploits aussi avec des checkpoints, des reloads juste avant les checkpoints pour gratter quelques secondes. C'est du classique dans les speedruns, mais...
mais en fait, la vidéo que j'avais vue sur YouTube, ça devait être lui.
Oh, if I'm incorrect about Fading Echo.
Voilà, tu vois, là, il utilise le hack du checkpoint. Est-ce qu'il y arrive?
Maybe it is. It does look like quite a nice game, so I wouldn't put it past them to have a big team working on it. It does look quite fun, though. You get to go pretty zoomy with the character.
Ah ouais, on était entre deux biomes, on interagissait avec les deux, quoi. Enfin, c'est fait TP, mais en dehors du dôme, ouais, ok. Avec le reload de checkpoint, j'imagine.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Sympathique.
Donc l'avantage, c'est que ça permet de voir vite tous les environnements du jeu.
Ah oui. On est déjà rendu là où on était, plus ou moins.
Ouais, voilà, c'est ça. Tu vois, c'est là où c'est impressionnant, ça fait 3 minutes 30. Et ça faisait 20 minutes qu'on parlait, justement. On n'a pas trop parlé du casting, j'ai parlé rapidement de Laura Bailey.
Oui.
C'est une petite histoire rigolote qu'on a eue sur le développement du jeu. On a commencé à discuter il y a 4 ans de ça, quand on a commencé à écrire la Bible du jeu, l'univers du jeu, avec Emmanuel Aubert, qui est directeur du contenu chez Nutels. Lui avait développé tout un setting pour un jeu de rôle papier à la base. On est des gros geeks, on est aussi des joueurs de jeux de rôle papier.
Bien sûr.
Et ce setting, l'idée c'était de réutiliser cet univers dans le jeu de rôle, en adaptant en jeu vidéo. Et donc on a commencé à travailler avec des auteurs américains, notamment Jasmine Boulard, qui fait partie qui a travaillé avec les membres de Critical Role. Et il se trouve que de fil en aiguille, on s'est retrouvés à discuter avec eux, parler du jeu, leur montrer un peu le jeu, ils ont bien aimé le jeu.
Looks like we're about halfway through this intro run here.
La plupart d'entre eux, on a Matt Mercer qui fait le méchant de notre jeu. Ok, on n'a pas fait original, Matt Mercer qui fait encore un méchant.
Some of this dashing is really cool. It looks like a Jordy there might have died or just fell off, but it looked like you had a pretty quick respawn, so that's nice.
Bravo Jordy. Il m'a dit, je suis pas sûr que je vais le passer celui-là pendant le stream. Bravo.
Superbe.
Donc on a un beau casting, en tout cas on a la chance d'avoir eux qui nous supportent et on va continuer de bosser avec eux du coup sur les voix du jeu.
I'm a sucker for a good dash.
Ah oui, les petits béboules déjà sur l'overlay, je comprends ce qui se passe.
Sur les énigmes, on n'a pas trop parlé, je peux en parler peut-être rapido pendant que Jordi continue d'avancer. On va en voir une un peu plus tard. La boucle de jeu, c'est je me lance dans une source et je vais enchaîner combat, exploration et petite énigme en utilisant toujours ces fluides de différents types et en me transformant en forme d'eau pour accéder à certaines zones particulières. Et l'idée derrière les énigmes, c'était d'essayer de créer du...
We're just passing 2,000 euros raised for Médecins du Monde. Again, this is primarily hosted by Mr. MV. Thank you, Mr. MV, for the invitation to let us do the English Restream. For those of you that didn't know, Mr. MV was one of the people that started the French Restream for GDQ events. So, yeah, this is a kind of a full circle thing, us getting to help out starting last year and getting to continue onwards this year. Very gracious of him to allow us to do that. So thank you, Mr. MV, for doing that and also raising an incredible amount of money for charity. They are past, as of last year, I believe, like 8 million euros or so. So they maybe 10, I don't know, but definitely raise an incredible amount for charity and glad to help out where we can.
Qui permettent d'accéder à des zones particulières et qui viennent un peu renouveler l'expérience.
C'est ça, parce qu'on voit qu'on transporte des choses, mais typiquement, une des rares choses qui peut voler ce qu'on a en nous, c'est les grilles.
Exactement. Ou se faire transformer un fluide qui ne peut pas porter, comme la vapeur. En vapeur, on ne peut rien porter, tout tombe. Donc il y a des pièges des fois avec notamment la lave, certains niveaux. Là, on est dans le niveau du volcan, qui est assez lourd en lave. Et forcément, on va être beaucoup challengé avec la lave et l'eau, qui ont sans doute font pas bon ménage.
Et là, je n'ai pas pris de checkpoint pendant toute la durée du run, ce qui veut dire que je peux revenir au dernier que j'ai sélectionné, qui est celui au bastion. Donc je viens de me téléporter et de skipper une partie de la fin.
Ah, bien vu.
Fallait pas mourir. Bravo.
Ah, et c'est fini, time, alors I guess.
7-11.
7-11, magnifique. Et 17h45, oh, ça régale.
Bravo aujourd'hui.
On est déjà en retard, mais on s'est régalé. Bravo. Ah si, le buzzer il marche. Oui, il a marché, incroyable. Eh bien, merci beaucoup, bravo.
All right, yeah, everyone, thank you for checking out the intro run here, Fading Echo. We are going to be getting underway with the first run of Control soon. So this is the last you'll hear of me, but soon enough you will be hearing from the Control commentators, so be sure to check that out.
Voilà, le jeu est encore en cours de développement, n'hésitez pas, c'est le bon moment. On est ravis de recevoir les feedbacks et comme on dit chez nous, on aime bien les feedbacks brutaux et honestes.
Oui.
Si vous trouvez que ce qu'on a fait c'est naze, dites-le aussi.
D'accord, très bien.
Ça nous permet de faire un meilleur jeu.
Pour avancer, bien entendu. Eh bien, c'est formidable. Fading Echo, c'était très cool. On va passer à la suite, entre guillemets. On entre dans le dur. On se retrouve dans quelques instants avec Sandrine, le médecin du monde. Et ensuite, ça sera le début de SpeeDons avec le premier run. À tout de suite.
Merci.
Ouais. de SpeeDons 6. Vous n'avez pas rêvé, Béboul a fait un 6-7. Ça va être un gros thème de ce marathon, mais on y reviendra plus tard. Nous y sommes donc SpeeDons 6, 6e année, toujours pour Médecins du Monde. Bien entendu, je suis rejoint par Sandrine Simon, directrice adjointe de Médecins du Monde. Bienvenue.
Merci, bonjour tout le monde.
Voilà, bonjour, dites bonjour, soyez polis, bien entendu. Nous y sommes donc 6e année. Il s'est passé beaucoup de choses dans le monde depuis l'année dernière, ma chère Sandrine. Un contexte très compliqué, notamment pour les ONG et pour vous aussi, et surtout plein de crises, plein de choses folles qui sont passées dans ce monde. Est-ce que tu peux nous faire un petit peu, déjà un constat forcément terrible, mais aussi nous dire un petit peu, un exemple concret de ce que vous avez eu à faire toute cette année passée?
Oui, absolument. Comme tu disais, il y a plein de choses qui se sont passées. Et moi, j'avais envie de vous parler un peu de la République démocratique du Congo, la RDC. On n'en parle pas beaucoup. Moi, j'avais la chance d'y être en janvier dernier avec les équipes. Et juste au moment où j'y étais, le groupe armé M23 a décidé, manu militari, de prendre la ville de Goma. Et ainsi, la population n'avait plus accès à l'eau, plus accès à l'électricité, plus accès aux soins, brutalement. Et heureusement, l'équipe de Médecins du Monde s'est mobilisée immédiatement. Et en quelques jours, on a réussi à mettre en place des cliniques mobiles pour répondre aux premiers besoins de santé immédiats des populations. Aussi des soins d'urgence psychologiques auprès de la population qui avait subi évidemment des violences graves et qui était traumatisée par ce qui venait de se passer. Et puis progressivement, dans les semaines et les mois qui ont suivi, on a soutenu les structures de santé sur place pour les renforcer et pour pouvoir avoir un accès aux soins continu pour les populations. Essayer de pérenniser tant que faire se peut dans cette zone des soins pour les populations. On a établi une base à Goma et tout ça grâce aux dons. À vos dons, aux dons des donateurs de Médecins du Monde, puisqu'on n'avait pas d'argent public pour ça. Donc c'est ces dons qui ont permis une réactivité forte des équipes. Donc je suis très fière de la réponse des équipes et je pense que vous pouvez être fiers de vous parce que c'est grâce à vous qu'on a pu faire ça.
Et où? Et oui, bien sûr. Des millions de personnes à travers le monde, bien entendu, impliquées dans vos actions de toute façon. Une des actions l'a dit, donc tu parlais justement de problèmes de financement, notamment depuis janvier 2025 à l'initiative de cher Donald Trump, entre autres, bien entendu. Et on va dire que tous les financements publics, que pas seulement aux États-Unis, mais partout dans le monde, ont été attaqués. Du coup, quelle est votre situation par rapport à ça? Enfin, j'ai l'impression que c'est plus important que jamais, entre guillemets.
Tout à fait, mais je voudrais peut-être vous donner un exemple. Suite à la baisse brutale des financements décidée par notre ami Donald Trump, en début d'année passée, nous, on a dû réduire notre équipe de Madagascar d'un tiers. Donc, il y a un tiers des personnes dont on a dû se séparer, malheureusement. Et ça, c'est autant d'activités de soins qu'on n'a pas pu faire auprès de la population. Et pourtant, Madagascar, aujourd'hui même, on a une crainte d'une sécheresse importante avec toutes les conséquences en matière de nutrition.
Guys, gals and non-binary pals, welcome to SpeeDons 6, or should I say the English restream of SpeeDons 6. My name is Cass, and it's an absolute honor to be here for the first run of the marathon, and I am joined by the one, the only, arguably the greatest control runner to ever have existed, Ashley 93, by the way.
What's good? Yo, Cass, did you realize that this is the very first time that Control has ever opened a speedrun marathon? To my knowledge, I think this is the first time it's ever opened a marathon.
That is
let alone an in-person one.
An in-person one in one of the greatest speedrunning communities on the planet. I am a very, very big fan of our French speedrun community, so this is very, very, very exciting. So we will have the wonderful Hookie coming up, running Control any percent very, very soon. I myself do not run the any percent route. I am an inbounds runner, but thankfully we are going to have Ash here to give us the nuances of the any percent run. Well, I'll just be here and add a little color commentary. It is 2 a.m. down under where I am currently located, but the coffee is full and the hype is real. So I hope you're all very, very excited.
Yeah, I'm so incredibly excited and honored, honestly, to be a part of this. I've never actually caught a SpeeDons marathon before, but I've heard that they do nothing but good things. Do we want to talk about the charity that they're here supporting, MDM, Doctors of the World?
I was gonna say, do you want to try and pronounce it in French? Someone gave us a French pronunciation guide in the Discord, but I was like, no, that is way too French for my tongue.
Yeah, no, I cannot.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Doctors of the World is an international medical non-government organization that's been around for more than 40 years. MDM's made up of thousands of workers and volunteers helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. So any donations that you do make over the next couple of days will go towards things like helping women and children through the armed conflicts in the Horn of Africa, supporting Colombian and Central American migrants, supporting teams in Gaza, the West Bank and Lebanon, and advocating to protect France's state medical aid, allowing open access to healthcare. So it's a really, really phenomenal cause. And if you are willing and able, please do give generously. This is a really, really wonderful way to raise money for a really good cause. We're going to catch some fantastic speedruns in the meantime. I mean, the lineup for this whole event is absolutely stacked. Like today, obviously we've got Control, the best run of the whole show, if I do say so myself. And then look, later today we've got Alien Isolation, Mario Kart World, Halo 3, and then over the next few days we've got some really cool Crypt of the Necro Dancer, Luigi's Mansion. We got what?
Bangers for days. We got bangers for days, dude.
Bangers for days. Personally, I'm very much looking forward to the Astrobot, Demon Souls, and Rayman Legends block. They are three of my favorite games from the last 2 decades. So I'm really, really excited about that. And some really, really top quality runners as well. Like I'm looking across the runners list now. We've got Zoph doing Hollow Knight's Silk Song. We've got Cookies doing Sword of the Sea. A lot of really well-known names that you will have seen in many other marathons and probably didn't even know. I'm looking at some of these names and I didn't know they were French. So this is, it's going to be really good. It's going to be really, really good. And then closing out the event with Silent Hill F, which is going to be very, very fun. If you've never seen a Silent Hill F run, it's a very, very cool run. So it's going to be a really, really, really wonderful couple of days. I'm just looking at this marathon now. I actually thought Rayman Legends was later today, and I'm really glad that it's actually not. It's not until, well, in terms of French timeline, it's not until late on Friday. But that actually gives me like a whole extra day. If you all can't tell, I'm a little bit stuffy at the moment. I've been sick for the last few days, so I'm sort of throwing caution to the wind here, hoping that I'll be better by the end of the marathon.
We appreciate and value that you're here through sickness.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. I appreciate that. But no, it's going to be fun.
I do want to pivot back to donations. So for the first 5,000 donations over €5, PayPal will actually add €5 to the donation, making it a total of €10 for MDM. If you visit SpeeDons.fr and buy the event t-shirt, €10 of every sale supports the charity. So the event shirt will ship worldwide, so you can support the charity and represent SpeeDons by purchasing the shirt before the end of the event.
And it looks like the two hosts, we got Mr. MV and Sandrine Simon talking at the moment. Both of them seem to be wearing either they just happen to match their outfits really, really well, or they're both wearing the SpeeDons shirt. And I do want to point out that this. I want to point out that this shirt looks super sick. They actually have Jesse from Control, like the opening run, featured in the artwork, which is that's actually super cool. Like I don't think Control's ever been featured in a marathon like this. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal for us, and it's awesome to have Huki representing it as well. Huki, not just a phenomenal Control runner, but a phenomenal runner of a lot of different Remedy games. So I
actually do want to take a second to gas up Huki, because over the last year I've watched them just absolutely push themselves to improve as much as they can, both leading up to submissions for this event and leading up to while preparing for the events itself. They set out a goal. They decided, I want to show this game off at SpeeDons, and by God they did everything they could to make that happen. That's just absolutely awesome. You love to see it.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, no, I'm looking at their leaderboard results. at the moment, and she's fourth in this category, only behind yourself, Clay, and Ali, three of the greatest to have ever done it. In any percent no shield, she's second, only behind, I believe that's behind Clay for the Legacy. Oh no, that's behind you in Legacy.
Yeah,
Sorry. And then Inbound's, Inbound's current patch, sorry, because no one runs Inbound's Legacy anymore. She's top. She's third as well, only behind TN and Clay. Again, two phenomenal runners. So
knocked it is out the top 3 on Inbounds.
knocked me out of the top 5. Gone are the days of me having that world record. We're gonna have to.
We gotta get back in the saddle, bro.
We gotta get back into the saddle, mate. But no, she also runs Max Payne 2, and Alan Wake 2 as well. So a lot of the Remedy connected universe are games that Huki has in her repertoire. And again, she's top of the list on Alan Wake 2, and then really good results in both Max Payne games as well. So she's a Remedy fan, and obviously a very talented one at that. So super excited to see what she can do today. And it's a fun run. If you've never seen an any percent control run, and you are a control fan, this is going to look.
It's going to make you laugh. It'll make you cry. It'll change your life. All right.
Yes, there are a lot of insanely cool skips, some insanely difficult tech. You're gonna get to see pretty much all.
What I truly love about the control speedrun, and this continues to be like, this was my first speedrun. This is still my favorite speedrun. Is that it's the perfect blend between breaking the game in ways that the developers intended, while also subverting developer intent and using glitches to get to the end as fast as possible. It's a perfect blend between the two. So you're going to see optimized combat, several glitches that all work in tandem together to optimize different movement sections and stuff. There is actual movement tech. I'm not sure how much we'll see from that today, but hopefully we'll see a good bit. But yeah, it's very exciting to watch. And are we getting ready to start here?
I reckon we might be. We're having some. Oh, look at that jacket. Wait, there's one missing. Who's Leafeon? Leafeon and Sylveon are missing from that jacket.
I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I'm not a Pokemon.
I was just about to ask who your favorite evolution is. So just say Umbreon and you'll be safe. To be perfectly
okay. Yeah. Whatever that is.
Umbreon's the prettiest one. So Umbreon's the most metal. So you'll definitely be all right with assuming that. All right. Look, I think we're about to get started. If not about to get started, we are just mere minutes away. I am sure. I'm actually going to go ahead and bring up the chat as well, just in case anybody does have any questions. There is a lot to go over with this run, so we are going to do our absolute best to explain everything. But by all means, feel free to drop questions in chat if you do not understand something or would like us to elaborate on something, because I will be keeping an eye on it as well.
This run is going to fly by at breakneck speeds, confusingly for the kind of game it seems to be on the surface. I do want to actually bring some attention to there's the shirt that they're showing off. You can see Jesse in the middle on the right. Do you recognize any other characters on there?
Oh, I looked away too quick. They put it away too quickly.
Well, I do want to point out that we've only been live for about an hour and they've already raised 5,500 euros for MDM, which is just absolutely insane to me. Only an hour and we're already 5.5K.
Absolutely. The amount of money that gets raised at this event is absolutely phenomenal. Given that it's only a 3 or 4 day event, the generosity is breathtaking. And I think it's one of those situations where in a world where there's a lot of terrible stuff going on at the moment, it's one of those really beautiful community events to see everyone come together and raise money. funny for
It is
such
wonderful that
beautiful cause.
it is wonderful that despite the state of the world, we can still come together over something that we all love and enjoy together. That is truly a beautiful thing to me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just seeing people speak up about which of their favorite evolutions they have.
Did she just do the 6-7?
I hope so. I am a big. All right, I'm a just throw it out there. I am a big fan of the 6-7. I think it is very funny, and it doesn't matter that I don't understand it because I'm a 34-year-old man at this point. I don't need to understand every single joke, but it's
the brain rot of the year, man, and I'm here for it. All right,
I'm so here for it. And I got so many friends who are teachers, and watching their faces just like absolutely like it's like a trauma response for them now. Whenever anyone says 6-7 out of context, just watching their faces just like fall, it is easily one of the funniest things. All right, don't encourage 6-7. Don't be that guy. I will encourage 6-7.
Okay, I see that in the English chat, but in the French chat, they're all for the 6-7. So
hell yeah. All right, I'm gonna look up this shirt design now, so I can see if I can recognize any other characters on there. So I'm gonna watch me end up getting this wrong, and then I'm just gonna get bullied in the chat for misrecognizing a character.
I'm pretty sure they have one of the girls from Claire Obscure on that shirt as well behind Jesse.
Have you not played Claire Obscure?
I have not played Claire Obscure.
Oh, mate, it is such a phenomenal. I mean, it's okay, good. As long as it's on the 2 playlists, you need to take a break from Pragmata, mate.
Yeah, man, there's too many good games to play. Like, I'll get around to Claire when I get around to it. You know?
Yeah, all right, that's fair. That's fair. But I feel like on a French marathon, you're not allowed to say you haven't played Claire Obscure. Like, I feel like it's. I don't know if countries have a national game like we do. Being Australian, obviously, we rep Hollow Knight like you wouldn't believe. But I feel like it would have to be the who doesn't play Claire Obscure? It's literally there's so much video game in that game. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Where do I find this?
I'm also just like I am a speedrunner, but casually I'm a very slow gamer, so it'll take me a good while to even like finish a playthrough probably.
Look, but that's good. It's all about, to quote my favorite author, journey before destination, my friend. Journey before destination.
It took me a year to finish Rebirth, but I did 100% that. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, like 100%ing it is a totally different thing. That's one thing that I don't think I'll ever be able to like be as a full completionist runner. Like trophies and achievements and gamer score and all that kind of stuff. It's just not something I've ever really been like super into.
I just like make a point to see like as much of the content as I can be bothered with, and I really like Final Fantasy Rebirth.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm trying to find where I can buy this shirt on the website. Oh, maybe it's through the donate link. Maybe there's a shirt shop.
You can get it at SpeeDons.fr.
That's where I am. That's where I am right now. But I'm trying to translate French. I'm trying to figure out where the shop is.
That's actually so fair.
All right. All right. It's like we're switching back over. Oh, I just realized.
Oh, they're in FBC.
They're in cosplay. Oh,
let's go, dude. You love to see it.
I'm actually so glad that we don't have our cameras on right now because, like, I am not well. So, like, I'm sitting here all rugged up in like blankets and stuff right now, just to try and keep myself from being being too cold. But there we have Huki. It looks like she is ready, and their fingers are on the buzzer. So I'm assuming that means we're about to have a countdown.
Yep.
And we are
I do want to point out water cooler skip because we always gloss over this. All right?
Yes.
So,
yes. So I'm going to not say anything.
Right here, 10-second time save. We're going to jump up this water cooler. Oh, mess it up. We're going to run it back. Second try.
There it is.
That saves 10 seconds. We never get to talk about it because it's right at the very beginning of the run. But yeah, this is Control. This is an action third-person shooter developed by Remedy Entertainment. If you don't know what they've also done, they've made games such as Max Payne, Alan Wake, Quantum Break, and adding on to the rhyming ensemble, they've most recently released FBC Firebreak. So
yeah, the fact that Control didn't rhyme with the rest of the games, they had to then make a Control game that rhymed with all of the rest.
So that's how that goes, right? You want to talk about who we are and what we're doing here?
Yes, absolutely. So we are Jesse Faden. We have infiltrated a clandestine government organization called the Federal Bureau of Control, which is set to contain, secure, and protect objects of power and altered items. The game starts off with a bit of a bang, as we are here for apparently we're here for a job interview for a janitor's assistant. And then we find that the director of the FBC has met a very unfortunate end. And just like in real life, when someone dies, you pick up the murder weapon and you get their job. So this has now been the fastest career climb of all time, as picking up the service weapon.
This is where I am now. But yeah,
and picking up the
director. Yeah, picking up the director's place means that we now have telekinetic abilities such as that melee attack. And now we've picked up the weapon, and this is going to be our primary weapon throughout the game. This is the service weapon. It has a limited ammo pool and is not the most accurate gun ever, but we have basically 15 shots. It is an infinite ammo, just a limited pool that regenerates over time. So you're going to see that early on here, we're kind of just optimizing the use of that ammo pool. Right here, this is a spawn manipulation. So basically, we aim back there just to manipulate those guys so they spawn right there, so they wind up just like so. Very, very nicely done.
Oh, she got one! She got one.
Very nice. Yeah, and so now we're out here and we have been introduced to the bad guys of the game. So basically, it's sort of like a Half-Life kind of situation where all of the workers in this place have been kind of like subdued by this alien entity, like mind control, like sound thing, basically, and they're called the Hiss. So basically, we're fighting against like the FBC security guards that have been taken over by the Hiss. You're gonna notice that she's sort of backtracking a little bit here. I assume that is for materials. She's gonna be looking for like mod drops here and there if she can get them. Very lucky if you do. They don't save a huge time, but they can actually like kind of be a game changer. We'll talk about those when we get to them, but right here there's a mini boss, very expertly done. Just gonna melt it just like that. This game does have one difficulty mode, and it is pretty stinking hard to be honest with you. So being able to like stun lock enemies with the melee attack and stuff is kind of just like getting us through. There's also another mechanic as well that we kind of crotch on, which is one-shot protection. So as long as your screen isn't like bloody red and you have more than I think 30 HP, you're more or less invincible to like enemy fire and stuff like that. But once the screen is bloody, there is potential to die, and deaths can be like quite time costly in this run. But circling back to the story, we're letting Emily Pope out of the closet here. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, Emily Pope is the best character in the game, and if you don't like Emily Pope, you're just objectively wrong. But basically, you'll see that all of the other people who aren't mind-controlled auditory zombies are wearing these little things on their chests called HRTs. HRAs, sorry, Hedron Resonance Amplifier. But Jesse, for whatever reason, is not wearing one. And that gets unveiled throughout the story as we go. Here we've got another combat arena. So basically the game is broken up into sort of, a bit of exploration to get around the different areas, and then you get locked into these sort of combat arenas that you can't progress until you defeat all of the enemies. We do have different ways to try and manipulate where the enemies are going to spawn. They will take cover and they will spawn in different parts throughout the map. So Huki has very, very expertly manipulated the spawn. It didn't look like much, but based off of where she was standing and where she was aiming, changes where those enemies spawn. And the closer they spawn,
too. If you're
very,
they'll spawn way behind or off to the right and lose a ton of time. So that was very very well done.
And as Ash mentioned earlier, the service weapon, despite being a magical gun from the realms that are beyond human comprehension, it's not very accurate. So we do have a massive amount of sort of bloom in the gun. So it's one of those ones where we want to be close to them so that we can get them up here. I don't know if you guys, we can't hear the game audio right now, but hopefully you guys can. We're about to have the best sound in the game. Bonk.
Bonk.
And here we interact with our second object of power. So the game, the service weapon itself is also an object of power. But we're about to get... Oh, she nails it. That's called ladder skip. That is probably one of the hardest skips in the entire run. Right, we're not doing inbounds. There's a lot harder skips in any percent. I gotta stop get my brain out of inbounds mode.
All right, well,
when I run the game,
we touched the floppy disk, and the floppy disk now gives us the ability to throw things with our mind because that's just how the logic of this world works. But
yeah,
this
exactly.
is going to basically be our bread and butter throughout combat for the rest of the game. We're going to line up these guys just like so. Going to finish these guys off with the service weapon, and then hopefully mop up the last two with 1 to 2. Very well.
Very nice. Very nice.
Then we're coming out of here. So now we're going to run past these enemies up ahead. We're going to throw this explosive to kind of knock them out of the way. And then we're basically going to set up for our very first prop clip at the end of the hallway here. So we're going to take this first box, get it into position so we can get closer to the ceiling, take the second box, position it just like so, and then jump up and hopefully clip through it. Alright, we messed up our first box, we're going to fix that just like so, jump up, very well done.
There we go.
Try. So how that works is whenever you pick up an object in this game, it turns off collision on the object, and whenever you drop it with the use key, it re-enables collision. And whenever you're stuck in something in this game, the devs literally called this penetration resolution. So
I'm so glad you said those words.
What the game does is it tries to push Jessie out of the thing, and usually it does that straight up. So it pushes her out of the thing, straight up into the ceiling. Okay, she's still stuck in the ceiling, and it just elevators you all the way up. So that's going to be used throughout the run. Also, I want to point out that Huki has modded the game, so Jessie is actually wearing the SpeeDons t-shirt, which is freaking awesome.
I did wonder what her plan was because her and I were back and forth trying to figure out how to mod the clothing again. This is something we used to do all the time. It is allowed in runs to mod Jessie's outfit, and we're trying to remember how to do custom textures for like a good couple of days. And I'm so glad that we got it sorted out. So that's it looks really, really good.
Yeah, it looks awesome. So right here, this is our second object of power, but it's actually the only one that doesn't give us an in-game ability. It literally just unlocks a new section in the game menu, which is like collectibles, and it's just playing like video files. So basically, what this hotline thingy does is it lets us talk to people from the dead, basically. And so after we've used this, we have a new section in our in-game collectibles menu that lets us hear basically character exposition and stuff like that, but it has absolutely no gameplay, anything, nothing changes in the gameplay now that we've used that, interestingly enough. I see the loading screen's also changed.
I was going to say, she's modded the loading screen as well. I actually didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, we were talking about that because I figured out how to do that for my SGDQ run, but I couldn't think of much creative stuff to do with it. But anyway,
and what we sort of just glossed over there was our first quit out. So this game does have a bonfire-based system. In fact, I'm going to pause this because we're about to see. Is she going to do slidey?
I'm not sure.
Let's find out.
At the very least, we'll do. Okay, it looks like so no
slidey.
That's okay.
Okay.
We don't do slidey in PB attempts anyway. It is strictly just a. It's strictly just a marathon.
It's a fun thing to show off.
It's a fun thing to show off.
Yeah,
but it is very random, and so I
was gonna say I don't blame her for not going for it at all because it is such an insanely random trick to get. But basically, what we saw Huki do is the game does run on a sort of a bonfire system. So if you've ever played Dark Souls, I do see my goat Carl Gurm in chat right now. So if you've played Dark Souls or any of those games, it runs like a checkpoint system. Here we're gonna have another penetration resolution to get up through the roof. if she's going to get it.
Up and over. Beautiful.
Perfect. So now we're out of bounds. The bonfire system works that you can fast travel between these different points in the world. When you quit out, it will return you to the last control point you've been to. So basically, to avoid backtracking, we will just quit the menu and then reload the game. It'll put us back where the last checkpoint we did, and it just saves us a whole bunch of backtracking and travel time. It gets to the point now where in PB attempts we do it to save ridiculously minute amounts of time, being like 2 seconds. But there are some, like that one that we just saw Huki do there, that saves like a good minute on the running back.
Yeah, for sure. So the out of bounds that you just saw is bringing us over to the merry-go-round horse. This is actually like technically like a side quest, but this unlocks our primary like movement ability, which is our dash. And we absolutely need the dash to do the skips that you're going to see throughout the rest of the run. But once we get into this, we're going to do a quick little like pseudo out of bounds called astral blank. So we're going to come over here, get stuck in the side of these crushers, and this is going to push us all the way up. And we're going to go out and around.
First try. Let's go, Huki.
Gonna narrowly avoid the skill check trigger there, because there's a trigger that's only there the first time you try it, that if you touch it, you just get worked back to the start.
Oh,
we're gonna
nice little super wave dash there.
Avoid that, and that is a wave dash. So this game does actually have some bunny hopping tech, which is basically you use the dash and melee attacks like together, and basically Jessie gets stuck in the ground, and then you do a second dash after that, which sort of like skims her across the ground, and you just have like no friction, so you get a ton of speed that you can preserve. There's another one just like so. We're gonna despawn the red wall, and then we're gonna blow up this forklift. Okay, we're actually gonna see this out of bounds. You don't usually get to see this in marathons because we always.
Hell yeah!
But we're gonna clip out here, climb up on top of this roof, and then we're gonna go and hit this trigger on the vent, and hopefully not fall in bounds. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see here. All right, hit the trigger there. That actually sets up the rest of this map. This map has like a branching pathways with multiple sub-objectives. That one just makes it so those sub-objectives are set up. But more importantly, if we just go to the last room in here and clear out these guys, it actually sets it up so we can just finish the level right away, which is pretty handy for reasons. So we're gonna like kill these guys. Cleanse this control point. These cleanse cutscenes are like the only unskippable moments in the run, funny enough, which I don't mind too much because they're only a few seconds long, but yeah.
And they give you a nice chance to stretch your hands after, what is otherwise a very non-downtime sort of run. And it's really worthwhile pointing out that getting out of bounds in this game is not difficult. Staying out of bounds and navigating while out of bounds is so hard because the lighting engine is so incredible in this game. Like once you are out of bounds, the way the lighting is set up, it's just dark. It's just so dark to see while you're out there. And as someone who does not go out of bounds in their runs, watching like a master like Huki or like Ash do it is so impressive. And I say that going out of bounds is really easy right at the time where it's probably one of the hardest out of bounds moments to do.
This one is a little tricky. So we after we lifted the lockdown, we went back and we grabbed Energy 2, and now we're coming out of bounds here. We're going to get another side quest. This is actually to get the shield ability, which is actually our more powerful movement tool, which doesn't really make sense, but we'll get to that. Like, how does a shield make you move fast, right? But regardless...
Yes, dash is an intended movement tool. Shield is a very unintended movement tool.
Yeah. So we're cleansing the safe here, which puts us into the like tutorial realm for the shield, but we don't actually use the shield here optimally in the tutorial realm for the shield. So we're gonna like dash along, dash past this gunfire. Like it really wants us to use the shield to get through here safely, but you can just like run past the gunfire. You can get a little unlucky here because these guys can actually like headshot you, and if that happens, your run can end here. But we're gonna luck out here, not have to worry about any of that, and we're just gonna go right to the end. Whenever we finish this one, we actually don't even have to wait for the objective to clear because it just like buffers through the quit out loading screen. So as soon as we teleport back, we're gonna quit the menu just like so. So now we have dash, shield, and we finish the directorial override mission, more or less. So we're going to go turn the quest into Emily, and then we're going to be off to Old Boys Club, which is where this run really starts to open up, and it gets a little unhinged for speedrunning standards, to be honest with you.
And if you have played this game casually and you think, I couldn't get Shield that early, you are correct. We did just get Shield 2 chapters early?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think we're supposed to...
You can technically get it like right when you lift the lockdown, but you're not intended to go that way until much.
Oh, that's right. The game doesn't take you that method until after Old Boys Club.
Yeah.
Until Threshold. Yeah, right.
Yes. Okay, so here we are.
Another wave
in
dash.
Old Boys Club. We're going to go past this first combat section here and just go up and over it. And we're going to clip out of bounds in this corner. And then we're going to drop down with shield. Or we're going to drop down to the hallway below, turn on shield, and then we're just going to start going places. Okay, unfortunate. So what's happening here is okay, we're falling back to doing the old out of bounds. Okay, this is fine. What happens is the shield actually gives you the ability to fly, because what happens when you move to certain, like when you go through like a loading zone with the shield, is it's just like a prop. It doesn't have collision, but whenever you go through a loading zone, it loads the shield out, loads the shield back in, and suddenly the shield has collision with Jessie, and so once again, the game is constantly trying to move Jessie out of whatever she's stuck in, which is typically right on top. Unfortunately, we did just mess up the out of bounds back up there, so maybe Huki's going to try it again. We'll see in a second here. But whenever this tech is done correctly, it looks absolutely like insane. Like you just move at complete breakneck speeds.
Yeah, there is no way that we can describe how difficult it is to do what we call Shieldy McSorry. So with a bit of luck, we're going to see it here again, if we can nail it the first time. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're doing we hit all the triggers, so all we have to do is just back up.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it, and it's gonna be spectacular. But yeah, when you guys see, again, it's one of those situations where when you're out of bounds, it can be difficult to sort of see and appreciate how good it is. But it is one of the most complicated skips, and it is nothing more mechanically. It is nothing super different from the penetration resolution that we see doing other out of bounds skips. It's just constantly happening, and you are trying to navigate around the world while it's happening, and it's so easy to get pushed through the wrong wall.
It's not easy tech for sure. Like I said, like the game is trying to push you up just straight up normally, but we actually manipulate that by moving the shield by pressing different movement keys and aiming in a certain spot. So you have to aim at like very particular vertical angle, and you press like back left or straight right or something like that, like keys that just don't really make sense for you moving forward. But Huki, after like the second try, played it safe, just did the regular out of bounds and closed it out. That's okay. We're going right into what's maybe one of the hardest combat sections of this run, because this is where like we get introduced to flying enemies, hit orbs, which just heal everything in the area. So we want to take out those hit orbs first, and then just dispatch the enemies as quickly as possible. We're going to be mixing up our gun usage along with launch. As you can see, like we have a limited resource pool between the ammo and the energy. Energy is the white bar in the top middle of the screen. So when one's refilling, we want to be using the other, etc., etc. We also want to be trying to get the most out of our launches. So as we grab an object that's getting pulled towards Jessie, we can actually aim it so it hits an enemy on the way to Jessie, and then we can throw it again and get 2 hits out of one single launch usage.
That was a phenomenal arena.
It was a really good fight, yeah, for sure.
Also, just to point out, in the time of this run alone, we've already raised another 7,000 euros.
So we've nearly tripled from when I was gassing it up earlier.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
All right, so right here, we're actually doing a little bit of like back/side tracking. Like we're going back to where like we were intended to go through before, but we did all that out of bounds, and we're grabbing this control point, and this is the secondary, usage of shield. So we activate shield as we interact with the control point here, and we're going to try and fly straight forward and slightly up. We're gonna hopefully weave straight through this elevator. Very well done. This skips us past a fight and a pretty long elevator ride. We're gonna grab this control point because we're gonna have to come back here later, and then we're gonna talk to Marshall, and then that's gonna open us up into the actually the hardest fight in this chapter, I think.
Easily.
Yeah, so we have a Hiss Orb. Unfortunately, we messed up. It looks like she messed up a manip, so the Hiss Orb is God knows where, which means she has to basically one hit every enemy. Oh, very nice. Got the manual like no lock on hits there.
Yeah, nice, very nice. So yeah, those Hiss Orbs are very much there. What does Nico call them? They're shamans. They're shamans. So they will heal every enemy pretty rapidly. So like almost as quickly as you're doing shot damage to them. I mean, launch is a ridiculously overpowered ability.
Especially when launch, out, like
especially when it's maxed out. Like we've put so many points into launch specifically to try and kill Hiss Orbs in 2 launches right now. We're about to get another
fight, despite
that was Despite the rough start, that was insanely fast. So here we've got another little mini boss where we're going to see the resource management that Ash was just talking about in full effect, where it's going to be sort of one launch, empty sort of 75 to 80% of our ammo, and then let it recharge while we launch again, and just keep alternating between launches to clear those shields. We're also
positioning ourselves so we're looking at the front stage basically, because it's going to spawn like random ads during that last fight, and the spawns are basically decided on where the camera is and where you're looking pretty much. So that's the reason for going all the way back down and around the enemy there. Huki just did a quick check for mod drops. Doesn't look like we got anything good, unfortunately, but it's okay because you're pretty strong, just like with the base kit as it stands. It's really not like it's not like your run is dead if you don't get if you have like dry drops, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And we do have a mod that we can run for marathons that gives us pretty... we probably should talk about what mods actually are. We'll talk about that after we talk about the punch card puzzle. So casually, this is where a lot of runners don't...
This is the attention span check, right?
Very much so. One of my favorite stories to tell is that this puzzle took me longer on my casual playthrough than it now takes me to beat the entire game. Basically, you've got these punch cards with different symbols on them, and then there's all these little terminals around that have little hints next to them about which punch card belongs in which terminal. And it's just... I don't know if my brain just isn't cut out for puzzles, or if it's actually not communicated all that well. Someone who like actually enjoys puzzles a lot more could probably, make sense of this really, really easily.
You just gotta, it's not communicated well, but you gotta like merge a bunch of clues together, and it's just like a basic logic puzzle, but it's not communicated very well in my opinion.
And so thankfully we have a routing so that you don't need to think about it. I think it's objectively 2 seconds slower than the optimal way to do that route, but it doesn't require any brain work. So I don't know of a single runner who doesn't do it the slower way, because it's just, you can just do it with your eyes closed when you don't have to.
I think Ali does it the fast way now. I think
of course Ali does it the fast way.
I think I'm the only like top 3 runner that does well, and Hooky now, but yeah.
But yeah, true. Yeah, you're not a top 3 anymore, mate. You're not a top 3 anymore. Well, not for inbound, anyway. All right, here we're going to have another Shieldy. So, remind me how Shieldy works. You have to teleport to the same map, but
in the same map.
But with a loading zone.
Yes, and it has to be far enough away that the shield actually loads out.
Okay.
Oh,
cool.
very nice. That was a cool clutch.
That was a great save. Great save. So yeah, so anytime we there are very specific times where we can do Shieldy McSorry, which is we need to basically fast warp or hit a loading zone within the same map. So the game is loaded up into several different maps, or split up into several different maps. Some areas we can just teleport to instantly because they are so close that the area is still loaded in. So we need to teleport far enough away that it actually hits a loading zone, but still be within the same map. That is how we can have Shieldy on both the pre and post teleport.
The other criteria, and you'll see this later, is if you have shield up when you go from out of bounds to inbounds, basically. It'll give you the shield movement then.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, that's what was happening in Old Voice Club when we get shield, and you'll see that again in the next split. But circling back to what we're doing now, we actually just skipped from the first quest beat, and this is now the last area of this mission. Now what we're gonna go back we're gonna go back and do trigger cleanup, as in we're going back and we're hitting all the necessary triggers we need to actually finish the map here. So we're gonna fast travel back to the control room with shield. The control room control point is the one that we got at the end of Directorial Override just a couple levels ago. We're gonna fly over here. We're gonna drop on the safe room out of bounds here, and then we're gonna take a little leap of faith and drop right in here. Very well done. And then that is the first progression trigger we need to hit. We're then going to go fight this Banshee monster. So we want to talk about what HRAs and BlackRock and all that stuff is.
Yeah, so basically, BlackRock is a material within the world that suppresses the effects of objects of power, of altered items. So the game does revolve around these altered items, which are common everyday household items, most cases, so things like a floppy disk, things like a safe or a refrigerator, that due to the human collective consciousness has gained certain powers. So the floppy disk is a great example, where the floppy disk contained Soviet nuclear launch codes. So when we picked it up, we gained the ability launch, which lets us throw things with our mind. Some of these items, as I'm sure you can imagine, are incredibly dangerous. The carousel horse, that my friends like to call chill horse for whatever reason, is one example where it will just move around very, very rapidly. It gives us the dash ability. But in the lore of the world, it moved around so rapidly that it actually ended up cutting people in half. So BlackRock is a way to suppress that item's abilities and make it safe. So here we are in a what is commonly referred to as a place of power, so which is kind of sort of similar to an object of power, except it is a physical location in space. So if Huki is kind to us, she'll show us the skybox here. So this is one of the impossible spaces that exists within the oldest house that's actually outdoors. How? We don't really know. This game often poses more questions than it answers. But here's a really, really challenging battery puzzle. So we're gonna see if Huki can pull it off here.
Put the square things in the square holes. It's very.
But it seems really, really simple. But to do that fast, you don't get the lock on for launch.
You get grief for the mechanics.
And many runs have been lost to one of those batteries just going absolutely left of field when it comes to where it's actually supposed to go. But no, Huki made that look phenomenally easy.
But circling back to the story, we need BlackRock for more HRAs. We just got more HRAs for Marshall, or more BlackRock for the HRAs for Marshall. Now Marshall's telling us where our brother is, which is why we're here in the first place.
We haven't even spoken about why we've
this run goes too fast, dude. Okay, you get what you can.
And look, and it's one of those games that it is as much as playing it is so fun. Like I cannot tell you how good this game feels from a combat perspective. Like, it's wild to me that the greatest implementation of force pushing and force throwing is not in a Star Wars game. It's in a random sci-fi shooter from a Finnish studio named Remedy. It's so wild to me. But we are here because 13 years ago? 17 years ago. 17 years ago, we, Jesse Faden, and our brother Dylan Faden, experienced an altered world event, which is an event that happens throughout the world that causes the creation of these the creation of these altered world events and objects of power. We encountered a pretty bad one in our hometown of Ordinary, and our brother.
Real quick. Okay, we're doing a skip here. Flipping on the copier. We're going to avoid what's called a neum, which sort of warps us to 000. We're going to actually do one here. That is a neum. Warps us to 000. We're now going to come here, turn on shield. Never mind. We're dropping straight into the end of the motel, and that skips us right past like a whole puzzle section and minor. You could call it a combat section, but really we just dash past the enemies that can all one-shot us. But anyways, we're coming back here to open this door here because that's a necessary progression trigger, and then we're going straight to lots of people's favorite NPC, Langston. Langston's basically the caretaker of all the altered items / objects of power. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. It's
no, so fine. It was important that we talk about that because that's a big skip right there as well. And we found ourselves in the Panopticon now, which is sort of the prison area, I suppose, the containment area for all these objects of power. One of my favorite things casually in this game was going around and looking at all the objects of power. There's lots of references to things like Half-Life, like Gordon Freeman's crowbar is in here.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Some of the funnest items.
Yeah, circling back, we're not done with skips here because we set up another shield once we get the second control point, and we gonna hit that last progression trigger, and then we're gonna go straight here. We're gonna touch the start this cutscene with the TV, which is another necessary progression trigger. Once that starts, we're going to quit out once again, and then shield back to logistics. I actually want to take a second to shout out that this was labbed out and discovered by French runners who... the French are actually responsible for us even using shield in this run.
So it's them that I have to have problems with.
Yeah, there you go. Huge shout outs to Mr. Let and Merwin, who's their legacy continues to live on in this run. I love those guys. But so we went up through the floor in this room, and for whatever reason that completely wigs out this boss's AI, so he's just sitting up there like a vegetable, and we just literally just take out all of the remaining enemies in the room. Is that on my end?
No, I think that's on their ends. Yeah, no, it's all
okay. Anyways, yeah. So he's just chilling up there. We're gonna take out all the ads in the area and just unload our gun into Salvador and just finish them off with launches.
Historically, a very difficult fight as well. It's a very difficult fight to do. Very difficult fight to do fast. And yeah, by turning off his AI, it just becomes so easy. Also, I think that's the first good mod that Hookie's been able to pick up. But anyway, now we touch the TV.
Dodge efficiency, but yes, touching the TV now means we have the ability to fly.
To levitate.
Reasons, yeah.
Because why not? Yeah, it's and now we're gonna hover around. We hit the astral plane again, which is another area we haven't really touched on, but it does sort of serve as our tutorial area where when we bind an object, Jesse is what's known as a para-utilitarian, so someone who has the ability to bind objects of power and have their powers bestowed upon us, which is why the floppy disk can launch objects with its mind, but when a para-utilitarian binds the object, they actually gain their powers. Jesse is, of course, a para-utilitarian because they wouldn't make a game about a normal person. So by touching the TV, we gain the ability to levitate. And it is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Huki, because now where we would normally just jump up into an object to have that penetration resolution push us up, if Huki either jumps and holds the spacebar for too long, or if she double taps the spacebar, she's going to enter a levitation state instead of an in collision state, and it's going to make going out of bounds a little bit harder. But because the glitch witches and glitch wizards of the world are very, very good, they have found ways to get around it, which we're about to see here.
Yeah, having levitate actually does change a couple like fundamental techs. It does actually make shield movement a lot easier, because before now, when we were doing shield movement, we had a chance to just get stuck in a free fall, and that just simply doesn't happen now that we have levitate. So there's not much risk of dying from fall damage while we're shielding around, which is going to be coming in handy here in a second. So this is actually, like, casually, I'd say this is the longest level, but you can just out of bounds straight to the end of it if you hit all the necessary progression trigger once again. I'm going to be quiet because this is a huge skip, and we're going to, like, give Huki our best here. Like,
that's okay. I don't think she can hear us. I don't think we can distract her. If you can hear us,
that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. We're going to back it up by doing the conventional strategy. So we have a couple of progression triggers we need to hit.
Oh, that's right. We're going to say it again. We're going to say it again.
Yeah, we're going to see it again. We get to, I think we maybe get to run it back. We'll see how she's feeling. Okay, we're going to run it back. So there's 3 progression triggers that we need to hit. One is by that elevator ledge. That elevator ledge, you can, like, sort of like step onto and then fly off of it, which Huki, messed up, unfortunately, because it is a very tricky movement section to do. So it's understandable to slip off, but it's okay. If we can just shield through that, then we can shield through the next trigger after that, and then go all the way to the end of the level. So we're going to try that here. Okay, we're much better on height. Okay, that's okay. We're going to go up and then drop down. We're going to try and kiss the ledge here and pull off once again. Unfortunate. Okay.
That's okay. It's okay. It saves so much time that she can try this a couple of times.
And we have a very generous estimate here, and these loads are pretty fast, so we're in a good spot.
Yeah, shout out to SpeeDons for providing top tier equipment. And marathons, especially in-person marathons, are always so much trickier. Like when you're not using your own, your own peripherals, or you're doing it with different lighting than what you're used to at home, and it's just.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like the first run of the event, so Huki didn't even get time to practice on site. So yeah, very understandable for there to be like some kind of like discomfort. Okay.
Also, can we talk about the fact that
trigger? We're going. Okay, second trigger is going to be past this next wall here. Okay, we're a little high, so we're just going to drop the shield. We're going to go over this orange light. That is the second trigger. All good. Okay,
check
we're gonna
the map.
Once again, take a little like glide of faith across here to this room across the way. I'm pretty sure there's another trigger there, and then we're gonna go over this final trigger right here. And then, provided we hit elevator correctly, we're gonna take it home, and then the fight is gonna spawn in here.
Straight into the hardest fight of the game.
We keep saying that, but yeah, this is probably the hardest like normal fight in the game.
But so trash is or garbage dump is a bit of a unique fight where doing it fast is harder. This is going to sound really redundant. Doing it fast is harder than just doing it. Obviously, there are the completing the fight, like all the other ones, is based on when you kill the final enemy, but it is a wave-based arena, and different enemies have the trigger for when the last wave is going to spawn. So basically, the trigger for the last wave of enemies is always on these little kamikaze guys who are just going to float at you, and we call them the boomers because they just get really close and they explode and do a hell of a lot of damage to you. So basically, we want to try and kill those as quickly as possible. Well done, easy. We want to kill those guys as quickly as possible because that will start the countdown timer for the final flying guy to spawn. And then when we once the final flying guy spawns, we know that killing them will unlock that final door. And one of the big benefits of that that whole area is it gives us a level 3 energy. Is it energy boost or energy recovery? It's energy boost, right?
Energy boost, yeah.
Yeah, so it gives us a level 3 energy boost mod, which will just mean that we have more mana now. So we can dash more frequently, we can launch more frequently across the board. It is just a good thing to have more mana.
Bigger gas tank, right? So we did unlock the ground slam ability. That is probably like our last like missing piece to the movement kit that you'll see in a little bit here. But this is finished tango. This is honest to God, probably the most boring level in the game. There was a new time safe down here, but I don't know if Hookie's going to go for it. We'll see in a second here. But in a minute here, they're going to start a timer. So what happens is she's going to go out of bounds to a spot where we press a button to call like a gondola over. And once you press that button, you start a 90-second timer. We usually just look at our live split and we add 30 seconds in a minute. And once that timer is up, then a progression trigger is active. Oh, okay. Just gonna drop down. Okay, we were just a little bit too high there. That's all right though. We're gonna take it home. Uh-oh. Can this be backed up? Oh, okay, we're good.
Yeah, she's got it.
This running this game is different for everybody, so like I'm seeing problems I don't have,
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it's like you always just see completely different ways of doing it because you're never gonna stuff it up in the same way twice.
Okay, so as she hit the button just then a few seconds ago, that's when the 90-second timer started. I believe she told me that she's having the audience count down. So if chat wants to count down once we get to 10, I think the commentators are going to cue them in. That would actually be really, really hype. But before then, we're going to be just waiting and talking about MDM, I guess.
Go ahead, because I'm having a sneezing attack.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you again, Cass, for coming and making yourself available through sickness. But yeah, if you were wondering what your donations support for MDM, the funds raised last year helped provide care across healthcare programs internationally, such as helping women and children through the armed conflicts in the Horn of Africa, supported Colombian and Central American migrants. They supported teams in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, advocating support for instance medical aid, allowing them open access to healthcare. This year, they can continue to provide care in Lebanon after losing public funding for healthcare, respond to underreported crises in Afghanistan, Sudan, and the Central African Republic, help ensure healthcare across Madagascar and their harsh cyclone earlier this year, and providing healthcare to French migrants. Anyways, that was the countdown up, so we're going to go back, hit that trigger, and now we know that we are progressing successfully to that multimedia thing on the bottom right, and we're going straight to the end. Straight to the end of the map. You good, Cass? Okay.
Yes. You're good. All right, we're good. We're good.
You're good, man.
Great work, though. Great work covering for me. That was like, I'm not even kidding, that was like 14 sneezes in a row, which is just too many sneezes.
Oh, damn. Alright, so what's happening here is I don't know if are we doing the inbounds incentive now?
I don't know. I don't know if she's going to do it just for the marathon. So, unfortunately, we will say, for those of you who have played this game casually, this particular method, or this particular route, does skip the best part of the game, being ashtray maze. And
we are going to see it.
Like
we are going to
be
later,
skipping
though, if our when our incentive gets met. But this is skipping the coolest part of the run, or of the game, casually. All that great stuff south of the red arrow. That is the cool part of the game.
So, good news is, if you haven't played Control and you want to, which you absolutely should, because it goes on sale for like $2, like all the time. So, big recommend picking this game up. and you can experience Ashtray Maze for yourself, because it is, without a doubt, one of the greatest parts in gaming in the last decade. And we're heading in towards the final area of the game, Polaris.
Yeah, but we're gonna be going out of bounds. That's like two, like, name a more iconic duo, Control and Out of Bounds, right? But we're gonna be going out of bounds to set up a bit of a sequence break. This is like probably one of the few like actual sequence breaks in this run. We're gonna be skipping like half of what's sort of like the final boss in this game. So that whole Hadron chamber, like northeast side of the map, that's in front of us right now. Usually you have like 6 siphons that you have to interact on for like 5 to 10 seconds or whatever. We skipped the first 3 of those. Basically, we come out of here, we're going to pull off these bolts off of this door from out of bounds, and then that's going to like put our game into like a weird glitch state. So we have no HUD, because the game is trying to play like a cutscene that isn't like properly loaded in or something. We're going to come over here, interact with these TVs, that teleports us back inbounds. And then we're going to go straight into this final cutscene trigger here, and then that's going to play hands off the keyboard, because
hands off the keyboard.
The glitch doesn't work, but we have to watch this cutscene for a moment, because once it ends prematurely, we quit out, and now the first 3 siphons of this final fight is active. However, we have to shield to even get into the thing in the first place, whereas normally the doors would just be open and we could just run in there. But that's okay, because I think it's faster to shield back there anyways.
One day I really want to like collect all of the marathon runs of any percent, and like just cut the parts where we get to this and watch every single runner just do hands off the keyboard at the same time.
Yeah. We do like the absolute cinema pose. Right?
Yeah. Everyone does it, and it's always so exaggerated. It's so fun.
Unfortunately, getting out of bounds of this room is a little bit difficult because you get snagged on the walls. We are going to go super high up. This is more of a safety strat, because a lot of enemies spawn in around here, and ultimately you don't want to have to kill any of them, so we just go straight for the thing and hope for the best. It looks like we got a good
Yeah, really good spawn pattern.
Beautiful.
Oh, they didn't even attack. Spectacular.
That's the only 50-50 one, I feel. Siphon 5
the rest of these should be
straightforward. Yeah, Siphon 5 is pretty straightforward. We're going to kill the sniper up top here, because the sniper has line of sight. We're also going to take out these enemies in the back, because they can grief us as we defuse here. We're going to position ourselves so this guy can't hit us, and he's going to move out of view anyways. The AI is a bit dumb in this game. So
yes, they will constantly move like to like spots where they cannot hit you and just continually fire at you. So
yeah, and then this last one's pretty straightforward, because there are 2 like big enemies, but they can't actually attack you because their wind-up attack is longer than it takes to finishing interaction on this. So this one's just like a guaranteed like safe one. And then that is gonna be the game in a second here.
Just gonna wait, stare at this dramatically. Hey,
and
time. Fantastic. Yeah, she did. Look at that. She's 13 minutes underestimate. That is how you start a marathon.
That's how you do it. Set it off on the right foot, right?
Absolutely. Oh, and look at these cosplays. They're so good. I didn't realize Huki was wearing a leather jacket as well. So we've got Jesse Faden, we've got Artie, and we've got Dr. Darling here as well, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, what's going on with the credits? It's a little strange.
Clearly, I spoke too soon when I said SpeeDons was providing top-tier equipment. We're having a graphical issue here.
Is this our end, or is this the...
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not very good at French, but I'll turn on the actual stream and see if I can...
They look a little confused.
So, yeah, it definitely can't be just our end.
Guys, I think we're witnessing hardware failure on an unprecedented scale.
Yeah, absolutely. This is... Well, a lot of tearing.
Uh-oh.
Could it be... Could the objects have broken containment?
I think the objects of broken containment.
Oh, psych! There's more game. We pulled one over on you. Okay, so that was now we're sort of just like stuck in a nightmare of Jesse's, which is just doing mundane office work for the rest of her life. So
just being another cog in the machine of corporate America, right?
Yeah. Yes. Which is being an Australian, that is my worst nightmare, because I don't even want to help out corporate Australia, let alone corporate America. But also I'm really glad that they stopped the timer as well, because I was like, I don't know if like Hookie's gonna do the bit or not. So
I knew the bit was coming, but I forgot to tell you the bit was coming.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Good. I mean, I assumed because it's just, you know, we're all hilarious people, and why would we not do the bit? But yeah, basically now Jessie is just trying to escape from her nightmare. There are 3 different tasks you can do in this section. So you can deliver mail, you can collect coffee cups, or you can photocopy documents. So the fastest method is to photocopy the first round of tasks and then collect cups on the second round of tasks.
And that's
a lot of runners will actually,
because the second scanner is bugged, and you like don't have to wait between interactions, but you still need like to get a perfect cadence on the first and second scanner, or else it turns out to be slower than the coffee cups. It's kind of weird how that works. It's like a skill check kind of thing.
Very much a skill check, which later in the game is like this late in the game is just ridiculous.
Right.
A lot of runners do just go for coffee cups. I myself just go for the coffee cups because it's harder to stuff up. But basically, we're going to collect these. Complete these tasks, deliver mail 3 times, and that is going to break Jessie out of her nightmare, and we're gonna carry on with the final area of the game.
And circling back to the narrative, basically, like the reoccurring motif throughout the game is Jessie needs to realize that like she is the director, like she has the power to make the change that she wants to see, which is a very like real and positive message to take, especially from a game like this. Like it's very, very cool to see, and I don't know, I love that aspect a lot. But that is more or less like the message behind this whole like finale sequence, I guess.
Yeah, it's like I often hear people call it the epilogue, and I guess it kind of is, because it is sort of that sort of culmination of everything. We're not watching Dynamite. That's fine, I guess. That's fine. Hookie, just
we got the Astro incentive nonetheless. I'm not sure
it's
been met yet, though. I think I want to say it has. I'm not sure though.
I haven't seen any. I haven't seen it pop up on the overlay recently, so I'm gonna say it's been met.
We'll see. I hope I'm not misrepresenting in this and it actually didn't get in, but I'm pretty sure it did. But anyways, so we're now cleansing the projector, which is the SCP item from Jessie's childhood. This is basically like gone amok, and this is where like the hiss resonance is coming from. So she's cleansing this thing. She's gonna go save her brother, which, by the way, I meant to mention this earlier, but the sequel to this game is coming out this year, or so they say, and it's going to actually star her brother, like Dylan, as the playable protagonist. So seeing him here, actually kind of cool. In the next game, he's going to have hair though, which is
in the next game he is going to have hair, thankfully, because if I had to play as him like as he looks in this game, I don't think I'd be able to stomach it. It is. He's just Not that I've got anything against bald people. It's just that he specifically in this game is very I would say unlikable. I think. He looks much more likable. Here, phenomenal. We're basically just skipping this entire last combat section. The board, who is sort of the oh, hey, we're actually coming up on time, so I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, time is coming up soon, although we don't really need to call it, but that is time right there.
That is time. This is actually time. We're not pulling one over on you this time. That is the real end of the run. No Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, we forgot Shawshank.
To us, girl. What are you doing to us, girl? Amazing run by Hookie. Let's see if she's going to load up the ashtray maze incentive.
qui a une musique vraiment très emblématique.
Tout à fait, chantée par les Old Guard.
Bald bros. No, let me be perfectly clear here, chat. Nothing against my bald brothers and sisters, okay? This is purely against Dylan himself, who just happens to be bald. All right? The two are mutually exclusive. But here we go. We're going to shut up while you guys enjoy the Ashtray Maze sequence.
Oh.
I always forget that you can, like,
Slam up.
Ground slam up on this patch.
Yeah.
I was like, how is she going to do that? What? All right, that was the Ashtray Maze sequence, the best part of the game. Phenomenal work, Huki. Very, very proud. It has been wonderful, absolutely wonderful to get here and spend the morning watching her be absolutely great at what she does.
Yeah, I cannot express like this is actually such a huge deal. Like just for like I've been in the control speedrunning community for 5 years, and this is like the first time that it's ever opened a marathon, let alone one this big and significant. And we've already raised almost 20,000 euros, which is like a huge, like a ton of money. Okay, so this is
insane.
Like, really
so huge shout out, big shout out, of course, to the French speedrunning community. Y'all, Ash and I were talking about it before we went live. That the second we see a French person join any community we're a part of, we immediately think, well, there goes world record.
That sounds about to go down.
Yep. So it's been an absolute pleasure being here with you all. Huge shout out if you aren't following Huki, please go and do so. Her Twitch handle is at Huki with 1, 2, 3, 4 underscores. But I do believe that it was just pinned in chat as well. So It has been an absolute pleasure. My name has been Cass. Ash, do you have anyone else you want to shout out?
I want to shout out the Control Speedrunning community, of course. There's like dozens of us, and we're all very, very passionate about this game that we love.
Small but mighty.
Yes. What we lack in numbers, we make up for in strength, for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And if you liked, my commentary, I'm Ashley93 BTW. You can follow me on Twitch at that URL. I do stream myself quite often here and there. And you should also give Cass a follow because he's a really, really cool guy. He vibes on his space are unprecedented, but yeah. That's all that I have for you.
We are going to pass it over to Kirby, which I believe is up next. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you to GDQ for this amazing restream. More people who understand how phenomenal the French community is, the better. Chat, you have been wonderful. And, of course, trans rights.
Quel est le meilleur chiffre? Et donc, faut choisir. Vous pouvez voter grâce à vos dons.
C'est quel chiffre là déjà?
C'est le 4.
Le 4?
J'avoue que MV, il avait pré-shot un 6-7. Il avait pré-shot un 6-7, une bagarre entre les deux. Mais là, c'est le 4. C'est le 4 qui est devant, on va savoir pourquoi.
Bon, très bien. En tout cas, vous allez pouvoir voter pour ça. Ou sinon aussi pour des incentives. Et on en reparlera tout de suite. On va quand même remercier aussi Charlie qui a donné 300 €. Je ne serai pas là le reste du week-end. Alors, c'est l'heure du don. Profitez bien de la cour. 200 €. Gros cœur sur les bénévoles. Sans qui cet événement ne serait pas possible avec un gros cœur comme ça. On peut les applaudir, les bénévoles. Ils sont très, très nombreux.
Enfin, tous les bénévoles, bien sûr.
500 balles de bichon. Allez, SpeeDons, allez, médecins du monde. Je te laisse continuer un petit peu.
Eh bien, écoutez, on a Jean, Charlie et Johan qui envoient 100 €, 67 € côté de Yvan, Lipstick pour les 100 €, Pipo pour les 6,7 € évidemment, un don anonyme 200 €, Zombie Doctor qui envoie les 1000 balles.
Oh.
Ça part, bien sûr, bravo, bien sûr, applaudissements, bien sûr. Anonyme pour les 200 balles, canne à sucre pour les 25 €. On a Negatzorn pour les 50 €, bien sûr. Crown pour Tech Control avec 50 €. Quelle musique exceptionnelle, bien sûr. On s'est régalé.
C'est vrai. C'était métal. Alice Zara, 20 €. Ouki la meilleure, même en 380p dans le métro. Elle brille par son talent. Et oui. Regardez SpeeDons où que vous soyez, bien sûr. Méorn, 200 €. Toujours un plaisir de voir nos speedrunners à l'œuvre bourrer les dons. Cendrier, 6,7 €. Trop envie de voir le labyrinthe. Et ben voilà, ça a été fait, effectivement.
C'est bon, on l'a vu. On l'a vu, c'était magnifique.
Alors, en termes d'incentive, le prochain, qui est déjà bien, j'avais pas vu.
Déjà bien avancé, là, c'est celui sur Kingdom Hearts.
Je le lis bêtement parce que je n'ai pas fait le jeu.
En vrai, c'est simple. Le titre dit tout.
Le titre dit
tout, t'inquiète, il n'y a pas de
Alors, ouvrez les guillemets, donc, faire les 2 boss de fin en difficulté max level 1. Voilà, donc sur Kingdom Hearts, qu'on va voir Any% Aqua Beginner. Apparemment, c'est un très grand challenge de difficulté pour nos 2 runners. Rendons ces 2 derniers combats hardcore, mais ne lis pas forcément cette phrase. Bon, enfin voilà. Alors, en tout cas, 26%, ça a bien augmenté. Et voilà, donc vous pouvez continuer à faire des dons, bien sûr. Ah, mais attends, est-ce qu'on n'a pas Kémiste qui vient de faire un don? Attends, c'est toi?
Non, c'est pas moi.
C'est toi? C'est quelqu'un qui a pris ton pseudo, j'hallucine.
C'est usurpation d'identité. C'est mon vrai pseudo en plus. Non, je te promets, non.
Regarde, c'est pour mes apprentis chimistes, il a dit à 10 €.
Punaise, bah, c'était pas moi, je me fais usurper.
Hello. Hello, you're watching SpeeDons, and that is a very good chart.
Je crois qu'il était sur le t-shirt, il fait voir.
But I am Bean Queen Soul. I'm going to be one of your commentators for the upcoming Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland run. And also, I know I am not alone here.
Yeah, sorry, I was just like about to talk, but then funny throat moment. Sorry.
Oh, that's always fine.
Yeah. So hello, I'm Nacho from the main Nacho series. Also Kirby speedrunner. Hello, Soul.
Yeah, as am I have done a lot of runs. I'm very much around the community. If you're part of the Kirby community, you probably see me. If you've probably seen me elsewhere. But
yeah, I say you somewhere. But yeah, Kirby is a fun game.
Reverser à Médecins du Monde, les deux en fait. La boutique est ouverte jusqu'à dimanche minuit. Après, ça sera trop tard, attention. Il y a une loterie qui est mise en place. 5
I do wonder what. I think they're doing like a little prize segment. I'm actually not sure. Unfortunately, I am not very terribly proficient in French. I do like the little math right low.
Livraison possible à l'international.
No, my knowledge in French is like zero.
Dans un seul pli, les t-shirts de SpeeDons ne sont vendus que sur la boutique de SpeeDons. Attention aux scalpers là. Hein, les gens après,
les petits scalpers, on vous aime pas, vous. On vous aime pas.
Ils vont sur eBay là et hop, ça repart à 50 balles. Hein.
I believe they're doing something like price on talking about donations. Not sure.
Et c'est ce que fait, eh bien,
It might be, and for those who are just tuning in, you might be wondering what they are doing this for. They are doing this for Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. They're an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years. They are made up of thousands of workers and volunteers helping to provide care to vulnerable populations and fight for fairer and more accessible health policies. Public generosity like this makes up for over half of their funding, and it'll only increase in the coming years. And thanks to your donations, Médecins du Monde can help over 3.3 million people around the world. Your donations allow them to be independent, and that independence is what allows them to call out public authorities to defend their causes. If you do want to help donate to them, you can also type gdt.gg/donate/SpeeDons, and there might be a theme in chat as well. In fact, there is. I just saw it.
Donc voilà, ça arrivera un peu plus tard, et je sais de source sûre que sur Alien, il y en aura. Mais avant Alien, on va avoir des choses mignons, mon cher Kémiste.
It's actually great, donations, charity, great stuff to do.
Les petits potes à la compote sont prêts. Oui, c'est pas la boule là, évidemment. Donc on va voir Kirby, Nightmare in Dreamland, une Any% réalisée par H1 Style, bien sûr. Eh ben,
c'est parti.
On est bon.
And I think we are just about to start the next one. Oh no, I think it might actually be an interview. No.
Je suis trop content de revenir ici, comme chaque année, c'est vraiment trop
Okay, we can jump up about Kirby just for a little bit. So, what the Kirby games do you run?
I have run a lot of them. For this game specifically, I've done a lot of what is known as the solo ability runs, where you take one ability and run through the whole thing with it. But I've dabbled in a lot of this game's categories. There's a lot of potential for this one.
Yeah,
and there is H1 that H1 there is a runner. I know he's going to do really good. Also love the Kirby shirt.
Oh yeah,
the shirt and the hat.
Kirby hat. This run is definitely.
We love when people go all out for their runs.
Oh, we have the Kirby there as well in the desk.
Et là, nous allons faire le mode Any%, donc c'est-à-dire finir le jeu le plus rapidement possible. Et puis, ben voilà. Est-ce qu'en régie, nous avons le jeu? Parfait! Oui. Oh là là, c'est parfait.
Oh.
Sublime.
Eh ben écoutez,
Start very soon.
Vous allez faire avec moi, on va faire un 3, 2, 1, et puis à la fin, on va faire Poyo. Vous êtes prêts? H1, t'es prêt?
Allez.
Eh ben c'est parti dans 3, 2, 1, Poyo!
And we've started. Complete with the Poyo. We love it.
Okay, so Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, it's actually a remake of Kirby's Adventure for the NES, the last game of the NES. So it got like this kind of cute remake remaster for Game Boy Advance. We already are going to see something funny. We already saw the mix. Mix is very hard. I don't know how to mix, but I'm sure so you know how to mix.
Yeah, so the way mixes work in this game is each ability has like a 4-frame window. You'll notice that H1 did unfortunately get the wrong ability on that first one. In fact, he actually missed it by 1.
Yeah, the main ability we're gonna see. The main ability we're gonna see here is Wheel. This game miming around is called Kirby Nightmare in Wheelland, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. Wheel is a very prominent ability. It's pretty much our fastest means of ground movement throughout the game. And especially at a high level, you will see several mixes for Wheel at one point or another. It's a little less prominent and it's a little less so in 80%, but there's just a lot of sequences where like another ability might be faster for like a room, and then you might just see another miss. Misses to be very heavy in this run, or they can be like a couple in there and that's it. Really just depends on like what you're comfortable doing. There's a lot of variety in just what you can actually do in this run.
Yeah. Funny enough, I believe this is the game where Will is, of the 3 flagship games, this is the game where Will is not actually that powerful compared to others.
Damage-wise, Wheel isn't that good. And I will admit later on, Wheel gets even better later. And also, case in point, we're already seeing the switch to Burn-In. Burn-In's also one of our really good movement abilities, but really the big thing is just that it's better for damage. Wheel is very tricky to actually fight with.
Yeah, sounds like with Will you actually have invulnerability all the way, except when you are turning. And turning in a boss fight is very, very tricky because, like, yeah, you have all these murder frames, you are doing damage, but then when you want to attack again, you are risking a lot by just turning to the other side.
Also, that was very good movement with Burn-In through that room. It is very easy to also just, especially starting out, it's very easy to make mistakes as you're moving around with Burn-In and not be used to its distance. But H1 definitely is very proficient at it, knows his game well.
And we're going to prepare for the first boss fight, this classic boss fight, the hardest boss fight in the entire game, a tree.
Yeah, our strat is to just ram ourselves into it repeatedly.
Yeah,
and that's it.
We're gonna. So another thing, every time you can H1 finish a level, there is like this cute mini game. You need to press A in this kind of spring thing. It's good for casual because if you get to the highest floor, you get a 1-up. But we're speedrunning here. We actually don't care for that mini game, and instead we're gonna try to press A on the first possible frame, so we can just completely skip the mini game in some sort by just landing first in the bottom floor. We're just gonna see it right here. You see, in the first possible frame, 7th floor, and that's it.
Yeah, that is the ideal. Casually, there's like in top cloud that gives you a 1-up. There's also an Easter egg if you go like 7-1 in order. And I think the game gives you like a bunch more extra lives if that happens. But we should be seeing H1. Yes, H1 is going to get those 2 enemies. It's going to go up to this grand wheelie, and that's it. There's the fight, and there's Wheel again. Very, very conveniently timed.
Yep. So the game has like this. I don't know how it's the official name. I just call it double star. When you like absorb 2 enemies and then throw them again, you not only that star not only just pierce through enemies, but it also does way more damage. That's not damage to one-shot most of the mini bosses.
Yeah, very specifically, a double sword does about 2.5 times the damage of just a standard star bullet. And for that enemy, that they have just enough health to get taken down 1 hit from it. You saw it similar in 1-2 as well, where the mid boss of that stage also had a very low amount of health and was able to just go around in the same fashion. Is H1 gonna do the juggle wheel here?
Oh.
H1 is doing the juggle. Let's go.
I practiced this. I never got it. It's really, really hard.
It's really cool, but it is really hard. I myself don't do it. I unfortunately do not have the skill for it yet.
Yeah, but when you like drop a power, you the start of that power is going to start bouncing around for a limited time, and the strat there is like, of course, you drop it and you inhale and speed enemies because that's the fastest way to deal with the Meta Knights. That's the name of the mini boss there. Basically, by you need to swallow wheel again because you are going to run out of time, and that's really bad.
Ooh, very clean fight on that mid boss with wheel. Also, one of the rare times we'll actually see wheel be the way of a mid boss's fight. A lot of the time, there's usually a better option, and/or we're using someone else anyway. Just to kind of further illustrate how tricky that fight actually is. Pretty much H1 has to stop wheel like right after hitting the mid boss, because otherwise you will hit the wall, bounce back a little bit, and then Kirby will most likely take a hit from that point.
Yeah, this is the wheel paradise. You are going to get wheel because yeah, there it is. And also it's a very convenient because at least for this room, wheel is very, very nice.
Yeah, and also if you're doing certain strats, like you might be using Spark in that previous stage instead. So this lets you get wheel without wasting too much time in the process.
Yeah. Okay, so this is high jump, and this is another of the main abilities to say something that you are gonna use it like on some certain stage, even a boss later. Yeah, this is the boss later. It does a nice amount of damage. Also, it's very good for vertical mobility because, of course, it's a high jump. See, Paint Roller, the strat here is like using high jump very close to it, and that's it. That's Paint Roller.
Yeah, high jump both is actually really strong for damage, and it's going to be our premier ability for this next level here, because butter building is a very vertical just set of stages, and so high jump being an ability that just makes Kirby jump really high and kind of fast at that, it is incredibly useful throughout almost the entirety of this set of this level.
Yeah. Yeah, also another thing, it's also good for some boss fights because you can actually cancel the high jump, and if you time it properly, you time it right, the cancel right, you can actually do 2 ticks of damage against that boss.
Yeah, the cancel doesn't do as much compared to the main jump itself, but it does speed up some fights if you can actually pull it off. We might see this later in the run, just Tractor is a fight that is also fought with high jump. But we will have to see when we get there.
You can see how useful is high jump in other building. Yeah, I forgot names.
Yeah, in H1's going to be keeping this through the Bugsy fight that's coming right up. And this is also a very tricky fight for high jump, because you have to like be very particular. If you get too close, like that, you will get grabbed, and then Bugsy basically does one of like a few different throws. The one you don't want to see is what I and others have kind of affectionately dubbed down throw. Like if you played Smash, you probably know what I'm saying when I say that. But the short version is Bugsy slams you into the ground over and over and over, and it's the slowest one. So you don't want to see it.
So much time. It loses so much time there, and it's so annoying as well.
It is, however, very funny, and it is a little bit of a meme within the community, at least around here.
Okay, so this room is very cool. Like you just like take that door, and we're on it.
Yeah, that stage is kind of meant to slightly confound the player with the multiple doors, but we know which ones to go through, so there's not really much to worry about.
one of the things I think it's person, I think it's like a little bit of a okay. First of all, another fight against the Meta Knights. We're gonna see some huge high jump usage here, like just using it very close to the enemies, and that's very cool.
It's also, I'm gonna be honest, it's also probably one of the neatest neatest Meta Knights battles if you didn't actually do it. I can also remember a day when the strat for that used to actually be the juggle high jump. And I'm so glad that's not the strat we really do anymore.
I mean, personally, I'm just really bad at juggling and also maintaining my ability. So I just end up...
That is also very understandable. Also, I know we just kind of like brushed over that mid-boss. Yeah, we have invincibility through that entire stage, and we can take out Bonfires before it gets to do anything or the invincibility runs out. There's really nothing else to say about that fight. That fight is over before it ever began.
Storm is kind of like tricky because you have these bombs, and main problem with it, okay, so this game has like some animations related to elemental damage. Kirby like gets attacked with a fire attack. You're going to get an animation of Kirby like just coming a fireball, and that animation actually keeps going of Kirby falling until Kirby touches the ground. It's very annoying. It loses a lot of time. It happened also with Spark and Ice. So that room was very tricky for the only reason that the bombs that give you crash actually do fire damage and cover like almost the entire screen.
Alright, it is time for H1 to make an important decision. Will they be going for the sun or the moon, or will they be choosing... Oh, they are going for the moon! And the moon didn't go up. Unfortunate.
Yeah, 50-50. This is a dual boss fight. You fight against the sun and the moon, and they crash. Yeah, just normal shenanigans in Kirby. But yeah, it's a 50-50 of which one will start the fight first.
Yeah, that one also has its things within the community. A lot of runners usually will assume Moon stays on the ground, and sometimes it's generally that tends to be a relatively safe option. But I've also seen, like I myself, I usually wait for the sun. Usually assume sun's gonna stay down.
Okay, another mix here.
Oh, doing it right again. Ooh, first try, let's go.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, this like happens in most of Kirby games. The mix will actually start from the first power you enable. So there's like different timings, and depending on which one, in this case, H1 for that mix absorbs.
Yeah.
First, and whatever power next doesn't matter. You just like the wheel mix is focused on the first one you take.
Yeah, so for that one, it's that same time in that H1 did for the 1-1 nits, which also is very good. That does mean just similar muscle memory.
Oh.
That said, wheel is not kept for terribly long because we just Spark, because Spark will make this way faster. There is a strat, and looks like H1 is going for the setup to get the... Oh, even even better. Even using the JP exclusive quirk with that. So in the Japanese version, if you drop your ability star and inhale that alongside the setup for a mix, you will actually start from that star's ability instead. So that means you get wheel a little bit sooner than you would if you did it if you do that mix normally or on a different version. But just a really masterful fight with that. Really good setup with the mids. Easy wheel, easy run.
Yeah, you can just see like how that in this level that you have this Zeppelin, the wind even. It helps you a lot to speed up the entire stage.
Là, il avait une chance de pouvoir le faire. pas grave parce que là, ici, celui-là, on va pouvoir récupérer un peu plus tard.
Oh, this stage also is very nice with Will because there is a run after that you like have to destroy a bomb block and then you have to race against the
Against these blocks here, which we don't actually care about that. It's just convenient to hit the block.
Yeah, it's just like convenient because you don't have to do anything else, and I hate this elephant.
Yeah, so this is Fan. Fan is fun, and they are a friend.
I don't think so.
Now, come on, it's an adorable little elephant that rolls around. What's not to love? Until it grabs you and throws you across the room, and then you start having doubts about that. But until then, it's adorable.
Yeah, thankfully, Spark here is actually a very good ability for boss fights. For at least meet bosses like that one.
Yes, Spark also does damage at a very high rate, so it's very easy to just get through fights with it. Also, we're going to see how this one does. This one actually is also kind of evolved through the years. I believe there used to be, I think, Spark was used for this, or no, Throw was used. Like, we would actually get Throw from Fan and use that. And then we found it was a little bit faster to not use Throw, and so now we just do that instead.
Immediately after that room, there was a burning, and we could just use to speed up to that last room that is supposed to be like some sort of labyrinth, but again, burning, invulnerability frames, all of that stuff.
Unfortunate on that. Sometimes this game does get a little weird about movement, and stuff like that can happen. Anyways, here's our one appearance of sword in this run, pretty much. Exclusively used to get through the mid boss, and now we are almost basically done with it already.
Yeah, we're gonna see sword again, but just because it's mandatory. I'm sure if this sword wasn't mandatory there, you will actually use another power. I assume it's gonna be hammer or something.
Honestly, in sword states, it's because it's just the best damage we have.
No, but I mean for the boss we're gonna fight later.
Oh, for this. Yeah, high jump is far and away the best ability for this, for a couple of reasons. One, as you will immediately see, we need to actually jump, do a big old vertical section where Tractor is constantly chasing us, and with high jump, it cannot keep up.
Yeah.
And on top of that, high jump is just also very good damage. Ooh, that was a little bit terrible. Ooh, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, now this is Crackle, like another classic Kirby enemy. We're just gonna use that double tick of damage. It's very convenient. It helps to fight.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that was Crackle. Not a very hard boss fight, but it can, personally, at least for me, it can get out of control very easily. At least for me, because I'm not very good at the game.
Also, I'm guessing we might have, the free stream might have gone down briefly. Hopefully we are back. Sounds like we are, so that's good. Yes, and now for fight 1, we, say hello to Stone, say goodbye to Stone. That is, the most we're gonna see of Stone through this run, just to drop ourselves down really fast.
Yeah. 100% you actually like use it like for 2 seconds burst to get to the dump, to the actually.
Yeah, the bottom has an extra door that leads to the switch. But I don't really like get into that because 100% it's kind of fairly different. Just know that there's switches in the game. You hit those, there's count towards percentage.
Yeah. This is any percent. We're just gonna beat the game and call it a day.
Also, we're going to be coming up with probably like one of the most fun abilities in this game, Ball. Kirby turns into a ball. That's it. That's what it does.
That's a joke.
To explain it better, Kirby becomes very bouncy. And while Kirby is just kind of like flying around as a ball, he is invincible until you're at the apex or the bottom. And this thing does the best damage in the game.
Yeah, 2 shots any boss fight, I believe.
It's 3 per set for some of them.
Oh yeah.
But still, ball does like some of the highest damage in the game. It is incredibly powerful, but it is very awkward to use. It is very easy to misalign a shot with it and take a hit for it. It very much does kind of like divide, say, someone who isn't as experienced with the run with somebody who is. Also, nice little bit of high jump there, and then back to wheel because we have a lot of horizontal ground to cover.
Auto scroll. Well, actually fake auto scroll because we actually have to be aware of breaking and
Alright, and there's
well done.
And then here's the spike forwarder. Really, ooh, that was very. That could have done worse, but H1 still pulled it through nicely.
Yeah, that last room is so annoying. I personally hate that room, and I wish I could erase it from the game. I'm gonna take burden for this room because it helps us to don't get the spike.
Bon, je vous rassure, on devrait pas en perdre dans ce jeu.
Ça devrait le faire.
And we're gonna drop it because we don't need it for these Meta Knights.
Le chat va connaître absolument tous les spawns d'ennemis, donc on va pouvoir torcher ça super facilement.
Honestly, the fast tracks for each of these are just really neat to see in action, and just very good work from H1 on that. Anyways, back to ball. Are we going to get the ball swag? We are getting ball swag. Let's go. We don't really have a better name for it. The strat saves like a couple seconds. And it just looks really cool. But it is also very easy to mess up, fall into one of the pits, and be pretty sad because then you have to repeat the room.
Mais c'était très bien fait parce qu'évidemment, H1 est beaucoup trop fort pour ce jeu.
Alors, malheureusement, la balle, on va pas la revoir très souvent. On va juste l'utiliser.
I think one of my personal favorite use for ball was that last round on the last stage where that waterfall that you just use ball and fall and don't care about the enemies and become like a meteor.
It is probably one of the more fun casual moments for it because you don't have to like really think about it. You just drop down. It's fun. Also, here is Fire Lion, and there's Fire Lion. Ball is very good, but now we don't need ball anymore.
Yeah, we're gonna take burden because horizontal movement the next room is. Oh, me.
Oh, next wheel. Yep.
There. Okay, never mind. Completely ignore. I never speedrun Kirby. I never played Kirby. Sorry.
More familiar with Meta, I am guessing.
Yeah. This is actually the Wheel Paradise. I really love this room because it's a free wheel. You just don't have to care about it. You just press the win button for this room.
Alright, let's see. Turns. Also, just really cool little momentum thing with wheel. Like if you hit the water while you're turning like that, you can actually send Kirby flying forward a little bit. It's really cool. But we're gonna see H1 come right back into the stage because we actually want hammer. This is one of the easiest mixes. It's just you do the thing, buffer an A press, and there you go, you have it. And that's just so we don't have to wait on Heavy Bowl here to drop a hammer enemy, which will take way longer, and there's a chance it doesn't give you that, and instead gives you sleep.
I remember like doing a run of no coffee abilities, and this boss was so boring because you have to wait and wait and wait. Okay, Orange Ocean. Gonna say, I don't know if you agree with my take, but this is for the hardest level, the hardest world in the entire game?
I don't think it's probably harder, but this is definitely one of the trickier ones for the enemy placement and being yet another spot where we miss for wheel. The upside is there's several ways to set it up in that room. The downfall is that if you keep missing the miss by just a little bit, it didn't add up very quickly. I've definitely had runs where I have gone through like all 6 of those and just somehow not get it. But wheel is, as expected, just incredibly good throughout this world. There's a few different strats that this one didn't have. Like there used to be like the tornado strat for this. That is sometimes something some runners will go for. But most of the time you will see wheel. Wheel, as expected, is good.
Yeah.
But wheel is also very tricky to actually use.
Yeah, the fact like in later games it got buffed, so you can actually jam make the usage of wheel very, very comfortable. Like being able to jump while being in wheel state is just so nice, and you completely feel the difference.
That said, hopefully Bonkers is nice here, because this is the one mid-boss that to be very awkward with wheel. Very, very nice.
That was very nice.
Yeah, so that Bonkers can go into like get itself into the wall, and then if that happens, you can't really attack, and ideally you don't see that happen if you're using wheel. But otherwise we get through it, no problem. And now you'll actually see wheel go across water. It's other neat little trick.
Just as a fun fact control there, this is the only word in the entire game that has a switch in every single stage. I think that's funny.
Yeah, the game does have progressively more of those the further along you go until level 7, which drops it back down to 2. Ooh, unlucky with that Gordo.
Okay, that was very close. If you let that bomb to land over there, it's just like you're just gonna get sad. It's very. At least I always like wait for it and stay out of the range.
Anyways, hope y'all are ready for ice stages, because we are just about in Rainbow Resort, so now things are kind of taking more attention to that level. And with that comes with a decent amount of ice. Also, just very careful with that. Those enemies do actually have an active hitbox until they are actually gone. So if we are too quick in that room, we can actually ram into the enemy that is actually being defeated. And then you lose your ability, and then because you're in the water, your ability is just gone. You cannot get it back. This room is terrifying. There are lots of these UFOs. They are very erratic in their movements.
Yeah, like you will be like really happy to have UFO because it's the strongest ability in the entire game. Like it's so powerful, but here it's like just jump into your face, like without any warning. It's like a jump scare.
Yeah, not to mention UFO in this game is also just doesn't really have like a whole lot of use. For damage, there's actually better. Honestly, there's better sources. You can't carry it between stages. That's not a thing that you could do in any Kirby game normally, unless you're Kirby's Adventure, which has an exploit that lets you do that, or you are Planet Robobot, which is the first game to actually allow you to keep UFO.
Okay, now we have our mandatory sword use because we're gonna fight against Meta Knight, and we have like some code of honor, something like that, chivalry or.
Pretty much Meta Knight offers a sword and forces you to actually do a sword fight.
Yeah.
It's kind of his whole thing.
Let's say that's the last use of sword in the run. Or not, goodbye forever sword. Goodbye forever link hat.
Actually not quite, because we do keep sword through a lot of this stage, at least some of the stage.
Oh yeah.
It turns out it's also just pretty handy for getting through the enemies, getting through these blocks. We have a lot of these blocks to cover.
Oh yeah, the spin jump, I like to call it that because it has Sonic. It's very nice, it covers a lot of area. The actual sword swing actually also covers a lot of area.
Alright, let's see if we get the ball mix here. Awesome.
And there it is.
And H1 is gonna be bouncing right on through like that.
Why don't we need ball here? Because the next stage is a banger.
Yeah, so 7-2 is probably the other thing that really divides how experienced you are with this run. This is a whole like mid-boss gauntlet. We take the upper path because there is only 4 fights compared to I think it's like 7 or 8 if you do the bottom path. But there are faster and harder variants. That said, Ball made short work of these, but Ball is, as mentioned, very awkward to use and very easy to take damage trying to use it.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, like the harder part uses the Colosseum variants of the bosses, and also with the debut of the harder mode for fun.
C'est histoire de faire les derniers déplacements, parce que de toute façon on va très vite switcher pour la roue. Mais là, pour le coup, en vrai, plutôt pas mal, quelques petits, mais ça va. Bon boss rush quand même ensemble. Le boss rush est très très bien déroulé.
By the way, I'm seeing that remark about what the French casters were trying to say with the crowd, and I'm not surprised. I will leave it there. But yeah, 7-2 is very much a stage that can end your run, especially if you just can't see them stop getting hit from the mid bosses because Ball is hard to use.
We're gonna do another mix hit.
Oh! I didn't realize H1 went for this, and this is actually really cool. This is a more recent strat that we have found, and that is we have found yet another wheel mix. So we did have wheel a little bit sooner, and this actually does save a decent amount of time if we get good luck on the mid boss in the next stage.
That's very fast, like those blasters with wheel. Yeah, that's really fast. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, it's still a relatively new one, so I don't know of too many that go for the strat yet. Also, very unfortunate with also, I'm sorry, it wasn't this stage. It's actually the one after this one that has the mid boss, but very unfortunate twister placement right there. This stage is rather infamous. It's just very dense with enemies. You got these what we call clock rooms, where you have to like work your way around, deal with the enemies that are there. Also, I don't know if I've seen that movement before. That was certainly a way to deal with that room.
Soit la plus risquée avec la roue, soit une plus safe, mais évidemment H1 tente tout, donc on va faire ça à la roue.
I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, I was actually actively trying to reach over the top before the bomb block, just reach the blocks there, because I don't know, I think it was funny.
I don't think I've ever done that, but that's more just kind of the way it's set up. Anyways, here's our mid boss, and ooh, that is incredibly good luck. Can we get the double hit? No, but that's okay. That is still a very solid fight.
Okay, this room is by personal health. You have like to do like a jump to to don't let the wind drag you down, and then you keep going there. But for me, it's a personal hell because enemies are annoying.
Wind tunnel's also just very rough. If you mess up your movement, you'll bonk into like the top of one of the blocks. You have all these enemies that can just set Kirby on fire, and if you do that over one of the pits that went down, you will just that's it. You lose a life immediately.
Yeah. Okay. Last stage in entire run in the game also. This is like a cute little reference to, well, not the reference, but
yeah. So
or I don't remember.
Yeah, so Kirby's Adventure was the second game in a series, and so it had like this little homage to the game before it, Kirby's Dream Land 1. This version still keeps that, although it does look a little more out of place here since Kirby's in full color, and so are the enemies.
Yeah. Well, you have to listen to Green Greens.
Anyways, we're going to break through those, and this is going to be our last mix of the run. We're going to get Ball again, because Ball is going to be super good against DDD, who's coming up.
Yep. Yeah, this is for me the best usage of Ball because DD has a lot of HP. Any ability just does like no damage, and since Pulse does like gazillion damage, you can just like you just do that, like just
they're kind of explained that a little bit more. So most bosses have. We actually do know the HP for them. They have 60, so 6 star bullets will take them out. For DDD, it is instead 10, because he has 100 health. Anyways, as per tradition, say it with me, orb. I don't know what that is in French. I would say it in French if I could.
Yeah, this is the last boss. As a Kirby tradition, the last boss usually completely changed the entirety of the game for a moment.
This is our kind of like prerequisite, or kind of obligatory shoot 'em up styled fight. And then we do the rest of this on foot as the orb suddenly transforms, and it's something else.
Yeah, this is the fabled nightmare in Dreamland.
Yeah, obviously we don't have to matter for this, but time actually comes up pretty soon here, because this is it. This is the final fight. Yep. And I want to see if H1 goes for some of the harder strats in this fight.
Yeah, you can, at least for what I know, you can actually do this fight in 2 cycles.
You can do it a little bit faster if... Okay, he's gonna wait. That is very smart.
Yeah, there's 2 ways of doing damage here. Like if you just spin with the star rod, you're of course gonna do damage. It's not going to do a lot of damage, but if you throw the
and there we go.
Yeah, that's
really good fight. Honestly, if you know this fight well, this fight does not really change a lot, but there is some strategy to do for like a little, like to save like a second if you didn't get it. But with that, the moon kind of has this happen, and it stays like this for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Non, la perf est légendaire, bien sûr, hein, vraiment, il mérite.
That should be like a really powerful, like cataclysmic proportions fight. Is you just blow up a huge chunk of the moon.
Yeah, I don't know if there. I know when I checked the notes there weren't anything to see, but I don't know if there's any like incentives. We'll see if there is.
J'espère vraiment que vous avez aimé la run. Merci.
Je pense que les gens ils ont adoré.
It would be cool to see boss rush, but it seems like.
Ouais, je suis très content d'avoir
le
sub 40.
Yeah, it's something I don't know if H1 had that as an incentive or anything. I'm going to assume not, like I said, it weren't really.
Mon chat qui me manque énormément. Et
I didn't see anything suggesting otherwise.
Je voulais avoir un petit mot à une personne qui m'accompagne, qui est ma conjointe et qui subit ça tout le long de l'année et qui me permet de faire les
If only I knew French, I could tell you, but sadly I.
Et merci le public, merci tout le monde et voilà. J'ai plus de mots, j'ai l'émotion.
Yeah, might as well. At the very least, I guess we'll do some shout outs. Nacho, do you want to go first?
No, I mean I will keep commentating some games, some more games here. I don't know about you, Sol. If you
fair
anything.
Yeah, fair enough in that case. I guess in my case, if you want to know more about myself, you can go to twitch.tv/BeingQueenSoul. I do a lot of different things. I do one of those is speedruns. I do a lot of Kirby speedruns when I do. I've also recently started a console challenge for the GBA, which is a thing that will actually be continuing today. But if he's giving a shout out to his wife, that is very heartwarming. I love this. But yeah, in that case, I will leave y'all with our next commentators. Thank you for having me. I'm sure you'll see Nacho more since you said you were going to be commentating some other runs as well. But otherwise, I will see you. I'll see you around.
Oui, tout un week-end.
Ça c'est magnifique.
Résumé des épisodes précédents, donc vous arrivez sur un marathon de 80 heures de speedrun non-stop pour Médecins du Monde. Voilà, association militante qui se bat pour des politiques de santé plus justes et accessibles à tous. Et bien on va continuer avec le 3e run.
Oui, complètement.
Donc,
la 3e run.
Birth by Sleep Final Mix HD. Et on a quelqu'un qui va nous accompagner pendant ce speedrun. Et oui, elle s'est installée. Du coup, on a Ad. Alors, je ne sais pas s'il y a un plan de caméra ou pas. Qu'est-ce qui est prévu au niveau
Ça va arriver.
Je crois que si ça se trouve.
Voilà, le voilà. Magnifique.
Salut.
Incroyable.
Hello.
Hey. Du coup, t'es la première.
Oui.
Ça ouvre le bal.
Oui.
Qu'est-ce que tu vas nous faire comme illustration, dessin? C'est quoi le programme là?
Eh bah, j'ai cru comprendre que ça allait être une run avec Aqua, donc je vais dessiner Aqua. J'adore Kingdom Hearts et je ne connaissais pas vraiment cet opus-là. J'adore Kingdom Hearts, mais surtout de mon enfance, du 1 et du 2.
Ouais, c'est ça, t'as pas fait les 72 épisodes.
Non, voilà. Par contre, dans le train, je me suis tapé 5 heures de vidéo pour tout...
Ah, le résumé du lore.
Exactement. Mon cerveau a fondu.
Le lore, bon sang.
Donc voilà, une petite Aqua qui est prévue. J'espère que je vais lui faire honneur. Et
super.
Et puis, du coup, si jamais les runners veulent... c'est valable pour tous les dessins de SpeeDons, hein, mais venir faire une petite signature sur le dessin à la fin, ça pourrait être trop cool aussi.
Ah bah bien sûr.
C'est prévu, évidemment. On les ramènera là-bas, évidemment.
Je pense que c'est négociable. Eh ben, écoute, bon dessin à toi, je ne sais pas comment on dit, bon aqua à toi, voilà, c'est ça.
Bon aqua.
Et donc, cette illustration sera à gagner. Donc, c'est un tirage au sort parmi tous les dons hein, pendant ce speedrun. Et d'ailleurs, en parlant de dons, il y en a eu ou pas alors?
Il y en a eu quelques-uns, bien sûr. En effet, on a un petit cœur qui a envoyé 100 €. On a Chine qui nous a envoyé 20 € et qui nous dit Kirby, merci pour cette run. En effet, excellente run. On a Ilric pour les 100 € de dons. Très content de retrouver SpeeDons. Bravo à tous. On a le véritable Kémis de la vérité vraie. Encore une fois, c'est pas moi, qui envoie 6-7 € bien sûr et qui dit miaou. Ouais, 6-7 et vive les médecins, les bénévoles, ainsi que la 205 GTI. Je n'ai pas de 205 GTI. On a Thiolier, bien sûr, j'ai la rêve du DLC d'Elden qui offre 100 € de dons donc. Et à toi, Dadam, vas-y.
Ouais, alors on a un don anonyme de 2 €. Divorce avec mon mari Lambert s'il ne regarde pas la run Kingdom Hearts. Bon, ça a le mérite d'être clair. Un Mistgun, un 10 €, ça fait un bail depuis la première édition. Je suis sur l'event et j'ai enfin fini mes études. Donc utilisons bien ce salaire. Sylph M, 100 €. Merci pour le speedrun de Kirby. Raziel, 6,70 €, hein, bien sûr. Merci pour ce que vous faites. Vous êtes incroyaux. Daitibus 67 aussi. Go Kirby, go pour Médecins du Monde. J'ai l'impression que Kirby fait l'unanimité. Hein. C'est bien.
On vient d'avoir une run Kirby. C'est peut-être pour ça finalement.
C'est peut-être pour ça.
Et
tous les ans, quasiment, il y a du.
C'est vrai.
bien. Ça.
Oui.
Partie des petits running gags. Pour ça, heureusement, on a Chacha Max.
C'est pour ça qu'on a la biboule, la petite béboule aussi.
Qui n'a aucun rapport, du coup.
À part la couleur.
À part la couleur et le fait
et ils sont peut-être cousins éloignés.
Et ah oui, c'est vrai. Bon, c'est vrai. Bon, juste avant, tiens, pendant que je présente cet incroyable t-shirt, un petit mot, bien sûr. Un petit mot aussi d'un partenaire, bien sûr, c'est PayPal qui soutient SpeeDons voilà, pour la 5e année consécutive et qui double son engagement. Donc pour les 5000 premiers dons supérieurs à 5 €, eh bien PayPal rajoute 5 € aux dons, ce qui ferait 10 € au total pour Médecins du Monde. Donc merci à eux, sachant qu'on est encore dans les 5000. Là, voilà, la cagnotte de toute façon a été mise à jour. Et dans les autres partenaires, alors ça concerne les personnes qui sont sur place. Hein, voilà, pour ceux qui ont la chance de suivre SpeeDons là, ici, avec nous, eh bien vous avez l'association HFS Play, donc spécialisée en arcade, voilà, qui vous propose tout un tas de bornes de consoles, voilà, des postes où vous allez pouvoir jouer, vous divertir et peut-être taper les prochains speedruns de l'année prochaine.
Donc une autre chose à rajouter aussi, n'oubliez pas quand vous donnez de bien sélectionner un défi et donc de faire entrer votre argent, mais du coup pour valider ce défi qui va être effectué par les runners. Le prochain défi qu'on attend, c'est sur Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts, on aura une race, donc c'est-à-dire qu'il y aura une course en 1 contre 1. Et si on arrive à atteindre les 5000 € sur ce défi en particulier, ils devront faire le boss de fin au niveau 1 en difficulté maximale pour pouvoir valider leur course. On est actuellement à 51%, encore 49% à aller chercher. Vous savez quoi faire.
Et ça n'a même pas commencé.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SpeeDons, as presented in English by the Games Done Quick channel. My name is the King's Pride, and I am joined by...
Macalink. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Kingdom Hearts, the prequel to the sequel that's put out after the sequel.
Yep. The story is confusing. Don't worry, we're not going to see terribly much of it. But we have a fantastic run lined up for you here. Both me and my co-commentator did a good bit of research on this run, and there is a lot of very cool tech and minimal amounts of grinding, which is awesome for an RPG. So look forward to that as we move in. Any thoughts before we get started into the run proper, Mecha?
So yeah, we kind of mentioned the story. Kingdom Hearts is infamous for its story. This one is kind of the issue 0 style treatment, where you go back, okay, right? Like you saw what they're doing. How did this get here? Right? Like, how did the world get here? Right? So that's what Birth by Sleep really delivers. So there's a lot of forward references. Tech-wise, there's some things that are going to be very familiar to like any Kingdom Hearts runner, and then some interesting, unique things that they get to do because of the way that links are handled in this game. So you'll get to see some interesting kind of pieces of tech. A fairly tight money route and grinding route. There is a little bit of grinding, but it's not really for experience. It's more for drops. You just get a bunch of experience on the way because you want to, right? You're maximizing your time. It's a speed run.
Yeah. And we'll actually see a very interesting little bit of tech related to that as we get going. But it looks like both of our runners are getting ready here. Gibra, who wrote the document that we are looking at, that we both studied for this, fantastic runner. I believe that I've done commentary for her before, question mark? It's been a year, so I don't remember, but very familiar faces on the stream right now.
And both of them on speedrun.com have PBs that are very close, right? Like, so this, you know, in theory, right, like this should be a close race, right? Like this is not a game that's like, oh, you missed the trick, lose 5 minutes, right? Like this is a lot of, there's some speed ups, right, like at a small scale, a lot of technical play, right? You know, some boss variants, right? Like, and the boss variants may well be what decides it at the end.
Yeah, and it looks like we are
it's going to be a good race
to get started here. So as you can see on our character select screen, we have Terra, Ventus, and Aqua. Birth by Sleep is split into 3 different stories. We're going to be playing Aqua on the easiest difficulty. She is more of a magic-focused character in general. Terra is your physical character, and Ventus is your kind of balanced character in the game. But we're going to be playing through Aqua, and I think we're about ready to go here. So Mecha, are you ready?
I am ready.
I'm also very ready. Chat, are you ready? Excellent. We are getting started here. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to beat up some orbs. Fun way to start every single run of Birth by Sleep, we got to beat orbs.
Yep, we skip a cutscene and then we're into the orbs. And the orbs were actually kind of pseudo-sabotaged by the big bad here. Right, and like the cutscenes tell you.
Yep, so you can see immediately, Kingdom Hearts is a action RPG, so we have our basic attacks, which you're going to see a lot, but also you can see above where it says attack, we have what is called the command deck. This is a more contentious part of Birth by Sleep. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts on the command deck. Basically, you have a limited set of commands that are all on cooldowns instead of having any sort of MP mechanic. So basically, we're going to be running up to these balls, hit a bunch of... There we go. Shiki is already done with them, and Givra following close behind. Basically, we are going to, in any combat scenario, dump a ton of spells, get into our special mode, which is going to be Spellweaver, that we build up through doing attacks and doing spells, and then we just let that Spellweaver let her rip, basically. But we are already done with our first world, and we're on to our second one. This one is Castle of Dreams, which is the Cinderella world.
We get a lot of kind of retro-ish worlds, both to lay down some groundwork for Kingdom Hearts 1, as well as include some very interesting Disney properties. These chest grabs here are either money or mats, by and large. In these first kind of set of things, almost everything gets thrown in the money bin, right? So you see them using their movement tech, right? Like the forward cartwheel. Obviously, everybody has a dash, and it's faster than not dashing. So you're doing these forward cartwheels for movement.
And very interesting here, we are going to open our Terra D-Link, because opening a D-Link actually drops you to the ground faster, so you'll see that tech used every now and again. Also, Terra's D-Link has the access to the sliding dash command, which is just a forward dash. It's very quick. We'll be unlocking a second one of those a bit later in the run, but for now you can see again, we also have that ability Quick Blitz, which is a quick downward strike, and that again is just going to get us to the ground faster, but we will be swapping that out. And as Mecha mentioned, we're picking up a lot of things right now, so we are swapping out Quick Blitz for Barrier Surge, which is just a pretty good early game attack. And as we pick up these materials, so fun fact about this game, our commands can be changed in the command deck, and they can also be melded together. So you can add two commands together and also maybe material to basically roll the gotcha for an ability that you want. It's pretty well manipulated in this game, but we may see some variance there.
Yeah, definitely. Not only can you meld them, they have levels, and those levels are required to some degree to meld them effectively. So you will see like these, grinds in order to get things to max level, so you can then merge them for your later techniques, right? Here we don't have a magnet, right, like as you would do in many Kingdom Hearts things, but we're still trying to kind of, group things, deal with them effectively.
Yes.
Not sure why we're waiting on this one. Are we just waiting for Bar? Okay, we're waiting for the big guy.
So on this fight, you take out that first group of enemies, and then you kind of just wait near the final one, because these big guys can actually, there's a variance in how they spawn. So if you just chill out near one of them, then the other ones just might not spawn, and Jack can continue on his way. But it looks like both of our runners got some pretty nasty RNG, have to deal with a ton of these enemies called the Unversed. You would be forgiven for mistaking these for Heartless, but no, this is another of the categories of enemy in Kingdom Hearts that is basically Heartless, just with a skin tossed on top of them.
Kingdom Hearts games reinvent their enemy set a lot. That said, rather, the Unversed are visually, they're very sharp and angled, jagged, closer to nobodies in that respect. But rather than shadows, they have more of a shadow-like coloration. Here's the first boss. It is an evil version of the Pumpkin Carrot.
Yeah, so you see that our runners here are going to be having a pretty similar attack pattern here. It's going to be attack, magic, attack, magic, attack, magic. And then we go into Spellweaver.
Into Spellweaver.
Yep. In Spellweaver, we use our full combo, waiting for our magic to recharge. Then we're going to use our magic and build up to that Spellweaver final attack, which is this big spinny attack, which deals a good amount of damage in a wide area. You can see
Yeah, we saw it in the grind as
well. You can see that on Giva's screen. She already almost has this funky carriage all the way down. Shiki following close behind. So both of our runners, pretty close race so far. Like we said, two very closely matched runners.
Delayed Giver a little because, yeah, they're going to clear within minutes of each other. Yep. Just a few minutes. Gerfer took a hit where the other one didn't. Not risky, but it slowed him down. Right. The game's air recovery takes a little.
So we are done with that world for now, and we are moving on to our next one, which is Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. So we're going on to the Dwarven Woodlands. Here we're also going to be picking up a couple of things for later. We will immediately see a poison pickup and a high potion pickup, and then a very neat movement trick that I'll explain just before we get to it. Basically, the geometry in this game is made up and the points don't matter. So...
Yeah, I mean, that's the case with every 3D game, right? Like, that's why, like, I think about things like, oh, all these people make 3D games, but you have to line up the polygons on their seams exactly, and if you don't, well, stuff happens.
Yep. For right now, though, we are just going to be dashing past a ton of enemies. You may be wondering, if this is JRPG, why are we not fighting every enemy we see for experience? And we'll be answering that later. We'll have a good answer to that experience route. Right now, we are running to the dungeon of the evil queen of Snow White. Get to the castle grounds, and here you can see on Giva's screen, we are going to be walking up. Oh, that was very quick. Yeah, so we just jump against this this bush, and it pushes us just high enough to get onto that ledge, and then we use Barrier Surge as a mobility tool to get across to the other side. So Barrier Surge and its likenesses are going to be used for a bit of mobility later, pretty frequently. We'll see it especially with Terra, as we mentioned, that sliding dash command. So now is a great time, actually, to mention what D-Links really are. So you can see that we have that D-Link gauge right above our green health bar. And anytime that you use a D-Link, you summon forth the abilities of a different character. We're going to be seeing a couple of them throughout the run. We'll see Terra, we will see Mickey Mouse, and we will see Snow White. All of them have their own command deck, and all of them will kind of have their own unique sauce. But right now we are fighting the spirit of the magic mirror. So in phase 1, we're going to again do that Keyblade Magic, Keyblade Magic, Keyblade Magic combo, hit him with Spellweaver and knock him into phase 2. Phase 2, however, because it's going to be coming up real quick, is going to have 4 different sort of modes that it can go into, and our runners are going to have to react to every mode as it comes upon us. So you can see we have the circles, which I believe we're just going to be using Fusion Fire, question mark? Or Fission Pyraga is the name of it, sorry. I'm working on a PDF that I translated by hand, so some of my notes are a little wonky. Very similar patterns for both of our runners here, which is pretty great. We are going to be smacking this mask around a good bit. What is our next one? All right, we have the big hallway, couloir, as it is. I can't speak French. I apologize if I try to pronounce any of these. But we're just going to be running down, get to the actual mask, and then smack them around a good bit. And that should be it for Giva. Perfect. So we are done with Dwarven Woodlands for right now. Every time that we finish one of these worlds, we're going to get a new Keyblade. And I believe that we're going to see our first Keyblade swap. Just, you know, they all have a little bit higher stats as we go along through the game. Just a little bit of progression as we go. So we're going to be heading back into Enchanted Dominion, which is our Sleeping Beauty world. And we are going to be seeing our first shop, where we are going to be selling pretty much everything except for Thunder and Fission Pyraga, I believe. And then we're going to be buying 4 copies of Magnet and 1 copy of Arrow. All of those are going to be a surprise tool that'll help us later. And also help us now. Magnet is, as the name implies, going to be a magic spell that yoinks everything up into one area. Very useful for dealing with crowds. and then arrow is going to just be a kind of a wide-reaching attack. And we want to level all of these up because you actually, I mentioned before, you can meld commands. You cannot meld commands that are at level 1. So we do want to level those commands up before we meld them. See right here, we are selling all of those items, and we're going to buy 4 magnets and 1 arrow.
Yep. This is a very classic Kingdom Hearts strategy. We switch to our new weapon. We set up our new command deck with a bunch of stuff we need to put levels in. Thunder, magnet, magnet, magnet.
Yep. And yeah, like I mentioned, we're going to be getting all those magnets so that we can level them up so that we can fuse them later. Another neat bit of movement tech here. So we use the auto attack feature to, you can see on the left, because Giva did it no problem. We're going to use the auto targeting to knock ourselves up onto a ledge. And then we're going to use Terra's abilities just as we start to fall to dash over and grab this very good command right here, Ice Barrage. We'll be using that offensively later.
And Shiki got it as well, so.
Yep, first try for both of our runners. Again, not very much variance here. We are doing incredible in terms of an actual race. But right now we have the Goons fight. We're going to be fighting the Goons.
And along with Prince Philip, a lesser known to some degree Disney prince.
Yeah, nobody talks about Prince Philip anymore. I mean, he doesn't really have a character per se. He just kind of
that's the thing. Is like he's kind of a proxy for he like in the same sense like you rescue the princess and you don't really know her. It's the same thing in reverse, right? Like if you follow the princess and the guy wakes her up and he's just kind of like a guy.
Yeah, he kind of exists. But we are going to be seeing our first command deck melding coming up here. So we are going to be mixing magnet, and one of those upgrade materials we got, the fleeting crystal, and we are going to be aiming for a higher power magnet spell with a faster recharge time. So again, every time that we use our magic, it goes on to cooldown, and we really don't like cooldowns. So we're going to be doing our best to mitigate that as we go. Yep. I believe that both of our runners should have the XP necessary for it. We're also going to be getting high jump very soon here. Just a nice little mobility tool. I mean, descriptions on the tin. Jump higher.
Yep. Yeah, you see here there's sort of magnets in the fire thing, and and that's part. The fire is a tool that will continue to pursue later. And then you see that Spellweaver kind of chain final really deliver in terms of crossing the field, killing lots of things, right? And then he helps us up with the quick time event.
Again, using Aqua's very floaty air attacks to just yoink ourselves up onto ledges whenever enemies are close by. That saves a good few seconds so that we can just hit the wheel and move forward.
Shoutouts to Portcullises.
Shoutouts to Portcullises. So yeah, we're going to be using these enemies here, even if it seems a little unnecessary, to be leveling up those commands once again to get them in range of being able to meld them.
Yeah. And then you see those they leveled up, right? Like defense increase on level, right? Like we're only level 3, which is kind of low. Right? Like as with most RPG speedruns, he takes us up, and then we immediately like somersault off. It's very funny.
Yeah, the movement in this section is pretty interesting, but we are out of the castle area here, and here's where we're going to be doing those meldings. So we're going to be watching for this to give us a Magnera, perfect, Magnera with Magic Haste, and this should also give us Magnera with Magic Haste, perfect. So Givra is out of the gotcha
Same thing.
Roll.
Yep.
Excellent.
And Shiki got all of them. Got it. All right.
That is
so yeah. The extra things on them are essentially passive abilities that are extra to you, and then you see the high jump swap that we mentioned earlier.
Yep, so we are going to be just doing some movement here as we move to our next boss, which is Maleficent in her dragon form. If anybody remembers Kingdom Hearts 1, it's a pretty iconic boss, huge, heartless boss, very fun, very interesting. Unfortunately, it is an early game boss in this game instead of a late game boss in Kingdom Hearts 1, so it's a little less interesting, but still going to be a bit of a fascinating time.
Yeah. And similarly, right, like in Kingdom Hearts 1, right, Maleficent kind of comes out of left field, and you never go to Sleeping Beauty Land, right? Maleficent's just one of the team, the evil team, right? So here we kind of get more of a like Maleficent is actually relevant, right? Like not just somebody.
Yep. So we're going to be moving to her back left foot here, and we are going to be casting that ice spell. And also, a thing that I failed to mention earlier, we're going to be using our shot lock here. So shot lock is a mechanic that was unique to this game and was brought back for Kingdom Hearts 3. Basically, you just pull up a big targeting reticle, you have a limited amount of time to target enemies with it, and then you shoot out a bunch of shots. It's just a little bit extra damage at some range, which we really want here. So again, we're going to be casting those Magneros, even though they're not really doing anything for this fight, but that is just because you get XP every time you cast it. So if they're on cooldown and it's not taking up any time for anything else, then why not? So we're going to be shooting a max level shot lock here, and then we're going to be hopefully getting Maleficent down low enough so that here we go, we get this command, basically this big command grab where we get onto her back, and then we can deal oodles and oodles of damage and hopefully finish this fight out very quick. Shiki with a very quick fight there.
Yeah, Shiki's back in front just a little bit.
Yep, so again, races like this, if you've ever seen them before, they can swap at a moment's notice. So Givra was ahead for quite a while, but Shiki has caught up from behind. And it's been, you know, a question of
another takeoff late. Hoping the shot lock gets us there. Yeah.
We are all good. And we are now headed into our next world, which is Radiant Garden. You may recognize this if you played Kingdom Hearts 2 and also 1. This is the final world of Kingdom Hearts, technically. Asterisk. This is the iconic Hollow Bastion from Kingdom Hearts 1 before it was fallen to darkness. So it's pretty interesting. Yep. Also, can I mention that the music in Hollow Bastion in this game is, because it is, or in Radiant Garden, is weirdly intense because it's based on the Hollow Bastion music, which has one of the strangest time signatures. Yeah, it's one of the strangest time signatures I've seen in music in general. That is just like, it's like 38.6 or something, some nonsense. It's wild.
Yeah. And yeah, we see both of them kind of do the menuing, do the melding. Another slot opened up, switching keyblades, right? And then we're back to trying to skip everything. We stopped back at the Moogle shop in the previous domain to kind of sell and buy some stuff as well. The Moogles, for some reason, are what Square and Disney chose to be the shopkeepers in this game. So the cuteness factor is not denied.
Yep. It also should be mentioned, as we are just doing this fight with King Mickey, it's going to be pretty similar to all of our other fights. Just cast Magnet, whack them with a bunch of magic. But we do have an incentive open right now. A reminder that this is a charity marathon. SpeeDons is raising money for charity, and whenever you donate, you can donate to an incentive. It's currently 5,000 euros to reach that, and we're 92% of the way there. We are just under 400 euros away. So if you ever feel like supporting the fantastic charity that SpeeDons is doing, then consider donating to that goal so that we can have a little bit more Kingdom Hearts fun. We were fighting the two final bosses at max difficulty on level 1. So it's something that you're not going to want to miss.
Yeah, Medicines du Monde is a great charity, and there we see post-fight, right? Like we do a much more merging. We have 6 fires now that we plan on using and leveling. Yep, and there's our leveling setup for fire.
Yep, and you will also see that we got a command in our deck that has the XP Walker ability. So that is our answer to why are we not grinding for enemies. So XP Walker is going to give us 1 experience for every step that we take in the game. just every physical step that the character traverses with any traversal method. And that, it's going to seem like not a lot in the beginning, but trust me, it is going to rack up very quickly, especially because we are entering the grind.
Yeah, this is the grind that I was talking about. You'll see us gain like 10 levels here, but also we're looking for very specific drops for merging purposes. Right. Looking specifically for... Yeah, we're looking specifically for fleeting crystals and shimmering crystals. Right. We're using our links a lot here too, right? Mickey has a link that allows us to get access to more XP. See here, we de-link into Mickey. Yeah, use Mickey's stuff, and then you'll see see that Mickey symbol on the right, or like you'll see that change at points in the random during the grind with notes about how like your XP gain is increased, right? So, and yeah, we keep using Mickey over and over, taking them 0 hearts to 2 in this process as well to get access to those things.
Yep, so whenever you defeat an enemy while you are in D-Link mode, there is a chance that they drop what is called a Wayfinder, and if you grab those Wayfinders, then you will upgrade that you will upgrade that D-Link. And like what Mecha mentioned, the Mickey D-Link second ability is double experience. So we really want to find those Wayfinders as quick as possible. There is one for Shiki, but it is taking a little while. It gives us auto-teleport, not super useful. Again, we're going for that second one, and as soon as we find the second D-Link, or the second Wayfinder, we're going to start using a couple of other D-Links. Those are going to be Terra, that we want 1 Wayfinder for to get access to a second sliding dash, and then we want 2 on, I believe it was Sleeping Beauty, question mark?
Yeah, Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah, which is just going to give us some very powerful attacks for later on.
Yeah, we use Sleeping Beauty a little bit in Radiant Garden. She has kind of a large-scale sleep and some other things. But yeah, the Wayfinders, shout-outs to Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah, it's almost like this game is a prequel and did a ton of stuff from Kingdom Hearts 1 again.
Yeah.
It's all pretty neat as a fan of the games, though, to see come together. But you see that we are going to be doing our second loop here. So another notable thing, once you hit level 2 on King Mickey's D-Link, is that we get access to an attack called Sign of Faith, which just demolishes these enemies. So that grind is going to go much faster. And it is notable that whenever a Wayfinder drops, you do not have to pick it up with the D-Link that spawned the Wayfinder. So our runners are going to be dropping out of the Mickey D-Link, popping into the other D-Link that we want that Wayfinder for, and then grabbing the Wayfinder and then popping back out. Because again, Mickey is very efficient for this grind. We're going to be doing this loop about 6 times, I believe, and by the end of it, we're going to be hoping to be at level 15, and again have all 3 of those D-Links where we need them to be.
Yeah, you saw the first phase of this kind of Faraga merging process happen there. On the left side, we did get both Magic Haste and Fire Increase, right, which is kind of a common split of abilities that we're happy with.
Yeah, the fire attacks are just basically very efficient. They're not super resisted by any enemies, and the late game bosses take a good amount of damage from them. So we want to have, as Mecha mentioned, a good balance of both a shorter cooldown and higher attack on.
And notably, right, like one of the big things in the Kingdom Hearts series in general with fire attacks, they have both a close ranges thing that happens that works well with the magnets. Right, you can jump in the air, do your fire, and kind of hits everybody near you, as well as then the range projectile, right? So the magic, it's not just like, oh, fire's for range and, thunder's for area. No, like you get both a PBAOE kind of effect and then a long range effect. So fire is really versatile, not just like highly damaging, but it really works with the kit.
There we go, 2 Fyras on Givra's screen, both with Magic Haste. We're going to be equipping those as well as our other 2 fires, which are going to be leveled up as well as we go through the second half of this grind. You can also notably look in the top left corner of both of our runners' screens. As they are defeating enemies, you can see how much experience they need for the next level. And it's kind of fun, in my opinion, to watch that number tick down fairly rapidly.
Just drastically, yeah. Yep.
So Shiki is out of the grind right now. We hit that final mess of enemies in that corridor, hit to level 16. Yep. So that's our break point. That's where we really want to be at this point in the run. And we are going to be moving on Shiki's screen to the boss of Radiant Garden, which is Trinity Armor. Trinity Armor is going to be very interesting. Basically, we are going to see our new super form. So, as you can tell, we're using a lot of fire. So instead of going into Spellweaver, we will be going into Firestorm, which is going to boost our fire attacks, and it's going to have a lot of fire attacks of its own. So we're going to be seeing quite the inferno moving forward.
Yeah.
Givra not far behind, though.
No, I think Givra is out of the grind too. Right, just going to do that last hallway clear and they're gone. The armor is very much kind of like callbacks to Kingdom Hearts 1 in boss design, but also all three of the main characters beat here. Like it's one of the places that all the characters are in the same place for whatever reason. Right, and we haven't really talked about the plot any, right? Because the plot here is essentially that Terra went off under Eraqus's command, who is our master, to like chase Xehanort. Xehanort convinced Ventus that he needed to go along because of mysteries about his past, and Aqua was sent after the two of them to keep them both out of trouble, which she's not so far managed to do.
Yeah, as we mentioned, there are 3 different characters in this game, which basically means that for every character that you play, you're getting effectively 1/3 of the story. So it really promotes replayability, that you want to be playing all your characters kind of in a row. All of them get different bosses, all of them, except for the ones that they share. So Birth by Sleep is a really neat game. It was a little contentious when it came out, but I think that it really has withstood the test of time.
Game, it has a lot more kind of like counter type stuff, right? Like that we saw evolve further in Kingdom Hearts 3, right? But like this is where it kind of like, keyblading as fencing or as just sword play really kind of got some of its juice.
Yeah, it's always very funny to see these characters who are, Keyblade masters who have been raised in this like culture of this like, these warrior people, and then to go back to Kingdom Hearts 1 and be, oh, this was just a kid with a baseball bat, basically.
Yeah, the kid with a baseball bat, exactly. He's just like, doing my best with the big blunt baseball bat. Right.
But we are...
Yeah, Giver's going through that same 3-phase sequence here.
Yep.
Right, lots of Firestorm, rather.
Yes, and on Shiki's screen, we are out of the boss, and we're just traversing across Radiant Garden to make our way to the next boss, which is going to be Vanitas. Vanitas, whose theme, by the way, super underrated. Like, it's just like, it's funky, it's low-key. I really love his theme, but he is another of these Keyblade wielders. And Vanitas 1, we're going to see him a couple more times, but here, he's kind of a chump. We kind of just locked him in Magnet for a while and just beat the absolute crap out of him. It's pretty funny that he's just like, whoa, what's going on, man?
Yeah, it's pretty funny, yeah.
It's pretty great, but he's going to maybe eventually break out of it. Oh no, he's just going to sit in Magnet the entire boss fight. He can break out of that, and in which case you have to be a little more strategic with it, but we
that capacity increase, we hadn't really noted it, but every so often we're getting another slot for our deck. Right, like, and we're filling it appropriately, but like each of these is like increasing our capability, and since all of those timers, right, like are able to count down simultaneously, right, like we get a better and better rotation out of our ability set.
Yeah.
The next triplet of worlds, kind of much like Kingdom Hearts, you have kind of this first triplet, and then you have a middle stage, and you have another triplet, and then the final stage. Right. Unsurprisingly, same structure.
Yeah, so we're heading into Disney Town, and I'm going to read verbatim the route PDF that Givro put together. Apologies for my translation, or my pronunciation of French here, but Joya a Fruitball. Voila.
Joya a Fruitball.
Do Fruitball.
Yeah, voila.
There it is.
Yep. It's an auto-scroller, basically.
Yeah, basically.
We want to beat them. Givro's PB is has a 24 to 6 end goal here, but there's no mercy rule. There's no way to get through this pain any other than being auto-scroller.
Yeah, effectively we are locked in for 3 minutes. So I would love to address a comment in the chat who says, weird that Vanitas isn't breaking out of the lock like he usually does. So I believe that actually in that first Vanitas fight, he does not have a mechanic that Birth by Sleep was pretty infamous for back in the day, and still now if you're an avid player of it. So most bosses in Birth by Sleep, especially the later bosses, have a mechanic that is effectively a retaliation meter. This pops up in a lot of the later games in Kingdom Hearts. The more that you punish a boss, the more damage that you deal to them, the more that a invisible rage meter builds up. And once that meter is full, they break out of your combo and then beat the crap out of you. They do high damage attacks to basically punish you for trying to stun lock them. Vanitas 1 does not have that mechanic. All of the following Vanitas fights will have that, so we're going to see quite an interesting difference between Chump Vanitas getting locked into Magnet the entire fight versus later Vanitas, who is going to be able to clown on us a little bit. In the meantime, though, while we are doing Fruit Ball, I would love to remind everybody that SpeeDons is raising money for Medicine du Monde. Medicine du Monde, or Doctors of the World, is an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years. MDM is made of thousands of workers and volunteers helping to provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. So thank you all so much for watching. You are helping us support Medicine du Monde. And if you want to even more directly support, you can donate in, I believe there is a link in the chat.
Yep. Medicines du Monde this year is looking to continue repair in Lebanon after losing public funding, respond to some underreported crises in Afghanistan, Sudan, and the Central African Republic, continuing to ensure healthcare access to Madagascar because they had a harsh cyclone, and providing healthcare to French migrants across the world. So that's just some of the things that they'll be looking forward to doing in the coming year.
Yeah, thank you all for watching. We are at about roughly the halfway point of this run, a little over actually. And it's been, frankly, it's been kind of a nail biter. We're only, as you can see by the timer on Fruit Ball, only a minute apart between these runners, which is pretty incredible for a run like this. And there's still... there's
it's great, really. Like I said,
tons of opportunities for time loss and time gain as we go forward. So keep that screen on because we are not nearly done yet. Like I said, about half the run left. And how are we doing on that incentive? Let me check. Reloading the page here. We are really close. Just a little under 150 euro away. Folks, we can hit that by the end of this, and we will have to see both of our runners do the two final bosses of the run at the highest difficulty at level 1 in the game. You're not going to want to miss that. So get those donations in, mark down that incentive, and help us raise some good money for Medicine du Monde.
Yeah, definitely donate. We've made it to what is an incredibly recurring area in the Kingdom Hearts series, which is the Olympus Coliseum. Here, we're here before, kind of like the events of Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2. But yeah, the Unverse are making a mess of things here, and we come in and we, help Herc out in the basics. And yeah, you see our Fire Aga is leveling up there. And we're through that fight pretty straightforwardly.
Yeah, and we are going to be headed directly into a tourney in Olympus Coliseum. So this is going to be 10 rounds of enemies. The first few rounds are going to be pretty much the gameplay loop that we've gotten used to. You're going to hit Magnera and then some area attacks to take these guys out pretty quickly. And then round 5 and forward, we're going to see a little bit of variance.
Because this is this is why we see Olympus Coliseum. It isn't because Hercules is a deeply loved necessarily Disney property, although it is. It's because it's very easy to set up fight gauntlets. So there's just do it in Olympus Coliseum every time.
I wouldn't necessarily call it filler, but it's definitely not the most filling of content. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's forces you into it to some degree in the various games. 2 actually has you go down to the underworld, right? Really gives the area some more meat.
As you will notice, as we are moving forward here, though, we have another one of these super modes that we're building up. So this is Blade Charge. Yeah, this is an upgraded version of Spellweaver, and as you can see, maybe one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I love this huge blade made of light. It's so cool. Yeah, it's just one of the neater parts of this game is all the different super modes that you can enter into.
Through these fights, right? Like in the second half, right? Look at this pile of monsters just gonna kill all you, we're done.
Magnera really pulling its weight there.
Yep.
But that is Olympus Coliseum done for now. And we are going to be moving into Deep Space. This is Lilo and Stitch. This is the one, other than Olympus Coliseum, the one non-classic Disney world in this game. For those who know Kingdom Hearts 1, it really, again, this is a prequel, so we have to visit all the worlds of the Princesses of Heart from Kingdom Hearts 1, which is all the classic Disney princesses. Brand integration or whatever. We're just going to be going
and then we get the Lilo and Stitch area, very different vibes. Same. Or shortly don a new costume, at least temporarily.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're just going to be tearing through some basic combat arenas that we're being forced into through Deep Space. And then we are going to be actually seeing some interesting bit of tech here as we use the Snow White D-Link, and then we're going to be using Bashful, which I'm trying to remember what precisely Bashful does. I don't exactly remember, but it looks very cool. I'll say that. Again, we get 7 abilities with Snow White in accordance to the 7 dwarves, and Bashful I think just makes enemies go away, which funny.
Yeah, it's like the Dragon Quest, right? Banishes people into the light.
Yep. But for right now, we're in another minigame. The back half of this run is very minigame heavy. But this is the Keyblade Armor minigame. A very neat concept that was introduced in the special ending of Kingdom Hearts 2, I believe, where we got to see our 3 mysterious figures in their armor with their billowing capes. Fun fact. Those billowing capes had to be removed from the character design because the PSP could not handle it whenever this game was first released.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
They did not want to do cloth physics on the PSP, and I cannot blame them. It would turn that thing into a hand grenade.
That's right. But yeah, no, this Kingdom Hearts... Yeah, no, this Kingdom Hearts...
Faut aller assez vite. Donc c'est take that pour le premier, gotcha pour le deuxième. Donc prends ça et prends ça. Et non, je t'ai eu, que point important du côté de Chiki avant qu'on y arrive, il va y avoir le bashful.
Yep, and here we see that the bashful spam as we just make enemies vanish. but we're going to be moving forward through deep space here. Again, we're going to have another set of combat. So a spell that we have not talked about, that we've had for quite a while here, is Mind Square. So as it levels up, it isn't really a square anymore, but it puts down a set of mines on the ground. It starts with 4, then it upgrades as it goes along to do more. But Mind Square is very powerful. It is going to set down, like I said, these mines. They explode and deal damage. So as you can see, you can kind of just wander into the middle of a group of enemies and lay down a set of mines, and they just explode. It's also going to be a good source of damage for our later fights as we, again, enter Blade Charge here. And gosh, folks, I can't stress enough, Blade Charge looks so cool as you're just flipping around, swinging this massive light blade. Really just, you know, the average power fantasy of every person who's ever played a JRPG. But we are out of that fight, and we are going into another shop. So we're going to be selling our Magneras here. We're not going to need them for the rest of the run, and we do want to buy some other things. So we sell our Magneras, we buy 2 Fyragas, and we're going to buy 2 copies of another spell called Ignite, which is super interesting. So basically what Ignite does, it is similar to a fire spell, but it casts itself directly onto the enemy. They just pop down and it's boom. So, like I said earlier, with those later boss fights where enemies are going to be dodging a bit, that's pretty useful. But here we have the Kingdom Hearts classic. You know it, you love it. It's the platforming section. This one's not too hard, thankfully. We're just going to be jumping upwards through this chamber, and we're going to be skipping a little bit of puzzling by, again, just using that Terra D-Link, using that sliding dash, and beautiful straight into the fight with Captain Gantu. Gantu's fight, pretty simple. We're going to walk up to him, we're going to drop some mines. You can see the absolute truckload of damage it does, hit a bunch of fire, and then just whack him with Blade Charge a good amount. Building up to Blade Charge, and there we are. So, Shiki doing very well right now. And again, Givra not far behind. This is still a very close race, especially going into these final bosses. We're about to hit the big gauntlet right at the end, and these bosses can get pretty difficult. We have some safety strats that we will probably be seeing. But if any of our runners dies to one of these bosses, that can either extend or diminish the lead very quickly. Givra using Terra to dash over. Perfect. Yep, we're going to be equipping the Deep Space Keyblade, and we are back to Olympus Coliseum. Fans of Final Fantasy VII will recognize this skinny little fella right here. This is Zack Fair. So in Kingdom Hearts 1, we fight Cloud in Olympus Coliseum. In Birth by Sleep, the prequel, we fight Zack, the prequel guy. And Zack, as you probably guess right now, also lacks that revenge mechanic that I was mentioning earlier. So, yeah, we kind of bully him pretty severely. It's alright. You're alright, buddy. Yeah, Mind Spell is balanced. It's great. It's a perfectly balanced spell with no glaring issues whatsoever. But we go right back in, and now we are fighting Hades and the Ice Colossus. So basically, we're going to run down Hades, we're going to bully him, and then we're going to come back for the Ice Titan as a little bit later. But again, Ice Titan has those huge hitboxes on both of his legs, so the Mind Spell is going to be doing quite a bit of work against him. And very nice. Very good on Shiki's screen. Hades was cooperating very well, and we were able to take both of them out at the same time. Hopefully Givra gets the same good luck as she goes into that. But we're headed into our final Disney World here. We are going into Neverland.
Yes, Neverland again.
Neverland again. It's Neverland again.
But yeah, we get to see Zach before, right, like before the remake, right?
Yeah.
More polygons than Final Fantasy VII on PSX, less polygons, or rather lack of polygons than he gets in the future.
Yep. But Neverland, which in French, by the way, I learned is Land of Imagination, which is pretty cool. Or, like imaginary land, I think is what. And anyway, it's pretty neat. But we're going to be scooting our way through all the way through Neverland. We don't fight a boss here, to my knowledge. We just kind of run through the entire world. Neverland has
I think that makes up for I think that makes up for having two bosses in Hercules Coliseum, honestly.
I would say so.
Zack into the Hades and Giant.
Yep. Ghidorah with a very good Ice Titan kill there. And Ghidorah will also be heading into Neverland, where we can see this very interesting world mechanic. In Neverland and Kingdom Hearts 1, you have free flight, which is neat. But Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, we have these launch pads of fairy dust where we can get some nice verticality. And I love whenever games introduce verticality, but also with that Terra with 2 sliding dashes, you can see, we can just skip some of these platforming sections, which is very useful for our speedrun.
I suspect, similarly, part of the reason we don't really get flight and glide as much as we do in Kingdom Hearts 1 is just processing, right? They don't want to have to define polygons above the ground level too much.
It's also, I mean, it could be taken as an interesting story premise of, you know, Sora is an innocent, you know, he can think of a wonderful.
Yeah, he's
and so he can.
Yeah, he's very much a Peter, right? Yeah.
And then we have our grittier, edgier guys.
Yep, Vanitas is here.
So Vanitas 2.
Same amount of health, yeah, but
we're going to be able to see that he is going to be able to teleport out of our attacks pretty effectively. So we use a very interesting strat here, where we lay down our Mind Square, and then we're going to be using our fire spells not necessarily to directly deal damage, but instead to knock him into those mines to deal a lot more damage than we normally would. And again, those ignites coming into a lot of effect because he is not able to dodge ignite. This is really great. The person in the chat saying you've never played Kingdom Hearts, but it looks fun. This game is very fun. If you are interested in Kingdom Hearts, I would definitely recommend starting with Kingdom Hearts 1. You'll be a lot less confused that way. But if there was a different one that you had to jump in on, Birth by Sleep is not the worst one because it is a prequel.
Yeah, that's you kind of can do that. I want to start at the beginning of the story, or I want to start at the beginning of the release, right? Like two perfectly valid approaches to engaging with a media property.
Yep. So Shiki finishing up with Vanitas 2 as Ghidorah is entering Vanitas 2. So we're going to see how Ghidorah is able to handle Vanitas' nonsense. Sets down the mines, and unfortunately he jumps away. And then jumps straight directly into them. So, you know, Vanitas is kind of a silly little guy.
And like Vanitas, this fight is the third to last boss. Right, so we are rapidly approaching the end.
Yep, and let me check that tracker. We did meet the incentive for fighting the 2 final bosses at max difficulty. So we're going to be able to see that as we move forward. It's going to be pretty neat. I think you have to do it in another playthrough. You can't change difficulty, right? Yeah, I'm not certain if they're going to swap saves right now, or if they're going to do it after the run. I suspect it's going to be after the run because it is a race, but we'll be able to see that, and it's going to be very neat. But here we are headed into the final world of the game, the Keyblade Graveyard, or as it's called in French, again that I learned, the Necropolis of the Keyblades, which is just a cooler name.
Yeah, Necropole de Keyblades, yep. This is a land that's been, you know, if you play Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, right, this is a kind of, we've seen pictures of it, we've seen it in cutscenes, right, like, it was always one of the big mysteries of the series. Why is there a Keyblade Graveyard, right? What could that possibly mean in a world where, in Kingdom Hearts 1, we're like, there's a Keyblade, right?
There's
like,
one Keyblade, and also...
Right, and there's like, actually, no, like...
Mickey Mouse is the other one.
Yeah, and then there's and so on, right? And so like, yeah, this is a big lore kind of like thing to hit in this game.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's a very fun payoff if you are a fan of the Kingdom Hearts series, and then you get here and it's like, well, it is just a lot of rocks.
Yeah, it's a graveyard. It's not very highly populated.
Yeah, it's kind of there's rocks and there's wind, and yep, fairly aggressive winds.
And on Givra's side, we see kind of like Mickey is not under Arokis's tutelage, right? Like our Keyblade Master, he's under Gen Sid, who is also a Keyblade Master, right? Like literally, like Mickey, the apprentice, as per the movie Fantasia, right? Like Gen Sid is the teacher, right? Like it's like kind of framing that concept.
Yeah, the Disney inclusions in Kingdom Hearts are Goofy and Donald Duck. Have it no other way. It was not an intentional pun to begin with. But we're headed into our second final boss here. This is Braig.
That's right.
Fans of Kingdom Hearts 2 will recognize Braig as later Zigbar. And this fight goes out pretty much similarly. He's going to be hanging around. He's going to be hitting us from afar. So we're going to chase him down. We're going to hit him with Blade Charge and these Thyragas that we have. As you can see, Shiki added a high potion into his command deck. So he's going to want to be careful to not get rid of those too quickly. Pulling out the Ventus D-Link. Very interesting.
Ventus D-Link. Yep. But yeah, no, this is... you see, health-wise, this is just another bar, right? Like, the previous boss was two pips. This one's 3 pips, right? So yeah, the bosses are, increasing slowly in their amount of HP. When you're playing it on higher difficulties, there's a lot more bars.
Absolutely. So we are finished with Braig on Shiki's screen. We're headed into our final boss fight against Ventus Vanitas.
And Givra also buys a stack of high potions here.
Yep. There's a lot of story about why this guy has the other guy's face. It doesn't super matter for our purposes here. What matters is that we are going to be doing kind of a similar loop to what we did earlier. We don't have Ignite anymore because Ventus Vanitas does not dodge as much as Vanitas actually does. So again, we're going to be trying to knock him into those mines that we placed down, lure him over. Ventus Vanitas, though, does a lot of damage. So that's what that stack
he's got twice the Chi Blade or Cross Blade or Keyblade, depending on how you pronounce it.
Whatever the sword
he's got twice the sword. Yeah, he's got, this is supposed to be like the ultimate Keyblade, either because it's the first or the last. And right, like that's the whole point. Like Vanitas' whole story is about the fact that Xehanort is manipulating him into creating this blade.
And
right, Xehanort wants this blade.
And
yeah, very short. And
that is time
there.
Cheeky.
Nope, not yet. There we go. There we go.
I think you may be a couple of seconds behind me. Yeah, that's time for Sheik.
I might be, yeah. Nope.
Incredibly done with a 57. I would need to check speedrun.com, but is that... I don't think that's a PB. I think it's close, though.
I don't think that's a PB, but yeah, it's
but very well done, and we are going to be seeing Givra enter that same fight. Fantastically done by both runners. Again, this close of a race, you really don't see that often.
Yeah. Are 51-53 for Givra and 52-22 for Shiki. So yeah, less than a minute off PB in a marathon. A marathon is generally something you are happy with.
Fantastically done by both of our runners. We're not quite done though yet. Stick around. Stick around for Givra finishing, of course. It's just polite. But even when Givra is done, stick around because we met that incentive, and so our runners are going to be playing through these final 2 bosses on the highest difficulty at level 1. So you're not going to want to miss that. Ooh, Givra.
That's a kind of a tradition in Kingdom Hearts games to enable that sort of like level 1 play. It essentially turns it into a perfect play nearly perfectly style situation.
Yep. Ooh, Ooh, so unfortunately, Givra getting caught into this command ability.
Oh, the super slow burst of faith, yeah.
Yeah, it's super slow and it does not do very much damage at all, so you never want to see that. It is a little unfortunate to get that right at the end, but...
Good as a casual tool just because it provides you some safety, right? Like where you're not getting hit, right? Take a breath, but not what we're looking for here.
Really delays it. And one more hit. Come on. There we go. Time for...
Yeah.
Very well done.
GG's to Givra.
Not far off from PB at all. A race that, literally 2 minutes.
Yeah, literally, like pretty much exactly 2 minutes between them. Right, like between a pair of runners who have 30 seconds between them on their PBs. Right, like, yeah, like totally within variance. Very sensible.
Fantastically done, and I believe that we're going to be getting set up for that boss fights at level 1 incentive now. Which I have no notes on because that's not in the SpeeDons document. So we're going to be discovering that one together, folks.
Right. Yeah. Like I
underestimate for the both of our runners. Fantastically done.
Yeah. Great job. Yeah. No, like I said, this is kind of a thing in Kingdom Hearts games, right? Like where they offer these kind of super bosses or difficult bosses, and then they have these super difficult modes, like critical mode, right? Like a way to lock yourself to level 1 for the entire game, right? Like for what is a colorful series, right? Like to have them kind of like then here's these hardcore gamer modes is very funny. But yeah, no, it's very much a situation where all of those things is like, you have a rage meter that fills up. Like all those sort of like break out of what you're doing and force you to engage with me mechanics really come into play in these modes, right? Like it's just like the game, you have to react to everything the game does, and if you don't succeed, you probably die.
Yep, and we are set up. Okay, so it's just Shiki who's going to do it.
Shiki's going to do it. All right.
The super hard.
So you see Fabricadabra. Fabricadabra.
Un item qui peut le sauvegarder à qui peut le sauver à 1 HP, mais on se fait one shot, littéralement. Et en 2 coups, il sera mort. Donc, il faut vraiment que ce soit.
We'll find out together.
Perfection. Alors, tu peux expliquer pourquoi on fait tant de dégâts, on va faire tant de dégâts.
Skipping the cutscene where Ventus gets completely frozen, in the most literal sense.
Notamment le fait que les boss, il y a un autre point, c'est qu'on fait 0 dégâts sur le level 1. Pour compenser ça avec le jouable, ils ont ajouté en gros un buff de dégâts.
If this is something you use a ton in the main game, that shield thing is her block, right? Like it's not like a keyblade parry like it is often for like Sora, but it is literally like we are literally kind of like Daigo parrying.
Yeah.
Right? Like, like that is the level you have
the
to
magic
do.
character in this game, having a big magical shield for her block. And yikes! Hey, so what just happened?
Holy cow! Swordbill really did that. Quickblood Swordbill, wow. Wow.
So, remember how I said that the D-Links were mostly being used for utility in this game? So that was an example of a D-Link being used for the opposite of utility. Unless by utility you mean just slaughter the enemy.
Right, like you have a lot of tools in this game that aren't level locked. Right, there's Fabricadabra, puts us in a Spellweaver, Ignite, Magnegra, and then back to, we're just kind of cycling through our main commands, Spellweaver, Invul, and some, Invul, look at that kind of damage zone, right, that we were getting there, that we just have to avoid. Oh man, we have multiple slots of Fabricadabra, dang!
Can you explain to our viewers what Fabricadabra is for anybody who's not played this game?
I actually don't know. I think it's meter management, right? Like it's like we're using Fabricadabra to be able to like keep our bars moving, to keep our Spellweaver points high.
Yeah, it's basically
because we've been in Spellweaver like kind modes for a long time, right? Look, so you see there, filled up the command right now. Spellweaver,
using Spellweaver to
we can't afford to be out of there too
deal a ton of damage. Ooh, real close.
Yeah. Almost. Oh no!
Just a couple more hits should do it.
Yeah, we have another Fabricadabra.
Oh.
But yeah, right now you have to avoid his desperation mode situation, right?
Close.
Yeah.
Get to see more Kingdom Hearts.
That's right.
Again,
retry.
So those Fabricadabras basically are going to keep us in Spellweaver mode, which is going to keep both our damage and our protection.
Yep. And yeah, there you see they cancel out their first activation because they were going to get hit, activate again, and then they saw the bar fail for Spellweaver, right? So, and yeah, just like last time, they took an early hit. They're at basically nothing. And yeah, just gonna have to manage this. Poison's in the mix. He's poisonable? I think I see it above his head too.
Yeah, that's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I think he was poisonable. Now, obviously, he's in kind of one of his, telegraph modes. And there's poison again.
Ooh. Yeah, this is tough, folks. So, like we said, so Fabricadabra, by the way, is ice cream. I neglected to mention that. You can create ice cream in this game, and the ice cream will place you manually into your command mode here. Ooh! Yikes! Yep. But yeah, we're using those Fabricadabras to place us into that command mode for Spellweaver instantly, and then a second one to fill up the bar instantly, which just gives us that super powerful Spellweaver attack. And oh, there we go. Hey, we're using the special King Mickey attack for a bit of safety there. But you can see that Ventus Vanitas is at these high levels. He does not let up on the attack. He is very fast, and your reaction time has to keep up.
I'm playing Claire Obscure recently, so like I sympathize with with massive blockchains.
Yeah. So we're gonna give it another try. Okay. Fun fact, one more. I don't speak French, so I can't hear what the commentary on there is talking about. But hopefully they're saying, yeah, you can do it. And let's hear some support from Shiki in the chat, because this is, I don't think that I can stress enough, very difficult to do.
Yeah.
This is
we've definitely seen on the on the GDQ stage that we've seen like Sephiroth, KH2 type stuff, that we've seen these sort of similar Kingdom Hearts series bosses or super bosses, right? Like, and this is no less demanding. Took a minor hit there.
It should be fine. Kingdom Hearts is a mechanic that many games share called one-hit protection. As you can see, if we get hit by a massive attack, it's not going to drop Aqua's health all the way down. It's going to drop her to 1 HP.
Right. The classic rule being like, if you're not at 1 HP, a hit knocks you to 1 HP, right? Or stuff like that.
It's going to give us a little bit of grace to continue the fight, but Vanitas attacks quickly, so if he hits you with a wombo combo of a 1-2 punch, you're just dead. Yep. So some pretty good stuff.
We've got Spellweaver. We managed to pull off our Fabricadabras, right? We just need...
You can see that lunge.
That lunge.
Instant.
Almost instant. Yeah, that was just like you blink and you miss the fact that the person's dead. Wow.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a tough one for sure. You can appreciate the silliest keyblade in the land. 2 handles, not just 2 swords.
Yeah, and you grip it by the connection between the 2 handles, not by either of the 2 handles.
It's a funny one for sure. The keyblade. The game, I call it the X-Blade or whatever because they're actually using the Chi symbol, right? Which is to say the key symbol, right? So it is a Japanese pun in a non-Japanese language.
So you can see there, though, that so Ventus Vanitas has an attack where he will just dip underground and follow you around.
Yep.
Much like the classic Shadow Heartless. And if he does that in the middle of our Spellweaver attack, he just doesn't take damage.
Yeah.
It's really painful. Bring into Spellweaver, getting our Spellweaver attack, and popping it.
There's that underground thing. Have to use it for protection.
There we go. GG's.
There you go. Actually did the damage in the underground mode. Wow. Very well done.
Fantastic job. That was Kingdom Hearts Birthday Sleep. A great job by both of our runners, and a fantastic showing there at the end. We are going to try to keep things moving, though. So, Mecha, any final shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Not particularly. Thanks, GDQ, for putting this together. I've gotten to do a couple of these sort of Restream things recently. I've really enjoyed them. We have coming up another Crab's Treasure, 90% restricted, by Pauzy. So yeah, you got anything you want to add to it?
Yeah, huge shout-outs to the Kingdom Hearts community. They're all real ones. I know several, and they are very good friends. Shout-outs to to Giva for making the document that I was able to read in preparation for this. And yeah, shout-outs to Medicine du Monde, the charity that we are supporting. And thank you all so much. That is going to be us signing off.
Bum, c'est le troisième runner qui a pris la run avec nous. Malheureusement, il ne pouvait pas être là, donc évidemment, on pense à lui.
Ça a été un V1 pur, tout simplement. Mais il a l'habitude de faire vous avez l'habitude de faire des races tous les trois en même temps. En fait,
ouais, c'est ça.
Eh bien, écoutez, sur ces bonnes paroles, c'est la fin de la première race, mais ce n'est que le début de SpeeDons 6.
Faites des dons,
Merci
le
beaucoup.
t-shirt, tout ça,
Merci
tous
beaucoup
les
pour les dons et pour l'initiative. Et eh bien, très bon SpeeDons à tous. Ça ne fait que commencer.
C'est que le début.
Incroyable, nous sommes de retour. Rebonsoir bien sûr, rebonsoir ma chère dame.
Bonsoir Kémis.
Bien sûr, et donc nous avons assisté à une run exceptionnelle de Kingdom Hearts, un sub 56 réalisé par Givra et Chiki de manière légendaire, mais on a une autre personne qui a sub 56. On est deux. Si vous vous souvenez, eh bien, il y a un dessin qui a été fait pour cette run, un dessin de Aqua, et donc dès maintenant, eh bien, voyons voir à quoi ça ressemble. Montre-nous tout ça.
Voilà. Ça va, ça s'est bien passé? Ça va. Oh, incroyable.
Magnifique, un bac d'applaudissements, bien sûr.
Mais c'est super beau.
Merci. Voilà, j'avais très peur. Et finalement, ça va.
Les runners vont signer ça, c'est
Oh
ça?
oui.
Les runners, partez pas.
Parfait.
Il faut que vous veniez, bien sûr.
Tu restes aussi pour le prochain speedrun, c'est ça?
Non, là, je m'en vais. Je reviens demain.
Ok.
Je reviens demain. Tout à l'heure, on a Nio normalement sur
Alien, je crois.
Oui, Alien Isolation, exactement.
Il m'a dit il avait soif de xénomorphes, c'est ce qu'il m'a dit tout à l'heure.
C'est ce qu'il m'a dit aussi, c'est fou. Il est complètement fan, je crois.
Bah, merci beaucoup en tout cas. Et bravo pour le talent.
Merci.
Alors, nous allons bientôt, nous aussi, partir en goguette. On laissera notre place à Horty _ et Vicky Spleen. Et ça sera sur le prochain speedrun quand même qui commencera sous peu. Another Scrap's Treasure, c'est un truc à toi, ça. C'est
un Souls game.
C'est un Souls, c'est ça.
On l'appelle Crab Souls dans le milieu. On connaît les Souls-like, c'est toujours très dark, très sombre et c'est pas la joie. Bah là, on est dans l'océan, il y a des couleurs partout et on joue un crabe.
Et
ça, c'est historique.
C'est parfait. Ça sera donc joué par Pause tout de suite, commenté par TPK et Foster, bien sûr, le duo légendaire de la baston. Et n'hésitez pas, bien sûr, et n'oubliez pas, bien sûr, que vous pouvez faire des dons tout au long de ce marathon. Et c'est le cas, par exemple, de Satron qui a donné 200,67 €. C'est ici le crowdfunding pour le jeu Béboul Adventure. Alex N, 10 €, go sur le 6. Je crois plus au 666. Go 777, mais oui, parce qu'il y a l'incentive. Alors, quel est le meilleur chiffre?
Ça, c'est une bonne question. On a quoi comme meilleur chiffre? Alors là, pour l'instant, on a 46% de 6. Et on a 18% de 7. On a quand même une franche domination du 6, on va pas se mentir. La troisième place, c'est toujours le 4.
On va vraiment commenter ça, c'est incroyable.
Ça, c'est excellent. Ça, c'est du divertissement.
C'est du vrai divertissement. D'ailleurs, l'incentive pour un prochain run, alors ça sera pas sur Another Crab's Treasure.
Exactement.
C'est
Crabsoul.
J'ai eu du mal, Crabsoul. Ça sera sur Pico Park, ça sera tout à l'heure. Une incentive qui est déjà à 26% pour que les ambianceuses de tout à l'heure viennent sur le plateau pour speedrunner.
Pico Park qui est une run exceptionnelle puisque ça va être une première à speedon, 8 joueurs en même temps sur la run. Ça va suivre après Another Crab's Treasure, c'est exceptionnel bien sûr.
OMG en fait, on a un don de 6,07 € par Kemis Earth Burst by Sleep Final Mix HD qui nous dit vive les dons, bourrez les médecins. Il dort le public ou bien? Ah ouais? Ok.
Moi, je crois qu'il dort. Il dort, là. J'entends rien, moi. Ah oui, c'est bon, pardon. Non, mais excusez-moi, c'est avec le casque que j'entends moins, j'ai pas fait attention.
Oh, il y a un don mignon, attends. Pink Neko qui a donné 10 €. Grâce à vous, l'année passée, j'avais demandé mon amoureux en mariage pendant le speedon. Il a dit oui. Merci, Dame Dame, de l'avoir lu. Oh.
Eh ben, bravo, ma petite. T'as réussi à le relire, incroyable.
Bienvenue au club, hein. Magnifique.
Félicitations à vous deux, let's go.
Skyfender qui a donné 10 € en disant Philippe. Vas-y, je te laisse continuer un peu.
Docteur Omega qui a donné pendant la run de Kingdom Hearts et qui a donné de la force directement à Chiki et Givra. Sinon, on a eu pas mal de dons. On a Mout pour les 300 balles, papa de Thibaut pour les 300 balles. Thibaut, 11 ans, présent dans la salle pour la 2e année. Toujours aussi fan des speedruns. Merci pour cet événement. On vous embrasse évidemment.
Et ouais, Clafouti, un peu d'amour dans ce monde de brut qui nous a donné 6-7. Brizou, 10 €. Béboul, le meilleur personnage de Disney. Oh wait. 30 € de Aqua #1 fan. Si Aqua a 1 million de fans, alors j'en suis un. Si Aqua n'a un seul fan, alors j'en suis un. Et si Aqua n'a pas de fans, ça signifie que je suis mort. Oh.
Non, ne meurs pas.
Tu sais que ce message, ça fait saut Internet de 2004 quand même.
Oui. Mais c'est toujours un plaisir. Moi, ça me régale toujours autant.
Merci pour le don, malgré tout.
De mon côté, on a Cardboxy pour les 495 balles de dons, bien sûr. On a le fan absolu de Roxas. Vive Kingdom Hearts, tout pour voir les boss de fin en hard avec les 10 balles, bien sûr, c'est très gentil. On a Monsieur Marcadette, 100 balles. Suzy, 100 balles. Ça donne, ça bourre comme jamais, c'est ce qu'il faut et c'est ce qui est magnifique. Merci Caramel aussi pour les 500 balles. Ouais. Achète aussi ce t-shirt dès maintenant.
Qui est très beau, Est-ce que il y a un crabe dessus ou pas?
Non, il y est pas.
T'es sûr?
Il est pas. Je suis sûr. Je pense que je suis sûr.
Ah ouais?
Il y a rien qui est lié à la mer ici. C'est terrible.
Moi, je pense qu'il faudrait que les gens l'achètent pour vérifier
oui,
s'il n'y a pas le
oui,
crabe.
c'est vrai. Si ça se trouve, on se trompe peut-être. Donc on achète. Achète le t-shirt. Achète-le.
Dans le doute. Et puis bien sûr, hein, pour tous les dons de 6,70 €, voilà, vous rentrez dans un tirage au sort pour gagner ce PC portable Omen, voilà.
Donne 6,7 € bien sûr, 6,7 bien sûr pour rentrer dans le pool. Magnifique, le magnifique ordinateur portable, je veux dire téléphone, mais pas du tout bien sûr.
Nul ne doute qu'on peut jouer au moins un Tetris là-dessus.
Well, hi there, SpeeDons. Hi, GDQ. Folks on the English Restream, welcome. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Quacksilver, and I'm gonna be hanging out with y'all for our next run, upcoming of another Crab's Treasure. I'm so stoked. Joining me.
Hello, my name is the Valiant Sun. I enjoy another Crab's Treasure casually, and once Quack made me do a boot camp on how to speedrun it, and so now I am here.
No, I'm unreasonably excited for some crab game, but honestly, the whole schedule for this has been nothing but bangers. Shoutouts if you've been here since Control, watching the Restream. We see you and thank you.
That Control run was also just awesome because we did have Fem Runner and then also Fem Couch on the French team. Shoutouts to Fast and Fabulous. I know some of y'all are watching the English Restream as well.
Smice, 6,70 € sous l'océan. Ah, je crois que ça y est, là les dons thématiques commencent à arriver. Là,
ils ont compris l'ADA, je crois qu'ils ont complètement compris l'ADA.
Just seeing the deluge of like crab emotes in both English and French. And French chats makes me so happy.
And we're, I mean, to put on some pads, if you're tuning in and you're watching this and you're not familiar with SpeeDons, we're benefiting Doctors of the World, which is an international medical non-governmental organization, but I think we're going into the game, so we'll have more about that maybe later. Game time?
Bienvenue sur une run d'Another Crab's Treasure. Oh my god.
Not the crab. Oh, not the crab. It is so... How is running Another Crab's Treasure any percent restricted? A little bit of background on this category as we are getting the walk on, the scuttle on, if you will. This is nominally a restricted category, but it's restricted kind of in name only. The only things that get banned in Another Crab's Treasure any percent restricted are infinite flight, infinite invincibility, and like completely breaking the economy of the game infinitely. pretty much every other glitch is on the table, and so this is going to be some good glitched Souls-like goodness, in that very quickly we're going to start breaking the movement system of the game, and most of the bosses are not real fights. Instead, they're puzzles to be solved and scripted out, which makes me super happy.
Yeah, we've the runner does have a aggro crab hat on as well.
I've got my Krill plushie with the protagonist of the game sitting on my desk right here. But so real super quickly, all you need to know about this game in terms of plot is that the ocean has taxes now. Our house / body, I don't know, our shell is being repossessed because the ocean has taxes now, and this entire thing is just a knock-on effect of a quest to get it back. That's the plot, super briefly. This opening tutorial section, Krill is going to dive into the ocean and then die instantly, because this game does have a die instantly button, because it's the best game.
Tout de suite, on décède. Ah bah attends, bien évidemment. Alors on a la possibilité de pouvoir mourir de façon instantanée.
And then right away, there is like a bunch of movement stuff happening all at once at the beginning. Starting off, Pals is gonna do ride down this slope to build up momentum. While this is technically a Souls-like, there's also a fair bit of like 3D platformer tech in this game. Starting off with bunny hopping to preserve momentum, and then right away we get the main movement tech of the run, which is the charge attack launch. Basically, when you do Krill's heavy attack in this game, you can interrupt the very end of the heavy attack with a jump and preserve all of Krill's momentum from lunging forward for the attack. So you can combine that with like your little flutter jump and bunny hops in order to get absurd horizontal movement basically anywhere, and it will combine with some other mechanics very soon for even more speed. Now, we have already broken the plot of the game basically in its entirety. We've skipped multiple tutorial sections. We're going to skip a tutorial boss here by just getting up on some weird geometry and then entering the moon caves, which we're not supposed to be able to do until we've talked to the Duchess that's annexed these lands and taxed us, fought a tutorial boss, a whole bunch of other stuff. We just skipped a solid 5 to 10 minutes of gameplay ordinarily.
We're learning how to use spells now from the Moon Jelly. How much do we actually use spells at all for this run, this category?
So each shell has its own unique spell. We picked up a soda can here that can spawn little bubbles here. We'll use that very rarely, mostly just for the tutorial, I think. There's one shell spell in particular that is going to be absolutely critical for this entire run. But the important thing about shells is you can roll around in them at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Gotta follow my... Never mind. You can combine a charge attack launch with that to preserve top speed on basically anywhere where there is solid ground. And here we're going to skip our second boss already. By doing a charge attack launch, you can just make it through the back wall of the arena before the barrier goes up. So that is Polluted Platoon Pathfinder skipped as well.
Just a shame because the
so fast.
Soundtrack for Polluted Platoon Pathfinder is fantastic, actually. I've heard it on loop many a time.
Yeah, in the glitchless speedruns, he's low-key one of the harder bosses in the game because you don't have a lot of upgrades. But with that, we're going to get the Shelliportation, the fast travel ability, and this checkpoint, which we totally skipped when we were doing all of the beginning skips, is automatically unlocked so that you can't accidentally hardlock your game at the start. And with that, we've skipped the tutorial, so the world state's in kind of a weird spot, but we're in the castle now. We're caught up with the story. We're in the castle, and we're gonna go see the Duchess. Except we're not actually gonna go see the Duchess, because instead it's time to start clipping through walls.
You know, you described the glitch through the walls to me, and I wasn't expecting just quite that much in terms of the actual ability to go through that wall.
Yeah, so basically every wall in this game is a suggestion, where if you take your shell off such that it falls through the wall and then attempt to put it back on, when the game tries to correct your position, it puts you inside the wall and you can just walk through. This is a particularly fun one because this is one solid geometry block, and so you just rise up through the wall. And by my count, this is going to be the third boss that we've skipped. So down there is the Duchess. If Pal fell into that arena, there would be like a whole conversation with the Duchess. But we've broken the plot so thoroughly that that's actually behind where we would be anyway. So now we've just skipped out of the entire first act of the game. We're done. 5 minutes, the entire Duchess plotline is done.
I did also notice earlier in some of the cutscenes that in the corner we've got the ACT auto mash active, like top left corner. So I do appreciate accessibility in games. And that presumably is a mod then that's allowed.
Yes, so one of the first community decisions that was made for this game is we legalized the use of an auto hotkey, specifically for text mashing, because this game otherwise lets you, if you have like a scroll wheel you can bind things to, like a free scroll wheel, you can get any arbitrary mashing anyway, and so to avoid people needing to go out and buy those, we just said, you can mash through things. And yeah, this is the year we take care of our hands, gamers.
Il peut mettre des trucs sur son dos à la base. C'est vrai qu'on va pas parler de ça. C'est un Bernard Lermite. C'est un peu la base du jeu.
I love the rolling animation in the can.
It's so good. So Act 2 of the game is basically a big treasure hunt, right? We need to collect 3 map pieces in order to unlock the way to a legendary and ancient treasure. And the quest kicks off in this hub city, New Carcinia, where we have to talk to 4 NPCs to try and like track down our shell that will cue the cutscene that actually kicks off the act. We're going to kind of cheat it on this patch of the game that Pals is running on specifically. One of the 4 NPCs that you have to talk to is secretly a menu option that you can like blind menu to over just while you're in the city at any point in time. So we're gonna legit talk to a couple NPCs. That was the like upgrade, the blacksmith who upgrades your main weapon. This is Nema, who's going to sell us a very important item in the Razor Blade, which we'll talk about very soon here. And then we're going to go to the 3rd NPC, and on the way, we're going to do the blind menuing to talk to the 4th NPC to save some time. So that was the 4th NPC conversation, or the 3rd NPC conversation. And now we've kicked off the A plot.
Our shell.
Yeah. No one likes Pronathan.
I'm sorry, I did unmute the like main French Restream. I don't speak French, but I just wanted to like hear the game audio. And the couch is very angrily, hey, they took our shell.
Good and correct. So Razorblade, actually, hold Razorblade. There's so much stuff in this run. Thank you for coming on this journey with us. We're going to do the main quest for Act 2 out of order because the 3rd map piece is actually being held in the arms of this boss that just walks the sands between. And so it's a very high-level boss. You're not supposed to be able to fight him right now. You're supposed to just run away. However, if you drop the boss off a cliff, he dies. That's one map piece down. That's also 20,000 microplastics, which are this game's currency because it's very cool like that. So now we can level ourselves up a whole bunch. We have 1/3 of the MacGuffin built, and it was right on our path. That was discovered like day 1 of speedrunning, that you could tempt Pagaris off a cliff. There used to be a strat where instead you fed him to a worm. But like, yeah, this is how the bosses are generally gonna go in this game. Now that we're actually fighting them.
Cependant, la carte est incomplète. Il faut aller chercher des morceaux de carte. Pagurus, le ville, était l'un de ceux qui possédait une carte. Mais on doit aller chasser 2 villes contre-boss pour aller compléter cette carte et aller chercher le trésor. Le fameux trésor, pas le trésor du capitaine, encore que... mais on aura l'occasion de voir les 2 autres boss.
And so this expired grove section is mostly just movement. Razor Blade, something we didn't talk about. So Razor Blade makes your attacks do less damage, but makes your attack speed faster, which is usually pretty bad. However, that attack speed means that Krill actually lunges farther and faster when doing charge attack launches, so you get even more speed from your charge attack launches when you've got Razor Blade equipped. So for the longest time in the speedrun, we just got Razor Blade in order to wear it for all of the movement sections, and then just took it off for the boss fights. There have been even more developments in the speedrun that we'll see on a later boss fight, but for right now, you can see how fast Krill is zooming basically through all of these movement sections.
Attention quand même aux petits zats, les petits mobs sur les côtés, avec un peu de malchance.
And something I'll mention also about our movement too is that like we have the game frame capped as well for it, right?
Yes, so charge attack launches are free to do at 60 FPS and become way harder to do at higher frame rates. So we've seen the strategy once. Oh, that's a bad respawn there, yeah.
IKEA, the intimidation crab.
Yeah, the goal there is, so the ideal strat there is you start the fight with Ikea, this boss, facing away from you, because on his backside he's got a grapple point, and Pow's picked up an upgrade that lets you grapple to the bosses. Or like actually grapple enemies, including bosses. And so the goal is you start the fight with his back to you and then immediately drop him off a cliff again. It's unfortunate there. So there's a quirk of the game, right? Because we skipped almost all of the introduction, the game never properly spawned shells into some areas, including critically, if you take a death to a boss, you're supposed to get on like an assistive feature called a moon jelly. It's not like an assist mode option, it's just a part of the game. You always respawn right at bosses. But because we skipped the intro, you don't get your shell back when you do it. That's how that's supposed to go. Just drop the crab off a cliff.
So silly.
Yeah, that's also 2 out of 3 map pieces, because Ikea was guarding the technically first one, but the second one we're picking up.
Moi j'adore personnellement. Ouais, je pense que il était un peu fatigué.
Yeah, I would believe straight up that first fallout in the Ikea fight was a never happened before. This game has some weird stuff when you clip through boss arenas, or try and clip out of boss arenas, and we do it all the time.
Regardez qui c'est lui. Oh non, mais c'était donc lui depuis le début.
Oh no.
Il avait volé la coquille.
Yeah, you can see that Pronathan is actually the lone shark from the beginning of the game. Thank you so much, Pals, for letting us talk. This is real good. So this is the new development, newish development to the restricted run, is we pick up a lug nut here. The lug nut is the inverse of the razor blade. The lug nut makes your attacks way slower, but increases the amount of damage that you do with the attack. And I see some predictions that we might be dropping our next boss off a cliff. So a couple things. One, the third map piece doesn't actually have a boss associated with it. Well, technically it does. We skipped the boss entirely. The next boss we fight, we're actually going to be fighting. It's one of 2.5 bosses that we actually fight. But so, with this next section, basically, what you're supposed to do from Hykia is go through, there's some caves to the right here that you navigate through to try and make it to a new area where you get, like, a whole bunch of upgrades, but we're—
You die a whole bunch.
You do die a whole bunch. That was my casual experience, too. We're gonna go over the top and take what's meant to be an alternate exit, but instead is going to be our secret entrance to this next boss. Yes, 2.5. I didn't misspeak. This game is good. And we're immediately going to clip into the area again. So, where we're clipping to this time, as Pals lines up, we're on this invisible wall to try and force through. Nice. Where we are clipping to is after you have the 3 map pieces, you're supposed to use those to get into this area off to the side called Scuttleport, where, like, the boss that gates Act 3 is. This is her arena. We're going to be clipping into her arena by deloading it and then reloading it, and now we've just skipped. We still need to get the 3rd map piece later, but we've skipped it for now, and we've skipped all of Scuttleport.
Time for a makeover!
So this is the half boss fight, because Voltai is supposed to be an obnoxious puzzle boss fight where you, where she has different electric implements that she'll fight you with, and every time you damage her to 1/8 of her HP, she changes where she's going to be in the arena and picks a different device to fight you with. But our secret weapon here is the lug nut, because on this patch of the game, before the DLC update, you can change stowaways mid-battle, and if you charge up an attack with the Razor Blade and then swap to the lug nut, you get the damage buff of the lug nut with the charge time of the Razor Blade attack. So with that, plus the little red cup stowaway, which its shell spell triples your attack damage in exchange for giving you a heavy roll, you can one-cycle Voltai so she can't move a single time. That is absurdly precise and happened faster than we could explain any constituent part of the thing. That is like a very, very tight script. Absolute shoutouts to Pals for nailing that in one. We're also incidentally going to be dropping another boss off a cliff here, just kind of casually to get some upgrade materials and microplastics.
Is that the reward from Voltai that just hit us?
Yeah, that might be the reward from Voltai that just hit us. You move? Yeah, because that's the Scuttling Sludge Steamroller. So also, with that geometry walk, we have also just skipped the entire, like, cave gauntlet to get the second map piece. So this is our third, well, it's our second, but our third map piece, and now we've done all of the necessary parts to get to the final boss of Act 2. Oh, I guess there's another half boss. It may be 3 bosses, 2 full bosses, and 2 half bosses. You kill things so fast in this game that it's really hard to evaluate what counts as a boss, you know?
Exactement, et des sorts très importants puisque on va avoir là des sorts qui vont nous permettre de tanker des coups et de charger notre attaque pour rendre, on va dire, des dégâts.
What did we? I was gonna say, what did we upgrade on our shell tree there?
So we've got what I would describe as the main combat loadout in terms of skills. It's definitely, if you run the glitchless category of this game, which doesn't let you break the game quite as effectively. No dropping bosses off cliffs, no clipping through walls. The main damage rotation there is you have an upgrade called Aggravation and an upgrade called Self-Repair. that work super nicely together, because aggravation says whenever you block an attack, you get a small damage buff for a little while after blocking the attack, like your immediate counter hit does more damage. And self-repair means that whenever you do attacks quickly enough after your shell takes damage, which, I guess to talk even more broadly, you have your main health and your blue shell health above it on the UI there. And if you attack quickly enough with self-repair after your shell takes damage, you can actually heal back the damage. And on this patch of the game, you can heal back all of the damage if you're fast and powerful enough. So aggravation plus self-repair lets you basically sustain a permanent damage bump to your attacks if you can stay right next to the boss and have, like, good uptime on your attacks. I also, while we quickly do some lightly out-of-bounds movement to the next boss, I see someone in chat mentioning the accessibility weapon. There are speedrun categories which play the game, except the only weapon you're allowed to use is the one-hit kill gun. They are very funny, and I highly recommend you check those out. So this is Roland. Roland is a boss. We do just have to straight up scrap with Roland. And you can see how much damage, like, Lugnut plus Red Cup does. But Roland is arguably scarier because of the tech that's coming up at the end of the fight. Ideally, we want to, maybe with some help of buffering, although Pow's world record holder for the game is very good at this next trick unbuffered. I don't know if he's gonna go for it in a marathon setting. But we are trying to frame perfectly kill Roland and also die instantly at the end of this fight. That roll attack is really hard to set it up on. All right. Is this gonna be it? No, not quite. All right, yeah, getting his health as low as possible. All right, good buffers. So, what's supposed to happen when you do this is you're supposed to go into a cutscene where... Uh-oh. Wait, hold up.
Ça arrive, il y a une frame où ça passe pas. Donc je vais demander à la régie de repasser sur autre chose parce que je vais devoir loader une save.
Ah oui, parce que...
Et je vais devoir... ouais, voilà, merci.
Yeah. Okay, so we have time now to unpack. That was a lock. We have some time now to unpack this. What's supposed to happen at the end of the Roland fight is you're supposed to go into a cutscene there that like Krill goes to the bottom of the ocean, gets like it has this like existential crisis we call it the depression sequence, and in that depression sequence you have like no control over your character. It's just this agonizingly slow walk. It's just this agonizingly slow walk where you walk down a corridor and, like, plot happens. By getting that frame-perfect death and kill at the same time on the Roland fight, you can actually set it up so that the game thinks you died right at the start of that cutscene, which gives you your full control back, and you can break out of the depression sequence. We call it, and you're never gonna believe this, depression skip.
This is a good video game.
This is a pretty good video game. The problem with Depression Skip is, if you're a frame early on Depression Skip, you just died at the end of the Roland fight and didn't actually kill Roland, so you have to redo the fight. And if you're late, there are a number of unfortunate consequences that can happen, one of which is soft-locking your game.
Je vais vous montrer ce qui se passe quand on rate, comme ça c'est parfait. Voilà ce qui se passe. On est blanc. On est tout déprimé, mais nous on n'aime pas ça.
Bah non, on n'aime pas.
Let's see if we got it.
Non, veut que notre Bernard l'ermite il soit heureux. Non. Le feu. Et pour qu'il soit heureux, il faut faire le dépression. Il faut skip la dépression.
Looks like no. Looks like our boy is still depressed. So we're gonna go for it. The thing about Depression Skip is that it saves like 2 minutes. It saves like an absurd amount of time if you get it first try, so that it's completely, like, it's completely worth going for multiple times, especially because, as you have seen, the bosses in this game just kind of melt. Like, this boss took me multiple hours, casually. Roland is a nasty, nasty dude. He also has an attack that the community has politely nicknamed Underwater Foul Dance, which, if you are familiar with the FromSoft Souls-likes, you can probably guess what the attack is like. Oh no, not the jump back, not the nothing personnel kid.
Et là, faut bourrer, on entend la touche. Si vous plissez les oreilles.
Yes, let's go!
All right, that's good. Seeing it on the map screen, seeing it on the map screen is a good thing. So now we have full control. You can ignore the creepy voice that's playing over the top. Don't worry about it. Play this game. Hey, play this game casually.
If the world is ugly, then you need to fight to rip this ugly world apart.
I don't want to.
You also, there's also like some controller or game differences as well for that skip as well, right? Or was that just like a temporary thing for depression skip?
When you say controller differences, yeah, it's way easier. Like, buffering in this game is just substantially easier to do with keyboard. So, like, even I am typically a controller player, and that means that I just like have a keyboard up while I'm fighting Roland, so that I can buffer depression skip there. But yeah, your reward for depression skip is unfortunately one of the worst areas in the game. Like, it's very dark, it's very scary. The Unfathom was a nightmare casually. Speedrun, again, with the help of some wall clips, we can just sort of like skip most of the area. This area, I won't spoil it because the speedrun doesn't do it. Doesn't actually have to worry about it, but there's something in the Unfathom that is one of the most nasty things that, like, you could do in a Souls-like, in my IMO. Play this.
I don't, the thing is that, like, I don't know if I know what you're referencing, and I don't want to be like, are you talking about this, in case I do. So I will also just say, play this game.
Play this game. Also, shoutouts to this giant enemy that Paz is going to run underneath. It is the silence boomer crab from the meme. Like, it fires lasers at you out of its eyes, and I think that's hilarious, actually. This game has a really solid sense of humor.
Il veut du microplastique. Ça n'a aucune valeur. Ça n'a aucune valeur. Exactement. Évidemment, grosse dépression. J'ai perdu ma maison. Le trésor pour lequel.
And so Paz here is going to skip a cutscene and then get into our next not a boss fight against Inkerton, who is a story character. Don't worry about him. Because as soon as the fight starts, we are going to enter into this little crevasse here and then clip out of the boss arena. There, it's slightly harder than clipping with a normal, with just a regular wall, because the boss arena is, like, round, so you need the bone shard there to actually nudge you through the wall, but that's a consistent setup. That's actually one of the easier wall clips in the game, and we can just leave Inkerton behind.
Goodbye, Inkerton. We knew him well, supposedly.
Yeah, and with this, Depression Skip is the start of Act 3 of the game. So what's supposed to happen here is the moment in every Souls-like game where you go on a really long elevator ride and, like, the plot, the secret magic at the heart of the world gets explained to you. But fortunately, the area at the end of that elevator ride is already loaded in. So instead, what we're going to do is there's some precise movement onto this weird geometry. We're going to clip out of bounds, and we're going to head to the final area of the game. Good backup there. So yeah, we're just going to fall for a while and into Old Carcinia, the Bleached City.
The commentators saying we, and getting the entire audience to also do we as they fell.
Yeah, that's good. This moonshell here, this is a safety save, and it is so called for because this bridge is my arch nemesis. So there's artillery crabs firing tide pods, firing legally distinct laundry pods at you. Multiple artilleries, and you have to flip some switches to open a bridge here. There's 4 of them, and eventually they like start. Oh no, wait! This might be new. I didn't know you could clip this. Let's go. Wait, that makes it so much easier. Bridge still sucks. This is the world record difference. That switching the shell there to get the better geometry to clip through. Incredible. So we're coming up. We've got one more not a boss, and then one more like joint boss, I guess. So here we've picked up our final different shell of the run, the toilet paper, because the toilet paper is going to let us do one last absurd movement trick. Because the toilet paper has a shell spell that lets you instantly accelerate to full speed, called rollout. And when you roll out into one of these bubbles that are supposed to be just a little boost, like a little hop for Krill, but when you roll into them, some weird stuff happens. So we're getting a very precise angle here. And we've just skipped our way to the final bosses of the game.
Amazing.
That was some really clean. That was a really clean angle too. Like getting all the way up that like slope.
Coconut Shell also has rollout, right?
Yes.
Look at me, remembering things.
So this is Kamsha. He's like the ancient sorcerer king, and we're simply not going to fight him. We intentionally returned to title here so that we can get our red cup back for the final bosses, because we actually are going to have to fight a boss at some point again and use damage. Here we use the like spell we got from killing Voltai to briefly stun the boss. Oh no, aggressive attack there, which again just lets you walk behind the boss before the wall goes up. And we flush ourselves down the toilet, and we are into the bottom of the drain. It's just 2 bosses from here to the end of the run.
Encore un buzz de plus. Mais rassurez-vous, puisqu'à partir de maintenant, là par contre, les choses sérieuses commencent. On joue au jeu là? Là on joue au jeu. Là on joue au jeu.
Starting out, we've got Priadubia. Priadubia is our other, like, is one of the most frustrating bosses casually, in my opinion. But in the speed run is again kind of a vehicle for the tech that's going to happen at the end of the run. So here we're just doing like aggravation plus self-repair plus lug nut plus red cup, which again is more damage than the devs thought you would be able to do. This is supposed to be like a multi-phase fight. She's supposed to go back up into the air and summon more minions. But what's most important is Pow's ended that fight with a charge attack. Pin that. We will be coming back to it later. This phase is really scary. It's an auto-scroller. Priya is tearing herself apart. And so if you just run around in circles long enough and don't die, then Priya will eventually just succumb. However, all of her projectiles, the orbs and the lasers, can damage her. So at top level, like what you see Pow's doing, is you want to stay really close to the boss so that you can guide all the lasers and explosions back into her. It saves like a couple seconds, and it's one of the scariest parts of the run, because if you die, you do have to start the full Priya fight over.
It does look like our shell has broken.
Yeah, our shell is broken. It's not great. We also do have one safety. So before the mailbox, Pow's picked up another crab, the like equipable item, which does give you a second life one time. So if we die here or in the final boss fight after this, we get one extra shot. But like, they're one-shotting you. All right, that's Priya. So critically, because he ended the Priya Phase 1 fight with a charge attack, and that fight ends with a cutscene, the game doesn't do a good job at clearing the state you're in when you kill a boss and it goes right into a cutscene. So he now has a permanent charge attack hitbox stuck to him. You can actually do that with cutscenes and a dodge roll to gain permanent invincibility, but that's one of the only things that's banned in this category, because otherwise you get invincibility very early on and just be invincible for the entire game, and that's no fun. But we do have double damage here on charge attacks. So, this final boss is an absolute troll. If there's anyone in the English Restream chat who saw the SGDQ 2024 fight against this boss, you know how trolly this boss can be. The addition of Lugnut strats do make it a bit safer because you can't actually, like, he just has less health, you're doing more damage. But the biggest thing is, in phase 1, Firth can retreat into his shell and parry your attacks faster than reaction time. So sometimes you just get got and it's kind of not your fault. But that was a very clean phase 1. Phase 2 is supposed to be scarier because Firth starts doing true damage, where even if you block it, you take health damage overall. But for speedrunners, it's typically a little bit less bad, just because his attacks are a little bit less frustrating and he can't parry. Oh, there's another crab.
Que ça peut être potentiellement lié, malheureusement. C'est bon. Yes, il le voit.
Nice.
No, Krill, wait, don't put that on. Mais ce n'est pas encore le time. Et non. Puisque là, le boss final est perdu, donc là, on va pouvoir aller voir Prown.
And that's basically the entire game. Like, at this point, we just gotta go actually get our shell back. There's some dialogue, and then we take our shell back, smile, and that's another crab's treasure. Go play this game. Like, we didn't spoil much here. And it's got genuinely some of the best storytelling, I think, in a video game, in my IMO. I love the celebration from Paz.
What word comes to mind when you think of the Earth? This world is resilient.
I think, like, in reference, though, also from the SGDQ run, you can actually, like, accidentally kill Pronathan, and your shell end up somewhere that you have to, like, reset that little menuing bit, too, right?
You can. There's one last troll the game throws at you. You can accidentally knock the shell out of bounds at the end, which means you do have to redo the last section. It's really funny. There are some setups now, thankfully, so that you shouldn't knock it out of bounds. But yeah, that's another crab's treasure. I love this game so much. I'm so stoked that Pal's got the chance to show it off at SpeeDons, and thank you so much to SpeeDons and GDQ for, like, this collab. It's such a good community. Pals is one of the, like, OGs of the game, playing it since basically release day. It's a phenomenal speedrun. My love is for the glitchless categories, but restricted and even unrestricted, where you're just flying around invincible, are great. But yeah, that's been our time, I think. Jess, do you have shoutouts you want to give?
Thanks for letting me join you. As I said at the beginning, I've played a little bit of this game and then also done, like, some very beginning, like, glitchless speed runs of this, so it's a delight. It's fun to, like, every time I see something, I feel like I learn something new. Yeah, I will shout out in the spirit of playing games sillily. If you're here on the GDQ Restream, I encourage you to check out GDQ Hotfix. I run a show called Make Your Own Victory that is all about speedruns that don't beat the game and roll credits. There are some fun non-credits categories and another crab's treasure. But thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you, SpeeDons, and thank you, GDQ. And stay tuned for more incredible speedruns.
Ça va, Orti? Ça va, mais dis donc. Ouais, bah, je suis là. Ouais. Et toi, t'es là aussi. Mais oui, et ben voilà. Le public est là aussi, je crois. Le public, il est chaud. Le public est très chaud. Mais on est jeudi, la team. Il faut garder de l'énergie. Je sais pas comment vous faites. On leur fait confiance. D'accord, alors. Eh bien, écoutez, on refélicite encore la run du crabe. Oui, achète. Achète, bien sûr, achète. Qu'est-ce qu'il est beau, ce t-shirt. Il est magnifique. Il est trop beau. Petit zoom peut-être? Un petit zoom? C'est pas clair ce que vous dites. Mais voilà, encore bravo à Pause pour la run de Another Crab's Treasure. Nous allons retrouver à la suite de ça Mr. Nuts, qui sera runné par le Hulk et commenté par Mr. MV et Yamato. Ce bon vieux Yamato. Ce bon vieux Yamato. Ce bon vieux Yamato. Non, mais Mr. Nuts, ça va être pas mal, je pense. Un vieux platformer avec des couleurs bien criardes, là, bien comme on aime bien ça. Je connais pas, je vais découvrir. Mais ça, c'est SpeeDons, c'est l'occasion de découvrir plein de jeux que je connais pas. C'est un petit Sonic, mais qui est pas Sonic. Ah, ça va être top. C'est pour ça. Ouais. C'est pour ça. Ça va être top. En parlant de vitesse, vous avez été très rapide pour faire des dons pendant cette session. Il y a plein de dons de 6,70 €. Trop bizarre. Trop bizarre. Chelou. Trop bizarre, chelou. Donc, entre autres, nous avons eu Auvent qui a donné 6,70 €, qui a dit achète. Achète, voilà, évidemment. Nous avons Drahac qui a fait un don de 6,70 € et qui a dit bon marathon à tous. Ben, merci. Oui, mais merci à toi. Bon marathon, tout le monde. Et nous avons le FC Silmé qui a donné 10 € Allez, SpeeDons, allez, la picotine bourrer les dons. Ça me permet de faire une petite transition. Vous avez aussi des incentives qui sont disponibles. Il y en a une, il faut y aller, les gars. Là. Il faut bourrer. On va avoir besoin de vous là pour celle-ci. Il faut bourrer. On a une incentive qui s'appelle 2 ambianceuses remplacent 2 runners pour un monde qui sera sur Pico Park. Il faut y aller. Moi, je veux jouer à Pico Park. Hein. Mais qui sont les 2 ambianceuses je pense qu'on a compris là. Oui, voilà. Donc, Pico Park, si vous connaissez pas, c'est Mario. Oh non. Attends. Mais c'est pas du tout Mario en fait. Je vais me faire jeter de la salle. Ça va être une run très intéressante parce que du coup on a 8 runnereuses dessus qui vont. C'est du puzzle game. Quelque part on peut dire ça. Qui vont du coup faire une espèce de chorégraphie pour pouvoir passer de niveau en niveau. Et visiblement il y a un moment on va pouvoir prendre des manettes. Je ne sais pas comment ni pourquoi. Peut-être à un moment, on peut même foutre en l'air le run. Aucune idée. Mais en tout cas, voilà, vous avez une incentive pour ça. 10 000 balles, il va falloir en cocher la petite case quand vous allez faire votre don, parce que vous allez faire un don. On en est déjà à 32% sur l'incentive. Oui, c'est presque. C'est presque ça. De mon côté, j'ai des dons aussi de 6,70 €. Qui dit 6, 7 de la part, hop là, de Pexou qui nous dit oui. Très chaud, très chaud. Vous êtes trop fort. J'ai 100 € ici de Chocostine qui vous dit ça va vous? 100 balles. Ça a l'air d'aller. Nanou pour les 6,70 €. 6-7 qui nous dit bienvenue à Horty à l'ambiançage. Oui, merci bravo, beaucoup. Bienvenue Horty. Merci Zekouné qui nous dit bonsoir et qui donne 50 balles. 6,66 € de la part de Sale qui nous dit 6 ou 7. Je ne sais que choisir. Et on ne sait pas choisir en fait. Tu sais pas choisir 6 ou 7? Bah 6, 7, je sais pas non plus. Hein. C'est insupportable quoi. Répondez dans les dons. Dites-nous. Oui, c'est vrai. Dites-nous, on va faire un petit choix là.
Hey everyone, I'm Danny Razor and my co-commentator.
Oui, bah oui, c'est vrai.
Oh, hello, I'm Victus and we're here to do the commentary for the Mr. Nuts run that will be done by Le Hulk.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild run to watch. If none of you have seen this, this is definitely a sight to behold with a lot of precision. Do you agree, Victus?
Yeah. For those who doesn't know about the game, Mr. Nuts is a platformer game that man, that will be some very interesting mechanics and tricks that will be done by the Hulk on this run. And also there's a boss that we are not excited to see, but we need to see anyways.
Yeah, it kind of breaks up the tempo, and this game has been mentioned as very cute in theme, but there are some jarring spots that are not as cute, but still fun to watch.
Juste avant qu'on parte pour la run, je me permets un don de Alture de 4
So yeah, for now we are waiting for the run. We can do the shoutouts here.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, and then we're right back over there. So it sounds like they're getting ready there. But people aren't familiar with SpeeDons. This is benefiting Medicines du Monde, or Doctors of the World, which is a great organization to donate to. So if you want to check out the donations, you should see a link along the footer of the window here as it goes. And other great sights to see with this marathon. Lots of good things here.
Yeah, remember guys that we are just at the beginning of the marathon, so we have the entire weekend for that. So
right, there he is. The Hulk is, soon see him here. He's ready to go. And like we said, quite a sight to hold. He is one of the premier speedrunners out there for Super Nintendo. There's a lot of runs. Whenever you watch, you can just expect a lot of consistency and a lot of skill going through all of that. But, the other part of Mr. Nuts is pretty much this platformer where Mr. Nuts is trying to stop the Yeti from ruling the world by freezing it. So you need to go through 6 levels and defeat the bosses there, and use jumping on enemies, throw acorns at them, or swap them with your tail. Lots of running and jumping.
yeah, that we see a lot of those. Unfortunately, for the other ones, acorns are very limited by the quantity you have, and the tail attack has quite a small hitbox, but he'll be using some.
Very much so, and you'll notice that Hulk changed the controls not only to be auto-run, but also to French, because French version is 1 second faster than the English version. So, starting optimization right from the start.
Yeah, doing the countdown, so it will begin very soon.
There we go. First 2 levels of this are very simple, just running through, jumping, throwing the acorns. You just don't want to stop is the biggest key.
Yeah, you can see the reason he has the auto run here is he wants to get the full speed as soon as possible. You can see that he's throwing some of those acorns so he can snipe, especially for flying enemies. You can see the bees here in the first stage. You saw that he's sniping the way. That is for not stop the movement.
Yeah, and you can also see him using the acorns on those enemies that have those spiky shells, because if you land on those, you will get stopped as well. So everything you can do just to keep moving.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Lots of good precision going through this level.
Yeah, you can see it that now. In the last one, he threw 2 of them. First one to remove the spiked shell. The second one to just stop him the way. So it's very nice to see those threats. Also, another thing is he wants to take. You have those coins, you can grab it. Those coins can lose in the end of the stage. The coins lose 1 frame, but he'll take some so he can get an extra life. Because I think with the 50 coins you get an extra life.
Yeah, there's a lot of details that he kind of puts into this also, as well as taking certain hits. So you'll see him take hits certain bosses. And probably already through a lot of this level, you see him use the enemies really to bounce to different areas. And the Hulk is definitely going to be using that quite a bit throughout the run. Just bouncing off these enemies to get to areas wasn't expecting before, or just in general, just to get faster. And there he took a nice damage boost to avoid the spike damage there.
Yeah, you can see it that you can use some iframes. You can see also when you take a damage, you stop for a second. So it's not every time you want to take a damage. The second one, he took it it's for to use the enemy to bounce to get the upper platform.
Yeah. Now we're on to the first boss. And each of the bosses, you'll see they have a meter on the top right, how many hits they can take. And this boss in particular, he's going to take very small jumps just so they can hit the top of the boss right as the iframes run out. Wow, that was a fast fight. Very good.
Yeah, that was excellent.
And here's that where Vivek just was talking about for those coins and the skill points. And each coin, like you're saying, adds a frame, and each skill point adds 4 frames. So if you see the Hulk taking damage during a boss fight, it's on purpose. I like how this game has that little, kind of see the map from out bar for each one, kind of like Ghosts and Goblins. Very cool.
At least for the next stage, that one will be funny because of how the thematic of the stage is going. The next ones will be very funny to see.
This level itself, playing it casually, these flying enemies are definitely can be very troublesome playing through with it, but the Hulk is going to be utilizing those in really cool ways in a couple of levels here.
Yeah. You saw that, you saw a bird that followed him for quite some time. Yeah, he'll be using one of those.
Oh yeah. Also, you saw the Hulk avoid a lot of coins with a very risky jump there, and again, just doesn't want to get all those coins, just enough to keep him going through with the benefits he gets, but it does add a little bit of slowdown if he gets too many.
Also, you can see that it's not easy to navigate through this map with a lot of going left and right.
Yeah. Really does not give you a lot of foresight to see where you're jumping at times, which can make playing this game casually definitely a challenge.
Yeah. Now you see that in the back part on the second raft, he chose to get some coins to reach 50, so he can get an extra life that will be used in the future.
Mm-hmm. Now this level, normally you'd have to get 3 switches all around, and the Hulk's going to use a really cool skip coming forward here. So he's going to lure this bird over, jump on the switch, and there he goes. He skips all that stuff that took me quite a bit to get when I was playing this casually.
Yeah, it like I said, this saves like 15 seconds, but it casually it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
Also, you need to get the key to enter the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can fight the second boss, Witch on the Broom, which, again, Hulk is just trying to get as many hits as he can, just jumping on as the iframes run out.
Also, sniping the pumpkins as soon as they form.
Another solid level. Very good.
Yeah, very good. Now, this is where I was saying about how the thematic of this game changed really fast.
Yes.
You can see it.
It starts out with the level name, The Living Room. They like that living room. It also shows off a cool mechanism right away. You get to push this chair, which looks like they spent a lot of time animating. And then also this goldfish globe, and then you just keep going forward.
Yeah. You saw that he just pushes enough so he can reach the next platform. Oh, he got bonked by a bouncer.
Yeah. Third time's a charm. He'll get it.
Yeah. Make no mistake, this is hard. The position he got for jumping those objects, it's very, very difficult to hit.
Very, very precise, too. You have to sometimes hit him right on, or you're going to be feeling the time loss.
Yeah, and immediately he entered the attic, and you can saw, and the next stage now is the kitchen.
Which, of course, is like any kitchen that has, you know, the walking turkeys around, and the snails, and the light bulbs, and the bees. They really put a lot of variety into each level. Playing this casually, you'll be like, okay, there's how many enemies in this level?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. And very precise all through in his route of this. Very skilled jumps. Those light bulbs, normally, once you hit them, then you gotta be careful because the electrical part can hit you. But thankfully they respawn there for him.
Also, you can see back there that he do some tail swipe so he can time well the things, the timing he needs to jump. And now he took a reduction potion so he can go for the sink.
Yes, that's the logical path, right, through this game? One thing, when he jumps into the water, he releases the input going left or right, so then he keeps his horizontal speed, and he calls that zero input swimming. Again, he has optimized this so much. It's just watching when he speedruns and the splits are like within either 0 or 0.1 or however. It's wild to watch.
Also, he took a damage from the, let's say, we can say poison water, but yeah, it's just dirty water.
Yeah. Just able to do that and not have to skip all those faucets. And there was a Brillo pad you can also push into the water to use as a raft. But you can also just jump and be quick and don't worry about it.
and also, this reduces the skill points for the end of the stage.
Yeah. Less skill points, less frames. There we go. You did pretty well on that part. If you missed that little swinging chain there, you do have to wait a cycle for it to come back, so you got that time very well.
Yeah, and if I remember well, this is 4 seconds if you miss it. Oh, he needs to go back and forth on the sink because he lose the platform cycle.
Yeah. I was able to make a good recovery, though. Down forward, more through the green water that hurts. And swimming through the rest. And very precise. Watching the energy level at the top left of his screen, how he has those little circles. That's so much life, how many hits he can take. Which makes this a lot more playable of a game than some others where it's just one hit. So, really interesting game to play casually.
Yeah, you can see that he is now doing some damage boosters, but he now is 1 HP, so he played safe in this end.
Yeah, now on to the third boss, the octopus. Because of course, every sink has an octopus. So.
Yeah. Here, he's just waiting for the octopus to advance, and when he's beginning to advance, and you just take a damage boost and only hit him, so he can get the right cycles.
Yeah, and he is really doing well, getting a lot of those hits very quickly. And again, taking some hits intentionally just to lower those skill points.
And
of course, the octopus shoots missiles. Very good fight there.
Yeah, very good. Also, now you are going from a sink to a straight up volcano.
Well, I suppose if that's the best garbage disposal there is down a sink.
Well.
No, it's a very fascinating level, and also one that's going to show more of the skips he's able to do with some of those flying enemies, since any enemies that fly are, though annoying, really give you some good potential.
Yeah, you can see here the first enemies, and those coins, unfortunately, those coins here are unavoidable because it's the pattern you take.
Yep. So here he jumps on this one enemy, on a bat, another bat, boom, there he's got it.
Yeah.
And then more
Very
bats.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes it look so easy.
Yeah, and you can see it that he's done again, but this one is easier because you need only one bat. The first one is very difficult because you need two of them. And controlling the enemy's patterns is something that is not easy.
Yeah, they can either go the way you want them to or just totally ruin your run. So they've been pretty nice today.
Yeah, you can see it also that he's fast climbing those vine things. Another bat jumping, very nice.
Yeah. A lot of that jumping just requires very precise pressing of the button, otherwise you're going to go too high. And into the final level, which is more of the most horizontal of these volcano levels, is just going to the top right there.
Yeah, you can see also that he's getting some icons he'll be using on this stage, especially with the some enemies in the way. You can see also that he took a damage here. He's back here, he's manipulating a bat for jumping.
Yep.
Yeah,
using every little thing that he can to get more and more speed through this.
C'est quelque chose. Une expérience.
Also, because of the skips, also he got some coins. He's close to get another life up. And that was a very nice stage.
Yeah. Oh, the clouds level. Of course, from volcano to clouds. This one has a lot of verticality and being able to use the enemies to go up faster, which you'll see. Playing it casually, though, very, very difficult.
Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, be careful to not fall, because it's insta-kill thing.
Jumped up, skipped 2 floors already, and using those birds already to the next part. Wow.
Wow, excellent. Yeah, you can see how consistent he is on this stage. And now, yeah, this is not a boss that you want to see in these type of games, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not a happy boss for sure. But nice part of this boss is there's only 5 hits that Lehulk needs to do on this boss. However, the opportunities to attack the boss are definitely spread out, so it's almost like an auto-scroller of a boss.
Yeah, so first we need to wait for those hands. Now he just hit him, and now it's
more of the eyes, but big part of this, he's using the acorns to try to get those eyes all off the screen as quick as possible to get that next hit happening sooner than later.
Yeah, now the second hit happened.
You can see he stayed right on that side, so it'd only be one eye to worry about. Yeah, another bonk there. And this is where the cycles start to repeat, so you get back to the hands phase again.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. C'est de l'IA.
Okay, it's not the most boring of the boss fights because there is another one.
Yeah. For sure on that one. And another hit. You just literally just stand in the center, and then the boss will conveniently give you a nice hit right there.
Another ice cycle.
And using those acorns just to get rid of those as quickly as possible. And great fight.
Yeah, it was a great fight.
Magnifique le décompte. Alors on voit que selon ce qu'on a, ça, il y a pas mal de secondes qui défilent ici.
And where do you think you'd go after a volcano in the clouds? Where do you think you'd go after all that? The mean streets, of course. Well, what are the mean streets? We'll soon find out. You guessed it. It's the carnival. There we are.
Oh my god, this stage is fine. Unfortunately, the bad part that I was talking about happens here. Okay, now he's did a bee skip. He waited for the bee to be in the right position so he could reach the top platform. It's a very nice one.
Gets this power up that's only once in the game. It lets you fly and makes you invulnerable and move as if you're flying. So saves a lot of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the only time you see it.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
A lot more bees, and so there are rat enemies there. Very difficult level if you're playing it casually. And this does have more jumps that aren't quite forecast as well or signaled as well, so you have to really jump and hope that you land in the right place sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice there.
Also, you can see the acorn throwing that he does is very precise. Especially most of the time, Lehawk wants to snipe, not to snipe, but throw the acorn as close as possible. So it's very difficult to control. Like dealing with those shelled enemies here.
Yeah. Then he gets that nice little boost off the bird to take the high route, which is a little bit faster. Get some more of those coins.
Yeah, he got the full recovery, so yeah, and now we approaching that.
A little clown.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this boss, specifically this boss. This boss, it's a big auto-scroller. If the stage didn't take like 5 minutes, this boss alone would take.
Definitely takes a bit of time. You can see the boss has 7 hits up there. So every boss will throw a bunch of pies at you, do some flips, and then grow really big while the heads come off. And you gotta take care of the heads. Once that's done, then the body will shrink again, and then the life will go down 1. So, got a few more times to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't avoid anything here. So there's no much to talk about this boss. Only what he does right now, like throwing pies at you. You can just deflect with your tail. And or take damage to reduce the skill point at the end of the stage, and then waiting for the heads. He immediately hit one, so he can reduce the number of heads he needs to take it after. So it's a very nice strategy. and we'll be like this for the next 4 hits.
Yeah, suppose it's a good time to talk about how you can support through SpeeDons. If you visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons, you can support the charity. And for the first 5,000 donations over €5, PayPal adds 5 more euros to your donation, making a total of 10 for the charity of Medicines du Monde, or Doctors of the World. And you can also visit speedons.fr and buy the event t-shirt. 10 euros of every sale supports the charity. The event shirt ships worldwide, so support the charity and represent SpeeDons by purchasing the shirt before the end of the event. So.
Et de 6-7.
Yeah, like we said, there's nothing we can do about it. We have more time because this boss fighter will take more time. So, yeah, what do you donate? Yeah, what do you donation support? Yeah, the fundraise last year helped provide care across healthcare programs internationally, such as helping women and children through the armed conflict in the Horn of Africa, supporting Colombian and Central American migrants, supporting teens in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, advocating to protect French state medical aid, allowing open access to healthcare, supporting Medicines du Monde this year can help. Continue to provide care in Lebanon after losing public funding for healthcare. Respond to under-reports crises in Afghanistan, Sudan, and Central African Republic. Ensuring healthcare access in Madagascar after the hash cyclone earlier this year, and providing healthcare to French migrants.
Yeah. A couple other events that are going to be happening for GDQ since we still have a little bit more time. GDQ is going to be at Gamescom. Games Done Quick is coming to Gamescom August 28th through the 30th for their first international event in Cologne, Germany. Run submissions are currently open through May 17th. Go to gdq.gg/submit to submit your run. Visit gamescom.global for tickets or more information about the event. And then we have SGDQ. There's still time to register for SGDQ 2026. Summer Games Done Quick 2026 will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th to the 11th. Visit gdq.gg to check out the games list, learn more, or register for the event. And wow, we got that timed just right.
Yeah, that was perfect timing.
And the boss is down, so. If you watch the Hulk's run playing this, you'll see when it gets to that boss part, the big word boring, just all caps. Now we're on to the final one.
Yeah, like we said, this boss alone takes 5 minutes.
Onto some ice cream in Area 6. And this area in particular, if you like parallax scrolling, there's a lot of it in the graphics here. And also, unfortunately, a lot of jumps that you have to make that you're going to have to just keep holding right and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Lots of great precision in his jumps. It's avoiding all those snowballs and those enemies with the spears. You can actually bounce off those spears, which will come into play later on in this area.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as you can see, most of the jumps are very difficult to follow because of how precise they are. And don't forget, this is a nice stage, so yeah, you can have the famous, very famous ice physics. So
nice skip there.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Yeah, you got a nice zip to this through having an enemy at the right time to go through that area. And like Vivictus was saying, yeah, this level gets very slippery, so it does make the jumps a little more tricky. But Hulk is making it look all so easy, of course, as always.
Yeah. For the skip, he did it. He used the enemy, and when you are in iframes, there is some frames that Mr. Nuts is stand up, and he used this to zip across the room.
Looked so cool.
Ooh, okay. Is that it?
All right, get a little bit further here, and he's almost finished with the level.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll try the skip. There is a skip that is very dangerous to try it. It saves 12 and a half seconds, but if you, in this area, if you miss it, you lose like 35 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lolk's been using it so much, he almost has to have it every time. But for us, it's really cool to see, so there's our benefit.
Yeah.
And you'll see as he's coming up to the right, he's going to set up one of those enemies that throws a spear. Going to stand to one side, and then take a hit, go to the other side, and... Oh, that was so close. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, dying here, you'll come back all the way back. So, yeah, 35 seconds has gone.
Yeah, there's no checkpoints, unfortunately, in this game, so... If you do take a death, you have to go right back to the beginning. But he almost had that jump. It's just Mr. Nuts bonked his head on that floor before getting too much further. But let's see if he gets it this time. Oh, so close.
Yeah, unfortunately, the time is very precise, so that's why it's a dangerous skip, but it saves a lot.
Yeah, third time's a charm, right? You'll get it.
Yeah. He has a lot of flies for trying those.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I think the second jump is not right.
It definitely shows just how tough this trick is. Since the Hulk, you look at the leaderboards for this game, and he's pretty much got them all. But even with so much practice and however else it goes, it can still be extremely difficult to pull this off. Let's see here.
Oh, this time the jump didn't happen.
Definitely shows how difficult this level is at this point in the game. There's lots of ice and lots of enemies all around, so it really puts you through paths that you have to avoid not only the enemies but spikes as well. Let's see if it gets.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see in these games that ice levels are no joke. Oh my God, this is not. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, this skip is not being nice today.
Yeah. He's still putting forward a great effort on this one. I really appreciate him really doing his best to show us this because it's such a cool trick to see.
He's not getting especially I think the second bounce, because I can see he's bonking on the top of the platform. I think he was not supposed to happen.
Yeah. And like you were saying, Vivictus, the timing on this one is just so ridiculous. Okay, he's going to kind of go the other way of it, but cannot overstate, though. Really awesome of him to give forward that awesome effort to at least try to show it to us. But we can see what he's trying to go for, though. Just trying to use those two bounces to get up to this rail a little bit sooner than having to go that way he just took. But like he showed, it can be a very difficult one to pull off. But great time to put it behind us and go on to the next part, Frozen Nuts 2.
Yeah, like you said before, you just want to anticipate some shots on those enemies so he cannot stop the movement. Also, he took a damage boost again for walking on the ice spikes. Because this is another level that goes from the left to the right.
I do love watching him when he throws a lot of those just to hit those enemies way before they even go on screen. And here's the final boss, Mr. Blizzard. Normally this boss is quite a pain if you're playing casually, but he's going to just take a little bit of damage and just be able to get in there a little bit sooner and just keep attacking the boss.
Yeah, he uses his iframe so he can reach a little high enough to hit the boss as soon as the iframes open. So very nice fight, and that's time.
Yeah, very good run there. And definitely implore anyone who's interested in this run to definitely take a look for Lehulk's world record run. It is quite a sight to see. More of these amazing precision that he has.
So yeah, guys. So that is it. That is Mr. Nuts from Lehulk. Anything you can want to say, Dented?
I'd say just keep watching the runs on this amazing marathon, supporting a fantastic cause, and had a great time. Hope you all did too. Yourself, Evictus?
Oh yeah. So yeah, guys. That will be for me. I'll come back in later. Later this night, I'll be commentating The Messenger with my good friend Kazayev. And later, I'll be also commentating the Skyblazer run that will happen in the early Friday morning. So yeah, stay tuned, guys. We are just in the beginning of the event. So thank you guys for watching and thank you guys for having us here. And see you all very soon. Bye bye.
Thank you all.
Vous n'êtes pas qu'une soundbox, bravo le public, bravo. Vous nous avez régalé. Merci mon cher Yamato également.
Bien, merci, écoute, Xavier, un plaisir toujours. Voilà,
Courage pour ta nuit à venir.
Merci beaucoup. Ce que tu as planifié toi-même, c'est très sympa.
C'est moi qui l'ai fait. Eh bien, rendez-vous.
Non, c'est quoi déjà? C'est plaisir d'offrir, joie de recevoir.
Joie de recevoir, tout à fait. Eh bien, à plus tard et bourrez les dos, 200 000 bientôt. À plus.
Et oui, effectivement, 200 000 bientôt, 198 615. On y est presque ou quoi là?
C'est pas mal.
On y est presque. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour atteindre le montant de 200 000 euros? Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? C'est une bonne question ça. Je pense qu'on a des options.
On a
option numéro 1.
On a les dons.
C'est vrai aussi. Pendant que tu montres ce joli t-shirt, je vais lire quelques dons. Nous avons Lupiosis qui nous donne 10 balles, qui nous dit « Moi, participer à une loterie au SpeeDons, pas plus de 6-7 fois. Faudrait pas non plus pousser. Bourrer les dons. » Nous avons Céléneste qui dit « Bourrer les dons. » Oui. On a Philippe qui dit merci à toutes et tous pour cet event du plaisir. Nous avons Bibotea qui donne 10 balles et qui nous dit « Je vous aime ». Merci pour cet événement. Bébou. Merci à toi. Nous avons Pololops qui nous donne 500 balles et qui nous dit « Mais que diable est ce jeu? Dans le doute, je donne ».
Mais oui, c'est le réflexe à avoir complètement. De mon côté, j'ai le consommateur français qui donne 150 € et qui dit « Tu me dis achète, alors j'achète ». Achète. Jack Chirac qui nous donne 6,70 €. Et ben c'est bien, du coup, il va pouvoir participer à cette cagnotte qui va pouvoir faire le gaming avec le PC du gaming.
Je procède au gaming.
Tu procèdes au gaming?
Oh là là, le Nashor. Ah mince, j'ai gank.
Je continue. Merci Tata pour les 100 balles qui nous dit de la salle, l'ambiance est trop bonne, heureux d'en être cette année. Bourrez les dons.
J'ai le dictionnaire qui donne 15 balles et qui dit...
Achète. Ah. Achète le dictionnaire, achète parce
oui.
qu'en fait... Non.
Oui, je l'ai.
Nous avons Airsac qui nous donne 10 balles et qui nous dit « Ensemble, pimentons la run de Micropark ».
Hello, all of you speedrun fans. We're here for SpeeDons giant charity events. Last year, they absolutely killed it. I was pleased to do some commentary then, and I got invited back for this one as well. We're here for Alien Isolation, any percent CC, which is standing for a little bit of a trick that you'll see later on involving some crouches to clip through some stuff and make this a very short run. Joining me on commentary is Sand Vessel. If you want to introduce yourself real quick for the folks.
Hello, my name is Sand Vessel. This is going to be my first commentary with Games Done Quick. Been a fan for a really, really long time, so I'm just kind of excited to be here.
Nice.
Yeah, it should be a pretty easy, chill, relaxing time through space. Nothing horrific to see. Also, I don't know if I introduced myself. My name is Blood Thunder. You may have seen me on GDQ before. You can call me BT for short. And yeah, we're just awaiting the start here, and we'll take you through the journey of Alien Isolation. So, Sand, are you a big fan of the franchise Alien?
Yeah, I do enjoy the Alien movies. I haven't seen all of them, but it's one of those things that I'm tentatively like, yeah, one day I'm just gonna sit down and watch all of them, you know, in chronological order, see if I can finally, you know, understand everything that's been going on for the past, like, 40 years.
Yeah, it's got a pretty decorated history. Aliens specifically being, you know, such beloved, iconic horror movies. And this game being a beloved horror game as well, with the sequel in the works, which is pretty exciting. It could be a good time to do it.
Yeah, we've had that tentative sequel for quite a bit, because I remember at some point they were like, no, we don't want to, you know, do the sequel, because I guess they were just so satisfied with it. But then it became one of those things where later down the line they were like, hey, you guys kind of want to do it again, because it's just kind of left a big hole in our heart or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's also just due to the fans just constantly asking, like, hey, when are we getting a follow-up to this? Like, we love Alien Isolation, like, you know, one of the beloved horror games out there in the last, like, decade or so. So, all right, fine. We'll give in, we'll make a second one.
Yeah, I mean, they might as well, because, yeah, like, I remember when I checked some of their other franchises that company has worked on, it's pretty much all sequels, where it's like, you'll look at their Wikipedia and it's like 15 total war games.
Merci à vous. Le club au premier rang pour soutenir le Guivre et pour Médecins du Monde.
Ooh.
C'est incroyable. Et oui.
It's looking like we got some celebrations popping off in there.
22h49.
Just passed the 200,000 mark. I know in the US dollars we were past it for a while there. It's sitting at 234,000, but in their native currency.
Yeah, I did have to catch up to that. I was like,
that's the big milestone.
I was like, wait a minute, didn't we? Oh, wait. Nope. I was like, no, euros.
Yeah, for those maybe just joining the stream, this is taking place in France itself. SpeeDons, a French organization, putting this on. That's why we're doing some restream for you guys on the GDQ channel. But if any point in time you want to donate to this charity, you can go to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons. And help provide doctors of the world with much needed support in their quest of providing international medical aid across the world for vulnerable populations and fighting for better, fairer, more accessible health policies. So if you want to get in your donations, be sure to go and do that. You can contribute to many different challenges, bid wars, that sort of thing you've seen on GDQs before. Determine the outcome of those so desired choices.
Yeah, and there's a really...
Don't believe we have any for this, but...
Yeah, there's none for us, but you can always go to SpeeDons.fr, I believe it is, and pick up one of their cool t-shirts, and every sale donates another 10 euros to the cause.
Ooh. And you get a lovely shirt out of it.
Yeah, and you get a shirt. And who doesn't want a shirt to say that they did something? That's nice.
Sympa de votre part d'être passé du coup. Ça va, Speedon?
Just like we're gearing up here with the commentators and the runner. We'll be starting here in any second. And oh boy, am I excited.
Yeah.
Neither of us are runners of this game, but both have a big interest in it.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can explain it well enough for everybody following along with us.
Yeah, and Jiva, I think is how you say his name properly, doing my best here. Yeah, I was watching some of his practice runs, and yeah, he's actually in the top 10 right now for this on speedruns.
Ooh. So we have a big gun. This is any percent CC, meaning crouch clip. It's going to be the kind of big game-breaking trick along the way. But we're starting off playing as Amanda Ripley, Ellen Ripley's daughter. This is set 15 years after the original film, and the entire basis of the game is we kind of need to figure out what happened to Ellen Ripley, our mother. So we're going to wake up, do some stuff, talk to some crewmates, and try to get on board the Sevastopol. Probably said that wrong, but it's a weird name.
Hey, it's a casualty of sci-fi. You know what I mean? Pretty much all the names are like.
Yeah.
I think it's Sevastopol, but now I'm
Sevastopol.
Yeah,
that's it.
Now I'm double thinking.
I like that name better, even if it's incorrect. So yeah, we're just making sure we get dressed because that is a critical point that we need to do in order to go and save our mom. We have to get dressed first, as you should probably do first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, whatever. If you have to, I guess.
Yeah. So all these crewmates, you just kind of need to start their dialogue. You don't actually need to stick around for them. So he's just walking to the different rooms, hitting some triggers, and continuing on to the next one.
Yeah, it's looking like he's
moving pretty slow through the ship, but soon enough he'll be doing some fun running, and the thing will break very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, things are super chill right now comparatively to what we're going to be getting into later. Right now it's just a fun romp on a spaceship.
Mm-hmm. You got to build that tension for the horrors to come.
Yeah, and it's looking like he's using a much more mobile version of the dialogue skips than what you might see, because yeah, usually it involves kind of looking down at the floor and lining up with the invisible lines for where those boxes are that kind of activate and deactivate the NPCs. But yeah, I guess at this point he's probably just kind of got the lines memorized, so he doesn't even really need to situate himself anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also the subtitles that pop up that kind of help you. If you go a little too far, they're going to pop up. You're like, all right, I got the dialogue. I can leave. I don't need to be pinpoint accuracy for a marathon setting like this instead of a PB attempt. We're going to hold this door open, be polite to our crewmates.
Yeah.
Don't want them to get stuck on anything.
Gotta let Samuels through. He's got a little trouble, you know, working the doors. All right, now we're ready to approach some briefing to get the news that we're gonna, well, Amanda's gonna connect the Taurus to the Sevastopol to attempt to get a flight log from her missing mother, Ellen. This takes place between the first and second Alien movies.
Not that there's any speedrun tech going on here, but this is always a fun thing to witness for speedruns. Is when you're stuck in a cutscene waiting for NPCs to start talking, it's like, okay, what can I mess with? What can I look at? What can I push around? And every runner kind of has their own tradition. So we saw a little bit of that there, and now we're just skipping past the cutscene and the dialogue. Where the real fun will begin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say that there's probably only one extreme major skip in this run where you kind of do like you enter missions 1, 2, and 3, but then there's going to be like one giant skip a little later down the line where you skip like from mission 3 all the way to mission 18.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty wild if you haven't seen this run before, and you're looking at the time, you're like, why is it only 30-minute estimate? Like, this game is really, really long casually, like 16-hour playthrough. But yeah, now we're off. We took off our clothes and we're running around. We're getting some tutorials about how to like duck through vents. And as we run through here, we're going to be kind of looking for some items along the way. Extra flares are nice. We need a couple of those throughout the run. Shotgun shells are nice if you can find them. Other than that, we're really not going to be picking up much of anything, even tools and weapons.
Yeah, the flares, yeah, probably most important to kind of grab, because you do need it for that major skip we were talking about earlier. Yeah, but shotgun shells, they're just kind of like, I guess, unreliable to get randomly. It would be like really, really lucky if you managed to get extra shotgun shells for this.
Yeah, so the route pretty much is kind of guaranteed safety and being able to just do this stuff, but finding extra flares or shotgun shells just makes the runner's life a little bit less stressful on the big stage. So we already got at least one flare. Now we can climb this nice ladder.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the few ladders you're going to get to see ascended or descended normally, because for the most part you try to cut down on your ladder time when you can. You'll probably see that a little later by doing like a little skip glitch.
Yeah, and this right here is the crouch clip, so they have crouch bound to their mouse wheel, and by like sprinting into the door and just going crazy on their mouse wheel, just crouching constantly, you can clip through these doors, and each door is a little bit different in how you have to get through it. They have their little sweet spots. So that's what the CC in the category name means. It allows for these crazy clips through doors, and what's going to end up doing that big skip from like mission 3 to mission 18 and bypass pretty much the entire game.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, when we get there, we can probably maybe let you know what you missed, I guess.
There's a fun little out of bounds where he needs to make sure that when he drops off here and hits a cutscene, that he's kind of leaning. You're going to see that peak pop out. This is just to like reset the camera once you bypass the cutscene itself. Otherwise, you get like stuck in there and you have to throw a flare, which, you know, we don't have many of them. We don't really want to waste them.
That right there is probably my favorite skip. I'm just a sucker for like a good out of bounds moment. Yeah, now we're...
So one thing you're going to be noticing the entire time is he's doing these like strafe runs going forward and specifically to the right. This is just a way to run through here without making a bunch of noise and attracting enemies. So you're just holding forward, right, sprinting, and then like every so often hitting crouch. You can kind of almost spam it as well, and that will just stop you from making noise as you run to the right. So even if you need to turn left, you're just going to do a big turn to the right. Be like Zoolander. So never turn left.
Oh man, what a missed opportunity. Should have called it the Zoolander run instead of silent running. Oh well, maybe with the sequel.
Maybe in that one you'll just have to run left and not ever turn right. Be the reverse.
Left only. Honestly, really nice trams.
Any percent left only.
Any percent left only.
Yeah.
Exactly. Gosh, I've seen so many different like categories for this game. Like probably the most ridiculous one was like blind percent, where you literally do just play the whole game with a blindfold. And yeah, I don't think anyone's actually completed that as yet. I guess someone could correct me if I'm wrong. Someone said Resident Evil Zoolander percent in the chat.
Yeah, so we just got off a tram. We're going to call another one and wait. And in that time, you actually have the ability to run over here and check a corpse on the floor, look for some more materials, and open up a door with a wrench that we actually don't have. You'll notice we, like I said, don't pick up many tools in this, but there are convenient ways to bypass the required uses of them. So like the hacksaw, we won't get at all, but we'll be able to hack some stuff later. Just pop open the store instead of running back around.
Yeah, so
didn't quite see if you got anything useful off the body, but so we pretty much have everything required anyways.
Yeah, so you know, but there's always time to just check a little corpse for just a little fun, you know?
It's a little treat, yeah.
Ooh, so someone asked, so CC is PC only. I mean, I guess I would say, like, when you're on PC and you have it bound to the mouse, like, middle mouse button, it's just way, way, way easier to get the rhythm, like, the correct rhythm of crouching to, like, clip through. But, yeah, I'm not sure. I imagine it would probably be a lot more difficult in console versions, right?
Yeah, that would be a question specifically you'd have to ask the community. I know there is one clip, I think it's coming up here, where you really benefit from even having a just infinitely scrolling mouse wheel, like a Logitech G502 or something like that, where you can just really spam it. Some people turn their mouse upside down and scroll it on their desk. And that trick would be probably near impossible to do on controller, but it might still technically be possible to do, just harder. So we're going to click through this box here. And this is the one where you need a lot of scrolling, so we're actually going to do 2 to get through that wall as well.
Yeah, and right now as you get here, I think this is the area where you're not supposed to be here until like mission 11, but if you clear mission 2 and get like all the tram stuff set up, it kind of opens up this area of the map, so it's here. You're just not supposed to be here yet. But if you do some crouch clips, you're able to kind of navigate this area, which very, very, very importantly is able to eventually get you access to the shotgun, which is pretty crucial for completing this run.
Yeah, it's just about the only thing we actually do pick up in this run. To take out some face huggers later on, another fun little crouch clip. Just some doors you can literally just essentially walk through with those. It was fun to see.
Mm-hmm. And here's where we get that shotgun.
Yeah, so it comes with 4 shells, and there are 6 facehuggers that you need to kill later on, which is why finding extra shells is nice, because then you don't have to find lineups and wait for them to get close enough to take out 2 with 1. But we'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll get lucky with some RNG.
Yeah, because you really got to rely on the facehuggers kind of, you know, grouping up in a way where you can kind of hit 2 of them in like a couple specific spots, like with the same shotgun blast, as they're like rounding a corner.
Yeah, so now we've kind of actually backtracked. I believe we're back in mission 2 for just a brief moment, so we can do that big skip we've been talking about and hyping up. It requires the use of this flare between 2 doors. We're just going to like kind of drop it past the first door and then back up, and then when we do another crouch clip, we like run over top of it and it lets us through. That was very clean by the runner.
Yeah, that was really good.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, and then yeah, we're gonna wake up on the other side of mission 18 now.
Yeah, so just massively thrusted into the end of the game. The ship's on fire. The xenomorphs are lurking about, so we're looking for a very specific spot to hack these terminals. Eventually we don't have the hack tool. We also don't need to repair the stuff like underneath to get these online. You can just kind of stand in the right spot and then grab this for whatever reason. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, he's hitting some really clean marks right now. Like, yeah, in case anyone's wondering how things kind of went so bad, so wrong, very briefly, it's pretty much one of those situations where there's like one guy that's like, the aliens are here, we got to destroy the whole ship, and then, you know, everyone else was like, no, we could probably escape, and he's like, no, it's the only way. And then, you know, he dies, but fortunately Amanda's still alive, so now she has to kind of get out of here.
Yeah, you can see him continue to navigate this entire area, just running forward and right and just taking those right-hand corners. There's a brief moment where he got caught by an NPC on the floor that you have to like continuously look at so he doesn't wake up. But as you have to move around the ship in this manner, it's kind of hard to keep him on screen as well. A little weeping angel situation.
Yeah, you're seeing some more of that tilt there to show that some more silent running is happening. Anytime you're seeing like a little lean on the screen there, it's usually because he's trying to do a silent run. Oh no, and he actually got taken out by Steve there.
Yeah, he tried to drop a flare in the hallway to distract it as a little preparation for those showing up, but as it tends to happen in big marathons, stuff just not go according to plan. Luckily, the save's not too far back. Gonna try it again real quick.
Did always like the name of the computer system, Sevastolink. Just think it really rolls off the tongue.
Here go round two. Can we sneak past? Oh, looking good so far.
He's just gonna call it and try to set it up again.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't actually want to use that shotgun to get the enemy off of him. Like we said, we need that later on for the face hugger, so using one here makes that even tougher. You don't find like an extra shell.
All right, looking good. Right around
good.
Corner. All right, we're in. It's got time for a much-needed drink. Yeah, now everything's cool and fine. You know, Amanda did it. Hey, wait a minute, what is that? Oh, well. Yeah, just, you know, I guess very much like a family thing. You know, it's just hard for these Ripleys to get away from these aliens.
Well, you might think speedrunners don't want as much downtime in the run. Every now and then when something goes wrong, having that extra downtime to just take a breath, get a sip of water.
Oh, yeah.
Refocus so you can lock in for the rest is actually pretty nice.
There's probably some pretty fortunate.
Just when you have the face huggers to deal with coming up.
Yeah, now this is like the very intense part. I mean, I really appreciate Amanda Ripley's just trust in the lack of stability in that goop she was attached to. That was a big commitment to try to rip herself out of there.
It's in her name, you know, Ripley. So lining up two there, didn't quite get both, so it's going to reload checkpoint. Because we're just using the 4 shells and there's 6 of them, we're going to try to line up kill here to double kill, and then there's a double kill later on as well. So this kind of just relies on the enemy AI just wanting to play along with you. Jump scare at the end there too.
Oh wow.
Gosh.
Oh, we got some artwork on screen too. Wow.
Ooh. That's nice.
Allez, on retente ici, on va se positionner, on va reculer, on va les aligner.
I like it.
Okay. Alors, les premiers sont validés, mais c'est pas pour autant fini.
Alright, he's trying to hit that again.
I'm just double checking that they both actually died there, which it looks like they did. I have another kill right here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's looking like he's going for that way. Yeah, there's another way where you can kind of just like wait here and it'll jump on the back of you and kind of like push you forward to save a little time. But the window to shoot it is way, way thinner if you go for that. And here he's going to throw a flare.
Just chucking more flares.
Yeah, to try to stop one of the aliens from showing up. So normally there'd be another one like right in front of him, but now that he threw the flare and kind of messed up its sequence, it kind of gives him a little bit more of a passage to kind of like walk through.
And not taking any chances trying to run past it with that fast walking or anything like that. It's just gonna try to crouch past and then hope the the enemy doesn't just get a whiff of you and turn around like it did. So unfortunately there's not a quick save system in this, so we do have to go back to this checkpoint and try to kill these facehuggers once again. Very brutal segment of the game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this Facehugger City area is probably where a lot of the runs do have to die if you're trying to go for like a PB.
Yeah, anytime you have to rely on enemies doing what you want, they never do what you want, so I can imagine a lot of attempts dying this late into the run. Oh, we got another attempt going.
Yeah, he made it past the first hurdle pretty well. Yeah, and
gonna prep that flare.
Come on, we got it this time. I know it's been said a million times, but man, the Xenomorph is just such a cool monster design.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I do like the
Xenomorphs and facehuggers are just so iconic.
Yeah, I do.
Designs.
I do like that we still get moments in this speed run where we do kind of just like get to appreciate them for a second.
Yeah, there's actually a small clip you can do there for the elevator when you land by just like holding forward and crouch, and you just kind of get pushed through a wall and just a little bit past where you should be there.
Yep. There you see you just kind of did one of those tilt clips down the ladder just to get down there a little quicker. I mean, there is something nice about, you know, the fact that the whole reason Amanda Ripley's doing this is to try to find out what happened to her mom, and inadvertently, it's like, no, it was pretty much this, you know? Like, you can pretty much get your closure. This is basically, you know, what went down with her, I guess.
Yeah, you're like looking for that black box to tell you what happened, and you're just living the events. But here's the last two facehuggers we need to line up. Looks like he got it. Oh. Okay, I believe he did get both, so we're past that part of the game. Success. Just grab this ladder and you clip through the elevator. For whatever reason, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Man, I just feel so bad for Amanda, because literally for this entire last mission, you're just constantly hearing her going, no, no, oh, please, no. Just like every 2 seconds.
I mean, I'd be saying the same thing if I was running through a burning spaceship, just chased by enemies relentlessly. Like, and so far without like even a scratch on her, it's pretty impressive.
And this time, for real, we are going to be safe in the spacesuit. Well, I guess, you know, an alien isn't going to pop down from the ceiling. I wouldn't say she's safe, but this time she actually gets to put it on.
Somehow, I don't believe you when you say we're safe.
Yeah, we're not, like, totally safe. But we get some time.
Yeah, the ship's essentially like self-destructing, and we're on a quest to just survive, obviously, and get off of it. But there's some stuff we need to do out here on the exterior of the space station, involving some nice key cards and some poles that we need to extend up. But as you can see, it's just a cinematic disaster going on.
And I see Dacta in the chat asked, is there a faster language in this game? So, ironically enough, French and Italian are the go-to languages to speedrun this game to have a faster language. So very fortunate for this situation.
Yeah, that'd be something that applies more to the longer categories as well. Obviously, with more dialogue and the like. And this one, you're just clipping through everything. Dialogue doesn't tend to matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, we're going to be spacewalking for a little bit here, just so you can kind of see just how absolutely destroyed everything is from the outside.
Yeah, we were talking before we got on air for doing commentary about, you know, just the game and stuff. And I've always been of the belief, and it seems like most people are, the game goes on casually a little too long, maybe a couple more hours than maybe it should, but when you're not playing through and you're watching a speedrun, you get to this section where, you know, that's like the last couple hours, you're like, wow, it still is very cinematic to watch, even if playing casually, maybe it drags on a little bit. So you get cool moments along the way.
Oh yeah, like the atmospheric peaks of this game are just totally stellar. And yeah, it definitely holds up like really well, I think.
Yeah, for a game from 2014, it still looks really, really good.
Yeah, and right now I'm assuming he's gonna try a little extra skip called double pins, because right now you're kind of decoupling from the Sevastopol to try to get back onto the Torrens. And there's going to be 4 of these little doodads that you got to activate to kind of fully decouple. But there's a way where for the top 2 and the bottom 2, you can try to decouple them at the same time, but kind of finagling your controller or your keyboard a little bit while you're activating one of them. The one on the top right and bottom right. Oh, and he's going for top left. It's a bold strategy.
Yeah, so if you got the top ones right, so that's a success. You see both pins pop out at the same time. You don't have to deal with them. And he just is swiping his mouse left to right really, really quickly, trying to click both buttons, essentially at the same time. We can see on the bottom he didn't quite get it, so this is what it looks like. It's not too much of a time loss, just 10 seconds maybe, give or take. Wait for this to pop up.
Yeah, so we got about 1.5 pins there. Still pretty good. Yeah, and yeah, another great moment to appreciate, you know, the xenomorph designs, and just appreciate that you're not in Amanda Ripley's position right now.
No matter where you go, they will follow you. They will find a way.
Yeah. Yeah, now they're, you know, successfully made it back to where she's got to be, but it's something in the Alien franchise, so, you know, it's not over. It still has space to get worse, just for this last little leg of things.
You know, doing the pin stuff, that's kind of like the last big speedrun tech you have. Most of this is just backing up, hitting the right keys, and then time will be coming up here soon.
Yeah.
A quick wrap up for me, and my name is Blood Thunder. You can find me at twitch.tv/Blood Thunder. We do a lot of FPS and horror games on my channel. Currently running Mouse PI for hire. But why don't you tell them about yourself, Sand?
Yeah, my name is Sand Vessel. I'm on YouTube under the same name, just exactly how it's spelled on screen there. I do a bunch of breakdowns of like very specific media tropes. I do videos like that. And shout out to my dad, because it's his birthday today, and he is a very, very French man.
Birthday.
So this is my birthday gift.
Perfect occasion then.
Yeah. I was like, Dad, you'll never guess what I'm doing on your birthday. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so thank you guys for having us. You know, this is the SpeeDons event. Very cool French organization putting this on, raising tons of money for charity. Make sure to go to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons, get your donations in, and maybe pick up yourself a shirt or two.
Yeah.
Get one for your dad if it's his birthday.
Yes, get one for your dad. And yeah, keep checking out. We got a lot of really cool streams coming. And Blood Thunder's really cool. You should check him out.
It looks like up next we have Pico Park. Make sure to stick around for that 8-player madness. Might be a little bit scarier than Alien Isolation speedruns were with all the chaos they get up to.
Yeah, maybe.
Would you rather deal with 8 Xenomorphs or 8 speedrunners? That's the question.
Definitely depends on what their speedrun is.
Let us know in chat.
I feel. Any From Software speedrunners, absolutely insane. So I'd probably deal with the Xenomorph over that.
C'est un petit bébou.
Mais oui, regardez comme il est mimi, il est là, j'ai faim un petit peu. Donnez-moi quelque chose à manger quand même.
Regardez, il bave de la compote. Voilà.
Speaking of iconic designs, that Xenomorph drawing is just beautiful.
C'est très bien passé. Ça va, les trucs, les aliens
You want to get and hang up on your wall.
Ça s'est bien passé. Merci beaucoup. Moi, je m'arrête là ce soir, en tout cas. Mais on se retrouve samedi soir et avec tous les autres illustrateurs et illustratrices aussi durant tout le séjour, bien sûr. Voilà. Et je vais inviter le runner à venir me rejoindre pour le signer aussi, pour le faire gagner derrière.
I believe that's also your only commentary for this event, Sand, but you did a great job first time on here. I've done this a couple times, but for a first timer, you absolutely nailed it. Brought a beautiful commentary. Thank you for joining me on this space adventure.
And thank you for having me. This has been a very, very good time.
I will be back a couple times over the weekend, so stick around for that, because I'll see you later on. Some more fun speedruns.
Oh, for sure. I will definitely be tuning into those as much as I can.
Les consonnes ensemble. Il y en a beaucoup. Merci pour les 670 balles. Qui nous dit « Je fais ma part et je bourre les dons. Merci à l'orga, les runners et tous les bénévoles pour cet événement et pour toutes les actions menées par Médecins du Monde. Un grand GG à eux, plus petit que 3. » Bon.
Nous avons Triton qui a donné 6,70 € en disant « Premier don de l'événement pour ce magnifique jeu qui est Alien Isolation et surtout, achète. »
Toujours important, Dr Rill qui donne 100 € qui nous dit j'ai peur alors je donne. Très bon réflexe.
C'est pour rassurer quand même.
N'hésitez pas, c'est quelque chose à faire.
Nous avons Baron qui a donné 400 € et qui nous dit OMG une run d'Alien par le magnifique givre purée. Merci pour les 400 balles.
Keisash qui nous donne 100 € qui dit vive l'alien rapide.
L'alien rapide. On a Wadafuck qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit let's go Alien Isolation, un de mes jeux d'horreur préférés, plus petit que 3, comme je te comprends. Jouer à ce jeu, il est fantastique.
Yeti qui donne 250 € qui nous dit Speedon, c'est Speedon. Oui. Une petite contribution pour la cause et le taux d'imposition. Et oui, on le rappelle, c'est important. Impatient de voir jeudi Night 2. Jeudi, Jedi. Le retour du jeudi. On est jeudi, du coup, mon cerveau a fait jeudi, je sais pas quoi.
Non, je valide cette version totale. Je pense que c'est la version canon à partir d'aujourd'hui.
Le retour du jeudi.
Le retour du jeudi.
Superbe.
Nous avons Krupniak qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit dans l'espace, personne ne vous entendra donner.
Oh. Je sais pas, hein.
Quand même.
Est-ce qu'on vous entend acheter peut-être? On ne sait pas. Attendez. Encore Superbe.
Ça résonne avec le don de Silver Totoro qui nous a donné 5 balles et qui nous a dit « Moi j'ai acheté, mais toi, achète !»
Et toi alors?
Et toi?
Vous pouvez même acheter une deuxième fois hein, si vous avez envie. C'est maintenant. Lundi ce sera trop tard, donc c'est maintenant ou c'est jamais. D'ailleurs, le défi, l'initiative a été remportée. Juste, je voulais dire un truc très drôle. Donc on va jouer à Pico Park tout à l'heure. On m'a apporté ceci.
Ouais.
En fait, c'est un espèce de mode d'emploi, j'imagine. On a essayé de le décrypter sur comment on va devoir jouer à Pico Park. Grossièrement, c'est pour nous expliquer qu'il faut se déplacer avec les flèches et appuyer sur la touche du bas pour sauter. Voilà.
Le bouton sud, le bouton
sud et le bouton est. Voilà. Oui, comme ça, désormais, vous aussi à la maison, vous saurez jouer à Pico Park.
Mais vous savez comment on peut pratiquer le gaming aussi?
Putain, j'ai oublié.
Hello Restream, hello GDQ channel. Welcome to the Restream of SpeeDons. This is the Pico Park crew. This is very French. This is gonna be very, very French shenanigans, okay? And I am here to guide you through this. So I will not talk with the French accent the whole time, don't worry. But no panic, okay? To keep me in line, I have someone with me. I am Mixmew, I am a SpeeDons veteran, and yeah, I needed someone to rein me in, so I brought help. Hi.
Hello, I'm DDR Dan. I'm a Pico Park speedrunner. I do the one-player, two-character speedrun. I have the record on that, and I've also done some of the other multiplayer runs.
That's wonderful. Yes, indeed, I saw you on the leaderboards of the one-player version. But no. Today it is 8 people on stage on the same machine. Oh my God! So you can see, like in the background, in the top right corner, there are some shiny capes and stuff. This should already tell you what to expect. Set your expectations through this little corner. And also, a little bit earlier, while they were, talking in French, they showed a little white sheet with instructions. This is a tutorial about what the run will be, that they gave to the hosts to try to explain what would happen. The problem is Moa, one of the runners, is the one who did it, and he can only draw through bad paint art. And thus, the tutorial, even if you spoke French and could read French, doesn't help. Let me tell you, I've seen it. It doesn't help. So, yeah, just so you know, like, let me pull it up quickly for myself to tell you approximately what was written on it. You had a little drawing of one of the players, which is Grank. Grank is going to be the one doing what they call the calls, because there are 8 people trying to coordinate. So at the beginning of every level, they will scream at each other. One of them, Grank, will call a code word for the strategy for that specific level to remind everyone what they should do. And so there was one drawing of a guy with glasses, which doesn't help. There are at least 3 guys who fit that description in the team. There was a very vague drawing of a controller, which didn't help either, because the arrows weren't pointing very precisely. And so that the strategy was like you just need to push the buttons at the right moment. That was the only indicator of strategy on it. So thankfully, we will be here to tell you the truth. That wasn't in the tutorial. Especially Dan. I'm just here to translate the vibe, okay?
Right, I'll do what I can.
For sure. Anyway, don't forget that we're here for SpeeDons. SpeeDons is a charity event held in Lyon, in France. And it supports a charity called Médecins du Monde. So donate if you can. And it's starting! Oh yeah. Bonsoir SpeeDons, says the commentator. French commentators are Nimelia and Jarmou, 2 lovely ladies. You can see that they have cat ears. In the same color are their top. And it's on purpose. All the players had to wear them too. Everybody had to put on the cat ears. So, just so you know. So quickly, what can you tell us about the game, Dan?
Well, it's described as a cooperative action puzzle game. So you do some platforming, you have to jump over some gaps and jump over enemies. And then you also have to solve some simplistic puzzles like pushing blocks and pressing buttons. So But when you have this many players, coordination is a really big issue, especially when you're speed running it, because you have to there's a lot of stuff that everyone has to do at the right time all together.
Absolutely. And so they call themselves the Régiment 6-7. Of course they did. I'm gonna quickly tell you. So player 1 in blue is Matash, player 2 in red is Ridou, player 3 in yellow is Grank, who's also doing the calls, player 4 in green is Moa, and there is an issue with that, trust me, I'll tell you all about it later. Player 5 in orange is Balik, and player 6 in pink is Sirtank, player 7 in purple is Tianuka, and player 8 in grey is Ostra. We will probably refer to them as their color or number through the run, except for the one times I have to call them by name, because the strategy they use, they called it after the name of a player. I'll explain why, I swear. So yeah, so as you said, coordination is key, which is why they first coordinated the outfits. Obviously.
That's a really cool idea.
Obvious reason. And I advise you, chat, to watch the player's camera through the run, just to understand. Because you might not hear them much, but they will be screaming. They will have to both cover the sound of the audience in the room, and it can go, the theater can contain up to 3,000 people. And the sound of the game and the show. So to overhear themselves, they will have to make noise. That's gonna be funny. And, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. The timer is okay. It's starting. Okay.
Oh, they're falling off.
Over? Are we starting over? Wait, they don't know. No, they're going for it. Okay, so first level, fairly simple, fairly straightforward, demonstrates all the mechanics you need to know. You have a key, you need to bring the key to the door. That is it. That's it. But it's more complicated.
That's very good key management there, because sometimes it can be hard to get the key to touch the door, because it follows the last person to touch the key and then it goes behind them, so it's easy for someone else to steal it. But
Yep. And for the record, they have a call for that when that happens. They say on se snifle derrière, which means we sniff each other's butts, because they have to do a left-right fairly quickly to bring the key to the right player. And so they have to watch each other's butt. Very technical strategy name. Trust me.
this next level has a good mechanic skip, because there's a wall that comes up to trap someone on the top when you press the button, but if you have someone stand on the wall, it doesn't go up, so you can skip the mechanic entirely and then complete the level a lot faster.
Yes, absolutely. Also, for the record, at the beginning of each level, Grank doesn't just call the strategy for the level, he also calls what they call the buffer, because during the level loading, you can already start going in the either left or right direction, and so that when the level is fully loaded and displayed, you're already walking in the right direction.
Well, they might miss a cycle here.
Oh no, they missed it! Aww. So this is the first scrolling, what they call the scrolling level, because there is a scrolling wall. And so they have to be the right number on the platform, but they also have to catch the good cycle with the wall. And no man left
Someone's
behind.
getting stuck.
Don't leave a cat behind, come on. Come on, guys. But yeah, so they had to get back for a soldier, Tianu, in purple. All right. So now we're starting on the second world. So 4 levels per world, 12 worlds in theory, but we will only play 11 of them for reasons. And this is a very fun mechanic, the rope, where they are forced to die once so that they can bring player 1 and 2 at the end of the rope without losing anyone and bringing the key up. So they die on purpose.
It's kind of interesting to note that on some levels, if you fall, there's this shocking thing that kills you, but if the level doesn't have that, then you can fall off and you get warped back to the top. So like there, if you fall there, you're gonna die.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you see the wiggly line? That's danger, okay? Do not touch.
Yeah.
You don't want to touch it. So now they have to do what they call the seventh pyramid, where they have to do this whole little scale, little ladder, if you will. But they had to leave one out, otherwise the one at the top would die. So you have to calculate the correct formation, which is why they gave themselves the nickname.
Oh, no.
Oops! Too far, no! Only two of you, come on, come on.
Gonna have to do it again.
All right.
Okay. Oh no!
Push them. Okay, they can do it. Momentum.
Okay, this looks
momentum
good.
was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
So you can imagine the chaos to learn this first, and then to find a solution. Okay. Oh, oof! They brought the key. This one can be a bit of a trap too, because so many of them have to stack on the right of the door so that the key can be brought at the right place. It can be a bit tricky. I've seen them get blocked there. No, not to just tell on them, but to tell on them. Oh, okay. Interesting call here. The strategy name is RPS for Reverse Slice Pizza. Reverse Pizza Slice, rather. Went a bit French on this. But yeah, so because they have to be that inverted pyramid shape, and so they will use that strategy a few times. Yeah, if you're hungry at the end of this run, this is why. So, Reverse Pizza Slice. Alright, we're on word 3. And now they have to gather all the coins. So each world has different mechanics at the heart of it, discovered through various levels, and it's a lot. Trust. You run the game solo,
Yeah. There's an interesting thing with the worlds where a lot of them, the first and the third levels match, and then the second and the fourth levels match. So you'll see this here. The first and third are coins, and the second and fourth are buttons.
All right.
So these buttons give you time, but if you're fast, you don't have to press all of them. You only have to press as many as you need to make it in time. Oh, the key! This might be a problem here. They'll have to turn around and pass it.
And there we go.
And that's good. Yeah.
Sniff, and that's it. Okay, if you're on the French side, the French chat was only emotes of dogs sniffing. They clearly also told about the sniffing mechanic. All right, so this one is a bit tricky too because you can get stuck.
Trying to power jump up there. They need the jump. Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, the power jump. We didn't explain that. So there is a thing.
Oh, no, I don't think they're gonna make it in time. 1 second. Oh.
All right. So no, the power. Oh no, wait. I need to explain to you the name of this strat because this level, the strat is Robot Rock, in reference to the Daft Punk music that goes. Because as you can see, they had to dispatch themselves in a series of 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, which is like Robot Rock, which works even better in French. So yeah, I promise to explain that to you.
This level has shields to block the laser. Oh, you need someone with the shield to block the laser to save you.
Exactly. So it's shield time.
And then you're going to need the top shields on top to block the vertical lasers.
This one can be a big time loss because they have to really align themselves properly and go at the right speed to not touch any laser at any point. Oof.
Good execution there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is a tricky one. It doesn't look like it, but this is a very tricky one. the game in itself isn't super hard, but it is tricky. And the more you are playing, the most likely you have someone making a mistake. All right, so now it's the small planes, les petits avions in French. I will teach you French throughout this run. Yes, this is the right one for this. Right, so we didn't explain, but yeah, the power jump. If you have a player on top of a player and bottom player jumps and the other player jumps and lands mid-air on the bottom player, then they jump higher. And now this one is a very mean one where they all have to push the button between the time displayed to the left and the right. So it seems very easy now, but let me tell you one thing. They all trained remotely. So they trained the game with lag. And now that they're all in the same room, there is no lag. So this is the one run where the excuse, if there is an overtime, can be, there was no lag.
Yeah. I wonder if how much of a difference it makes, because you might get used to the lag, and then when you don't have it, it might actually make it harder if you're used to it. But there are some levels where it's like the lag does make things a lot harder, so it might help on those.
Yeah, I think it does impact here because they trained, and they trained a lot, and so they're used to the timing of the lag. And so now you see them make some mistakes that they wouldn't make remotely because they're used to compensating for the lags.
Yeah. At least colored blocks can only be pushed by a player of the color, but you can be part of a stack. So, like, if you all push together, as long as the person who's the right color is also pushing, you can push the block. And they're gonna have to stack up everything to reach the door.
Do the little column. Here we go.
Okay, that's good.
And now you see player 8 being like, I am not moving down with this key, I know you guys. Here we go. All right.
And this next level is going to be an auto-scroller, so as long as you can clear it without dying, you're not really going to gain or lose any time here.
Yeah,
but this elevator can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, because it does take time and you have to jump before it goes too low. So, this is the No Man Left Behind, but for real this time. For real.
Then a bit of pressure on the gap jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the record, and the few ones of you who speak French in the chat, the strat they call for this level is called autoscroll de ses morts, which is autoscroll of death, in a very angry way. just if you were wondering, they had issues.
Now the last challenge is you just can't push the blocks too much or you get soft locked, but we're gonna make it here. So
cool. And now they're all like, go.
Yeah.
Well done.
Now this level's not too bad. You just ride these elevators up and then they're just gonna walk to the next one.
Yes, and we're back on the reverse pizza slice. Or as I saw in chat, the ice cream cone, which I agree, chat, you're right. This is definitely an ice cream cone, but they chose to call it RPS for the fun of it. Okay. Don't blame me, blame the players. But not too loud, they're doing their best.
Stuff to make you hungry.
Yeah, also it works for that. Ooh, well done. Okay. That jump isn't easy.
Yeah. Now 6-4 is one of the challenging execution levels because there's these don't push buttons. If you push them, you die. So you have to jump over all of them.
They're not joking. And so their strategy for that is to make a human shield so that they have to jump on the head of their friend and then over. And they leave behind only one person to jump over the button, which leads to less mistakes. Usually. It doesn't mean there won't be any mistake, though. Trust.
It's always pressure on the last people.
Yeah. And you see them peek back in, just like, come on.
Oh, no!
Oh, Matash! Come on! Of course, the last one. No pressure. Oh, honestly. So this is a lot of fun, and you can see them really live through it. Like they're like, okay, good, okay, oh no, oh wait, oh no, every time. The fun fact is, because they're all on the same computer, this is why they're all stacked this way. So at some point, like, I'm sure one of them was like, no, I can sit on the floor, don't worry. And, oh, good, all right, done. But then they were told no, I think, by the tech team. We're like, no, you'll be out of frame. Oh, come on. All right, World 7. And here we are. We have our main antagonist of the whole game. There is no plot. I'm completely talking out of...
Oh, no.
Oh.
Just a little bit too early.
All right. Another one of the reasons there could be an overestimate, I was told, was Moa said he would watch the ghosts. So Moa is the green player, and he often he's a serial ghost watcher miss, okay? Let's say it like that. He tried to tell me it would be unlikely to cause any delay, but I do not trust. So.
This level is red light, green light, or blue light, and you can't move when the light is red or you die. But if you do something that doesn't actually move you, like push against an immovable object, you don't actually die, so you'll see people play around and like push without moving.
Yeah, well done. They did it well. For the record, French lesson again, red light, green light. The game is called 1, 2, 3 soleil in French, which is 1, 2, 3 sun. Alright, just... I'll make the chat speak French at some point, I swear. Oui, you will speak French, oui. By the end of the weekend, I'll get ya.
I think they're gonna miss this cycle. It's gonna be really tough, so they'll probably have to wait for the next one.
Yeah, I think they're a bit
to complete
scared.
the level.
Okay. And
hopefully they can make the...
Alright.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, they aren't gonna make it. Oh.
Hey guys, come on. Don't take risks like that. Come on. They're playing with danger here. They're gambling for sure. Alright, so the next level, the strategy is Mario Ghost. That's the name of it. It's self-explanatory. This is a boo system. But...
This is one of the hardest execution levels in the game, so...
Let's see why in a second.
Yeah. So in order to stop the ghost, you actually need 4 people to all look back at the same time, but if it's already stopped, then you just need 1 person to keep looking. But that means you need really good coordination on when to like turn backwards and forwards, and you also need the ghost to go with you to grab this key.
Yeah.
So
their strategy for that is they basically assign roles to everyone and routes to everyone so that they have a fixed cycle when they train, so that they tend to make less mistakes. But it's still very difficult. So
that was a pretty good clear though, yeah. Now you have a stamina bar on this level, so if anyone's moving, the bar goes down, and then if it hits 0, then you just die and have to reset the level.
Absolutely. And the strategy name they chose for this level was Stamina Shakira. You'll never guess why. It's because stamina, So, yeah. They had fun with naming the things. You can feel the nervous breakdowns that happen during the training through the names.
that spring is kind of a troll spring because it's the only spring in the game that bounces you that high. So if you're not aware, then it's easy to jump on it and then lose all your stamina and die.
For sure.
But if you speedrun the game, of course you know.
Yeah, supposedly. Supposedly. On stage with 7 people screaming with you? Unsure.
World 8 retro games. This is one of the most impactful worlds for the speedrun. Like you can lose so much time here if you can't do it well.
And good news, bad news. This is the incentive that they unlocked with this run, is that they're giving the controller to the 2 hosts, so Vicky and Horty, who are now forced to play as purple and I think it's pink. No, it's not Seatong.
Left and right side are in danger. If they can clear lines, though, it'll get them down and save them.
Yeah, they have to collaborate on the multiplayer Tetris. So you can imagine the screams. No, go here, no, go away, you're blocking me.
Right, 3 more lines.
3 more lines, come on.
There's 1 hole, so I need to clear the 3rd line, 2nd line now. Bottom one won't work.
All right.
Oh no! Oh no! There's another hole and another hole. They're gonna need the 4th line here.
Come on, guys, come on. Okay.
Okay. I think there's a hole in the 4th line.
Oh no!
They're gonna need the 5th line. That's good enough. Oh. Yeah. They're making me nervous.
Oh yeah, same. Because also that world is just 2 games, and that's just Tetris and this.
And Block Breaker, yep.
That's just this. Twice. More complicated next time too. Spoiler alert.
If you can get some lucky bounces on this, you can save a lot of time, but if you can't, you can lose a lot of time, so we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, sometimes they do try to keep 1 ball in between them for safety.
Ooh, that's good.
But yeah, it's hard to do. Okay, they're not keeping it. They're like, no, let's finish. So you see them trying to coach the hosts, being like, okay, no, you need to do that. Be careful of this. Okay, the strat is this. Okay, do this, do that.
Oh no, they're just barely missing. No. I think it's got it though. Okay.
Get the key, and now you go quickly.
Yeah.
Oof.
And now they have to play Tetris again, but faster this time. So.
Meanwhile, in chat, someone is telling us that Tetris is called Tetris because each block is made 4 blocks.
Yeah.
Here, it's 3 blocks, so it should be a Tetris and not a Tetris.
Yeah.
Look. Look. I don't care as long as they eliminate those lines, okay? I understand where you're coming from. I get it. Trust. But come on.
A few holes. Oh no. This is dangerous.
Oh, you see the right side being so clear. No, never mind. That jinxed them. Never mind.
Even more holes. I don't think they can clear from here. I think it's over. Yeah, they're gonna have to retry.
They're gonna have to retry.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's gonna be tough.
Oh, yeah, it is tough, and having two players who have never touched the game before do this. Thank God it's well-known games, you know.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, it really helps if you have falling block puzzle game experience when you're doing this. But if you don't, it can be pretty hard.
Yeah. Fun fact in the SpeeDon history, first or second SpeeDon, was it first or second? I don't remember. There was Link Orange who did a Tetris Grandmaster speedrun. And it was amazing. He went master on the stage of SpeeDon. So, bit of lore there. Deep lore. A few years ago, back in the days of SpeeDon.
It's looking really dangerous. Oh, thank God. Wow. There weren't very many lines possible left. There were a lot of holes, but...
Okay, we're through. Well done.
Now this level.
We trust.
This
We
is
trust in our.
Lockbreaker again.
We trust in our.
But
they're talented.
those exclamation mark blocks, as soon as they get hit, everything speeds up, even your character. So it's so much harder to control. And already 4 balls are gone.
Yeah. No, they usually try to, because the balls only start once you hit them at time. Sometimes they do try to keep a few in reserve, but it's once again it limits your movements, so they can't do that.
Wow, that one ball is doing a lot of work.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Oh, it's going so well.
Oh,
get the last one.
Just one.
Last
just one. Don't lose focus. Come on.
No! Come on! No!
And now I can hear it, like, what you can't hear is probably one of them is like, don't jump, don't jump! Because
alright.
Jumping does give you a bit more control, power, but less control. And if too many of you jump, it becomes pandemonium. So, yeah. Well done. Well done to Vicky and Orty for this. They did well for people who had never played the game before.
Yeah.
Back to business. This is dodgeball. You just have to dodge the ball. Fairly self-explanatory.
The nice thing is when you have enough players, you don't have to do it consecutively, so it's okay to miss every now and then.
Oh yeah, that's one of the advantages of not being so many.
Yeah.
Also a reminder, like there are different speedrun categories, so you can play with however friends you want, up to 8 players. So if you enjoy the game, do try it. There is also a Pico Part 2 that was released more than a year ago. So there are 2 games doing this, and they're both equally fun, in my opinion. But I'll defer to you on this, who speedruns the first one. Have you played the second one?
Yeah, I also have the 1-player record on the second one too.
Good job.
The second one, I would say, is a bit harder.
Oh, true.
It has more mechanics and stuff.
Very true, honestly. I do think it's
9-3. 9-3 is a really important level where it used to be one of the hardest levels, but with this strategy, if you can execute it correctly, you can just have the ball bounce horizontally the whole time. Oh no! That's gonna be a miss. But if you can get the ball bouncing horizontally the whole time, then you can just walk straight through to the door. Because before, it used to be like you have to hit the balls and hope you get lucky, and that was really difficult. But this makes things really easy if you can execute it, and that's gonna be good.
Yeah, good execution. And you saw like 5 of them being like, don't go too fast, don't go too fast, you'll steal the key, don't go too fast, don't go too fast. regroup.
Yeah.
All right.
And this one's juggling the ball.
Yeah, it's just juggling.
Ooh.
I don't know if you can hear well on the Restream, but you have the public going like whoop, 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 there we go.
It's actually really easy to overshoot the pot at the end, and it'll bounce off the wall and you'll miss. So it's good if you can get it in. So.
True.
World 10 is 2 players, so it's only 2 players playing at once, but it's always a random 2 players, and it switches at different points in the level.
Yeah, so you have to realize that they don't know when they're gonna play, and hold.
Yeah.
So.
Ooh, they jumped over the first switch. Like when you hit the button, it'll switch players, but they didn't press the button, so it's still the same players. But when you get the key, it'll switch.
Yep. So they all have to learn every strat, just in case.
Yeah, and they hit the minus button, so they're going to switch again.
Yep.
A lot of times they'll like to avoid the minus button, just so it's the same players playing, but it doesn't really change too much. Yeah.
That's a complicated one. This world is just like my nightmare. Like, not knowing whenever you're gonna play or not is just so stressful.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the Yoshi
I think
jump.
this is.
Oh,
Yeah, I think this is the only time the game forces you to do a power jump technique, and then also that Yoshi jump thing.
yeah. It's a difficult.
And then there's a nice mechanic skip here because it takes a really long time. You're supposed to raise both platforms by jumping and hitting the up arrow, but you can skip it with the power jump onto the top.
Nice cheesing.
Yeah.
For sure. That's a good one, for real. Oh,
You know,
that
10-3
one.
and 10-4 are dark worlds, so you can't see anything, but you just have to know where you're supposed to go.
Yep.
And again, it will switch at specific points in the level. It will switch to random players.
Yes. So you have to be aware of where the things are. Also,
Yeah.
the other players, they can click on the screen or tap on the screen to indicate things, but because they're all on the same PC, they can't. So, so usually they could indicate a few things to each other.
Oh no! They fell in the invisible hole.
The invisible hole, no! There is a warning for that specific hole in their strategy usually, but it's so dangerous. It's so difficult to get.
But you can't see it, so...
Same with that platform. Like, you have to know exactly the limits of it. And this is extremely
invisible
difficult too,
blocks, yeah.
because it's just a series of invisible blocks with space in between, so you could just die or have to go back. And because there are the two-player things, you have to go back and pick up your friend if they fall. So might as well retry. Oh,
Now this one is hand gimmick with guns where you can absorb someone into your gun, and when you shoot again, you'll shoot them out.
absolutely. And they call it they call the strategies according to who eats who. They consider it eating the other player. So this one is 2 eats 1 because you have to go in specific order so that when you release the players, it comes in the right order too, because you can only eat one player. So if
Are you sure they weren't just hungry when they were coming up with strategy names?
Honestly, that's possible. Honestly, either that or just they're French. Let's be real. Food is a thing with us. Okay? I'm not even gonna deny it. Like, come on. We just saw a little menuing bug. How you know that was in the list of possibilities of why they might overestimate? They blame Matash for this specifically, according to Moa. So, just so you know.
No, that mechanic was vacuums where you can pull in someone else, and you'll see that again in the 4th stage on this world. Ooh, now this is guns again. Very clean.
Yeah, yeah.
There's going to be a one shot to save time. If you can catch the person falling, oh, they aren't going to go for it.
Nah, they're just going like
this shot.
Nah, we're
Okay.
just gonna we're just gonna let you die on repeat until the camera has moved enough. That's it. You just didn't have to die the first time, okay? Oh, there we go.
This level has a bit of a pressure block drop because you have to drop it right onto the button over here. And a perfect drop right in the center.
And they have to go back so that they can get the key. And they have 10 seconds exactly.
Oh no!
No!
Well, you're gonna have to do it again.
Which one of them am I calling out? That's Tianu. Okay. I'm calling them out.
Oh,
Okay.
Are we gonna make it just in time?
Just in time, yeah.
Oh, just barely.
So close.
It's like as close as you can get.
See that? Oh my god. Okay, well done.
Actually, it's possible to land the block on the platform but not hit the button, so that's like pretty much as close as you can get.
Mhm. For sure. All right. Whew. Okay. Well done to them.
And final world now.
Final world. So I'm gonna go on a bit of a rant here. Okay, I need to talk to you guys. And Dan still told me I could. So that's also shared responsibilities here. This run has a peculiar story because you see, the 8 players you see on the screen right now, they didn't really they weren't specifically close 2 years ago. In 2024, there was another smaller speedrun marathon in France called Interglitch. Now, Interglitch is organized by a little org called Le French Restream. Le French Restream is also the org that restreams GDQ events in French. Gasp. And so, at Interglitch, they have this little competition between the speedrunners that take part into the event, where they make Team Blue versus Team Red, right? Équipe Bleue versus Équipe Rouge. And so, to this year, in 2024, one of the organizing team at Le French Restream, called Blue, and shout out to them for coming up with this idea, went like, how about we go around our community and we call for volunteers who would agree to train for a co-op speedrun of 8 versus 8 players on stage at Interglitch. And so everybody who's on stage right now was either part of the blue team or the red team at Interglitch 2024. They raced on Pico Park against each other. They did incredibly well, to the point that the red team kept on training after Interglitch and got the world record for the 8 players run. And then it was so chaotic. You had 16 players on stage at an in-person event. That's crazy. Don't do that. Don't do that. They were screaming. We were laughing. It was hilarious. It was so fun and chaotic that the second year, in 2025, Interglitch organized another race, also organized by Blue and Moa, who's on stage right now, on Pico Park too. And some of the people on stage right now did that too. And then, because they couldn't stop, because it was so much fun, these 8 players, they went around all the players of the first run and went like, who wants to submit to SpeeDons with Pico Park? Who wants to really try again? Because they tried last year, they were refused because 16 people on stage, come on. And so this time they went like, okay, how many of us really want to do this? And so the 8 of them created this team. And here we go. Here we are.
And that's the end.
And congrats to them. Time 35:14. A really good time for an on-stage marathon.
Yeah.
They did really well. Shoutouts to the 8 players you see on stage once again. Mata, Shridu, Grink, Moa, Balik, Sirtank, Tianuka, Ostra. They did amazing. Shoutouts to the commentators also, Nimelia and Jarmu. Jarmu was the commentator on the first run at Interglitch, and Nimelia was part of the red team at the 2024 Interglitch. So they're all very familiar with this run. And once again, big shoutouts to Blue, who had this idea and fought for it and organized it and picked the teams, picked those people, picked at the end 32 people over 2 years. Shoutouts also to Moa, who did a lot to make this possible and is one of the people on the tech at Interglitch. And they're both part of the organizing team of Le French Restream and Interglitch, and so was I for the past 2 years. So as you can, I know all these people, they're my friends. I'm so happy to be able to show you this run, to be able to be there. I couldn't be there on this stage. I've been on the stage of SpeeDons for the past 4 years. I couldn't be there this year. This is my way of participating. And I'm so happy that we could give you a snapshot of the real French speedrun community where we come up with these things. Because SpeeDons is the biggest event, yes. But it's also not really a French speedrun community because it's only the event. SpeeDons only exists during SpeeDons. So this weekend is the only time when there is a SpeeDons community really active, right? The rest of the year, the French community is in so many little orgs. Le French Restream, Fast and Fabulous, which is a Frame Fatale kind of community. We have Nitro, we have PB2, we have so many others. And they're the ones who create this kind of runs, this kind of chaos, this kind of fun, and who try to really push people to get into speedrun, to enjoy speedrun, but also push for each event to be a show. And in the French community, we really love that. And so I'm really glad to be able to share that with you. Much love to the 8 people on stage right now that have been part of the same community as me. I know some of them personally, so many of them. Anyway, I love them. I love every one of the 10 people who were on stage for this run. And yeah, I'm so glad I could showcase that to you. And yeah, thank you, Dan, for letting me do this TED Talk.
Oh, yeah.
And keeping me in line the whole time.
I just always have fun watching people play Pico Park.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, just find 7 friends and play, or do like that.
Yeah.
Just grind the one player rounds.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It's still very fun. I have played it solo and with friends. It's very fun. I can only encourage you to do so. And Dan will be here to help you. And as someone said in chat, the Pico Park speedrun community is great. They're very welcoming. Go there. Truly. All right, I think that's all I can say. Donate to Médecins du Monde. Do you have any other commentary, Dan?
No, I think that's all for me.
Oh, thank you for being there and keeping me in line. Thank you so much. I'll be back for a few other games, so you'll hear my good accent and bad accent, according to mood, again. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend and really enjoy SpeeDons.
Bonsoir, de retour.
That's all for me.
C'est la dernière fois qu'on est là pour cette soirée. Oui. Après, on va laisser la place à Zerator et Étoile pour Mario Kart World, mais ce sera après. Oh, c'est au moins dans 5 grosses minutes, sauf s'il y a des problèmes techniques. on verra. Non, du coup, oui, prochaine run Mario Kart. Dans laquelle nous avons déjà une incentive. Vous allez pouvoir débloquer 2 tracks bonus si vous en avez envie. On est à 34% des 5000 balles qu'il nous faut pour ça. 2 tracks, ça peut être pas mal, je pense.
Écoute, je viens de voir que je viens de recevoir un don de 1000 balles.
Waouh, 1000 balles d'anonyme. Ah ouais. Avec un gros pavé.
Avec un énorme pavé.
Ouais.
Qui nous dit explique. Ouais, c'est un peu chiant les gars. En gros, les dons au profit des associations peuvent ouvrir droit à une réduction d'impôt sur le revenu. Ça a changé pour 2026 puisque c'est 75% jusqu'à 2000 € au lieu de 1000 € avant, puis 66% pour le reste. Donc si tu donnes par exemple 100 €, ça veut dire que tu vas pouvoir déduire 75 € sur le montant que tu vas déclarer en 2026 pour tes revenus 2026. En renseignant correctement les cases 7UD et 7UF, bon, en vrai, c'est un bonus sympa, mais c'est pas vraiment l'objectif de ce week-end, puisqu'on est là pour aider, comme on peut chacun à notre niveau. Donc un grand merci à tous les gens impliqués pour l'organisation de cet événement et en route pour une édition 2026 exceptionnelle. Wouh!
C'en est cassé
dormir.
Oui, ouais, je pense qu'on va dormir.
Merci énormément pour
1000 balles. bravo pour ça. Merci Xinio pour les 200 balles qui nous dit cette run de Pico Park est exceptionnelle, elle était magnifique. Merci tout le monde, dont l'ambiançage qui slay fort. Merci beaucoup impliqué dans ce bel événement. Et des bisous aux membres de la pire commune présente dans la salle. C'est vrai, j'ai vu des pancartes de la pire commune. J'en ai vu quelques-unes. Tu sais, ils balancent leurs culottes là. On vous a vu là. Quoi? Voilà. Merci Clairvy. J'ai trop peur d'écorcher vos pseudos. Merci Clairvy pour les 20 balles qui nous dit que puis-je rêver de mieux pour fêter mon anniversaire que d'être présent pour voir le premier speedrun que j'ai appris se faire détruire. C'était pour aller en isolation, il me semble. Joyeux anniversaire.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Joyeux anniversaire. Merci Bernard Arnaud le vrai qui nous donne 6,70 € et qui nous dit 6-7, c'est ça que vous aimez bien les jeunes. Je ne peux pas vous donner plus, désolé. C'est difficile pour tout le monde. Il n'y a pas de petites économies.
J'ai Tarte Tourte qui a donné 6,60 € et qui dit 6. Ah merde, j'ai loupé. Je vais recommencer. C'est dans le don.
Oui, j'ai capté.
Presque, mais pas tout à fait, évidemment.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the English Restream for SpeeDons 6. My name is KingJ0444, and I will be your English commentator for this Mario Kart World run coming up here by Darkcraft. I'm very excited to see this. I actually have no idea what tracks are being shown and what is being shown in this showcase, so I will be here reacting to it all live with you all as well. I do speedrun Mario Kart World. I'm not that big in the competitive scene, so a lot of this stuff might be kind of new to me, but I'm here to explain the tech and everything like that, and I'm super excited. So that's coming up next. Obviously, we are still at the donation table right now, so while this is going on, let's quickly explain what they're raising money for. Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. It's an international medical non-governmental organization, and that has been around for 40 years, and it's just absolutely incredible the work they do. If you would like to donate as well and contribute, please do so at gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to support the charity. And if you want as well to support the charity and get some merch from it, you can go to SpeeDons.fr and buy the event t-shirt. They've actually been holding it up as well on the stream a couple times. So if you want to buy the t-shirt, 10 euros will be going towards the great cause that we're raising money for as well, and you also get some sick merch out of it too. So be sure to do that as well. Yeah, the fact that they have already raised 215,000 euros, which in US dollars translates to 250,000 US dollars in this short amount of time, it's just incredible to see. It's so awesome. And it seems like we're pretty much swapping over now. I'm very again, I'm gonna be very reactionary in this because I don't really know what is gonna be shown here. So whenever it swaps over, it's gonna be interesting. They labeled this as a time trial and also intermission showcase, so I'm assuming we're gonna see a healthy mix of both, and there's also an incentive to show off 2 bonus tracks. So there we go. That is Darkcraft right there. It's going to be very interesting to see what goes on. But Mario Kart World was the launch title for the Nintendo Switch 2. It came out last year, actually almost exactly a year ago, just about a month off from that. So I know this year has flown by, but yeah. So this is the launch title. A lot of people bought the Switch 2. If you have a Switch 2, odds are you also have Mario Kart World, and it's been very fun to play. And hopefully we'll get some DLC in the future, but for now we have 30 tracks and a lot of intermissions that we can play through. This game is so meaty with all of the content in it. There are 202 intermissions that we can pick between. It looks like we're going Wiggler. That's awesome. He's very good for time trials. And are we starting on Rainbow Road? Did I see that correctly? Again, I don't know what we're starting with. I'm in the boat with y'all here. Someone mentioned that their jacket looks nice, and yes, that commentator's jacket is awesome. And let me just say, by the way, it has been awesome seeing and amazing just hearing how packed that audience is and how hype they are. The French speedrunning community is absolutely wonderful. And it sounds like the countdown is starting here. All right, so we're starting on Rainbow Road. I would have thought they would have ended on this, but that is awesome to see. We're starting off strong. So I guess the countdown's going to be on the actual countdown for the track. So 3, 2, 1, and here we go. All right, so Mario Kart World, obviously you have your tricks and everything like that. You can also rewind in this game too. So that's something that's really cool and is used a lot to like practice your lines and your skips in this game. And that's something that Nintendo added, and it's the most amazing thing that they could have added, especially for practicing strats instead of having to reset a match or restart a time trial and practice it over again. You can just rewind and start from the top of that section. So we're starting off in Rainbow Road, and this one is by far my favorite Rainbow Road in the series, or at least it's up there. In Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road, it's still really good. You're going to see a lot of wall riding later on for some skips coming up here. Wall riding is a mechanic that was added in Mario Kart World, and it's very overpowered. You're going to see a lot for most of the flashy skips done in this run, I'm sure. Right there, nice gap jump right there. That one, a lot of people use a feather to be safe when you're online because people online like to troll you, but you can also just do it without any item whatsoever. That is called a no item shortcut, NISC for short. So anytime you hear me say NISC, that is what it means. But now we're in the water. You go slightly faster in the water than if you were outside of the water. There's also some tracks that have this like speed boost as well, which you're seeing that right now as well. Now that we're out of the water, we're also still having that speed boost. And it seems like we're swapping over to this track here. Once again, these lines have just been very clean. We're taking this jump right here. Very nice, very clean. Now, when you are in the air and you interact with something like a pole, or in that case of that railing, he was in the air and then collided with that railing, you actually get a jump off of it. And that's where a lot of the skips in this game come in, and where you're going to see some really awesome tech. All right, so once again, using our mushroom, we are doing this in time trial mode, which means that we have 3 mushrooms to use, and it's all just about, typically most tracks, it's pretty obvious where you want to use them. Sometimes you get to pick and choose, though. Once again, cutting these corners very tight. He's doing a very good job of that. And we're also doing a charge jump here. If you basically drift without holding a direction, you will charge up a jump, and you can just jump straight up in the air. So you saw Darkcraft actually do that to get onto the wall and then do a jump off the wall once again. All right, and it seems like we just used up our last mushroom. Again, there's not really many places to use the mushroom in Rainbow Road, so it makes sense to just use it there, especially in that long stretch of gliding. Typically, gliding is not great in Mario Kart games. If you have the option, we're going to get rid of the glider as fast as possible. Once again, cutting these turns very short and nice. Do a little trick on the edge there. Don't think I didn't see that. That was very cheeky. All right, very nice. We're coming up to our final section here, and there is a pretty nutty strat. I wonder if he's gonna go for it. This is way easier to go. Oh, he is. It is way easier to do this with a feather. Oh, okay. The trick off of the pole, and he lands it. Wow, that was incredible. That is really hard to do. It may look easy. He's making this look way easier than it actually is. I promise you. That was incredible. Getting just like a low 4-minute time on Rainbow Road right off the bat. And keep in mind, he rewinded at the beginning. So getting that good of a time with a rewind, we will take that. What a great start to this showcase. Very nice. All right, so let's see where we're going next. I can kind of assume which tracks we're going to be showing, but a lot of this, I don't know what order we're doing the tracks in or anything like that. We're switching to Biddy Buddy. Again, each track has their own character and card combo that are the best for it. So yeah, okay, I figured that was where we were going when we swapped to that card combo. We are going to a great question block of ruins. Now this track, kind of broke the internet when the game first came out. Everyone was doing this trick. This is the one that you want to do online to flex on your friends. So starting off here, we're going to use our mushroom right across this grass patch here. We're going to rail grind. That's another mechanic that was introduced in Mario Kart World, and it's used quite a lot. We didn't actually see it at all in Rainbow Road, but we're seeing it here. Going to do a trick here, and now we're going to do the fun part. this skip coming up here. So we're gonna get ready to jump off the edge here, trick off of this ring, do a wall ride, jump off of it, and make it right over there. Very clean. If you missed it, don't worry, we're gonna see it 2 more times. It is so fun to do. The way I actually do it, because I am worse at this game, is I actually do a charge jump into it. It's also very easy to get hit online when you're doing this jump, but it's just absolutely sick to see him nail it. Also, you see Darkraft going for those tricks on the railing as we're turning, just getting small amounts of time save that add up over the course of time trials. Once again, here we go for it one more time. Again, hooking into the left to get that wall ride is just so awesome. And then we're going to do it one more time once again. Most of these tracks are the 3-lap variants. There are some tracks that are just straightforward, going from point A to point B, like we saw with Rainbow Road, but this one is the 3-lap format that we all know and love from Mario Kart. And so one more time here. On the first lap, we actually went on the left side, but now we're going on the right side just so we can get a more direct line. The reason we went on the left side was to get our coin count up. The more coins you have... Oh, the trick off the side? Okay, the trick off the... I don't know if that was intentional, but hey, we take it. Very nice reaction there to getting that trick. And there we go, a nice 207, nailing it all 3 times. We love to see that. But yeah, so the coins in this game, you can have up to 20 coins and collect up to 20 coins, and typically you want to get around 6 to 10 coins, and because it will actually increase your top speed. All right, so we're going to go back in. Let's see what we're doing this time. All right, so we're swapping to one of my favorite characters, Peepa. Oh, okay, this is a good one too. This is a very good one. And we're actually showing off an intermission here. Okay, so never mind. I thought we were actually going to do the track, but now we're actually going to the intermissions. So this is something that I don't know as well. Now I have done a speed run of this game, which was 232 tracks. Don't do it. If you're watching this right now, please don't do that run. It's not fun. It's 12 hours of every single intermission in this game. Like I said, there's 202 of them, and so this one. So I do know all the intermissions. Whether or not I know them to heart is up there. Oh, very nice. Love this strat. Going up on the leaves there. So Mario Kart World is all interconnected, and that is what that is kind of like the big selling point of this game is that you can drive from one track to another. And so yeah, there's 202 intermissions going from one track to another, and then you race 1 lap on that track when you get there. So you see that we're now on section 2 out of 3, because we actually have to drive over to the course. It's actually really cool. Nice jumping across this poison pond. Oh, okay, he saved it. Nice, that was very clean. All right, love that. I'm glad that we are also picking the intermissions that have really awesome strats as well, because some of them are, and again, like the thing about these intermissions, a lot of people will complain about them and say that they're just driving straight, but you can't tell me after watching that was driving straight, and that's it. Like there's so much cool strats you can do in this game, even on the intermissions, and I'm so glad that we're showing that off here today. And now we're into Boost Cinema. This is absolute cinema. Can I get some absolute cinema in the chat in all capitals, please and thank you. I absolutely love this track. It's so good. And this track is just so flashy. It goes all old-timey on us as we hop into the screen. Very nice. Absolutely nailed it on this intermission. Again, now the intermissions are actually the thing I'm most excited to see, because I haven't seen most of these strats. Most people don't run the intermission tracks, and so because of that, a lot of this is going to be new for me. Also, that audience is so hype, and I love it. All right, now where are we going next? Okay, I think we're going back to time trial. Oh, we're going with the crab. Okay, the crab on the Robmobile was not what I needed to see today. All right, so we are going to. Interesting. Okay, Salty Speedway. This is a pretty cool one as well. This one's pretty flashy. This is not the one that I thought they were gonna go to, but that's okay. All right, so starting off with a trick in the water. Yes, you can do a charge jump in the water. Yes, this game's cool. Also, you should buy it. Also, you should speedrun it or play competitive. Whatever floats your boat. Join the community. So yeah, once again, just super flashy movement that you can do in this game. And all of these tricks are designed, like all these pathways, like this one right here, going off this wall, these are all designed by Nintendo. And it's just cool how they were able to incorporate it into the tracks, like all these different pathways that you can go. And then we're gonna use our mushroom there to go through those boxes, do a little bit of wall riding here, just keep chaining those boosts that we get. All right, once again, we're gonna now we're gonna wall ride up here off the waterfall. So we're gonna take a slightly different route. It's not too much different than the first time. Again, the first lap that we did was to get coins. Very nice. That charge jump right there to skip going off the right wall. You'll love to see it. That was awesome. Oh, okay, we're good. I don't know if you can hear the commentator. That reaction was was everything. Oh, okay, missed it there, but now we're gonna see the rewind here again. Again, this is just what I love about Mario Kart World. You can rewind and practice these sections to make sure that you're ready for online or practice for the next time you do a track. It's just really cool that feature's in there at all. Trick off of the pillar, very nice, and barely got enough speed to get up there. We love to see that. It's always really cool because whenever you see someone do a time trial run, because oh nice, got up on that railing. Typically because the first lap is always going to be different from the second and third, so it's always interesting to see what people do on the first lap compared to the others. All right, nice 212 there.
C'était pas un des circuits qu'on voulait au début, mais c'est vrai qu'il y a pas mal de choses très cool.
All right, so now where are we going? Who are we swapping to? Let's see. We going Toad? Oh, we're going Shy Guy. All right. I'm assuming that we're going. Yeah, okay. I was assuming we're going to Shy Guy Bazaar. That was what I kind of figured. All right. So this is Shy Guy Bazaar. This also has a very cool strat. We're starting off specifically with a alternate path that you normally wouldn't see in online racing over to the right. But first we're going to go on the bottom to get some coins. Oh, we're going on the left. Oh, I haven't seen this. This is new information for me. Again, I'm half like blind reacting to this. Okay, I don't even know what tracks we're seeing today. Oh, didn't make it up there. I was trying to go onto that right wall there, but that's okay. It's okay. We can still do this. We're gonna go over, I'm assuming, to the left here, to these railings. Yes, there we go. Nice. Get these 3 coins. Styling on everyone right now. I mean, it's just him right now. But if he was online, everyone would be like, "Whoa, this guy knows what he's doing." So right here, we're going to set up, and then we're going to trick onto this wire here. And this is what I love about this, because this is a track from the 3DS game, from Mario Kart 7. You couldn't go up there in Mario Kart 7, so... All right, very nice to this drift. And once again, we're going to go up here just because it's faster to just jump on these railings here instead of just going off the ramps. Ooh, I got a little bit of a... Got a little bit stopped there. That's okay. And going on this right side again, like I said, you'll see some people do this online, and that's how you can tell if they play time trials or not. Ooh, gonna rewind there. That's all good because we're going for this. We're going for this wall ride here. That's all good though. Oh, there we. Okay, so right there, getting off like a wall ride on the bottom actually gives you a little bit of speed. So I wonder if that was what it was going for. Very nice. All right, and it seems like we're going to be wrapping up Shy Guy Bazaar here. And there we go. Nice. Awesome. Good way to end it off there. All right, so we've done a lot of the more. Now, a lot of people wouldn't actually think of like this track and also Salty Speedway when you talk about like big tricks in Mario Kart World, but that's like the wonders of it because there's a lot of small stuff that is just super flashy. So I'm curious what the next one is. The big one that I'm thinking of is Bowser's Castle. I'm assuming that's probably going to be shown, or maybe it'll be in the incentive tracks. There are 2 bonus incentive tracks that we will do afterwards if it's been met. I actually don't know if it's been met yet or not. But yeah, so and we're going to DK Pass now. This one's really cool. It has a really cool strat at the beginning and also at the end too. Again, more wall riding shenanigans. I don't know if Nintendo knew when they added wall riding that we would use it in the way that we do use it. Like, I don't know if they knew that we would end up doing certain things like what we're going to be seeing coming up here. Because, like, we're going to trick off this tree coming up here. Right here. Very nice. Awesome. And I'm curious if he's going to go for the wall ride at the beginning of the next lap. All right, use our mushroom there. Very nice. Again, typically there's like one specific spot that we'll use a mushroom in, and it's pretty obvious that we're going to use it there. So the rest of it is all about driving. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so we're going to use this wall ride to get up here. Very nice. And cut out the rest of that, that road, and then we're going to go up to that railing there. We're going to wall ride here, trick off this tree, trick off the other tree. Nice, nailed it, awesome. And use our mushroom here. Oh, we're not using our mushroom here. Never mind, we're going to save it. Very nice. Someone said that Mario Kart World players are very scary, and I agree. I would not want to come across in online. I'll just say that. My ELO ranking would be going down for sure. All right. Oh, this is such a cool one right here. Very nice. Going on the inside drifting wall. Once again, let's see this one more time. Trick off that one tree. Trick off the other. Very nice. It's always like so cool to see that. And perfect. Very nice. That was extremely solid. And once again, we swapped to Baby Daisy. Not Baby Daisy. Baby Peach. Sorry, I know my I know my Mario characters. But yeah, once again, every track has a character that is best for it, and that's also cool to see. To showcase instead of just showing off, like, you know, we have categories for the SpeedRun.com leaderboard, stuff like 30 tracks classic, where it's like all of the 3-lap variants of each track. We have stuff like Traveling Plumber, we have all knockout tours, but you don't get to see us like pick specific characters for each track. So it's really cool to see, to showcase different characters and not just one. So now we're doing another intermission. We're doing actually the same intermission that we did before, but we're doing it backwards because we're going to go from Boo Cinema and we're going to go back to Acorn Heights, which is that track that we were going from, or that we started off at before. Very nice trick there. Again, just chaining these jumps off of these different background objects and plants and trees and poles. It's so cool to see. Going through the railing. Okay, I didn't know that one. Listen, if you wanna take, like, let's just say you're playing online and you notice that you get like one of these intermissions, you should steal some of these strats and do them online. And it's also very important to notice that Nintendo did an update where, or not an update, but the Nintendo has settings where you can choose what items you're going to be using. Oh, nice trick there. And so because of that, Darkcraft is able to specifically make it so that he only gets triple mushroom so that he can show off the coolest strats possible. And that's so cool that they allow us to do that. All right, so we're doing one lap here on Acorn Heights, and Acorn Heights has some pretty awesome strats, specifically at the end, and I'm very excited to see how he does here. All right, so going to go ahead and grab some coins here again, get our top speed up, then we're going to go on this railing. We're going to barely make it there. Nice. doing one of those jumps is so scary. We're gonna land up here, and that's something that you normally might not think that you can do, but you can. It's actually kind of wild that it doesn't void you out. And now we're gonna go ahead and go up there, trick off the pole, get on the other wall. That was awesome. He nailed that. All right, and we're just gonna jump between these little stems and finish it off there. That was very, very nice. Mario Kart World is just, listen, I love all the Mario Kart games. Mario Kart World is just on another level when it comes to how the top players are able to just make everything look so smooth. It's just, it's otherworldly sometimes. And it seems like we're going Wario, Pirate Wario, in the Real Racer. Real Racer is one of the best cars in the game, specifically for the longer categories, and like the main SpeeDons.com categories. You'll see a lot of people use Real Racer. Yeah, typically they'll use like Mario Real Racer because of victory animations for real time, but since we're doing time trials, we're able to not have to worry about that. All right, so now we're doing Wario Shipyard. So I'm interested to see this one.
Et du coup, j'ai eu le record du monde sur Gagnon Wario pendant quasiment 3 semaines.
Bravo.
Ce qui est énorme.
Oui, oui.
Généralement, c'est toujours la petite bataille lorsque quelqu'un a le record.
I wish I could speak French so I could translate this. Because it seems like they're discussing something. I know very basic French, but not enough to be able to translate. All right, so we're doing Wario Shipyard fittingly with Wario, Pirate Wario. All right, very nice. Great start here. Just tricking off that. Now, water is not my favorite mechanic in Mario Kart World. Driving in the water takes a lot of getting used to compared to, driving underwater in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe or Mario Kart 7. So just having the waves bouncing you and stuff like that, it can be a little bit of a variable. We're going for a wall ride here, and then we're going to go ahead and get a rail grind on there. Hop over to this one. Very nice. And then I believe we're gonna, yeah, hop on that rail. Nice. Oh, thank you, chat. Thank you to the chat for doing the translating work for me. So, yeah, Darkcraft was apparently the world record on the circuit for 3 weeks. That is incredible. Especially with how competitive the times are in time trial. The fact that he held it for 3 weeks is just on another level. Because if you keep up with time trials in this game, they change every day. So there are people who just grind out the same track for the love of the game, and yeah, no, it's awesome that we're getting to see. Whoa, okay, I haven't seen that. That's the Master of Craft right there. I haven't seen that one. All right, that was really cool. All right, nice trick off the tree there, and the pole. And once again, taking these drifts as tight as possible, going off the wall one more time here. And once again, the rail, and I believe there's a really cool ending too, if I remember correctly. Let's see this. Take the tight corner. Yeah, go off the wall here, and it doesn't matter if he's falling into the void out plane because he's already finished the map. Very nice. What a stylish way to end.
Bon public, je voudrais pas vous et le chat, je voudrais pas vous alerter.
All right. What a cool track to show off, and it's even better that it's coming from the best of that track. All right, so who are we going with now? We're going back to... Oh, I thought we were going back to Baby Peach again. Oh, we're going to Swoop. Swoop is one of my favorite characters to play as online. He's just very versatile. Ooh, this is a good one. Okay, I'm glad we're showing off this one. I absolutely love Whistle Stop Summit time trials. This one was one of the more popular ones when the game first released. A lot of people were doing this one. Ooh, the burnout at the beginning, dang. Okay, the commentator's laughing at him. Yeah, and just a reminder that we need 500 euros left to get those last 2 bonus tracks in. So if you want to help out, get those bonus tracks met, make sure to go donate using the gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons, because we want to see those extra tracks. And once again, I would love to promote which tracks those are, but I don't know. So I would love to find out. Whoa, look at that. Oh, wow. Again, just that's what I love about this game. I love that there's always something new that I haven't seen. I haven't seen that strat. I love this trick here where you just do a charge jump over that gap. It's so sick. All right, but right here, this strat is like, I was talking over it before because we were talking about donating to such a great cause, which you should. But yeah, being able to just do a wall ride off of that one, going over to that area, which honestly should void you out. I don't know why it doesn't, but it doesn't. Oh, missed it there. But yeah, going for a wall ride on that small amount of wall that's even there, that's so tight to hit. All right, once again, let's see him nail this. Ooh, oh, barely made it. Okay, nice. All right, one more time here. Let's see if we can get it here. Nice, awesome. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Right on the railing there. Oh, perfect. And then to end it off, nice. Off the wall one more time. That was incredible. That is by far... I mean, that probably looked hard, right? But that is way harder than you may believe. I think I've hit that
avec les pièces.
Never. I haven't hit that.
Et ben, un personnage léger va être plus rapide sur les rails, malgré que tu prennes un perso lourd qui aura la meilleure vitesse du jeu.
Oui, c'est de l'amour en fait. C'est bien d'entendre ça.
Je comprends. Et au moins, absolument tout le monde a compris dans le chat et tout le monde dans le public a
Parce que
compris.
normalement, les personnages.
All right, so we have about 15 minutes left in this estimate. I'm curious how many more tracks we're gonna do, and not only that, which tracks we're gonna do. We're going to Nabbit now. Nabbit in the B Dasher. Okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. I was waiting for this one. All right, we're going to Bowser's Castle.
J'ai pas hâte.
Mais du coup, pareil, on va vous montrer 3 façons de faire.
All right, so Bowser's Castle has a pretty awesome strat that I always love seeing done. So let's hope he nails it on all 3 of these laps. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Unfortunately didn't get it there, but that is okay. This is an absurdly hard strat. You have to do a wall right. Oh, okay, we're gonna restart. Okay. I respect it. We want to see the 3 for 3 here. Going for this strat is absolutely bonkers. Especially if you're playing online, because you have like 23 other people messing with you. All right, let's see this. Going off this wall, drift off that one, trick off of the sign and makes it. Let's go. Okay, nice. That is 1 of 3 times that we can hit it. Let's see it another time. That I don't know if that's the hardest strat in Mario Kart World. Also, by the way, that the wall ride just to flex, you know, just to flex. That saves like a second maybe. But it looks so cool. And if it looks cool and it saves time, you have to go for it. You just said you have to. Yeah, we were playing as Nabbit. This is from the he's a character from the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Oh, okay, now we're going from the bottom here. Same thing as before, though. Oh, but still made it. Nice. Okay. All right, it's going up here. We're going to see the same strat before. One more time here. So we're going to go off the side here, get a wall ride, and then make it over here. Very nice. Of course, using our mushroom to get across this lava. All right, let's do this one more time. Let's see if we can get the 3 for 3. I want to see some hype in the chat. If he gets a 3 for 3, okay? Because now we're doing it this way. Oh my, okay, I can't believe he nailed that. That is ridiculously hard. So not only did he get the 3 for 3, but he showed off a different way of getting it each time. That is beyond incredible. That is awesome. Just huge shout outs to Darkraft for this. Oh, whoa, okay, wait, hold on. What is this? I have not seen that before. What is that? Excuse me. All right. Oh, and getting hit just to show that he's human. Absolutely incredible. Wow. Again, there's 3 different ways of doing that. And each one is just, it tops the last. That was amazing. This has been an incredible showcase. I'm so like excited of how many cool strats he's gotten shown off, and he's nailed each one too. Like, it's not even like, oh, he messed up this one. Unfortunately, he didn't get to show off the cool strat. No, he's shown off every cool strat that we could possibly show off. All right, this one is a really tough rail ride that he's going to be going for here. It's so hard to catch the rail, and you need the just perfect angle in order to hit it. So we're swapping to Baby Daisy here. This is Wario Stadium. This track has gone through so many different changes, and it looks so different from how it looked in the first week that this game was out. Actually, the first month that this game was out. It just keeps changing. Once again, using the real racer, it's just a very good card to use. So right here. Oh, we're going left side first. There is a strat on the right side, but you need coins for it to be even viable. So. All right, once again, you're gonna use our mushroom here. Very nice. All right, now let's see this. Let's see these strats. I know. Ooh, okay. Going up this wall here. Just so cleanly jumping between those. Awesome. We're gonna catch onto this rail here. Just, you know, just skip like one turn, but it looks so cool. You have to go for it. Do a charge jump here to go onto that. That is way harder than he made it look. I just want you all to know that. That was absurdly difficult. And he made it look so easy. Like, if you have a copy of this game, go try to do that. You won't hit it. I promise you that. You need such a perfect angle in order to hit that. And also the amount of speed too. All right, jump between these. Nice. All right, once again, we're gonna land on this rail here. All right, and let's see this one more time. And nice, awesome, amazing. Once again, nailing it each time that he was able to go for it. You'll love to see it. Absolutely amazing. What a perfect Wario Stadium. That, like, you couldn't have asked for better. Especially doing this in front of a live audience, like that was just so incredibly good. All right, so what are we seeing next? All right, who are we swapping to? Toadette? Yeah, okay, Toadette. All right, we're going Toadette in the baby blooper. This is like, if you're playing online, this is pretty much the a good combination to use. Baby blooper online is what a lot of people use. I love the audience counting down at the beginning. The audience counting down alongside every single start to each track. You love to see the hype. The hype that is going on in France right now is beyond the charts. All right, so this is Cheep Cheep Falls, a very notorious track for a lot of people. All right, let's see this. So we're actually going to save our mushroom because we definitely want to use it here. All right, very nice. All right, so that was the first lap. Now we're moving on to the next map. Oh, this is the last one. Okay. Thank you for the translators. For the people that speak better French than I do. I am French Canadian, but I haven't spoken French in so long. I can understand words. I can't understand sentences. All right. Oh, going up here. Nice. Perfect. Awesome. Jump off that. Oh, another one. Okay. How many trees are we going to bop today? Let's see. That was awesome. So yeah, this is going to be the last track, at least for the main showcase, and then we are obviously going to have the extra incentive tracks, which did get met. So y'all are stuck with me for at least 2 more tracks. Sorry, not sorry. All right, let's see this one more time. Going up to oh, got denied by that rock. That rock was not having it. All right, let's see this again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. That is such a cool strat. I love it. All right, and yeah, that's going to be the end of the main showcase, but we do have 2 more tracks coming up, and I have a feeling I know what they're going to be. Oh, he's going for that. He was going for that? Okay. I respect it. He's going to keep going for it. All right. Let's see if we get it. Oh, we got it. Oh, wow. Okay. just to flex, and that's time there with a 40-16. What a great showcase. Absolutely amazing. Just like, again, huge shout outs to Darkcraft. Like, I get the performing this in front of a live audience and doing the level of strats that he was doing. It's just watching this game at top level is just absolutely incredible. But we are not done yet. We have more. We have 2 more. So I'm very interested to see what we get here. What we're going to get to see.
Et je pense qu'on peut applaudir encore une fois, s'il vous plaît. J'espère que ce showcase vous aura plu. On voulait montrer avec Raph, voilà, quand même Mario Kart World, mais avec un speedrun de 30 circuits, c'est très vite ennuyant. Là, on s'est dit avec 40 minutes.
Once again, reminder that we are actually, once again, we are here on the Games Done Quick channel doing the English restream. After this one, we're going to be having Shadow Generations coming up, which is super exciting. But obviously, we have the 2 incentive tracks first. So yeah, make sure to stick around for the weekend because we have a ton of incredible runs of a bunch of different games. I'm going to be commentating more of them throughout the weekend. And also make sure to get those donations in gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons if you would like to donate as well. There's a bunch of different incentives. You can also get a t-shirt and have part of those funds go towards the event as well. Get some merch out of it at speedons.fr. Oh, never mind. Okay. It seems like that was okay. So apparently those last 2 tracks that we did were the bonus tracks that were the incentive. Okay. At least I think so.
C'est tellement bien Mario Kart, surtout à très haut niveau comme ça, et on voulait vous le montrer au dehors que dans un speedrun 30 circuits où tous les circuits ne se valent pas. Donc j'espère en tout cas que ça vous a plu une dernière fois. Continuez à bouer les dons, c'est important.
Yeah, so it seems like that was it. All right, so yeah, those last 2 tracks that we saw there, Bowser's Castle and Chi Chi Falls, were the incentive tracks. So again, shout outs to everybody who made that possible and got that incentive met in time. I was not aware. I thought they were going to do a separate timer. But yeah, that was it for Mario Kart World. What a great showcase. Again, massive shout outs to Darkcraft for absolutely nailing it. That was incredible. Absolute mastery of this game that we got to see there. I've been KingJ0444, and once again, make sure to stick around. We're gonna have Shadow Generations coming up, and the English restream commentary is gonna be provided by Zans and Satan herself. So stick around for that. As for me, I'll be back on tomorrow for Astrobot. And yeah, thanks for watching, and stick around.
C'est ma première fois en
C'est vrai, bienvenue le baptême.
C'est la première fois en 6 ans, j'étais tout le temps dans le public généralement.
C'est vrai que tu regardes beaucoup, tu es enjoyer.
Je suis un très grand enjoyer. Et ça me fait très plaisir d'être là pour la bonne cause, pour Médecins du Monde, pour le speedrun, pour la communauté, pour les gens. Et en plus ce soir, prime time, 1h du matin, quel bonheur.
Ouais. Non mais le mieux ça va être vers 4h.
Avec 4h,
on va laisser la place aux 2 suivants qui vont nous faire le 4h, 7h. Le rêve, ça va être exceptionnel. Mais bon, assez parlé de nous, messieurs, dames. J'espère que vous avez apprécié ce speedrun de Mario Kart. Alors, à suivre, puisqu'on a eu Mario, à suivre, est-ce qu'on n'aurait pas Luigi Sonic. Sonic, évidemment, son alter ego, son ennemi de toujours de Sega, son ennemi des Jeux Olympiques, notamment.
Exactement, c'est vrai.
Voilà, donc à suivre du Sonic, bien sûr, 1h25 pour ce speedrun qui sera un vrai speedrun, pas un showcase de map au hasard.
Oh là 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 là, comment tu parles
Chacha Max, il est bien gentil, voilà, il se fait son petit speedrun personnel, mais là, ça va être du Shadow Génération. Any % Unrestricted, ce sera run par Boule de Pétanque.
J'adore le pseudo.
Et commenté par Shakshuki et Izaki. Ça va commencer d'ici quelques minutes, mais en attendant, En attendant, messieurs, dames, beaucoup de choses. Déjà, pour vous dire qu'il y a un défi sur ce Shadow Génération. Un défi pour faire un DLC de plus, tout simplement. Le DLC Tokyo. Alors, il est à 5 000 €. Qu'est-ce que c'est 5 000 € dans un speedon, je vous le demande? C'est une toute petite somme. On est actuellement à 437 € sur ce défi, mais en même temps, voilà, il vient de commencer. Donc, si vous voulez faire un don, vous allez dans défi. Vous mettez directement eh bien, votre argent dessus. Je voulais vous dire autre chose. Ah oui, on a eu des raids. Merci pour les raids de notamment Pèlerine, Fumofu, Kenjin. Il y en a eu d'autres qui sont passés mais que j'ai pas pu voir. On a eu un don d'un certain Jimmy Boy.
Oh, j'ai la rêve.
D'une centaine d'euros. Donc merci beaucoup Jimmy Boy à lui. Et on a eu d'autres dons voilà, pendant la run.
Est-ce que je peux y aller de mon
Bien
côté?
sûr, évidemment.
On a notre cher ITO_FR qui dit merci le vieux monsieur pour cet event avec 100 balles. On a un X2 de noob qui donne 100 € qui dit toujours aussi fou, c'est speedrunner. Emoji, un œil qui se ferme et la langue tirée, et ça c'est très très important.
Bien sûr.
On a du 6,70 € bien évidemment de Noob qui nous dit allez speedon. On a du ouais de Lou League qui est quelque chose qui bien évidemment ne date pas d'il y a 25 ans, mais c'est extrêmement bien vu parce que c'est pas grave, ça fait plaisir.
C'est pour vous public.
20 € de Lou League, on a Neutron, 100 € de Neutron. Il est là lui, il est là celui-là, il fait plaisir. Le bonsoir. Et on a Trève qui donne 10 €. On a beaucoup de choses. Continuez à donner, continuez à vous faire plaisir. Et j'espère que vous allez être très contents de suivre Speedon pendant ce week-end, mon cher Adrien. Et
Oui, tout
j'espère
à
que toi
fait.
aussi t'es prêt.
Oh, tout à fait. On a des supporters, je vois, du runner, puisqu'on a Bismuth de Pétanque qui vient de donner 100 €.
Oh là
et qui
là.
dit c'est le moment d'envoyer la pâtée. Merci aux runners, merci aux commentateurs, merci à Médecins du Monde. Beaucoup de gens qui donnent aussi les 6,70 €. Et vous allez me dire pourquoi? Pourquoi donnent-ils 6,70 €? Eh bien, il n'y a qu'une seule raison, leur envie de gagner un lot premium qui est juste ici, ce fameux PC Omen qui est déjà plein de traces de doigts authentiques d'ambianceurs de speedon qui seront laissés. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on m'a dit sur cet ordinateur? Omen 16 offert par Omen HyperX, ce serait top si vous pouviez le dire, merci.
Hello, hello, and y'all are watching, of course, the English restream for SpeeDon 6. Very, very exciting. I'm Satan herself, here to commentate our next run, and I'm here with a lovely person who knows more about the speedrun than me.
Hello, I'm Zanz. I used to run this game a lot when it came out. Fortunately, I'm pretty washed and retired at this point, but I still have a good grasp on everything that's done at any percent, so I'm here to explain most of this stuff. So, gonna be fun.
Yeah, totally. This game is amazing. Yeah, my experience with this game is just playing through it and loving it, being a big Sonic fan and having hosted a few runs from another lovely runner. But I'm really excited to see what we'll get up to here today. And I've seen in chat that we're talking a little bit about the DLC incentive. We do have an incentive open that does need some love to do the Tokyo DLC, which is of course based on the the Sonic 3 movie that featured Shadow, and these two came out kind of at the same time. So if y'all would like to donate to Médecins du Monde, it's an amazing charity. There's a lot of wonderful stuff they do. We'll be talking about that throughout the run as well. So if you'd like to donate, put it towards that incentive.
Alors que, mesdames et messieurs, trêve de conneries.
Yeah, they're also showing off some of the cool merch that they have for this event as well. Incredible stuff. I love that t-shirt. It's beautiful. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Magnifique.
I always get up to fun stuff here on this marathon for sure. And yeah, if y'all do want to know a little bit more about Médecins du Monde, we can talk about them during the break. Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World, is an international medical non-governmental organization, NGO, that has been around for more than 40 years. MDM is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers, helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. So incredible cause. We're already over $260,000 raised in USD for this cause. And it looks like they've got the Sonic and Shadow plushies up, so it looks like our run's probably going to be starting pretty soon. Look at those fits. Oh my goodness, Sans. What do you think?
There are some color coordinated fits. I like that, Shadows on the red side. We got Sonic on the other side.
Yeah.
It'll be awesome. Yeah, we're getting into the run now.
And there's our runner as well. Yay! So
the run
exciting.
is starting now.
And can you tell us a little bit about our runner? What their background?
Oh, yeah, I mean, Fool's a fantastic runner. He's been the world record holder for a while now. Just recently got another one too. But about the run, we're gonna see a lot of spear gliding. to explain this well, whenever Shadow's in the air, normally he will just like drop like a rock. So whenever Bool throws out a spear, it's actually going to remove that air drag, allowing us to keep all the speed we want. And right here we have what is known as automation abuse or a fling or whatever you want to call it. And this is what we're going to be used to be skipping all of the first level. Basically, we interact with the dash panels in a certain way to where the game's like, okay, cool, you're going ahead. But then we went back and it's like, the game is, you shouldn't be here. So they're just gonna launch us out. It's pretty much the best explanation I can give. And so here we're just at the end of the level already, beating up Doomseye. And
yeah, the spear gliding you're gonna just see over and over again in the run. It's
so important in the run.
So important.
Honestly, it was the first thing that was discovered, which is awesome because this game would not be as fun without spear gliding. Being able to basically fly is awesome.
Yeah, we don't even need the Doom Wings, which we'll only see once. So look forward to that.
Actually, in the next level. So since we have a bit of downtime here in White Space, say hi to White Space and then say bye to White Space, we're going to the next level. This is the Space Colony Arc Act 2. So to explain a bit about this game, if you haven't played it before, each Act 1 and Act 2 of a level has different dimensions. So the Act 1 is 3D and the Act 2 is 2D. So see here, we're obviously seeing the 2D level. And whenever we kill an enemy, it's important to know in bottom, there is a Chaos Control meter, as we just used right there. Chaos Control is really important for 3 main reasons in the run. One of them is restoring our boost. Another is pausing like stage objects. So the rockets there, we use Chaos Control so that we could pause them and get past them without them like interrupting Shadow. And the last reason is right here, is the Chaos Dash Trail. As we can see, it's really fast. And whenever we can use those and it's faster, we'll generally like route in a bit of a Chaos Control, which here is really easy. Yeah.
Yeah, those aren't visible without Chaos Control and certainly not usable without it. So you have to route that with that in mind.
Yeah, and the rest of this level is basically just movement. So right here, we're going to be using our Chaos Spear to activate the switches, do some clean movement through these corridors. And coming up, they want you to use Chaos Control to pause rockets here, but we can actually just do a jump very cleanly, get past it. And now we're heading into the Doomwing section of this level. It's actually the only time in the run where we're going to have Doomwings. If you've played this game before, you may know that normally you're required to get them near the end of the game, but we're not going to do that. So there's just a little spoiler. But yeah, Doomwings here, important to note, they basically give you infinite boost. Whenever you stop boosting with them and you're like grounded, you'll regain your boost and they let you fly. And here they can let you do what we call wing tech. Whenever you boost in the air with it repeatedly, you can get like little bits of height. So right here we did a slope jump and we're going to do a lot of wing teching along with, we're actually not using the Chaos Control. I didn't know you can make that without the Chaos Control, but that was really clean. Got a lot of height to get to that spring, and that's basically the end of the level from there.
And for reference, boost is normally gotten through getting rings. So having the ability to do that without rings just saves on routing. Now, of course, we are not going to see wings again.
Yeah, wings are gone forever, so basically forget all of that.
Because we have, nice ways to avoid them. Exactly.
So here we are in White Space. We're going to be unlocking our first Doom power. This is Doom Spear. There's not really much to say about this. It just lets you target multiple things at once. But coming up, we're going to have some pretty important White Space specific tech, although you can do it in levels. This is power sliding. Sliding normally in this game just gives you a bit of horizontal speed, but using the boost we can redirect it forward, which just gives us like a very tiny boost of speed overall. The best way I can describe it. And now we're in our second set of levels, Rail Canyon. Rails in this game are really cool and fun. You'll be seeing him do a lot of jumps off the rail, so whenever we jump off a rail, we're going to be neutral sticking, which is going to keep all of our speed, and then after that you can spear glide, and it'll be like normal. So right there, we did a neutral stick jump. Here we're just going to skip this dash ring, and coming up, we're going to be going on a downward section of rail. So this is really interesting. You're going to be seeing him sidestep in between the rails and also jump off of it. Whenever you're on a downwards slope with a rail, you can switch or jump off the rail, and it will give you more speed dependent on your FPS. This game is on 120 FPS, so that's what we're running at. Here we're going to be doing a very special thing with our chaos control. We're setting it up so that this train picks up Shadow, and we just go zooming with it. Straight into the next trigger for Radical Highway.
That's awesome.
Yeah, FPS is going to play a pretty critical part into all of the automation abuse, as we saw in Arc 1, and rails. For rails, they're a little less important because you can do it on any FPS and you'll gain speed, but it is FPS dependent, technically. Just technically. So here...
Also, get used to these sections cropping up everywhere. If you love Radical Highway, you're going to absolutely love this game.
Here we have a trick where we jump and boost into that dash panel. And then here we can actually double jump before the free fall, boost backwards onto the building, and now we're out of bounds. So you're normally not supposed to be here ever in this part of the level. This is what we call quad dive skip, QDSS for short. We're skipping 4 dives by doing this, and this is pretty difficult. Normally, if you wanted to get wings, you actually have to take the final dive. Ooh, just missed it. Yeah, you have to do a really specific lineup to land on a rail there, so missing it is pretty sad, but it's fine. We just gotta do it again. It actually allows me to explain.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to
here on this wall. We do a jump off and then boost into it, and that will give Shadow a lot of speed upwards because it's technically an automation boost like we did before, but it's just up the wall. And this is actually ran on a down patch version of the game. You can't do that on the most recent patch, along with some other tricks in the run. That's one reason we down patch. Here again with quad dive skip. We're gonna try and line Shadow up with this building so we land on a rail, and there we go. We are back into Rail Canyon.
Ooh. It's amazing to see the runners land that blind every time.
And here we're gonna go for a jump off this rail using the pillar in the background. Try and get enough height to reach the next set of rails, and we did it. Again, with all these downward rails, we're going to be doing these rail switches. And coming up, yet again, a lot more rails on a downward slope. So you know what that means. Rail switch, rail switch, rail switch.
Yay. Remember that switching the rails does not just look cool, it is genuinely fast. You can use that in your own playthrough of the game.
And here we're going to do a rail switch over the final dash panels, skipping all of those loops of rails.
That section is very slow. It's really nice to see it skipped.
You can't jump over it normally. You have to do a rail switch. At least I'm fairly certain. Because if you jump, you're just going to hit the dash ring, I think. So nice. We completed Rail Canyon Act 1. Now we're into the 2D section. This level is a bit more chill until we get to the middle section. This is just going to have a lot of... Like right here, we're killing the enemies throughout in a chaos control. This chaos dash here right is like really fast, and we get to carry the speed from it into the next rail section. And here we're going to do all those neutral rail jumps to keep that speed, not touching the control stick at all, killing these enemies so we can get another chaos control for another chaos dash. Now, before the second part of this level, more on the automation abuse. So this game really likes to use automation to force Shadow onto a path. And we really like breaking that. So here we're going to do a trick called Railgun, where using the rail automation of this next section, we're going to double jump into it and just get a ton of speed. So right here, boom, ton of speed. And since the stage is in 2D, there's kind of like walls on each side that will just keep Shadow on track with the stage, allowing us to spear glide directly to the end. That was really nice.
Yeah, very, very clean. That can go wrong, so amazing execution live.
All right, with us having completing the 2 stages each of the ones we have available, we now have to unlock another Doom power. This one is going to be Doom Blast. Basically, just you throw up an enemy, you kick him, and you teleport to him. Pretty simple. Used throughout the run whenever it's faster. This is going to let us get to the first boss portal, though. These boss portals are going to spawn in challenges. Each stage has 4 challenges, so Rail Canyon has 4 challenges. 2 of them are going to be for the 3D section of Rail Canyon, and 2 of them are going to be for the 2D section. Same for Space Colony Arc. We're going to be starting off with the Rail Canyon challenges since they're right here. specifically the 2D ones, and this one is Chaos Control Master 2. In this challenge, basically all you do is beat the stage within a time limit, which of course, since we're speedrunning, is going to be really easy. There we do a rail jump just to get on top of the level, skipping all the slower section beneath. And the level is pretty much over from there. We're just going to homing attack this rail and make it through a dash ring at the end, and it'll be over. Very nice.
And yeah, this is, the challenges here are something you're going to mostly only see in the any % categories. There's also several categories of Saturn Generations, especially if you're listening here on GDQ, that you might have seen from several events that don't really interact with white space or challenges as much. So it's really cool to see them.
Yeah, each challenge, we have to do every challenge in the game for any %, which I guess I should mention, this is the any % unrestricted category. We do have a limited text selection category, but this one we're just going to be doing anything that's faster, pretty much. The challenges are required because for every set of challenges, 3D or 2D, there is a key that we have to get. And by the end of the game, we have to get every single key so that we can get through the final boss, well, before the final boss, so penultimate. So we'll be seeing after this level, we'll be running Shadow straight into a key before getting to the other set of challenges, and we just need those before we move on. So right there, get the key, and we're in the next challenge portal. This challenge is pretty interesting. We're actually going to be using Doom Spear, so the thing that targets multiple at once, we're going to be using that throughout the challenge. We're going to be doing a jump off this rail to a later section of the level. But since we need so many targets for this challenge, we're actually going to backtrack just a little bit so that we can get enough that we meet the requirement by the end. And from here, it's really easy. We're just going to jump on these rails, hit every target with Doom Spear, and we should be one over. Well, there we just missed one on purpose. That's cool.
Mais en vrai, le meilleur chiffre, c'est 3,40. Tokyo Drift, mesdames et messieurs, et ça manque quand même de
Good style.
On a un autre 64 qui nous met un 670, on a un anonyme.
Yeah, as Satan mentioned, there are other categories of this game where you just don't do the challenges. So if you want to do all stages, you can do that. There is also a all bosses category. Since this is any % though, obviously we have to do the challenges so that we can get through the game. Unfortunately, there's not that many sequence breaks we can do. There's only one big one that we know about that we'll be showing off later in the run. So this challenge, this is a 100 ring challenge. All you have to do is get 100 rings. So this one is pretty simple. We're just going to follow like the best path that gives you the most rings. Not much more to do there. And now we can see Rail Canyon is being restored back to normal-ish. It's in white space, so obviously it's not normal. But we're going to grab this key, and then we're going to warp to Space Colony Act 1. Why they give you a warp in this game, I don't know. Maybe they just know that white space is like terrible to travel through. So they wanted to give you that warp just for fun. And now we're in Chaos Control Master 1. This is actually the first Chaos Control Master. Earlier we did Chaos Control Master 2. Yet again, just beat the level within the time limit. Since Chaos Control pauses the timer, it's going to be really easy, especially for a speedrunner. Kind of just move forward. Here we're going to double jump and hit this rail a bit early. And these rockets at the end are actually really annoying to stand on. You can see Shadow kind of just floats across them for like half a second before attaching. And that has killed a couple of runs that I know about.
Yeah, you mentioned pausing the timer. I think it might be good to mention just how this game is timed for speedruns, and how that might actually affect what our speedrunners are choosing here.
This game is timed with load remove time. So whenever there's a loading screen, the timer will just pause. Obviously, the timer on screen is real time, so we're not going to be seeing that. But it will be coming up where we intentionally quit out of the game to save a bit of time, load remove time, but with lose time RTA. And that's going to be coming up right after this, actually. It's important to note that we are ignoring the Act 1 challenges for Arc right now, because we only need 3 keys to open this boss portal.
And you might be wondering why we're doing that. Well, you'll see.
Well, I think actually
quite a bit later.
All of that load remove time thing we weren't exactly knowledgeable on what Bull was going to do in this run, so we're actually not doing that since it loses time RTA. So this is going to be a bit quicker for the marathon, but normally in runs, what we would do is we would save quit there at Rail Canyon, hit the boss portal, and then reload the save so that we spawn at Rail Canyon, and it will skip the cutscene of those keys entering the portal, which takes a long time. But since he didn't do that, obviously we're not going to do it again, so we don't have to worry about it. And this is BioLizard. There's really nothing to talk about, so awesome.
Yeah, no, the BioLizard, I mean, if you've ever played Sonic Adventure 2, is a big hulking guy. There's a lot of baggage between him and Shadow. Just go play the game if you want to learn more about it. But for the most part, we're just wading through his phases and doing some nice, like, kind of semi-automated movement towards him. So while we do that, I am going to mention that we still have that Tokyo DLC bonus level open. If y'all would like to see that at the end of this Shadow Generations run, it's really cool to see how they translated the movie Shadow art style into this game. It really looks really cool, but it isn't quite expected. And then the levels themselves are really fun too. If you'd like to see that, you can visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to support the charity. Also, for the first 5,000 donations over €5, PayPal adds €5 to your donation, making it a total of 10 for Medicine du Monde. So that's pretty amazing. If you'd like to put in for that incentive, now is absolutely the time because it would be at the end of this here run. Let's see more Shadow. Looks like we're doing some sliding just for fun. The BioLizard's third phase is going to change it up quite a bit from what we've seen here. For now, we are looking to get towards that. And also, by the way, if you are listening on the GDQ channel, we've got a lot going on here on Games Done Quick as well. If you'd like to register for SGDQ 2026, it's going to be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th to the 11th. So you can still register if you'd like to come on down and join the fun. Visit gdq.gg to check out the games list, learn more, or register for the event. We have quite a few Sonic runs. I'm very partial to and excited for Sonic Schoolhouse myself. Sans, do you have anything you're looking forward to there?
I think Sonic Schoolhouse is also one of my more anticipated runs. I know that the runner for that has been putting in some practice, but I haven't seen it myself, so I'll just be excited to see it on stage.
KD4 is a legend. We're just, yeah. let it ride. Definitely go watch it live. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, so here we're wrapping up BioLizard. We're just going to Chaos Control and then hit this orb. And the fight is just over. And you'll see Shadow just aura farm his way out, saying something about his prototype, blah, 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 blah. And awesome. Now
Shadow does a lot of poses and a lot of kicks in this game. You can.
Yeah, this was made for the year of Shadow. That's pretty important. 2024 was great. Unfortunately, it's over. So here
we can look back. For
here we got another token for a power. We're going to be unlocking Doom Surf here. You can see now that White Space has this like ocean covering it. Doom Surf is going to let us like summon this stingray looking thing to surf on, and we're going to be using this a lot for some speed tag, especially in this next level, Kingdom Valley. For any Sonic 06 fans, one of the great levels for him.
Reluctantly raising my hand.
I mean, I'm also an 06 fan. That's one of my main speed games. So.
Oh yeah.
Here in Kingdom Valley, there's kind of nothing that good to talk about for this stage, because there's no flings, automation abuses, whatever to talk about. It is just movement, and this stage is admittedly really cool for having none of that. We're gonna be seeing all these gap jumps and spear gliding. We're gonna do a wall run here where we're actually going to jump off the top, land on this part, and then skip like a rope that you can get to this section with to zoom through this tunnel. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of movement throughout this stage. It's going to be like pretty difficult for me to explain everything. Here, we're going to be getting through our first surf section where we're going to be using what is called Surf Brother. Whenever you see like these side steps with the Stingray, or we're jumping and doing a side step, all of this is called Surf Brother. Here, we're going to conserve our momentum off that ramp so that we go flying. Whenever you press the boost button when entering the water with Surf, you're going to get a boost that is 100 speed For reference, Shadow's base speed is 60, so 100 is a lot more, and we want to maintain that as much as possible. So that's why we're doing all those side steps. Here we're going to do, we're going to get on this pillar, walk around it a bit, and then boost off it while going up and spear, which is going to detach us from the pillar so that we can skip all of that going up section, use Doom Blast on the enemy, and get to this next section. Really cool skip that was discovered fairly early on.
Yeah, slopes are strange in this game, so we'll see a few instances of using their geometry to good effect. Also, of course, here we are on the English Restream, but this is a French marathon. We don't need no eagles, so we're going to be doing eagle skip here.
Yeah, so coming up, there's going to be this eagle that just says, "Yo, what's up, Shadow? I'm here to save you." No, we're just going to boost off here to the right. Since we're heading...
Shadow can fly already. He doesn't.
Since we are, like, boosted up from that dash ring, our boost is going to like carry our speed a lot longer than it normally would. So we can make it to that pillar and skip all of the wall run there in the automated section. Here we're going to try and hit the Chaos Dash with the surf, which we did. Awesome. And from here it's just pretty simple movement to the end. Ooh, no, we're doing this. Awesome.
Ooh,
that is go. I forgot that existed, if I'm being honest. That is so cool.
Wow. That was amazing to see pulled off. Of course, they're recreating the hyperspeed sections that you saw in 06 there. A nice little tribute towards it. This game has some amazing little tributes towards all the games that it references. It really understands, you know, what made those games so fun and interesting.
Yeah. Here, Kingdom Valley Act 2, again, pretty movement heavy level. There is one fling in this stage that we'll be doing at the end, but for the most part, we're just going to be zooming through the 2D section. So even though we're in 2D, spear gliding still applies. You'll be seeing him do it everywhere. Here, we're going to double jump to that ring so that we save our boost, so we can boost out of it immediately. And it's a good time now to explain tech known as a half loop launch. Here, we're going to be trying to go for one where we jump off the loop and we get launched up just a little bit there. Ooh, actually falling, unfortunate. But if you jump while going up a loop on a curve, it will actually like shoot you with speed upward, but you can still move to the side. We'll be seeing that later in the run and also later in the stage. Since we didn't get the max height boost from that one, we didn't quite skip the section. But we still got a pretty decent skip out of it.
You can also see they're angling up that Doom Blast in order to get to that section up top there. The game builds in a lot of those kind of like intended skips where you just have to get creative with Doom Blast
and here
areas, and we'll
definitely have another half loop launch. That one's a lot smaller, but it just skips a little bit of platforming there. And here we are intentionally using our Chaos Control early because we need to wait on these pillars to move out of the way. So you can tell that like if we had used it later, we'd have to be waiting longer. And there, really tight jump to skip those, waiting on those pillars to come up. So that was really, like early on.
The execution on this level has been incredible.
Early on in the run, it was kind of a pain to figure out how to do that. But now you'll just see Bool doing it like off rip. It's really easy for him. Nice to see. But coming up, we have a fling known as Loop Tua. We are children, I'm sorry. You go off 2 loops in this fling. I don't know how else to explain it. We're going to be doing a slide off the ledge here. This slide is going to extend Shadow's Coyote frame so they can jump mid-air. We're going to boost there and double jump into the automation so we get flung up. And then here we are off the track, which means we can go forward into more automation
and
send us up again, boost out of it, and get immediately to the goal ring. That was amazing.
Oh, that trick is so tough. Really, really, really impressed to see Bool just land it there. No problem.
Big shout out to Big the Cat. I mean, he deserves it. He's the go.
Big the Cat. They had a big.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bool's saying hi to Big for us. Oh, bonjour.
Oh, awesome. Bonjour.
This is awesome.
Things you see at marathons. This is great.
Yeah, but since we're in white space, it's a good time to explain a tech known as bunny hopping. We're going to double jump out of this And then once we are like spearing and next to the ground, you can actually double jump before landing, which will refresh your air actions, give you a little bit of speed, and most importantly, conserve the speed that you had before. So instead of landing and then immediately losing all of our speed there, we double jump before the ground so that we can conserve all of the speed from that dash string. In white space, it's the most like applicable use now, since wherever it was applicable before we skipped. In white space, you're really slow, so we want to conserve as much speed as possible. But now we are in Sunset Heights Act 1. And I just want to say, he's moving as fast as possible. There is nothing, we have tried a lot of things to break this stage, and there's this quote from one runner that I like, which goes something along the lines of, this stage has a lot of potential, the only problem is that potential leads to a brick wall. I think that's a great thing to say for this stage. Here we're going to do a slope jump, just skipping a little bit of that section. And for the most part, we're just going to be seeing power slides here going forward, just get to that little bit of extra speed from sliding. And that's it, just moving forward. Here we get to see Shadow Aura Farm.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever played this... Yeah. If you've ever played the parent game Sonic Forces, you'll understand why the level design is a little bit more like this. Sonic Forces is very much a hold forward and go game without a whole lot of, 3D creativity like something like Sonic 06 or the adventure games. So it's definitely designed with that in mind, and it's pretty fun. I do like these levels, but they certainly are not the most breakable.
Yeah, the most breaking we've done with these levels is in regard to spear gliding, because as we saw there, we just used spear gliding to get over that whole section without using any of the springs. So that's about the most we get. And now we are entering the Radical Highways section of this level, which if the first beginning of this level didn't set off any alarms, the second part will, because we're going forward. That's it.
Yay. I love Radical Highway.
Yeah, there's admittedly not a lot to talk about. There is one glitch that is really difficult to pull off, so we're not going to be seeing it probably. Just going forward. This is like the only part of the Radical Highway section where you get free control, and it's really short. Like you can see, it's going to be over in 3 seconds. And then we're going to be going into another 2.
Yeah, it's too bad that these sections sometimes do really strongly automate you, because Shadow's moveset in this game is some of the best that we've ever seen in the Sonic series. Just to mention it here while we have a little bit of downtime, the amount of things you're able to do with this character here is like, I'm not sure it's super comparable within the Sonic series. So they really went all out with this one. And that's why there are so many amazing tricks and optimizations you can do in this speedrun. Nice skipping that little land section there and getting into the rail. Also, did want to mention, you might think about Sonic Forces and you're like, wait a minute, but Shadow was kind of an enemy in that game, and then you didn't, he didn't show up all that much. Well, there was a DLC where you played as Shadow in Forces, and they are actually using the correct level, Sunset Heights for that. So you might see another game later where they're gonna break that rule, but they're trying their best.
They did try their best. It's just unfortunate their best wasn't enough because Sonic Forces.
Nah.
Everyone.
Yay, Forces. Well, that was at last SpeeDons, and it was pretty cool. I was there.
Yeah, the speedrun for Forces is pretty cool, actually. But we can't appreciate Forces right now after playing Sunset Heights. However, we can appreciate it after playing Sunset Heights Act 2, because this is the best level in the game, bar none. This level is awesome. We're going to be seeing just a lot of pure movement throughout this level. Coming up, we're going to be actually going through the floor right here and then hitting a spring. So there, we go through the floor, hit the spring. We can boost backwards out of the spring, get ahead in level. Coming up, we're actually going to be taking the bottom path. There's some bees that come out from the top path, but the bottom path has these dash panels that are just super fast. You can just see Shadow zoom across them. Here, we're just going to spear glide over this section, use our Chaos Control to pause the enemies, jump through that bottom panel, hit the enemy. Here, yet again, hit the enemy, but save our double jump for after the enemy so we can get the boost from attacking the enemy, double jump out of it, and then boost to barely make it past that ledge. Very tight. You can't make it without hitting the enemy, so It's very nice that the game just positioned an enemy for us there. Here we are in the sewer section, going to be doing a downwards rail jump there and neutral staking off it to preserve all our speed through this section. Using chaos control to stop these sewer grates from opening and then spilling out water. It would push Shadow onto the bottom path, which is really slow in this level. Here we're going to be taking those bees, like I mentioned earlier, for the top path. And from there, the level is basically over. We're going to be taking this Chaos Dash trail, skipping a spring right here, and then stomping into the water. Get a Doom Surf boost for all that speed. Try and get a jump here, and we got it! That jump is really tight to get, and it gives you a ton of speed through the last little bit of that surf section. So that was a really clean Sunset Heights Act 2. Just this final bit, one more jump off a downward slope rail, double jump, and boost into the goal ring, preserve all that speed. Very cool.
Beautiful.
With Sunset Heights Act 2 done, we now have to unlock the boss portal again so we can get to the challenges. Very conveniently, there is a loop in white space, and as we've talked about with automation in this game before, they really like to just send Shadow flying. So here we go. And we are making it straight to the boss portal using that. So, to explain that roughly, stomping into the loop and neutral staking will just forcefully eject Shadow out of the loop, which then you can spear to preserve all your momentum, and you're going to get a ton of height, making it really easy to get to this boss portal. And from here, we are going to the Sunset Heights challenges. It's going to do a jump off this rail, hit this spring, and then walk on this very tiny seam of the building to this this challenge named Death Egg Robot Panic, or DERP for short. This challenge, you just have to like step on all these switches to activate the Death Egg robots, and you'll see they break all the platforms. We're going to skip that as much as possible by hitting this spring and doing a very precise jump setup into this wall where we boost and spear into it at the same time, and it kind of just floats Shadow up the wall. Can't really explain why that happens, but it's very convenient that it does, because we otherwise would have to go all the way down to this section, hit the bottom, hit the button, come back up, and then hit another spring. Here we have a dash ring challenge. There's not a lot to talk about here. Just very nice usage of this double jump and boost to get into these dash rings as soon as possible. We'll be skipping this last set of dash rings by just stomping there, and we're going to have exactly enough for the goal ring. 45 out of 45.
Nice. You also might have seen a little blue collectible floating in the air. Those unlock things like concept art and music from all of the Sonic games. Very cool stuff, but we don't need them here. So if you see them, just enjoy their presence.
Yeah, the 100% run for this game is really cool, admittedly, but that's not what we're here for. This challenge is named Avoid the Spiky Balls. Dude, Bull, what are you doing? You're not supposed to get... Wait, you are supposed to get hit. I'm sorry. The iframes from those spiky balls actually help us out, and we can get the boost from picking up our rings again, which is an interesting concept. I don't know why they let you get your boost again, but it gives us enough to get to this goal ring. Just barely enough boost left over. Coming up, we have a one ring challenge. This challenge is really difficult, especially for the fact that we will not be getting the ring at all. We're going to be skipping the ring by doing a boost immediately past it. One of the problems to mention with these challenges is that your boost is actually going to be super limited because there's no rings in the level, and this one also has no chaos control, so we can't even use chaos control to get our boost back. So the boost you see that Bull has is the remaining boost for the whole level. Here we just have to wait for the cycle to end, and we're just gonna walk under that ring of spike balls into the goal ring. Very nice. Just want to remind everyone in this little bit of downtime, the Tokyo incentive for this run is currently 36% of the way there. We need about 3,000 more euros. Use the donation link. You have the money to donate. And now we are back at the Kingdom.
DDQ.gg/donate/SpeeDons.
And we are back at the King Valley for the challenges. This one is crush the boxes with Surf or something. I don't know. Basically, just move through the level using Doom Surf. They put all the boxes in a really convenient spot for us. They're basically just all in the way. So all we have to do is preserve all the momentum so that we can move as fast as possible. Like here you'll see there's just so many boxes at the end that even if you missed any, you can easily back them up.
Yeah, we're using our surfing back and forth to go faster there. So the fact that we're going back and forth already is just convenient to get even more of those boxes.
Here we have another 100 ring challenge. This is one of my favorite challenges personally, even though there's not much to talk about. We're going to intentionally boost into that enemy midair because we need the chaos control. So here, other than the 100 rings, we need to kill the enemies in our way. Here we're doing a spear glide, skip all of the rail section, get that enemy, final one needed for our chaos control, jump off the rail while going up, and then angle here so we get to the bottom path. And here is where our chaos control is going to come in. There's this chaos dash trail that's going to take us really high up, letting us skip the eagle, get these rings, stomp, immediately get the rest of the rings in the level, and we'll make it pretty quick. Nice 107 rings. So perfect for the route that we do. And now we are on to the Act 2 challenges. The name of this challenge is Beware the Falling Pillars, I believe. This is like one of the most movement-heavy challenges in the game. It's really cool because as you're going to see, whenever Shadow boosts into like these pillars, he's going to keep most of his momentum if he spears afterwards. So we're actually going to be using that here after this switch so that we can skip waiting for the platforms to come up. And here we're going to intentionally drop out of this shooter thing, grab those rings for a little bit of extra boost, and so that we can go immediately after it. Try to get a half loop launch here, boost into the side so we make it perfect. That skip is really nice because it skips having to wait for all of those pillars on the wall to one by one come out so you can step on them. Waste like, I think it's 5 seconds there, which isn't a lot, but for a challenge, it's huge.
Yeah, the challenges are really cool in this game to IL as well because they are just so tight. Every single input has to be pretty much perfectly placed for a lot of these to compete. So they're nice to see just done over.
There is a nice shorter category as well, which is just all challenges. If you want like a mini segment of the game to run, it's like a 12-minute category or something. Here we're gonna actually do a jump there so that we skip a bit of automation on that rail. And since we're going down on the rail afterwards, jumping off it will get us more speed, which we can carry into the goal ring. Very nice. And with that, we have restored both fully Sunset Heights and King Valley, which means we have 4 keys, which is enough for the next boss portal. Again, we are heading towards this suspiciously placed loop. I wonder why. Uh-oh. Yeah, unfortunately,
never stomp on it.
Sometimes it just doesn't work. It's like a bit finicky. A lot of runners didn't like this loop. I actually do a different method for this loop personally. I just double jump into a spot and then stomp. He's letting go of the control stick and then stomping. But as we can see, he gets to the portal quick enough anyways.
Definitely quicker than just manually going.
Now you might notice that this portal actually only used 3 keys, but since we were already in the King Valley challenges, we might as well have just gotten the last one because we don't want to go back. That 1 key is going to contribute to our next boss portal. Coming up, we have Metal Overlord from Sonic Heroes. This fight is entirely on water, pretty much. The main objective for this fight is we're going to be doing all the sidestep into the debris so that we can get as many hits as possible from Metal Overlord. We need to hit a certain amount by the first part of this section to get what is kind of a phase skip, kind of just playing fast. Here we're going to spear off those dash rings to preserve as much speed into our surf as possible, and actually intentionally take damage here so that we can get as many debris as possible. Since there's a lot of rings on this track, it doesn't really matter if you take damage, because obviously we're not playing for ranks or anything. If that even makes a difference, I'm not sure. But boom, there's a lot of debris, and those dash rings giving us a ton of speed that we can preserve with all of this sidestep and jumping. And here we're going to use a chaos control so that 1, so his rockets don't get on the track and impede us, and 2, so we can take this chaos dash and finish this phase. I should just barely take him to the second phase, yeah. If that didn't work, we would have to hit a bit more debris after that, but very nice that we got it before. So the second part of this boss fight is pretty much entirely auto-scroller. You can see he's sidestepping into this wall. There's not a lot to do here, because all of this is the same every time. You can even see that this little tennis match we're about to have, it's literally mindless spamming of one button. You can see Bull holding the controller there, it's just one button.
Needs to go to the court, man, more Metal Sonic. Need to work on your skills. But yeah, as we're here, another quick reminder that we do have that DLC incentive still open. That one is coming up really, really soon. It looks like we have way more time on the estimate than we actually do. Pool is just tearing through this game. So if y'all would like to try and help get that met, go to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to contribute towards both SpeeDons 6 and, of course, to donate towards Médecins du Monde or Doctors of the World. If you want to know a little bit more about what your donations support, your donations can help support women and children through the armed conflicts in the Horn of Africa. They support Colombian and Central American migrants, supporting teams in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, and advocating to protect France's state medical aid, allowing open access to healthcare. So it's all very important stuff. gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons.
Yeah. There was one part of that final section where we actually had the option to use a chaos control to pause all the falling debris, but we intentionally didn't use it because some of the bosses in this game, when you use chaos control at the end of them, will give you an extra cutscene. So we intentionally don't want that to show up, which makes it harder to actually finish the boss there. Luckily, he did it perfectly, and we didn't see the cutscene. So
yeah, no, that's a really tight trick, so well executed.
Yep, and now we are here to get Doomorph. You'll see all this purple goop on the ground. Doomorph basically just lets you travel through it using a squid. And here we're actually going to skip the tutorial by just teleporting to Act 1. And we're immediately going to be heading towards our final stage before that will give us challenges, because there is another stage after this, but we'll get there. This is Chaos Island. Speaking before on games Shadow isn't in, Sonic Frontiers, he wasn't in it. So why does he have this level?
Yep, not at all. Well, because I think probably they just wanted to remake Frontiers' world in this engine. It is gorgeous. And also, of course, use this new power that we have, the Doom Squid.
It's really funny. There is a squid in Frontiers, and they just gave him a squid in this game. So it kind of feels like it was meant to be. This level, there's no fling in this level either. We're just going to be moving along the path, basically. Here there's a loop skip. We're just going to be jumping and spear gliding to the end of this loop. Saves a couple of seconds. That one's actually harder than it looks if you hit the dash panels. And with having Doomorph, we can actually talk about it. The fastest way to move with Doomorph is just repeat boosting like you see here. Whenever we want to exit a section with it, we'll do a jump because that'll preserve most of it. Coming up, we have this rail booster that sends us at a super high speed. As you can see, we just skip most of that section. And then we get this nice cinematic shot of the volcano. You can actually technically skip that section, but it's really difficult, so he doesn't. And now we are on the inside section of Chaos Island. You'll be seeing through a lot of these hallways. We'll be doing power sliding because there's not really much else to think about. It's just moving forward. Here, we're jumping through most of that by using the platforms that are coming around. This is a hallway that has pillars on each side that would actually try and crush you, so that's why we chaos control here. And from there, the level is pretty much over. We're just gonna beat up this guy so that we can use him to get to this ring, just barely making that. And there we're going to actually do a precise double jump so that we can save our boost, get over here, and now we have our boost saved this final section so that we don't have to use the do more power. Immediately getting to the goal ring. Very nice.
Very nice.
Now, since we're in white space, I have a little bit of time to explain a trick known as Fling Shot that we'll be seeing in Act 2. Since this is a Sonic Frontiers level, we like to pay a little respect in our trick name. Fling shot, of course, is going to be a fling, but it is based off a trick in Frontiers called a slingshot, which basically has Sonic doing a stomp on an enemy and then boosting out of it and getting a ton of speed. Here we're going to do a half loop launch to try and get out of bounds. It's pretty difficult, so here we go. Now we're out of bounds. We're going to land back in bounds for just a second, get to this loop, use the automation from the loop to go up, go back down, try and get our speed. Unfortunately, did not get the speed we want. Luckily, we're able to go back, try it again. We'll see if it works this time. And boom, there's all that speed. Double jump. And we're just going to hold the double jump and let go and hit the goal ring. That was a great Chaos Island Act 2. I think that's the most recent fling discovered in the game as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've kept up with the speedrun since the game has been released, and I know I haven't been on the mic for anyone who's tried that, so it is really cool to see.
Yep, there we are taking Doomorph, intentionally unmorphing so that we can spear glide down the tunnel. Since we're moving down, it's actually just a bit faster to have the spear send us down faster, because the spear actually removes your terminal velocity in this game. We haven't really talked about it because it's only important in like those 2 sections. So there it's just a little bit faster to unmorph instead of play the whole section as Squid. Now we have reached the next section. We're intentionally taking that morph to open up a secret path for later. And now we have to do the Chaos Island challenges. This one is Chaos Control Master 3. There's not a lot to this challenge. It's just going to be one big jump primarily. You can even see these falling platforms take forever, so we can save our Chaos Control to stop those spike balls. We're actually going for the harder version of this trick, jumping from there and hitting the spring, just barely skipping the entirety of that challenge. That was nice.
Gorgeous. Bull is doing a great job hitting all these tricks live. As a reminder, of course, this is an in-person marathon, so not only are you, having to hit all of this difficult stuff, but you're not on your normal setup. It's always very impressive to me to see gamers executing at a high level in those circumstances.
Yeah, right here in this challenge is actually ironically named like something along the lines of get around with Doomorph. Like they want you to use Doomorph so desperately in this challenge. We didn't. You might have just seen Shadow just walk up a wall and then boost off of it. Yeah, that's all the challenge is.
Yeah, when they start letting you go up walls with Doomorph, it gets weird. Physics get weird, and that can apply to normal Shadow as well.
Yeah, here we have a challenge called Destroy the Cyclones. This one's really easy. You'll just be seeing, we're just going to do like a couple of stomps here, and then it's a boost straight to the end, and that's already over. Really easy. They give you so many Cyclones. We are 13 over the limit, and we didn't destroy any extra that we had to. They are just on the path. Next, we have a very cool challenge. This was another really cool challenge named Gondola Master. We're going to be skipping that. Stomping on the gondola at the beginning lets us run on the wall, skipping all of the beginning of the level. Really cool. I don't know why it works, don't ask me. Something about his skew or something. Here, there's another gondola, but they actually give you platforms here that you can do really cool platforming here. And this gondola, they want you to wait while going down it. No, we're just going to intentionally take damage and get to the goal ring.
I like a concept of a Sonic game that wants you to wait.
They do it a lot, surprisingly. There's a lot of auto-scrollers in Sonic games. But here, we finally have the chance to do the final art challenges that we left at the beginning of the game. We need these to open the boss portal, so here we are. This one is the Artificial Chaos Challenge. Pretty similar to the Cyclone one, except there's a bit more routing optimization here. They're not all in the path, and you have to homing attack them instead of boosting into them. Here, we're just gonna boost out of that. Hit these chaos control, these artificial chaos. Here we're actually going to do a lineup with this spring that we're going to hit. But the first artificial chaos we hit, right there, hits the one later, saving just one homing attack. Very small. But there, we get on another seam of wall, which sends Shadow walking up it, and we can just boost off it, skip another dive, save a couple of seconds, and get immediately to the goal ring.
Nice. And as we're going really fast here, I'm noting that we are still less than halfway towards that DLC incentive. So if y'all would like to help Mini Scene Doom 1 do their amazing work all around the world and apply your donation towards that DLC, I want to see Tokyo at the end of this.
I would also like to see Tokyo. There is not a lot of time left in the run compared to the estimate. I will say we are about to get into the final gauntlet of the game, basically. There's 2 bosses and 2 stages left, and those 2 stages get pretty broken. So if you want to get your donations in, now is the perfect time. Run is almost over. Meanwhile, just very clean movement throughout that one ring challenge. That one ring challenge isn't as restrictive as the other one before, since there are chaos controls which refill your boost. So really easy. And now we'll be getting our last key. And there's this very convenient path that the ending of the boss portal showed while spawning the challenges. We can just go down here and immediately get to the portal. Real quick. Gotta wait for the door to open.
Yeah, if you do want to donate towards that, by the way, I'll just finish the link. gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons.
Yes. Now, any fans of Sonic 06, you'll be happy yet once more. Here is Mephiles doing a quick jump into Mephiles.
So
will speed him up for some reason, and now we have a very specific position setup because how Mephiles proceeds in this phase is actually dependent on how many times he bounces off the wall. So doing that, we get him to do a double bounce there. And here, we are going to be letting up on the pummeling here. Just give him a brief reprieve before we absolutely destroy him by hitting him into this pillar. What that does is it will set up his next phase so that he summons like these mini Mephili, kinda. And this is the fastest way to proceed because this is a really quick one. And it will also set up his health so that he will immediately die upon getting hit into the next pillar. So you'll see we're just gonna hold X here and Doom Blast him into the pillar, and it will immediately transition to the next phase.
Not the tilted tower.
Here, Mephiles is going to spawn some of these pillars, and you'll notice that one of them is particularly purple. Don't know where we've seen that before. Maybe it's all over the ground, but we're going to be using Doom Morph to do a slope jump off of it upwards, immediately getting to all these clones. And here we're going to intentionally get hit by this giant enemy because it will actually spawn another morph instead of us having to wait. And when you chaos control while he's underground, you can hit a little puddle, which actually doesn't show up because he's doing it so early. But it makes that phase a little faster. And here we are intentionally attacking 3 of the Mephiles clones before activating chaos control. Similar to Metal Overlord, there is a chaos control specific cutscene ending to this boss, which we don't want to see. And just killing some of the clones first before activating chaos control will prevent that from happening. So even though we take extra time to kill all the clones, it will eventually save time by skipping that cutscene. It saves like 7 seconds to skip that one. That one's a long one. Even though it's really cool, and Mephiles just ore farms all over Mephiles, as you can see right now.
Oh, so good. Probably the hardest line in this entire game is what he says to Mephiles there.
Yeah, now we got our final power token. This is the Wings power token. We can't activate it. That's just the hard truth. We skipped Doom's Eye in Rail Canyon. We cannot get Wings. It is impossible. You need all of the Doom tokens. They will literally make you replay the level. Luckily, we don't need that. The entrance to our last stage, Radical Highway, is actually open in this portal right there. It only opens at that specific part of the game, which means we do not need Wings anymore. We are into the final stages of the game without Wings, which you're normally supposed to have, which will make this a bit harder. Here, we're going for a trick called Super Mario Yahoo or something. Yeah, here we're going to do a boost off this wall immediately to get to the next section. Then we're going to line up with this right wall using our sidestep, get on this pillar, boost off of it, and now we are in the Wings section of this level. This is where they want you to normally use Wings and go through it, but since we can spear glide, we don't need Wings. We can basically just take this as normal Shadow. See, we're getting all these rings as we can as well. Since we don't have wings, we're not getting the boost automatically. And here is another fling going to jump out of this loop, get flung up, land on this building so that we can land on the loop in a particular way, get a lot of speed. We, as you can hear the French commentators, they go, wee! We double jump forward. Now we're going to hear boost so that we can land on this building. That is called building fling, both because you're landing on this building and you land on the other building before it to set it up. Very cool.
This level just gets absolutely destroyed. Shadow really truly can fly.
Yeah, if we had wings, we would actually do a different variation of that gets us immediately to the end of the level. Unfortunately, you know, skipping wings saves a lot of time, so we're just gonna do the slower variation in the level so that we can save all the time from skipping wings. Very, very nice Radical Highway Act 1. Radical Highway Act 2 is actually going to be breaking the traditional Act 1, Act 2 scheme, 3D, 2D. Act 2, again, normally 2D. Here, we're actually in another 3D stage. Which good for us, because we get to do another fling. We're going to take the top path here, because falling all the way down actually isn't great for us, since we can just spear glide all through this section. Here, we're going to do a very specific lineup. We're going to line up with this cone pretty much. We're going to double jump, boost into the loop, bunny hop to refresh our air action. It sends us up, stomp so that we can lose our height. Oh, just barely missing the building. We need to land on that building to set up for the next portion of the trick. So we're going to be seeing Boole do that again, because unfortunately, there was a pit below him. He would have died.
Just a little bit more time to get that DLC incentive met. As a reminder, we're still a little bit under halfway on that, and this is our last main level before the final boss. So if you want to donate towards that, gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons and apply it towards that Tokyo DLC.
Now here is the fling. We are doing a very specific camera lineup, and we're actually going to be changing the FPS. Boom, this is called teleport fling, ting for short. We're going to be using all of that speed to get to the end of the level right away. The reason we change FPS there is because the fling is simply too powerful on 120. The lower your FPS, the slower the fling will be, but we need it to be slower so that we can control it there. You go at unfathomable speed there, 2,000 on 60 FPS, and for reference, Shadow's base speed is 60. So, on 120, it's 4,000 speed.
Yeah, that trick is amazing.
Now we are in the final boss. This is Devil Doom. There's really not that much to talk about, so if you have any money that you want to donate to get that Tokyo DLC incentive, now is the final moment that you can do that.
Yeah, this boss is only a few minutes long, and we would have to go right into it afterwards. So chat, we need your help. We are only a little bit under 2,000 out of the 5,000 euros needed. So remember to support Médecins du Monde, because they do amazing, amazing work. Public generosity makes up for over half of MDM's funding, and it will only increase in the coming years. Thanks to your donations, Médecins du Monde can help over 3.3 million people around the world. Your donations make Médecins du Monde independent, and that independence is what allows them to call out public authorities to defend their causes. They are able to help all around the world because of donations from people like you. So go ahead and go to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to get your donation in. As we read out before, the first 5,000 donations of €5 will be doubled. So you can even double your impact. Only donate €5 and get in on that, or you can of course donate more. Be generous and make sure that we can see that Tokyo DLC. It's really, really cool.
Speaking of really cool, this section of Devil Doom is probably the coolest part. We get Doomorph and we get to do all those slope jumps that we mentioned before off these platforms. Skipping a lot of the springs, the dash rings, we can just jump immediately to Devil Doom, saving just that little bit of extra time. And this boss is actually interesting as well, because you'll see that laser Devil Doom is using can actually destroy the platforms. Luckily, for the most part, the ones that we're aiming for never get hit by it, so it's a pretty easy section to get a hold of, but you just need to be aware that it can go wrong a little bit. And now we are somehow using Doom Wings. I don't know, we didn't unlock that. It's a good thing that they force you to enter Doom Wing state here. Otherwise, we would be forced to get Doom Wings. So it's nice that they have this failsafe specifically. So when we said we wouldn't be seeing Wings again, we kind of lied. It's here, but there's not much to do here. This is basically a glorified auto-scroller, just moving forward. It's a really cool glorified auto-scroller, but it is, you know, for a speedrun, it's an auto-scroller. Here we're going to be sidestepping into these torpedoes that Double Doom is sending out. If you hit 6, he'll get stunned, and you can just hit him. And that is the main way to fight him in this phase. And he doesn't really do anything else. He'll do some, like, swipes that we have to avoid. And of course, he'll be summoning all of these walls that you could hit. But these are all consistent, and they're easy to avoid.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous about Tokyo, y'all. I really want to see that. If you've been enjoying this run, there's more brokenness to come if we go ahead and meet that. So please do donate. And also, of course, if you're not aware of the lore, Shadow is beating up on his dad, and it's a really cool thing, actually. He deserves to.
Yep, we are getting to the final section. You can see Double Doom's health is just a little bit. We're going to be hitting these final set of torpedoes. We're hitting Double Doom. And now we're going to get this final cutscene where Double Doom actually uses Gauss Control. From here, it's actually fully automated apart from that one QTE. This last QTE is when time ends. Unfortunately, it's a fake QTE, so you can't actually mash any faster and make it go quicker. The time will just end after a set amount of time from that final QTE that we did. That was a button press. So this mash doesn't matter at all, but time is now. That is a very nice run. 101.
Whew. Wow. Woo! 101 on the main stage here. That is a really, really excellent time.
Well, that was a great run. I guess now we have the time for shoutouts. I want to shout out Shadow Generations community. We are very open to new runners. We have some written guides on how to A, down patch, B, do all the skips and levels. Be sure to drop a message in the Discord if you have any intention of learning. There are so many people that will help you, myself included, even though I don't run the game anymore. Yeah, that's basically it for me.
Yeah, just shout out, of course, for GDQ for putting on the English restream for SpeeDons 6. This has been really fun to be here again for this. I was able to help with some last event, so I'm really happy to be back. If you want to check out what I do, I'm Satan Isn't Herself on Twitch. I've played this game on stream, but I generally don't do Sonic stuff, so definitely go check out Zan's and all of the super, super cool Shadow Generations runners. They have been working hard at this game ever since it came out. So much new stuff discovered just in the last year or so. And there's a lot of amazing dedicated runners of this one. So definitely go check out the community.
And one last time, we'll get to see Shadow Aura Farm on the result screen. Boom.
Classic. Oh, he's so cool.
It's sad that we skip it every other time. He just does like a flip and then lands and then we skip it.
Yeah, but you get to see it here. Oh, and also play this game. Final little shout out to this game, Shadow Generations, one of my favorite games in the sort of Sonic team lineup. It's a real love letter towards all of the games that it features and towards Shadow as a character. There's a really nice storyline that honors a lot of what he has to go through. So go play.
Yeah, this game was great to play casually. I think it's really just one of the best Sonic games in general. But I like most of the Sonic games, so, you know. Not biased.
No, I think... No, totally not. But this is a game I'd recommend even to non-Sonic fans. It's really, really accessible, amazing moveset for Shadow, and a great story.
Un 42, je sais pas, un 42.
Si on commence à brader dès le jeudi soir...
Ouais, s'il vous plaît, au bout d'un moment, enfin, c'est médecin du monde, enfin, un petit 41, je sais pas. On va pas donner à 35.
Yeah, I think that's it for us. So thank you for watching Shadow Gens and enjoy the rest of the marathon. Nine Souls is coming up. Incredible game, incredible
I
run.
still have yet to play that myself. Oh,
it's so good. What a gorgeous game.
Même pas mis dans le défi, c'est une catastrophe. C'est une catastrophe.
Respectez-vous.
500 € merci, mais quand même, le défi, quoi.
Merci, c'était Sonic versus Shadow.
Ouais, non, mais c'est vrai. Enfin, non, mais là, faut se concentrer. Non, mais en tout cas, voilà, on a beaucoup de dons qui arrivent encore, c'est vrai, mais pas tous dans les.
Même pour l'incentive. Hein.
Ouais, non, mais c'est. Elle monte, elle juste petit à petit, parce qu'il y a que certaines personnes qui mettent dedans. Mais ça donne, c'est bien. Donc, si vous voulez, on peut y aller.
C'est vrai?
Ah oui,
impeccable.
on peut y aller.
Impeccable. Bah, c'est parti. Tokyo, du coup, un niveau qui a été fait en DLC pour l'hommage au film Sonic 3, d'ailleurs, qui est sorti la même année que Shadow Generation.
Et donc là, ça va être très intéressant. Alors, si jamais vous êtes allé à Tokyo, vous allez peut-être reconnaître quelques endroits.
Exactement.
Did they get like a whale or something? Oh.
Alors, est-ce qu'il faut attendre un reset du timer pour refaire un time pour Sonimo?
alright, I guess we are doing the Tokyo DLC anyways.
I'm not quite sure what's going on. We don't speak French, but they've got a plan. And if we've got Tokyo DLC, I mean, we can't complain. So.
Ça marche. Et ben quand tu veux, Boule, tu me fais le décompte et je te suis.
Ça va dans 3, 2, 1. C'est parti.
Allez, c'est parti.
C'est parti.
And it looks like we are going out with it. Okay, so this is the Tokyo DLC. Mentioned before, this is actually a promotional stage that they made for the Sonic 3 movie. This has Keanu Reeves voicing Shadow in his movie skin here. It's unfortunate they didn't let you take this skin outside of this level, but we have to appreciate it for what it is. This skin has some pretty sick effects.
Yeah, no, it's really cool how they translated it into here. It's pretty faithful towards the movie while also making for a really nice looking video game character.
Taking on another form? I feel as if I've left my own dimension.
And just like in the standard game here, we do have a sort of 2-act structure here with some challenges as well. So we're gonna see a lot of familiar things towards the main game, but that's a little bit unfamiliar. What's that helicopter doing there? I guess we gotta go find
this
out.
DLC specifically only has the one 3D stage, and then it has 2 challenges, which I think the challenges are actually really cool levels. The main thing for the Tokyo DLC, unfortunately a bit similar to Sunset Heights, is that people have tried to break it and they have failed. There is a person that has gone out of bounds. We haven't really gone away with doing anything with that. You can't actually use any of your Doom powers here. I don't know if you have Doom Spear even, but like we can't use wings, for example. I'm not super familiar with this level because I only played it like once when it came out or something. But it is really flashy, especially coming up. There's going to be this infamous cutscene, I'll say, for speedrunners. Anyone doing the IL had to see this every time.
Oh, so much. But it is really cool, so enjoy it for sure. Yeah, I don't know why they don't put Doomwing in here, but they do put Chaos Sphere. I don't think I see Shadow use Chaos Sphere anytime in the movie, so I don't think it's compliant.
I think for the game, it's that they just have them at base because you can actually enter Tokyo like right after Arc 1. The portal is right there. So like Chaos Sphere is actually a base ability of Shadow's, and obviously Doomwing isn't because we never got in the run. And like the rest of the things that we got, like Doom Morph or Surf, like they don't have any of those assets here, so you couldn't use them even if, like, because they didn't put them here. They just don't exist. The specific thing with Chaos Spear I was mentioning is Doom Spear lets you target multiple things at once with Chaos Spear. But Chaos Spear alone, like the one shot, you can use the whole game. I did see a target there though, so maybe you do have it. That's really weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've also only played this one a little bit, and to be honest, I'm not like the biggest Chaos or biggest Doom Spear user anyhow, so I didn't pay a ton of attention to that. But back to rail switching. Do we get speed up on this rail as well?
No.
Back and forth?
I actually don't even know if you get slowed down, because if you do the rail switch while heading up like steep rails, you'll actually lose speed. I know. I don't know if like straight up changes that at all, but I know you're not gaining speed there. It's literally just to dodge the rockets. I really want that spin ball
and now we get to look
move outside of this level, dude. That spin ball is so cool.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, falling off the building. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous aura.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Amine, pour le raid.
Merci pour ton intervention.
Yeah, I do wish that they had both of the levels here, but we do get to get some challenges after this, I believe. Unless we are stopping here. No, I think we were just doing the level. So you're just gonna go have to play Shadow Generations and get the DLC if you'd like to play the challenges. They're fun too.
I would have really liked to see the ring challenge for this, because instead of it being 100 rings in the normal game, they actually make you get 300 rings or something. And it's a really cool, like, it's kind of like you're in a dungeon and you have to hit all these switches with Chaos Spear in like whatever way gets you the most rings possible. And like there we can see Shadows like exiting through the portal again back into normal white space. Yeah, that is it for Tokyo. Really cool stage.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see that. To be honest, don't know what the mechanics were behind that, but hey, we got to see Tokyo, and that was really, really fun. So, incredible stuff. Continue supporting Medicine du Monde, everyone. It is a wonderful, wonderful charity. We have plenty of experience with them here at GDQ, and I can say from experience that they are some of the most amazing people out there doing really vital and helpful work. So, you can go to SpeeDons.fr to see everything that SpeeDons is doing, or go to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to contribute.
And one final shout out to the runner, Bull Tupatonk. Really cool runner, varied speed games, does some Resident Evil Requiem as well. Also a Sonic Forces runner. Really cool guy, go check him out. And I think that is all for us.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Ça y est, là, je pense qu'on attaque la nuit un peu, tu vois. Là, on est à la fin de prime time.
C'est un début de journée.
On est fin de prime time, début de soirée. Tranquillement, tout va bien ici?
Qui est réveillé? 4-5 personnes, je crois.
Il y a moins de monde, mais il y a du monde, donc ça fait plaisir. À ceux qui viennent de nous rejoindre dans les différents raids, déjà bienvenue à vous. Vous regardez un marathon caritatif de speedrun qui a commencé aujourd'hui dans les alentours de 17h et qui va durer jusqu'à dimanche soir, 23h et plus si affinité selon les remerciements d'MV. Mais globalement, ça se passe très bien. Comme vous le voyez, la cagnotte est à 227 017 €. Et on a plusieurs choses à vous dire avant que le prochain jeu ne démarre. Prochain jeu qui sera Nine Souls, tout à fait. Un jeu que vous allez pouvoir découvrir, sur lequel il y a aussi un défi qui en est déjà à la moitié. Donc vous pouvez aller voir. Ce sera pour le coup là un défi de skill pur, puisque ce sera l'occasion d'avoir une version modée en hardcore d'un boss. Mais avant, eh bien, n'hésitez pas à faire des dons, notamment un don de 6,7 € ou de 67 € pour avoir une chance de gagner ce magnifique ordinateur d'une valeur de plus de 6 €. Où vous avez voilà, quelques traces de doigts, c'est authentique, c'est celui-là qui vous sera envoyé. Vous avez aussi également les statuts, les différents prix à gagner pendant les runs qui sont liés à ça. Par exemple, pendant la run de Sonic, il y avait une statue, une figurine à gagner. Vous avez également l'occasion d'avoir un petit souvenir pour Speedon en allant sur la boutique. Vous pouvez directement acheter ce t-shirt qui est juste là. Regardez-le. Qu'est-ce qu'ils disent, le public? J'entends pas, je comprends pas.
Les éditions.
Oui, les éditions, bien sûr. Alors, le t-shirt Speedon de cette année, bien sûr, Speedon S6 avec quelques héros, genre...
Il y a Silksong.
Il y a Mario, il y a Pikachu.
Il y a Gorilla Showdown.
C'est tous les jeux que vous connaissez par cœur. Mario, Pikachu, Eizo.
Gorilla, il y a Smash Bros.
Call of Duty, FIFA.
Là.
Il y a tous les jeux, quoi.
Et aussi,
il y a tous les jeux mainstream.
Pour ceux qui viennent d'arriver, etc., qui n'ont pas le planning, tous les jeux connus, vous pouvez faire point d'exclamation planning.
Absolument.
Vous avez votre jeu préféré qui peut arriver dans le week-end. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a comme jeu? Je t'en donne quelques-uns. Il y a du Hades 2.
Ah oui.
Oh oui, il y a du Rayman Legends.
Exceptionnel.
Il y a du Clair Obscur.
Ah oui, ça c'est bien.
Il y a plein de jeux différents.
Mario Odyssey.
Il y a Mario Odyssey.
Fin de planning.
Oui, fin de planning. Il y a Crash Bandicoot.
Crash Bandicoot, très bien, on pense à Gomar, bien sûr. Et voilà, donc Nine Sols, c'est une run d'environ 1h30. Ce sera d'ailleurs, nous, notre dernier jeu en ambiançage.
Exactement.
On vous dira au revoir juste avant la fin du jeu, puisqu'après, ce sera une autre team qui reprendra. Nous, on est à l'ambiançage. En fait, on meuble entre les runs. Le temps que les runners et commentateurs s'installent, vous les voyez, ils sont juste là, en train de se placer. Ça se passe aussi là-bas. En tout cas, ça se passe à l'amphithéâtre 3000 à Lyon. Si vous voulez venir... Il n'y a plus de place, dommage.
Hello, English GDQ watchers. Welcome to the Nine Souls portion of our run. That was a great Shadow Generations run that we just saw. I know both me and my co-commentator were having a blast watching that while in our green room. Speaking of commentators, let's do some introductions here. Our runner today is going to be Giriko, and on the French side of comms, more friends of ours, rivals and chemists. On the English side, I am Y Sylvie, and with me...
Hello, I'm Lurks. I'm a former Nine Souls speedrunner for a different category and also active community member for a few different things.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that I was also, I am an active runner. I do a different category. I play our all bosses category that we call All Souls and Seals, but it looks like our run is going to be getting started here soon. We do have a donation goal up right now. We're sitting at about 50% for that. Just means we're going to make the game a lot harder for Giriko here. We're going to do a modded version of our final boss. Promised Yigong is one of the biggest challenges that we have in the challenge running scene around here. It's a super fun time. I don't think Lurks or I have either beaten it, but it's a good time. I've done my attempts. I've sat down and tried it for a while, but I'm definitely more of a speedrunner. Again, reminder for that donation goal, you can go to visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to support the charity, and make sure you put that towards Nine Souls. So it looks like the run is getting started real quick here. We got the main menu up. You want to talk quick about how we start our runs here?
Yeah, so Nine Souls starts a bit weirdly. So because Nine Souls is a relatively story-focused game compared to its inspirations like Sekiro or Hollow Knight, has a pretty long opening cutscene. Takes somewhere in the range of like 7 to 10 minutes. The movement's pretty simple, and the only actual combat check is one of the few places with full RNG in the game. So instead, we start from the first actual combat point with the real combat tutorial, which is a bit over 7 minutes into the run. I don't know if they'll put that on the timer for this, but normally we would have 7 minutes added from the get-go.
It looks like our French comrades are all wearing lab coats, which we'll definitely be talking about why later on in the run, but that is very funny, very fun to see. We got some backup saves just for a couple of the really critical tricks that can go wrong and end a run, but we gotta hope that we're not going to use them. So it seems like they're gonna do the countdown here right now.
So normally, like I said, whole intro cutscene. Instead, while they don't have the extra time added to the timer, we do instead start from the moment Yi enters the 8-man processing facility.
The first thing that you saw there was just a tiny little jump, saves like half a second, and is just funny. And we're going to see the first movement that we use throughout this run is just a dash and a really short hop, because landing on the ground actually resets our dash, since we have a limited dash for now.
You'll also see throughout the start of the run that the runner will randomly stop to, well, not randomly, but the runner will stop to kill a couple archers, This is not random, but rather because the XP routing in this run ended up so tight that we have to kill whatever enemy is easiest to kill at the start just to make up the XP for all the skills you'll want.
And I mean, we're going to get XP from other sources. We got pretty much items that just give you a full level, but just the little boost that we get from these archers and other enemies that we kill is actually quite critical to just hitting some of the skills, because this game has a full skill tree. And you'll notice just that quick little move, a talisman going into this cutscene, just shaves off a tiny bit of that walk time there. No cutscene skip mod yet, but we might be working on that. We might not. A little bit in flux there. But definitely still a developing speedrun. We do still have a couple things that are not implemented, and definitely still time save on pretty much all our runs possible. And we have plenty of different categories, from just boss kill speedrunning to full game speedruns of many different categories, from any percent to 100% or true ending stuff.
Yeah, as much as I'd love our cutscene skip mod to be speedrun viable, it is currently not. That has been discussed, as Sylvain mentioned. And I forget what he's saying.
Yeah, we've discussed it, but like in the end, it kind of creates a little bit of a tension point of like, do we really want to allow this? Because then we could detect, then there could be other mods there. But right now we're just seeing a lot of very tight movement. We've pretty much tried to do our best to optimize through this whole section here. Using these talismans, when you hit a parry in this game, you'll get a chi charge, and that allows you to do a move called a talisman, which you can, if you hit an enemy with it, you can hold it and explode it for a bunch of damage. Or in this case, we're actually using it a lot for movement as a pseudo air dash, because we do not have air dash yet. But coming up is our first mini boss.
Yes, so this is Bai Cheng. He's, well, yeah, the first mini boss, kind of the end of your actual combat tutorial. And you'll see here, we pretty simple combat for the game. Parry to get chi charges, which we can use to hit the boss. However, sometimes, because some of the bigger bosses will actually knock back chi, it's better to simply dash their attacks and do a full triple combo, which you'll also see the runner canceling the slashes at the end of the combo to speed it up very slightly. You also might have caught at the end of the fight there that he slashed the boss one more time, and that allows him to cancel the slowdown after the boss kill, which allows him to enter the elevator slightly faster.
Currently, we're on our way up that elevator through this little short cutscene where we are looking at where we will eventually go to fight the final boss. But before that, we got some stuff we have to collect. We have some abilities that we need to get. And we have a home base that we are actually going to go unlock very soon to get our first required ability for the run. Now, we're actually only going to go to this home base about 3 times during the any percent run. But in a casual playthrough, it's a great place to return. All the shops are located there. Plenty of stuff to do there. But we're only going to see it 3 times and once in the dark.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a joke throughout the speedrun community, especially for other categories, where we get a bunch of NPCs in the pavilion because whether or not you find them in the wild, most will eventually naturally move in, and we simply ignore them for the entire run unless you're running true ending or 100%.
It's actually impressive to me how little of the story that you can actually comprehend simply from the speedrun. Tiny little quit out here just saves time doing like a hack mini game, and we're going to go in and talk to an NPC that will just let us out of this room.
And fun fact, despite the amount of times we managed to not end up in this area, in certain categories, dialogue still, because we don't have a cutscene skip, still makes up upwards of a fourth of entire runs, especially for the category we both used to run, All Souls and Seals. Or, well, I used to run, he still runs.
I do still run it. just rarely. I think it's a very fun category, my favorite category of the game, because I really enjoy this game for its boss fights. But any percent is actually really interesting for reasons that we're going to get into later. I just think it is impressive as how much we do with such little that this game actually gives you. So talking to a little AI character, Ruyi, and is going to give us a Jade system. And if you've ever played Hollow Knight, it's a lot like the Charm system in Hollow Knight, where you can equip these Jades and they will change your abilities just a little bit, give you some boosts. There are some incredibly useful Jades, and also some that probably could be skipped and you wouldn't lose much.
Yes, a joke that Soul Reaper Jade, which is often considered one of the worst, as it makes a certain mechanic in the game easier that also isn't utilized throughout a lot of the game. But that's not speedrun stuff, that's just normal play. We will get a single Jade this entire run, and it's entirely optional for the speedrun itself.
We just talked to a small child that has decided that you are his father figure now. That was Shen, and usually throughout the normal game, you will give stuff to him, talk to him, and he will become a great agent of change in Yi's character, making him become much better of a person. We are, however, not doing the good ending, and we are doing the not true, arguably bad ending.
Yeah, so I see in the chat somebody asking about what the restricted is in this run. We'll be explaining that later when we get to a boss where I think it's appropriate to go deeper into that. But in the meantime, we got our horn from Lear, and we will now be heading to get our first movement ability.
That horn is what allows us to pseudo-teleport. You can travel from any outside route node, which is those little rest spots. You can travel from any outside route node towards the pavilion route node, so that home base route node. And then later on, you get an upgrade from that where you can travel from the pavilion route node to any route node in the game. So we're going to use Return to Pavilion, I believe, once in this run, maybe twice, if my notes are correct.
Something like that. We like was already mentioned earlier, we don't really touch Pavilion that much. And important to note, or not important to note, but rather fun fact, I don't think we ever grab the upgrade to this item in any of the categories anymore, outside of maybe 100%. Since I believe it was routed out of True Ending and also Seals a while ago. Although I might be wrong on that.
No, I recall, I think that's right.
Anyway,
but here we're going to start setting up for our first trick.
Yep.
The first glitch of the run.
So
we're going to lure this Roomba down and stick onto the rope. And that is going to set up some special stuff for us. Why don't you tell us about that, Lurk?
Yes, so...
We'll wait for it to happen.
So what you saw there, this is what we call Roomba Skip, which is an application of a trick you're about to see there called rope storage, which effectively allows us to store the horizontal position of a rope while being off of the rope, and then we can teleport back to it as long as we press up or down in the air. The trick is relatively restrictive, as the only way we can get it is by getting hit as we climb down the top of a rope. And if you ever touch a rope, you will lose it. And not necessarily even climb on it, just go through a rope. So you actually might have noticed that he holds back for a second to make sure that he's below the rope before he goes to hack the thing after. And we'll see this trick a couple more times throughout the run. It is my personal favorite trick.
There's a skip that we'll get to later that I think is just incredibly elegant. As much as I despise it for its difficulty, it is incredibly elegant the way that it's executed with rope storage. Quick little skip there. Hitting this guy on the back of the head at the beginning gives him a concussion, I guess, and he just forgets to do one cycle of this quick tutorial. But we do now have our first, I guess second, mandatory ability for the run.
Yeah, and this tutorial boss is pretty weird for whatever reason, in that there's a bunch of different ways you can skip whatever he's trying to teach you. We won't see that in this run, but you can see that in other runs. Oh, well, you won't see that in this run outside of what you just saw there. But now with our first movement ability, we're going to go to set up another cool trick.
What we just got there was essentially a slight upgrade to the parry. Essentially, if you do a parry while you're in air, you can block some certain, you can get a benefit off of some certain attacks that glow crimson that you can't normally parry on the ground, but they have to have a green outline to them. It will also, more importantly, allow us to bounce on these orbs as a pseudo pogo coming up, and that is the more major reason why we actually need this ability. But before that, we have this. We can, as someone aptly put it in a video recently, we can parry gravity.
Thank you, M. Karma, for that one. So that trick, which we'll see a lot of times throughout the rest of the run, is a version of ledge storage. So rope storage, what I explained earlier, is one of the first tricks we found, well, one of the first major tricks we found for this game. And a couple months after that, ledge storage was discovered, which is the reason that any percent split off into multiple categories. And ledge storage allows you to do a variety of different things, including the hover that you saw there.
Essentially, it involves doing a slash while you are on a ledge and then canceling that action with something else, storing the idea in the game that you are on a ledge, and that creates some weird interactions with how gravity is applied and how states transfer between each other, which allows us to do many things like float, jump a little higher, stick to walls, and much, much more. We have a joke in the community in which that the run is really, when it comes down to it, it's just all ledge storage.
Yep.
Suis-nous, mec, suis-nous. Nous laisse pas tomber.
Here we're going to be setting up another trick that's going to utilize rope storage. On the way to our second important ability, we have to do an area backwards. Usually, you would get your air dash and then do this area as kind of a pseudo air dash test of your skills. For now, however, we have to go backwards through it to grab air dash super early, which is incredibly helpful, but these skips can get annoying because they are dependent on bringing this one little enemy all the way over, grabbing rope storage and using another application of rope storage to basically climb infinitely high and then get over onto a new platform. Use some creative talismans as air dashes, and some other fun stuff to actually get all the way over to where we will get air dash. So we can see this application of rope storage being used to climb all the way up. We just got to grab another talisman here, and we can proceed through this pseudo test of your air dash skills backwards.
Yeah, so the reason that he had to go back and do it again was because the enemy decided it'd be funny to run into spikes, and he needed another talisman charge. So this trick was the reason that we were finally able to break a few different categories a lot further. And so you see it throughout a few different runs, but this will allow us to head directly to where we're getting air dash.
We'll see this little box transport here. I love that animation of him jumping into the box. He's very cat-like in it, and I think it's adorable and wonderful. But we're going to proceed to the left here, and we are going to grab our air dash from this root node. Go through a little mini tutorial, and then we will proceed on our way to do some really interesting stuff.
And I figure I should just mention that we still have no clue why he apparently has ear bones according to the blocks there. It's never explained. We don't know.
We now upgrade to a new form of normal movement. We call this swag dashing. So we jump, do the smallest jump possible, air dash, and then do a slash or a parry that will make us go ever so slightly faster. But this movement is even faster than the sprint skill that you get in this game and will be the basis for all movement going forward.
Yeah. So there's a few different versions of this technique. What we'll be seeing most throughout the run is swag dashing, as Sylvain just explained. Swag dashing is, in essence, just a more complicated form of a dash jump, which was originally our main movement tech. And then the reason it's called swag dashing is because we originally thought it did nothing, but turns out it saves a tiny bit of time, at least at task level. There's also a different version of swag dashing where you use a slash, which theoretically would move you further, but it's much less consistent, so if we see it at all, it'll be very sparingly.
While we just have some quick movement to go through, we're going to hit a return to pavilion here. Go back to the pavilion and run somewhere. While we're waiting for that, I do want to talk about the charity, of course. Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World, is an international medical non-government organization that has been around for more than 40 years. MDM is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers providing healthcare to vulnerable populations and fighting for fair and more accessible health policies. Public generosity makes up for over half of MDM's funding, and it's only going to be increasing in the coming years. So thanks to your donations, Médecins du Monde can help over 3.3 million people around the world. Your donations make Médecins du Monde independent, and that independence is what allows them to call out public authorities to defend their causes. Going on here, we're getting to our next major area. Usually, you are not supposed to be up here. This is kind of what breaks the game the most. Usually, you have to collect 8 soul seals to beat the game and get a whole bunch of abilities to get up there, just to get double jump to get up there. We don't need that. We have ledge storage. So using ledge storage, we can vault and get just high enough to clear a lot of the weird jumps here. So we're going to see a lot of weird skips and one very, very fun application of ledge storage coming up.
So, you might notice, after we got air dash, we started setting up ledge storage differently. This is because any movement ability that can get you off of the ledge works. We originally only had talismans, but now we're able to use air dashes, which means we no longer require a resource to do it. You also see there that you can just, if you time it right, dash and still get the hit animation from the lasers, which still gives you iframes. So that's cool. We don't know why that happens either, but it does allow you to jump through that. And messed up the
Here we're going to get really silly. Here. Essentially, slamming into the laser and into the climbable green wall puts you in a really, really weird state.
There it is.
That just kind of allows you to go up. We call it low gravity, and that's what it is. So we're going to use that low gravity to go all the way up to the top of Sky Tower. And that is a really, really tricky trick to pull off. Super tight inputs there. But we are out of Sky Tower and on our way to our first required item to beat the game, and therefore our first major boss.
Yep. Rather than the 8 soul seals, as were mentioned earlier, that we need to theoretically beat the game, we only need an item that you would collect on the path of getting those 8 soul seals, which means we only need to get a couple of them. And that's because instead all we need is the Super Mutant Buster, which we'll get a bit later, which essentially allows you to progress to an area. If we ever found a way that allowed you to clip even slightly vertically down, we could skip every boss besides the final boss.
So these are all the abilities that we're going to be actually using for the game. You saw just a tiny little enemy pogo there. That's what we needed one of our skills for. Going to use more rope storage to gain more height here and move on over to the next area. So we only need really 3 abilities and 2 items to beat the game. And that's what I was saying earlier. It's really interesting how much of the game just gets cut out, and yet how long this run still is, simply because we're not scaled to the difficulty of the game at this point.
Yeah, so if you notice with rope storage movement there, when he was getting height, jumping off the rope and quickly re-grabbing it is actually the fastest way to move on the rope, even though it looks very silly. And we'll get a bit more into the game scaling in a sec, but first we have to show off what, in my opinion, is one of the coolest glitches in this game.
This is going to be Grotto Skip. So we're going to use that ledge storage we grabbed earlier to get up here onto this rope, and we're going to do a bunch of complicated things that involves kiting enemies around that gets a little annoying. So we have to kill this big guy with swords here, keep that guy that shoots little daggers at you alive, gain rope storage while also manipulating our respawn point when falling into hazards, utilizing safe ground.
Yeah, so how safe ground in 9 Souls works is most movement on ground will set your safe ground point to that position. However, as you saw there with him respawning back on the other side, there are a few exceptions to this rule. These exceptions include climbing up a rope without moving, I believe buffering the end of a dash, jump out of the end of the dash, and one that helps us a lot is, for whatever reason, the corners of walls are also not respawnable, I assume to prevent no clips and stuff, but that actually helps us here. And it's one of my favorite and also one of the older applications of rope storage.
And now we go to the Cavern of Doom and Despair and Lost Runs, but he gets through it just so cleanly. That pogo is incredibly difficult to time, and those enemies incredibly difficult to actually manipulate to do what you want. Gonna take this root node for some safety, because it is a marathon run, and we don't want anything going that wrong. But usually you would skip this root node, go straight up, and fight our first major boss of the run, and that is going to be G, who is my personal favorite soul.
He is a fun fight, though a bit buggy, especially on speedrun patch, and I think it's also a good time to actually explain the difference between any percent restricted and unrestricted. I believe any percent is the only category that has an active, restricted, and unrestricted split, and that's because we make two main distinctions with any percent restricted and unrestricted, which is any percent restricted has a couple of glitches banned, which is, I believe, invincibility glitches, as well as nymph state storage, which is a frame or a pixel perfect glitch, depending on your setup, which allows you to do a bunch of crazy things. But it's really annoying, and half the time isn't worth it. So instead, rather than working on implementing that, we ended up moving it to unrestricted only. On top of that, because nobody actually wants to do nymph state storage anyway, the other difference, and the one that's important for this run, is the fact that any percent unrestricted is run on story mode, allowing for damage multipliers, while any percent restricted is run on standard mode, which means we have, without me being skilled, these really long, drawn-out fights against the final few bosses of the game.
So yeah, G is already quite a fun fight, and with some interesting execution stuff. But especially in this any percent category, you just do not have the damage to make it a fast fight. So all these fights are going to be kind of slogs, and especially our next boss. But for now, there's going to be some really interesting swag strats that we're going to do as G starts to spawn black holes that will pull you in. But for now, all we're doing is trying to get as many hits as we possibly can on him while not taking damage, and using talismans on him to explode him as he's about to go away. This is a 2-phase fight, so we are just about to end the first phase here, and we're going to go into the second phase with much higher health. So, we'll see how Giriko does here.
And so yeah, we'll see the strat here real quick. It's pretty cool strat how we're able to abuse all of our methods of air stalling, as well as G's knives, to stay above the black hole the entire time and just get in damage, because we need every instance of damage we can get in this extremely long fight. And
you'll see a lot of these attacks glow red and black, so they call them crimson attacks in the game. These are unparryable unless you have a certain skill that this category just simply does not need. So we have to be dodging these attacks a lot. That's what using the dodge iframes for. But some of those crimson attacks glow green, and that is why we can Tai Chi kick it, which we will be utilizing a lot in the final boss fight.
Yeah, and with long boss fights and the final boss, I'll mention the donation goal we have for fighting the modded final boss, which I think is very cool. I know we mentioned it earlier, but I think it's very cool, so I'm going to mention it again. And it was released on the anniversary of the game, which we're getting to in just a couple weeks now, actually. The second anniversary.
So, are we doing anything special for the anniversary?
Nothing public. Actually, no, I think we are hosting some kind of speedrun competition, but that depends on the people running it. I'm not doing that.
I might. I'll try to put something together. Yeah, the anniversary of this game, last year there was a huge community event that was with a very with something that was really cool released. You can look that up, just 9 Souls, what is it under? 9 Souls 1 year anniversary?
I'll be honest, I don't exactly know.
Okay, fair enough. I don't either. Anyways, we're still in the middle of this fight. It's just going to take a long time, and it really is a test of stamina here. Just staying on top of these parries, trying not to take any damage. We did take that safety save, so that is good for us, but we are going to be coming up to the end of his health bar. And another interesting trick as well soon here. We'll see if he actually goes for it. But I hope we do get to show that off.
I assume he will now. We have a good lineup for it.
I mean, he's done it in the runs that I was watching earlier, so I hope so. It is a really cool trick. I think it's really interesting how we set it up. Yeah. Again, this game has a lot of weirdness with how we can go between states.
Yep, and I think he got it. Maybe.
Yeah.
I can't tell. Yeah, you got it. Nice.
Yeah.
And that's
so we essentially pause, store the option to quit the game, and then the game, if we pause at the right time and quit out, it will save, and we can still quit out and come back and basically skip a very long cutscene that is annoying to watch. But it's that used to be very, very tight timing until we discovered a nice little setup for it using that pause menu quit storage stuff, which we have a habit of naming everything in this community some type of storage. So ledge storage, rope storage, what is it, pause menu storage that we call it?
Just menu storage. And then
menu
different
storage.
applications have their own names. Oh, this is pause menu. There's also
teleport menu storage.
Yeah. Also, that was hitless, so insane work on Gurko's part. I'm seeing chat mention that.
Yeah. But now we're going to collect the first soul seal of the run. In theory, the game tells you that these are the things that you need to open up the path to the final boss. But in game logic, these don't matter at all, except for like a couple small things that you wouldn't notice through a normal playthrough. But for this, we actually need G's hair. That is the important item that we're getting for this, that we will be using to combine with the next item we get to make the Super Mutant Buster.
Yeah, and yeah, soul seals basically don't matter past the cutscenes they trigger for the first half of the game. So, random little fun fact, the final handful of soul seals are copies of the third soul seal, since they don't need any unique triggers past that. So, if you do stuff out of order through speedrun glitches, you can actually trigger cutscenes while killing the wrong souls.
So this is what I was talking about earlier. This is arguably my favorite and also most hated trick in the game. This is minor skip. It is, I think, in a way, artful. It uses respawn manipulation to go down this long parkour path that you usually could not get back up of to grab rope storage. And then it will come back up using respawn manipulation and use that rope storage to get through a door. So for now, we're landing on corners and in dangerous zones in that doorway on this corner, using this enemy to pogo and a not permanent platform to get up on top of this rope and hope this enemy helps to give us rope storage.
That's good.
Respawn manip all the way up, and it is good. Gonna go back to open the door just for safety. That is a very smart decision.
Up until I stopped running, I would do that as well, so...
Real.
This trick sucks, and it was made even harder once Skull Kick got introduced to the skip.
Another tiny application of damage and vulnerability with the lasers. That is one of the hardest sections through the entire game. Giriko getting through it, barely breaking a sweat, is incredibly impressive. And now we're going to see another application of ledge storage.
Yeah, so there's a trick coming up that there are multiple ways to do, but one of them's RNG based and pretty inconsistent, so we'll see a safer but just as cool version using ledge storage, as Sylvia already said.
When I first learned this application of ledge storage, I was like giddy. All the glitches in this game make me so happy because they are just very silly in my mind. But we are going to see run up to this wall, jump, slash, and press backwards to cling to the wall and just slide.
Nice. I still haven't learned how to do that.
But yeah, that is a really cool trick and just really silly to see Yi just clinging onto this wall and rising up. We use this a couple times in the category that Lurks used to run, that I do still run. But this is the application that we use for it in any percent to get up and basically just skip a boss fight fake out and a little cutscene.
Yeah, so we'll see a chain of a couple cool tricks here. So first of all, there's that wall slide. Upcoming here, we're going to have another example of rope storage purely to gain height, which you'll see as soon as this guy triggers it. And we're just going to go up for a while.
And we're going to keep going up.
And I think he's going to start moving now. There we go. And we're just going to try to get as far to the left as we can so we can skip the boss fake out, which will cost like a minute just walking, or two, just walking through the whole arena for the boss. Or, well, fake out arena. Yep, you can see the soul seal, the chamber right there. We're just going to ignore that and move on to the next area. And then coming up, we'll see another cool application of the wall slide.
We did just grab
this for safety.
We do have a quick ledge storage grab right there. If you missed it just off of the ledge, there's a lot of points where, like, going between rooms, you'll see a ledge. We'll do a quick cling off of it just to grab ledge storage for either a little height boost that we need or a wall slide or something. And ledge storage will persist between two different rooms, whereas rope storage will not.
Yep. Although there are some rooms where there's actually multiple areas within one room, and we abuse that in a different category, though we won't be able to see that here.
That's the category that Lurks and I run. It's very fun. It's very satisfying to pull off. But now we do have a small cutscene where you are now forced to be exposed to the story ever so slightly. This is Yi's sister, Hung. I will mention right now we are still looking for donations. A little over halfway here, nearly 3/4 of the way. Again, you can visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to support the charity. Make sure you put that towards 9 souls because we do want Giriko to have the hardest time possible.
Yep. I assume he'll be doing that with the normal kit, though, because doing it with the speedrun kit is absolutely insane.
I don't know. I don't know why he decided to do this, but coming up here, we're going to have another fun trick. And this is basically a blind trick. It impresses me every time I see it. But we do this little wall slide up, and then we walk to the left, activate a root node, and save from that root node to reset the camera. Which is, I don't get how they do this. I can understand how you do it through practice, but like, doesn't work in my mind. It is incredibly impressive to do that blind to me.
A part there that's pretty hard to catch is when he was going up with the wall slide, he actually did 2 slashes. That's because there's just a hole there from a door, and if we do the 1 slash over it, we can simply ignore the hole and keep the wall slide. The 2 slashes just helped with the lineup for it. And on top of that, that's a slightly different variation of the trick, where rather than using our own momentum into the wall, we use a skull kick off of the enemy. There's a similar variation that you can do in the first wall slide, but it's reliant on enemy attack RNG, so we're not using it for the showcase.
We're now getting to our second major boss. This is Fushi and Nua. This is a very interesting fight, where the first phase you're just fighting this big guy with an instrument who is trying to smash you into a pulp. But in the second fight, there will be projectile influence, and it gets really chaotic and very, very fun. In this fight, however, we are going to just basically make the second fight into a rest time.
Yeah.
So we do have to do the first phase normally, however.
In my opinion, this is the hardest fight in the run, although I'm a bit biased just because I struggled on my first playthrough. So we're going to do our best to trivialize the second half of the fight, which we'll see in a bit. But for now, Fushi hits very hard, and we're meant to have unbounded counter by this point, as we were for G as well, actually. So we're going to have to focus a lot more on evasion than you might normally. And for now, we'll be fighting Fushi normally. You'll see by the end of the first phase, we'll be trying to get him to the left side of the room.
Unbounded counter, by the way, is the upgrade that you get to your parry that allows you to hold and release the parry to parry these big crimson attacks. But for now, we don't have that to deal with, so we're just doing as much possible damage as we can, getting a bunch of slashes in, and then a talisman, a triple talisman, every now and then, like here. Trying to drag Fushi to the left corner of the room by the end of his health bar as well, so we can kill him over on that left side and do some funny stuff.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, while we won't see it here because we're taking the safety, Yuriko has been very consistent with practicing this, which is why he's doing so well on this run, and 2 days before today's run, he actually PB'd barely off the world record by 30 seconds, so yeah, here is him baiting Fushi to the left side of the arena, and that's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. As we said, Fushi hits really hard and will one-shot you if you have basically any amount of damage on you. That's what makes this fight so tough in any category, even if you have an upgraded parry. Either way, getting through that first phase, you still saw the speed of that damage, and like, these health bars are massive for how little your damage is scaled right now. It's incredibly impressive, the speed at which he's able to go through this. With an unfortunate death, though, we still get back to it.
Overall, a very clean Fushi before that. It's always unfortunate to miss a parry right at the end of the phase, but we just keep going. Already getting Fushi's health bar down very fast for how little damage he deals at this point. Because we have, I believe, a singular Dao Fruit, and each one is meant to up your damage. So, we're doing basically nothing right now.
As well as upgrades within the tree that upgrade your damage. Either way, it's still, as I said earlier, I'm impressed at how much you can do with this game in this game with so few abilities that the game technically requires you to have. Deeply impressive to me, and part of the reason why I wanted to learn the speedrun myself. While we're still waiting for the health bar to go down here, Lurks, why don't you tell us how you got into speedrunning this game?
Yeah, so I was telling the story before we actually went live, but for me it's pretty simple. I bought the game on the whim 2 days after release, played it for about 2 weeks after that, beat the game, fell absolutely in love with the final boss, and decided I might as well join the speedrunning Discord. And a couple days later, I was already challenge running the final boss, and eventually got into speedrunning, though I have an additional funny story where when I was finally learning any percent, I did it over 2 days because I was so bad at the game, and for some reason my computer broke overnight. So it took me well over another month to finally learn to run, and by that time ledge storage had been found, and so I had to relearn this entirely new category, that being all souls and seals.
Now we're getting into the fun part, and by fun I mean break time. Basically the fight is over at this point, except for one little trick at the end, we are just running into this doorway, which allows Yi to be just outside the attack detection hitbox of both Fushi and his sister Nuwa. So all we're doing is running into this wall and slashing as fast as we possibly can to whittle down Fushi's health bar. Now, I got into this speedrun myself. My roommate actually bought me this game. She played it. She had a great time with it. And I'm just obsessed with parries in any video game. I love parries. I beat the game, and just before I beat the game, I actually joined the speedrun Discord and started. And eventually, once I did beat the game, I started learning the run, took a break for school stuff, and then I came back to learning the run and finally got my first few runs in. I still run every now and then. To this day, I run all Souls and Seals. It's a super fun category where we fight all the bosses. But I find it funny that my roommate bought me this game, and I have put more hours into it than probably any other game I have in my Steam library just this year. We are getting to the final hits, where we are going to pause at a right time and try and do this cutscene skip again. Looks like we got it. That is huge. I have had to redo that fight after failing the cutscene skip one too many times to be comfortable with that. Also, while we're grabbing the Soul Seal, it looks like our donation goal has filled out a ton. We are only 800 euros away from hitting promised Yigong as our final boss, which would be huge. I'd love to see that. So again, go and donate. Make sure you put it towards 9 souls. I would love to see some promised Yigong on stream tonight.
Something important to note for the Fushi strategy that if you want to try it yourself, because this does work on the current patch actually, is any movement that besides like running into the wall will trigger Nuwa's AI for some reason, and if you move too far away, then Fushi's AI will trigger as well. Don't really know why this happens, but that includes completing a triple combo without canceling the final hit, using a talisman, using the bow, etc. Now we have our 2 soul steals, which means we can grab the final item we need for the super mutant buster, and we can progress on to the final area while skipping a lot of the souls.
This is basically a little bit after the halfway point of the run. We're gonna grab this. We're going to do a little quit out really quick. We're gonna run back to the root node and go back to home to put together the super mutant buster.
So we will be seeing a somewhat funny cutscene coming up here because of the order of events we've done stuff in the game, but I'll let that play. In the meantime, since I saw it mentioned in chat, we have shown off both this run before and All Souls and Seals before, both on Hotfix by Sun Tzu and Herding Goats, respectively. Both were very cool runs. And yeah. So here we have the cutscene. So first of all, we have to be told by Ruyi that we actually have to make the Super Mutant Buster, because we never found that out. And here's Kwafu. We never met him because we skipped his fight. So what's going to happen here in a second is we'll have to go to Kwafu's area when he actually makes the Super Mutant Buster. But the game breaks a little because we never actually met him. So I think it's coming up right now. No, okay, it's coming up after this scene. I forgot.
Kwafu, or as I refer to him, Garfield, is basically he's a best friend.
There it is.
He's also just not the
invisible Kwafu. He gives us the Super Mutant Buster, despite being not there. Don't ask. Kwafu is the first boss, or at least his guard centaur thing is the first boss. And we're friends with him. Normally, we'd invite him back to the pavilion, but of course that never happens.
Either way, for now, we now have all of the pieces needed to beat the game. What we have to do before that, however, is go open up the path to fight the final boss.
Unfortunately.
So we're going to go into the laboratory area, grab ledge storage here, and do some safe ground tricks to kill that plant.
Oh, they just have to maintain the height so we can actually reach it, because killing that requires us to be high enough to reach it, and we don't have double jump, so we have to do all that stuff just to hit that, so we can grab this elevator token and go down to the final area.
Final of the area of the game is just filled with these, as you've seen before, these pink mutated creatures. It's revealed that these are actually the same race as Yi, these aliens. They're called Solarians. They're really just cats, to be honest. Very smart cats. But they're basically the mutated form of these by the Tianhuo virus that is spreading, and we'll later learn that our mentor, Yigong, wants to evolve the Solarians by spreading it even more.
Yeah.
Which obviously we don't want, because it kind of turns you into a mindless drone. So we're going to do our best to prevent that.
I'll spare the long-winded lore explanation, but basically we learned she created the Tianhuo and then went kind of insane, wanting to spread the mutant version. By the way, very cool trick here where we use a talisman to stall in the air so we can get a double skull kick, which allows us to get the height to make it up here and then there. Although unfortunately did not have enough distance there, so have to hit it again. But yeah, for the story, essentially we learned that she created the Tianhuo virus, which kind of doomed Solarian kind, and now but that was accidental. Now she wants to spread the mutant version because evolution or whatever, and so we have to stop her. So that's what we're gonna do right now, instead of fighting half the souls.
Right now we're just trying to destroy these little plants to drop an elevator that will actually open up the passageway to get down into her laboratory area to confront her and therefore begin the end times of the game, and of course go through the hallway of doom and despair.
He doesn't get Looney Tunes.
No watch out Yi for us.
Yeah, so the entire thing there is just, if you space it correctly, you can fall onto the platform after killing that guy, which saves basically no time, but looks very funny, because Yi's gravity doesn't reactivate until the cutscene finishes playing.
Watch out, Yi!
Yeah, and so
now we're taking this elevator down.
Yeah, here we're getting to the point of no return for the game, where Rudy's going to tell us, hey, if you keep progressing, then you won't be able to go back. This is essentially the game warning you that if you progress far enough into this area, well, exactly that. You won't be able to go back because story reasons, though the game is nice and allows you to come back to this point after beating the game. And yep, there that is.
So we're going to go through this area that is pretty chill for right now. Lots of things in test tubes and just some random guards every now and then. This, however, will not look the same on our way out and will be much, much more difficult. And in fact, one of the many places that any percent runs go to die.
Yep. And so we're going to pull off
ledge storage.
Yep, cheeky ledge storage. We're going to pull off a very cool trick in a second here with that ledge storage that we just got. But first we have to survive all of this. So we're trying our best not to lose ledge storage here, because unlike rope storage, a lot of things... There it is, that's Spider Leap, which allows you to jump off a random wall. And this is one of the few times we use it throughout the run. It just allows us to get enough height to enter there.
Grab ledge storage again, and through the fire and the flames we carry on up towards that little jump. Just a cheeky little wall slide there. And we get to Yigong's Soulscape. This is where we are supposed to take her soul seal. However, you know, I set up the foreshadowing a little bit too early here.
Yeah, so we're going to...
We do have the walk to go through.
We're going to press through Yigong's Soulscape, which looks a bit different than the other ones, as the memories are entirely blank. And as we'll see coming up here in a second, as Sylvain so wonderfully set up a bit early, Yigong, unlike the other souls, is still in her soulscape, and that means we're going to have some issues.
Now this is Yigong. We've already mentioned it, already spoiled it. This is the final boss of the game. She goes by many names in our community, whether mispronunciations, alternate pronunciations of her name, or stuff like Gong, Grandma, or top 10 reasons. This will be our final boss.
So yeah, but first we have to sit through, I think, the longest cutscene, if not the second longest cutscene in the game. So who's ready for some lore?
I think the Yi dying cutscene is longer.
It's between this and the Yi dying cutscene, yes. All I know is one of the two is used for a bathroom break, and normally the other one because this one's too late in the run. But unfortunately, we don't get.
We're almost to that dono goal. We're almost to that dono goal, gang. Yeah, 500 more. Come on, we want to see it. We want to see it so bad. We want to see Promised Yigong. Blue Yigong.
How'd you take the seals that we don't have? I don't know. Good question.
We can just say that Yi retroactively grabs them just like when he's going into the Soulscape.
Something like that.
It's a speedrun. It doesn't have to make sense. We're breaking everything.
Exactly. So this is Hung. We met her earlier. This is her sister, canonically. Stuff happened. I believe this is technically, canonically, a mental image of her that Yi has, not something she actually did. But that's all boring lore stuff. We're here to beat the game quickly, so we just have to sit through this for a bit.
Speaking of chats, I'm not sure how the English chat is right now, but the French side of the chat is just spamming meow, which is incredible. As we have the cat game, we do have meows.
Yep. And I guess I should mention, while we're going over random lore stuff, as mentioned, Saurons are basically smarter cats. That is canon, as if you do a small secret stuff you find in Yigong's lab a bit earlier, that if you remove the gene that causes the Tianhuo virus to kill Solarians, then you just get cats. Just normal cats. So Saurons are canonically the ancestors of cats. And so here we get an emotional cutscene, and we're gonna get woken up in a second, and that means it's almost time to confront Yigong after one of the hardest combat sections in the game. But we're still a couple minutes from that.
Speaking of things you can do while we wait, you can visit SpeeDons.fr and buy the event t-shirt. 10 euros of every sale goes to support the charity. The event shirt ships worldwide, so support the charity and represent SpeeDons by purchasing the shirt before the end of the event. Again, worldwide, doesn't matter if you're watching the English restream somewhere outside of France or inside France. Go buy that t-shirt. It actually looks great. By the way. The t-shirt looks cool. $100 off, come on, we can do it.
Yep.
We got this. We win these 100% every day.
Left.
We're almost there.
We can see the Promised Yigong. And I can explain the story behind Promised Yigong if we actually get that, but we'll wait till that happens.
Yeah, right on. We're actually coming out of this cutscene right now. The child is going to call us and wake us up. Hold on. I saw the people clapping, so...
Sounds like they're doing their own shout out for MDR or something like that.
Okay, all right.
Or I don't know what's going on, honestly. I don't know French.
Oh my god, $17! 17 euros! We can get there!
17 euros?
17 euros!
Let's go.
We're so close. We are so close. But we're also really close to Yigong, so...
Yep.
Doing some quick tricks, and now we are going into the hallway of Doom and Despair. This is one of the things that gives every single new player a ton of trouble. This is hard. It is combat It is not boss combat, so you're less used to it, and it's just lots of enemies, and if you don't kill them fast, they add up really quick. Sadly, this is an auto-scroller, a speedrunner's most hated section, and we still have not found a way to skip it. The day we do will be I don't know. That's going to be the best day in history, in my opinion. The day we find a hallway skip.
We hit Promise Yigong by over $100, but now. So we're going to be seeing Promise Yigong after this run. I assume he's not fighting it as part of the run because that would suck. So,
I mean,
I'm very excited.
The goal says change the final boss, so I think it's entirely possible. We'll see how Giriko does it, but that is going to be such a cool fight. You can tell the Promise Yigong story far better than I can. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I think we'll wait to the Promise Yigong because I have some stuff to talk about for Hallway.
Fair.
So this fight is simply known as Hallway. As Sylvia has already explained, it is an auto-scroller. We don't like auto-scrollers. But not only is it an auto-scroller, as you can see, we also don't have our HUD. It's a reference to a movie that I cannot remember the name of. But this reference also makes it one of the most annoying fights in the game, so I'm gonna hate on it.
I didn't know about the movie reference thing, but yeah, this causes a lot of despair. There's an even harder way to do it that will get us faster, but like, when? It is deeply impossible, where you basically go through this all with ledge storage, keeping ledge storage throughout all of this, and basically doing the hallway completely hitless. It is very difficult.
Chat
in this version, however,
boy, which I believe is correct.
Right on.
And also to note for Hallway and the strat you were talking about, so that strat actually is used in some any % unrestricted runs, but because, as you said, it needs to be done hitless, because if you get hit, you lose ledge storage. You also lose ledge storage if you don't cancel a perfect parry or do an imperfect parry, and if you don't cancel a slash, you also lose it. So it's only ever been hit once in standard, and that was in an old route where you had bow. Anyway, so we're gonna wait till the cutscene ends. We made it to the end of Hallway, and then he died. Unfortunate.
Wow, that's so tough to get through Hallway. All that and just die. Have to do it all again. Of course, we're kidding.
So do I explain frame rate dependency now?
No, I don't think it's necessary. A couple tricks in the route are a little bit frame rate dependent, or just frame rates make them a lot easier. Especially this one, which is really, really tough to hit just off the bat. And so lowering the frame or uncapping the frame rate actually makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But other than that,
yeah. So it's mostly whatever. But due to some slight issues with how time between frames delta time was handled in Nine Souls, there's some interesting interactions, and basically everything has some level of frame rate dependency. Usually it doesn't matter, but for some specific tricks, capping or uncapping your frame rate can actually make a difference. While it's not required here, it does make the trick a lot easier. So now Giriko is going to go back to recap his frame rate, which is, I assume, how he prefers to play.
And so all of that was just to get up to that ledge, to just grab ledge storage so we can run through Hallway with ledge storage and get out of here for this one single jump.
Yep.
And now we're free, basically.
It is literally just for that one jump. We wouldn't have to do any of the difficult strat there if we can make that one jump somehow.
But of course, speedrunning is never easy and wants the worst for us in any part. But now we're going to be just trying to get ourselves out of the labs as fast as we can so we can go fight. Now we can go fight Promised Yigong.
I'm assuming it's normal Yigong first, judging by it just says maybe a boss, and
who knows?
We'll see. I did not know we had I did not know we had a incentive until this morning. The upcoming here is our final non-boss enemy encounter. It is not as difficult as Hallway, but it's definitely still a challenge, especially with our low health. Luckily, the game does set checkpoints for us, so it's not a huge deal if we mess up, though I have faith in Giriko to get the rest of this hit list now.
Did we ever figure out how many of this exact enemy are in the game? Wasn't it like 3 or 4?
Sureplum would be the perfect.
It's a very small. It's a very small number of just
like
that
4.
specific enemy. The big spider guys. Oh,
and if we're on random number fun fact, I'm pretty sure I still haven't memorized the exact word count of the game for reasons. So for the Shirana dialogue, there's 70,352 words, I believe, unless I misremembered some part of that. Enjoy that random fun fact. Well,
the fun fact is we run back to enemy arenas. Enemy arenas in this game are the bane of my existence. Even the early game ones still mess me up.
Yep. Air combat with multiple enemies is difficult. So, shoutouts to Gearco for taking, I think, the first non-boss death there, or at least non-intentional non-boss death.
True.
Okay, somebody in chat is asking about the mutant names, so I believe Sureplum's already explained them in chat, but I'll just give for the commentary. The name of the small mutants are Hubert. That's because we have one mutant in Empyrean that used to be important for a trick, and we named him Hubert. And eventually, the rest of them just got named Hubert. So now it applies to all small mutants. The big mutant is Wilbur, and I don't know if the spider one has names, although Sureplum is saying that it is Eric in chat. There's also the one guy in All Souls and Seals that's not a mutant and is the only non-mutant named enemy that I don't remember the name of. If you know that.
I don't know the name of it, but I do want to introduce another well-known character in the Nine Souls speedrunning fandom. And that is Tilted Box, a single box that can sometimes spawn tilted. Obviously, Tilted Box is a beloved member of our community and blesses our runs, so we can only hope that the rest of this run and also Promised Yigong will be blessed by Tilted Box.
And with that, we're out of the last required enemy combat, which means it's time to go run to the final boss.
Now, I'll admit, this run back is very confusing, and the first couple times that I tried to do it in my speedruns, I fully got lost. Simply because it's like this dark filter that's put over everything. I didn't study well enough. I have gotten lost here far too many times to count.
I've also seen everybody and their mom get stuck on this area in their first playthrough, myself included. Because all you have to do is run left, but nobody thinks to just run left first. Something, video game intuition, whatever.
Again, using these transports, I love that transport animation of him jumping into the box. It's adorable. I love Yi when he is like a cat. Also, if you pause during his dash animation, he also becomes very cat-like. There's the ear bones again, just want to quickly point that out. No clue why.
And we take the elevator.
We're heading up this elevator. We've seen this elevator before. This was the first elevator we came down to set up Roomba Skip so long ago. We're going to run right past our pavilion, our home base.
Sure,
and then we are going... Oh yeah, they're definitely okay.
They're fine. They
no
definitely didn't get
there.
attacked by Yigong or anything while we were asleep. Nah, don't
no
worry
problems
about it.
there.
But yeah, I guess time for...
And now we're going up the giant tree.
With the game's Sekiro inspiration, pretty clearly Ishin inspired, with being old, being really hard, and being a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's plenty. There's a lot of actually different mods for Yigong. Promised only being one of them. And people run both Promised, the other two that would be Prime, and then also Inner Agong. And people run combinations of all of them, including Promised Inner Agong Prime.
Yep, although judging by the
imagine,
fact that he doesn't have the mod installed, and I'm assuming he's just taking this rune out for safety, we'll be seeing Promise Yigong after the run is over. So first, a more normal fight, although normal in speedrunning may be slightly different. We have default health, default heals, default, or almost default damage, only a couple skills, and yeah. So we're in for a bit of a long one for the hardest boss in the game, but at least we only have to do 2 of her 3 phases.
Doing the true ending unlocks the incredible third phase of this fight. Lots of people get stuck on this fight. The true skill issue tester, top 10 reasons woman. It is an incredibly fun fight, and it really tests every single skill you've gained through this game. And it does it really hard. Lots of people get stuck here. You find lots of posts of how do I beat Yigong and how to beat Yigong. And then, of course, the challenge runners just take it so far.
Yeah. Do we explain the talisman, or what do you think?
I think now is a great time just to be over the run. We do have the top 10 reasons talisman. Yigong, again, being your mentor, she taught you how to use your talisman. Therefore, she can do it too. And the hitbox on that is very large, and you cannot parry it unless you use a Tai Chi kick to bounce on top of it, or use a talisman to avoid the attack entirely. But it catches a lot of people off guard there. And so, as we've come up with top 10 reasons why Yigong's talisman is fair.
Yep.
But for now, just intense combat here, trying to get all these parries perfect while also not getting grabbed by the talisman. This giant explosion that you can't parry. Just lots of things. She doesn't hit that hard, but even so, she hits so much and demands such perfection in your parries, while also still doing it fast and getting huge damage in on everything is just huge. Giriko has practiced this with some very cool tech with those big jump slashes and talismans. It is an incredible fight, and Giriko is handling it perfectly.
Yeah, this is my favorite fight in the game by far, and while I personally prefer a kit with Unbounded Counter and maybe the Divine Hand Jade, we won't be seeing that in this run, of course, because we don't have Unbounded Counter, but very fun, very cool fight no matter how you do it, and some people think she's too hard, but I disagree.
Of course, the speedrunning community will disagree, but
of course.
It's an incredibly fun fight. Even in my first playthrough, I found it really enjoyable. As angry as I got to it, the end of it felt so good to finally beat, and really to be just a true test of skill. In the end, this fight, I think, is incredible. But again, I run this game, so... Obviously, we're now in the second phase.
Speedrunners are biased.
Obviously, we're now in the second phase here. She gets some new attacks, these big jumping combinations after her talisman, and just some new cancels, as well as a Windblade. Is that what we call that one? I don't know what the Yigong people call things.
Wait, call what? Sorry, I wasn't sure.
It's not Judgment Cuts. It's this. What's this? This is Windblade, right?
Wasn't it just called like Red, White, White, Red or something like that? I think Windblade.
I thought it was Windblade.
Might be a colloquial name. I'm not a Yigong expert anymore, at least.
We have our Yigong experts, and they will be angry at us later. But that is a problem for us to deal with later.
They're at us now.
Oh, great! I'm not gonna look. Sorry, Blind. Sorry, Sherplung. Sorry, Merceries. Yeah, lots of, again, these parries are just incredible. Dodging around these Crimson attacks. Usually, in a normal run, you would be able to parry these big Crimson attacks using an Unbounded Counter. But with this, we have to deal with the fire of them and not the extra damage that Unbounded Counter affords us. So we, again, as I said earlier, we're really doing as much as we possibly can with so little. and balancing out what we do and don't get with the time save that it actually grabs us.
Yeah, I think, random fun fact. So we talked about how Yigong has a different phase for the true ending. And I have seen multiple people run true ending specifically so they can fight that version of her in a speedrun. Though, of course, we're not doing that here, as that would be another hour plus.
But with that, we are almost to the end here. That health bar is so low. Just a couple more hits here. But then again, lots of internal damage on Giriko. I have full confidence he can pull this through. There it is.
There we go.
Time once the first frame of that save icon. What a run. 9 souls, any percent is a very fun category. Incredibly well done here by Giriko.
Yeah, with the additional time we would have had at the start of the run, that's still looking at about, I don't know, 117, which is very good, actually. So, Giriko played extremely well, and I believe now we'll be seeing some Promise Yigong. Normally, after this, a very good final credit sequence will play with one of my favorite songs ever, but I don't think we have the time for a 5-minute song.
Yeah, as good as the song is, we do have a tradition every time we PB. We sit and listen to that song, and it really is. It really encapsulates just everything. It just lets you sit with your feelings of finishing a run. I usually only do it when I PB, but like, wow, it is so fun. Such a great song. Go listen to the whole Nine Souls soundtrack.
Honestly,
so well composed. It's just wonderful. So I think we are getting Promised Agong, or as we often call her, Prong, set up here, which is going to be really fun to watch. And you'll see the difference between normal Yigong and the just intense upgrade she gets in this mod.
It's become pretty apparent quickly. I think Giriko might be switching to controller.
Oh, I don't know. I thought he was using controller the whole time. Oh.
Because a lot of... I'm not sure. I'd have to check. I don't know what Giriko actually plays on, but a lot of runners, even if they prefer controllers... Not a lot of runners, like half the runners maybe who play controller end up switching to keyboard, because some tricks can be kind of messy on controller, and it's a lot easier to simply use a keyboard. That being said, it's still generally preference, and so it's possible that Giriko actually is just switching controllers to fight the very hard boss with whatever they mainly use.
I personally run on I come from the fighting game scene, so I run on a hitbox, which is essentially just a controller with directional buttons and different hand placement that I really enjoy. It just makes me feel good. But there are controller runners, and there are definitely keyboard runners, so it's very accessible in any ways. There's like 3 tricks that you kind of want to switch to controller to keyboard for, but even so, it's not even required to be on keyboard. It just makes it a little more consistent, a little easier.
Yeah, and somehow you're not the only person throughout the history of the game who has run all Souls and Seals on hitbox.
Yeah, I know. I'm a hit. Any game that I can, I will use a hitbox on. For when I played through Skong, I used a hitbox. When I went back to Hollow Knight, I used hitbox. It's a great controller for Metroidvanias specifically. I love it. I love hitbox.
And it looks
but yeah, we are going into Prong.
Which means it's time for Promise Yigong, so I guess I should explain the story behind Promise Yigong now. So, Promise Yigong is a mod developed by somebody who goes by the user Kaido Majima. He's in and out of the community, but he's a bit of a legendary figure, I guess you could say, within the speedrunning community, because I believe he's been making content somewhat on the game since, I believe, the first demo with some lore and whatever. And after release, he developed a challenge that is now known as Level 0, which is beating True Yigong with just the starting equipment of this game. And on exactly the first anniversary of Nine Souls, Kaido released the mod that we're going to be showing off here, which is Promise Yigong, which is a much more difficult version of Yigong. that essentially speeds her up, changes how her attacks chain together, and also just changes video and auditory stuff for most of the fight. I think
really quickly, I just want
going over the build now. Sorry.
Yeah, so he was just explaining unbounded counter, which is essentially a parry, but you have to hold and release it really quick before this fight starts. Lurks, I just want to say, it was your stream when you first were trying to fight Promised Yigong was the first interaction I had in the speedrunning community immediately after I had beat the game. So in some reason, this is your fault why I am here.
I'm sorry. So I believe the fight's starting now. I didn't see the entire thing, so I was busy going over what we're talking about, but I think, so first of all, it's insanely fast. Yeah, it's insanely fast. That's about all I can say on that. I think you just have to see for yourself. From what I saw of the build, we're using Divine Hand Jade, Hedgehog Jade, Revival,
Reciprocation,
and Swift Descent, I think. Is that right, or did I miss something?
I'm pretty sure that was it. But yeah, it is a common end game setup for this game, especially for these modded bosses. But this is just an incredibly difficult fight. Way sped up. New cancels between moves and just even brand new moves entirely.
This was so much faster than I remember.
I just played this the other day. I just played this for the first time the other day. So it is fresh in my memory how terribly hard this fight is.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can really beat this entire game, master Yigong, and still be incredibly challenged by this fight. This mod is, in a way, a work of art. How it redesigned the boss to give it more challenge.
Now, which is even more challenging, even more crazy combos, etc. So I think some additional stuff on the build. It's a somewhat defensive build. We're using the Water Flow Talisman, which allows you to apply it, and then it will detonate on its own after a certain amount of time, rather than having to stand there. And to not have to explain the entire build, basically, we have a revive. We deal some amount of internal damage to her on parries, we heal internal damage on unbounded counters, and we can chain unbounded counters together. That's the summary of all of Jade's thing before.
And what we didn't get to see in the run was Unbounded Counter, and so we'll see here that Unbounded Counter actually deals internal damage on a parry, and internal damage is detonated with a talisman. And so we'll see as many, the more unbounded counters that we can get, the more damage we're going to deal to Yigong. Promised Yigong. Wow, that was messy.
I assume you're looking at her health bar there.
I was looking at the French translation. It was messing me up.
Yeah, so we don't have game audio, but I believe Kaito made it so Phase 3 here, which is insanely hard, by the way, actually does play the game's main theme that you would hear in the credits. So you guys get to listen to that. We do not.
But also, this fight is insane. At this point, so you'll see these things, the judgment cuts just thrown out where Yigong jets across the screen and hits you. Those are kind of in the original fight, but just they are tuned so differently in this fight to make them so much harder. It is incredibly cool what was done here.
I'm not even gonna try to give commentary for this. This fight's insane.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, like, especially neither of us have actually beaten it. But Giriko is just a monster for attempting this in a marathon in front of so many people at the end of a full run. Oh, that's low health. You do not have a chance to heal in this fight, so you really got to do your best here.
I guess that's why
he has Revival Jade, so he does have the extra life here.
Divine Hand is insane here, by the way.
Divine Hand pulling its weight. One of the best Jades in the game. We use it in All Souls and Seals. We actually go a tiny bit out of our way to grab it. It is that good. But you can see the internal damage is stacking up here. Oh, let's stand as... Revival has procced, so we are on the last life. Back to nearly full health, though.
Internal damage on Yigong, by the way, and that's going to bring her all the way down to half.
My fighting game commentary history is coming out on this one.
I mean, this basically is a fighting game.
This feels like how I would commentate a fighting game match, yeah. But yeah, Yigong is doing her best here to catch Yi off guard. But Kiriko with these unbounded counters out of nowhere. Such tight charge timings, because again, it's a hold input that you can only trigger during a certain window. So it is incredibly important to time these correctly. Such little health, getting it back on the parries and transferring that internal damage to Yigong through the reciprocation Jade. She is so fast here. These tunnels are incredible. And back to judgment cuts.
Whoa!
Oh. Getting hit at the top of the screen, but still alive.
You got the heal off? Oh my god.
Got the heal off? Such little health on Yigong. Whoa!
Let's go.
Did he first try it?
He first tried it. I'm amazed he hit that first try.
Oh my god.
In the marathon.
First try in a marathon.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Let's go, Kiriko.
Gotta feel good.
Man's insane.
Oh my god. Oh boy. That is going to be 9 souls any percent, and of course our donation goal. Thank you so much for donating again to Médecins du Monde. It was an incredible run, and what a way to close it out with promised Yigong. What an incredible job to Kiriko.
I don't think Yigong won that one.
And of course, our other two commentators on the French side on the couch, Rivals and Chemist. Once again, I have been Y Silvi here on the English side. Thank you so much for sitting with me. I stream on Twitch every now and then, twitch.tv/Y Silvi. Can watch some of my previous runs on my YouTube page under the same name. And I'm always around in the Discord, so come join our community. Learn to speedrun 9 souls. Don't be afraid to ask any questions. Lurks, what about you?
Well, of course, as you already said, shout out to Kiriko for the insanely well done run, and both the commentators. Rivals is also a very strong any percent runner, so very glad to see them here. As for my own shoutouts, I stream on Twitch, and I do have a YouTube, though I'm relatively inactive on that. I have an interview with the devs of this game, where we actually know they have seen the modded boss you just saw. And I'm working on a couple other things right now with 9 Souls Community, which I help run. That's on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, there's the 9 Souls Speedrunning Discord, which you guys should check out. We're always happy to help with anything. We'd love to see new players. I think that's all I got. So, yeah. Thank you all for watching, I guess.
Huge shout outs again to everyone I know. Thanks to my mother who watched through this whole thing without knowing a single thing I was saying. So, thanks everyone. That's going to be it for us. I think coming up next is Halo 3 Lasso Co-op. That's going to be fun watching 2 players speedrun the same game. Thank you again for having us. We'll see you around.
Ça va bien. Ça va bébé. Et j'espère que le public va bien. Voilà. On n'est pas nombreux, mais on est motivés. Exactement, on n'est pas nombreux, mais on est motivés. C'est efficace à tous les gens qui font des études en lettres modernes. Mon cher Yamato, on est sur le début d'un shift de matinée épique. Puisque,
ah ouais, donc toi, pour toi, 3h50 du matin, c'est la matinée.
Ben c'est ce qu'on m'a dit de... T'es traqué. Ce qu'on m'a dit de dire, je répète ce qu'on m'a dit. Faut savoir que j'appartiens à ceux qui sont couchés à 22h30, tisane, pisse mémé, eh bien, dinguerie.
Ah ouais, la Yes Life, la vraie.
Voilà. Donc là, on est en train de me demander beaucoup de choses. Mais tu sais, c'est mon baptême du feu en tant qu'ambianceur.
Effectivement, c'est exactement ce que j'allais dire. Bienvenue, TPK. L'ambiançage de Speedon. Tu verras, le public est chaud. Ouais. La salle aussi, d'ailleurs, il fait chaud un peu.
C'est très chaud dans la salle.
Les runners sont très très chauds.
Ils sont bouillants.
La régie est chaude. Les bénévoles sont chauds bouillants aussi. Tout le monde est chaud bouillant.
Tout le monde est méga chaud. Alors, dis-moi, maintenant qu'on a dit que c'était mon baptême du feu, on m'a expliqué brièvement comment fonctionnait cet ustensile.
Alors, tous les ans, j'ai oublié. Là, je me remets devant et je suis là en mode... Alors, attends, faut cliquer où Mais... on a quelques dons qui ont été donnés pendant l'incentive, qui était magnifique. D'ailleurs, moi, ça m'a rappelé la dark soulisation intense du jeu vidéo, mais apparemment, Night Souls était un jeu excellent, il faut y jouer.
Oh, le D-Word en direct.
Le D-Word en direct, moi, je n'ai plus aucune limite. C'est mon 6e speedon, je n'en ai plus rien à foutre.
Très bien.
Donc, on remercie Tonio pour les 100 balles, qui souhaite un bon speedon à tous. Voilà, merci Tonio.
J'ai envie de chialer. Donc, du coup, je lis ça, hein, on est d'accord. Hein.
Ouais, par exemple. Alors, attends, mais non, je pense que ça fait 1 heure celui-là, il a été lu.
Il a été lu, là
C'est terrible, il vient de rêver, il est déjà has-been.
Putain.
Pour monter tout en haut.
Je remonte tout en haut, alors. Eh bien, écoutez, je vais lire mon premier don ever en tant qu'ambianceur has-been.
Let's go.
C'est beaucoup d'émotions, franchement. Du coup, je vais évidemment on va remercier Frigidaire pour 6,70 €, en fait, littéralement bourrer les dons. Que diable!
Et oui, pourquoi 6,70 €? Et oui,
parce
que tu peux rentrer dans le raffle pour gagner ce magnifique Omen 16. Waouh! Enfin, j'aurais préféré un Omen 6-7, mais bon. C'est un Omen 16, bon.
C'est un Omen 16. Ça,
comme la chapelle.
Oui.
Eh ouais.
J'adore l'art antique.
Moi aussi.
Mais j'adore ça. Et vous adorez le gaming, j'en suis sûr.
Bah voilà, vous allez pouvoir gaming et faire vos meilleurs temps sur ce Omen 16.
Je pense, en tout cas, c'est le genre d'ustensile que j'utiliserais bien pour faire mes meilleurs temps à mon jeu vidéo préféré. En ce moment, quel est ton jeu vidéo préféré?
Je sais pas, jeu vidéo, c'est pour les enfants.
Excellente réponse. J'ai failli t'avoir.
Non, figure-toi que c'est Pragmata en ce moment.
Ah, faut que je le lance.
Et j'espère un jour voir des speedruns de Pragmata.
Bon, ça va arriver, ça.
Ouais, je pense aussi, ouais.
Ça va arriver.
Mais bon, ça va me saouler parce qu'on va zapper toutes les cinématiques avec Diana et je vais être là, non.
Ah ouais?
Voilà.
Parce que Diana, c'est
trop mignon.
A priori, c'est mignon.
C'est trop mignon, c'est trop mignon.
C'est très mignon.
C'est un jeu qui fait fondre mon cœur. Ah, c'est l'heure. Quand on nous dit dans l'oreillette, Philo la bosse, que on est prêt pour cette run de Halo 3.
Déjà?
Ouais.
On m'a dit non, c'est à vous alors. C'est à tout de suite, c'est Halo 3.